The battlefield of Konoha Village. During the Second Shinobi World War, amidst the cacophony of explosions, an excruciating pain coursed through my entire being, plunging me into darkness. Faintly, I could hear someone hoarsely calling, "Shangshu, Shangshu." Gradually, awakening from my stupor, I found myself reclined upon a soft bed, surrounded by a sea of white. Where am I? Didn't I just share a late-night meal and indulge in a few drinks? How'd I end up in a hospital at that moment? A figure adorned with a forehead protector, emblazoned with a peculiar emblem cross intersected by two symmetrical circles, each with an outward-facing notch, stood beside me. Suddenly, he rose with exuberance, exclaiming, "Young Master Shangshu, you have finally awakened. To survive such grievous wounds speaks volumes of the resilience inherent to our Senju clan." He promptly instructed a ninja at the door to summon a medical ninja. Having just opened my eyes, I mused internally. Shangshu, that emblem on his forehead and the one on his arm, this is the Senju Clan of Konoha. According to the narrative of the Hokage, Shangshu should have been obliterated by the enemy's explosive tags. Have I traversed into another realm? Is this merely a dream? The searing pain coursing through my body made it abundantly clear that this was no dream, but a medical ninja, clad in white and donning the Konoha forehead protector, arrived to examine me. With a sigh, he lamented, "What a pity," and, not continuing his thought, turned to the nearby ninja, saying, "You are a ninja of the Senju Clan, correct? Please accompany me." Yais. The two distanced themselves from me, deliberately lowering their voices to converse, though he survived the explosion. He suffers from extensive burns and has shattering fractures in his left hand and foot. I fear the road to recovery will be long. If it were just this, it wouldn't be so bad. His left side has sustained severe injuries. The damage is grave. Though I hesitate to say this, he can no longer live as a ninja. Having uttered these words, they hastily departed, for there were many more casualties from the front lines awaiting urgent care at Konoha Hospital. Impossible. Young Master Shangshu aspires to become Hokage. Clenching my fists in silence, I approached Liu, offering words of comfort. The people at Konoha Hospital may not be able to heal you, but when Lady Tsunade returns from the front lines, she will surely restore you. Enough, I understand. Please leave me to my solitude. Liu was not easily swayed by a mere few words. Once the room was devoid of others, he found himself alone. His entire body, tightly wrapped in bandages like a mummy, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he struggled to move each limb sequentially. With a jolt of realization, he noted my left hand and foot are completely numb, devoid of sensation. Attempting to gather chakra within, he discovered an utter inability to concentrate as it flitted chaotically throughout his body. In an instant, despair enveloped him. His injuries were far more severe than those endured by Lee during the Chunin exams. Having just traversed into the world of Naruto, I found myself contemplating the notion of beginning my journey with but a mere blade, relying solely on my own strength to acquire the necessary gear. Yet, burdened by this frail form, I pondered who I could possibly vanquish. As a member of the Transmigration Brigade, it seemed my future would be spent in the company of a wheelchair and a cane, while others who crossed over were bestowed with various systems. Bursting forth with grand ambitions for the future, I was left without even a normal body. Arriving in my cherished Naruto universe, I was unable to become a ninja, encumbered by my disabilities. Shinju is Tsunade's brother. She will surely find a way to heal me. I reassured myself silently, repeatedly whispering in my mind, System, please reveal yourself. Grant me some miraculous elixir to transform my fate. Provide me with an extraordinary ability." Alas, my fervent pleas fell upon deaf ears, and feeling utterly exhausted, I succumbed to a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a shadowy figure clad in a black robe and an umbu mask stealthily eluded the patrols of Konoha, slipping through the window into my hospital room. After forming a series of hand seals, the figure employed a genjutsu and extended a hand toward my slumbering form. If sensing a disturbance, I stealthily opened one eye, catching a glimpse of a dark silhouette as it glided across my body. Moments later, the figure nodded and muttered, "A useless one," before swiftly vanishing through the window, melding into the darkness. Once the shadow had departed, I immediately opened my eyes, gasping for breath, my heart racing with the adrenaline of survival, drenched in cold sweat. I had managed to break free from the Jinjutsu due to the chaotic chakra within me. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the late-night visitor. Goodness, wearing an animal mask, I mused. An Umbu member? No, perhaps it was from the Root organization. It seems there are those in Konoha who wish to see Senju Shinju dead. Thankfully, my grievous injuries have spared my life. Should I feel grateful, or should I mourn? I pondered. Since they did not take my life this time, I suppose my existence is secure for the foreseeable future. Despite these thoughts, the pain and exhaustion proved too great, and I drifted back into sleep. Thus, I languished in a state of despondency for a week. The Second Shinobi World War concluded with Konoha's triumph. True to the original tale, Tsunade, still haunted by the death of Dan, who had succumbed to hemophobia, learned that her brother, Senju Shinju, had awakened from his grievous injuries in a hospital. Eagerly, she joined the Konoha ninja in their swift return to the village, racing to the hospital still clad in her blood-stained green Jonin vest. In a fervent rush, she threw herself onto my bed, but as time passed and I observed her trembling form, eyes brimming with tears, her emotions spiraled out of control. My previously restless heart found peace once more. With my bandaged left hand, I gently patted Tsunade's soft back, contemplating having a sister who cares for me is rather comforting. In my past life, I was an orphan wholly devoted to scientific research, unraveling the codes of human genetics, and now, inexplicably, I find myself here. Yes gaze gradually grew resolute. Having arrived in the world of Hokage through the body of Rope Tree, he vowed to inherit the bonds and the things that he vowed to protect. With a hint of awkwardness, he called out, "Sister, I'm fine, I'm doing well," and extended his somewhat movable right hand, waving it a few times despite the pain. Tsunade slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes meeting those of Rope Tree. Liu immediately gave a thumbs up, with his right hand, declaring, "Becoming Hokage is my dream. How could I possibly succumb so easily?" Although it was evident that Li Ye's theatrical performance was somewhat exaggerated, it managed to alleviate a significant portion of Tsunade's sorrow. At that moment, a ninja from the Senju Clan nearby reminded, "Lady Tsunade, young Master Rope Tree is severely injured. You need to assess whether you can heal him." Without wasting a moment, Tsunade stood up and began to examine Li Ye's condition using her chakra, promptly commencing treatment. Meanwhile, Liu, lying on the bed, regarded Tsunade with a mix of anxiety and hope, wishing for her to restore him to health. Yet, noticing her increasingly furrowed brow, he understood that the situation was dire. Tsunade halted the chakra treatment, solemnly gazing into Li Ye's eyes, her silence suggesting an inner turmoil as she weighed her thoughts. Suddenly, she exhaled deeply, resolutely stating, "Sister will surely find a way to heal. You becoming Hokage is your dream." With that, she gently kissed Liu on the forehead and instructed the family's ninjas before hastily departing the hospital. Though she said little, watching Tsunade leave, coupled with his own physical sensations, led Liu to grasp the gravity of his condition. Indeed, Rope Tree's treatment differs from that of Li. Rather than voicing that Rope Tree should not aspire to be a ninja, she simply understood her brother's intentions and straightforwardly agreed. Under Tsunade's comprehensive treatment, most of the pain had dissipated, yet Liu still felt no sensation in his left hand and left foot, and chakra eluded him. His injuries mirrored those of Li during the Chunin exam, suffering similar shattering fractures in his left hand and foot. He hoped that Tsunade would perform surgery to restore him. He had intended to wait for Tsunade to peruse numerous medical texts before undertaking a procedure akin to Li's that Liu envisioned that when Tsunade returned to see him, she would inform him that in order to become a ninja once more, he would need to undergo surgery with a 50 chance of success, knowing that failure could be fatal. At present, Liu planned to remain in the hospital for a while longer, but the arrival of a certain individual changed his mind. As night descended, an unexpected guest graced the darkness, with a familiar visage and a demeanor both austere and captivating. Adorned with violet eyeshadow that mirrored the gaze of a serpent, the figure exuded an aura of unique charisma and peril. In a gravelly voice, he addressed Shinshu, remarking on his current state, suggesting that he could no longer aspire to be a ninja. The fragility of a ninja's life and body was starkly evident. As Liu beheld the imposing Orochimaru, clad in a resplendent purple kimono, he nearly exclaimed "Snake Uncle," only to hastily amend his words to "Teacher. You have come to see me." The mere sight of Orochimaru, coupled with thoughts of his numerous experiments and dissection of various ninja techniques, instilled within him a sense of oppression and coldness. Liu reached out to examine Shenshu, inquiring whether Tsunade had already treated him today, as he still appeared barely alive. "Teacher, my sister did indeed administer treatment. My burns have healed. Unfortunately, my left hand and foot are too severely injured for her to remedy at present." Orochimaru, narrowing his eyes with a smile, responded, "It is remarkable that you have survived." The expression on Orochimaru's face sent a shiver down Liu's spine, akin to a man in the throes of urgency. Goodness, Orochimaru can smile. It is a terrifying sight. Suddenly, Orochimaru's smile faded, and he posed a probing question. "Shenshu, why do I sense a change in you? Has your brush with death imparted some wisdom?" Alarmed, Liu realized how perceptive this snake uncle was. In just a few sentences, he had discerned his unease. Even when meeting Tsunade, he had managed to remain undetected. Perhaps concern had muddled his composure. As Shenshu, possessing the soul of 25-year-old Liu, quickly regained his composure, he feigned sorrow, stating, "Teacher, my body is no longer fit to be a ninja." Witnessing the fragility of humanity on the battlefield has been enlightening. Though becoming Hokage was once my dream, death would render all aspirations void. Familiarity with the narrative allowed Liu to resonate with Orochimaru's previous words. Upon hearing Shenshu's sentiments, Orochimaru could not hide his thrill, a hint of fervor igniting within him. "I did not anticipate that a single war would evoke such profound reflections in you. Shenshu, join me. I am in need of assistance. Life is so fragile and fleeting. Why not utilize this brief time to seek a new path?" This was the moment Liu had been awaiting. Despite his current disabilities, he was still of the Senju Clan, and Orochimaru's interest in his body for research purposes was undeniable. Previously, out of respect for Tsunade, the three legendary ninjas disciple and the last pure male of the Senju line, he had refrained from overstepping. Now, sensing Orochimaru's eagerness, Liu feigned a transformation in his demeanor, shifting from despair to a radiant hope for the future. "Teacher, if that is the case, take me with you. I shall not disappoint you." Seeing his disciple's resolute choice, Orochimaru wasted no time and prepared to discreetly escort Shenshu away. The teacher, after a brief moment, solemnly removed the necklace from around his neck and placed it carefully upon the pillow. This was the necklace of the first Hokage, a precious gift from Tsunade to Hashirama. Upon witnessing this act, Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile, as he mused that his disciple had evidently made a resolute decision. How intriguing. He gently laid the necklace on the bedside table, disdainfully adjusted the blanket, and stealthily slid a letter beneath the pillow. Rising from the bed, Liu addressed Orochimaru, "Teacher, let us depart." Without further ado, Orochimaru hoisted Liu and utilized the body flicker technique to exit the Konoha hospital. Stealthily bypassing the guards of the Senju Clan and the patrolling Umbu ninjas, effortlessly returning to Orochimaru's clandestine research laboratory. The following day, Tsunade discovered that Hashirama was missing from the hospital and unleashed her fury upon the guards of the Senju Clan, mobilizing the village's ninjas to search in vain. After a fruitless search, she ultimately departed the village, adhering to the original storyline. With an awareness of the plot, Liu, having anticipated Orochimaru's character, recognized that with proper arrangements, he would undoubtedly secure his own advantage. Upon entering Orochimaru's research facility, Liu commenced his studies, showcasing his remarkable skills in cellular rejection and his profound understanding of human genetics. With Hashirama's involvement, the pace of Orochimaru's research accelerated significantly. Observing Liu's recent transformation, Orochimaru remarked, "Hashirama-kun, your research aptitude is exceptional. It seems you were born for this pursuit. How did I not recognize your talent earlier? You're beginning to resemble me more and more. I have new research content to assign to you," he continued. Liu's heart stirred, realizing they would finally begin studying the cells of Hashirama, a subject he had long awaited. Diligently completing Orochimaru's previous research had instilled confidence in his abilities, compelling Orochimaru to rely on his strength to expedite the study of Hashirama's cells. "I am investigating a unique type of cell," Orochimaru explained. "But its invasive properties are exceptionally potent, capable of petrifying all experimental subjects, rendering them uncontrollable." With that, he led Liu to a secret laboratory filled with various containers, each harboring mysterious liquids and strange specimens. Gazing intently into Liu's eyes, Orochimaru stated, "Hashirama-kun, these are the cells of the first Hokage. Can we unravel the mysteries of their formidable vitality and the secrets of would release?" His penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through to Li Yu's very soul, sending a shiver down his spine, a test of resolve. Taken aback, Li Yu tightened his focus and feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Is that so, teacher?" His expression swiftly transformed from astonishment to excitement and fervor, his body trembling with enthusiasm. "Though I am unaware of how you acquired them, I have long desired to study them. What Senju Clan member would not wish to uncover the secrets of the first Hokage's would release? Alas, our clan has waned, and none possess the vigor to pursue such research." Orochimaru, satisfied with Li Yu's reaction, noted that as long as the response did not become overly exuberant, he would still require Li Yu's talents in their endeavors. "Let us embark on this journey of research together, Shoshukuin." In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed amidst our dedicated studies, and the concluding tasks of the Second Shinobi World War in Konoha are nearly complete. The following day, "Are you certain you wish to become the subject of this experiment?" Orochimaru inquired, leaning on his cane, his gaze resolute, yet flickering with an inexplicable glimmer. He was reluctant to allow his protege to undergo testing without complete certainty, given the courage, determination, and remarkable talent displayed. "We have conducted numerous experiments and amassed a considerable amount of data, Sensei. I have faith in our findings. As a member of the Senju Clan, no one is more suited than I. Besides, I am already disabled," Li Yu confided, having secretly engaged in other research during Orochimaru's absences from the lab, concocting a gene fusion serum and making unique genetic modifications to himself. Before preparing to ascend the experimental platform, he injected himself with the gene fusion serum. Knowing that Orochimaru's limited understanding of genetics would hinder his comprehension of the situation, adopting the demeanor of an enthusiastic scientist, Li Yu exclaimed, "Sensei, I have made my decision. I am willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of this research, even my life." Seeing his disciple's fervent declaration, Orochimaru realized further persuasion was futile. "Very well, should you perish, do not blame me. It would be a pity to lose such a talented pupil." As Li Yu closed his eyes, an overwhelming darkness enveloped him, and he lost all sensation. Following the predetermined plan, Orochimaru administered multiple injections of the serum and equipped Li Yu with a pair of Sharingan, 1 single tomo and 1 double tomo. When he awoke the following night, the first sensation was an intense pain in his eyes, and his surroundings were shrouded in darkness. He tentatively raised his hands to feel around. Upon noticing Li Yu had regained consciousness, Orochimaru exclaimed with surprise, "Shoshukuin, I did not expect you to awaken. How do you feel physically and with your eyes?" Though Li Yu could not see, he sensed that once he concentrated, a powerful chakra coursed through his body, bringing a refreshing coolness to his eyes that swiftly alleviated the pain. He casually removed the bandages from his head and surveyed his body. He had never felt so invigorated. His vision, chakra control, and chakra reserves had significantly increased. With this vibrant new body, your future is boundless. I shall rely on you to keep me informed of your progress," he remarked, glancing at Li Yu's blood-red eyes, where the single and double tomo spawned. Orochimaru's gaze was filled with envy as he turned to depart. Upon Orochimaru's exit, Li Yu promptly leapt off the operating table, moved his entire body to test his newfound abilities, and swiftly performed several hand signs to execute the transformation technique and shadow clone technique. Compared to his former self, he found the movements effortless, feeling his expended chakra replenishing rapidly and effortlessly. Regrettably, he lacked the would release technique to test whether he could utilize it. As he focused once more on his eyes, he discovered he could freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan. One might speculate that one possesses the abilities of an immortal body. Would release, and the Sharingan. It appears that I have made the right choice. Strive for greatness, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle, or rather, into a rocket. Li Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment with his would release ninjutsu. Under the cover of night, he stealthily exited the laboratory and made his way back to the Senju Clan's gathering place. Upon reaching the entrance, he was soon discovered, and 2 ninjas emerged to block his path. "Who goes there?" In an instant, several figures surrounded Li Yu. He shouted, "It's me, Rope Tree, I'm back." After his identity was confirmed by the sensory ninjas of the Senju Clan, he was permitted entry. Once in his room, Li Yu quickly retrieved a scroll from the shelf and unrolled it, eager to attempt his hand at the seals. Would release, would clone. He created 2 clones and engaged them in combat. However, after a duration equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, the jutsu dispelled due to insufficient chakra. leaving behind 2 wooden stumps. The tangible clone technique is truly remarkable. Wood release is incredibly effective. Imagine being able to summon 8 wood clones like Uchiha Madara and wield Susanoo. How formidable that would be. Recognizing his own potential, Liu felt optimistic about the future. Guided by his understanding of the plot, with combat primarily reliant on wood release, he knew that the Sharingan was only to be awakened by true masters. It sufficed to masquerade as a Senju ninja wielding wood release. The following day, Liu returned to Orochimaru's laboratory, preparing to bid farewell. Upon discovering that the research materials on his desk had mysteriously vanished, leaving a bare surface, a smirk crept onto Liu's face. Fortunately, I had already destroyed the gene fusion serum. The missing materials pose no threat. However, he mused, Orochimaru is indeed quite swift. Upon entering his resting quarters, he found Orochimaru present. Rope Tree, you're awake. How do you feel? Teacher, I feel splendid. The experiment was a success. I am ready to test the strength of this body outside. Orochimaru, unperturbed, replied, It seems you have your own plans, Rope Tree. I shall not keep you. I look forward to your future accomplishments. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Liu sought a secluded corner to dispel his clones, transforming into a single wooden log. From the shadows emerged a pale-faced man with long, flowing hair, smacking his lips. Well, my student is quite cautious, isn't he? Learning would release ninjutsu so quickly. I didn't even notice that was just a clone. His long tongue flicked out to lick his lips, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Rope Tree, you truly are my clever disciple. Are the Senju naturally adept at researching forbidden ninjutsu? Regardless, I must expedite the process of finding a test subject based on the materials. Meanwhile, the real Liu remained within the Senju clan, diligently studying the wood release scrolls and sage techniques left by the first Hokage. After several days of practice with multiple clones, he mastered all the wood release techniques contained in the scrolls. Liu, now embodied in the 12-year-old form of Senju Rope Tree, held the rank of Genin, possessed an affinity for all chakra types, and boasted a chakra capacity on par with that of a Jonin, complemented by Sage Body and the Sharingan. Liu understood that the information left for Orochimaru would certainly prevent the creation of a second version of himself, lacking a fusion serum with a missing gene. It was only a matter of time before Orochimaru's intellect uncovered the truth. Before that revelation could occur, he resolved to enhance his own strength and adopt a new identity to conceal his true self, primarily because he did not wish to leave Konoha at this juncture. Having come to this conclusion, Liu promptly rose and made his way towards the Hokage Tower, determined to seek an audience with the third Hokage. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he beheld a figure adorned with a red conical hat inscribed with the character for fire, a pipe nestled between his lips, and hair entirely white. Contrary to his expectations, beside him stood a silver-haired ninja, donning a forehead protector. This was indeed a time of vigor for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the figure adjacent to him was none other than Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, reputed to possess strength surpassing even that of the legendary Sannin, and currently the leader of the Hokage's Umbu. Although a flicker of excitement coursed through him, Liu composed himself and addressed the Hokage respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Hokage-sama, and you too, White Fang-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback, responded, Rope Tree, before your disappearance, you were incapacitated. Tsunade left the village in search of you. Hokage-sama, I had been in hiding, utilizing my family's secret techniques, which allowed me to recover and awaken our precious bloodline limit. Would release. Liu's words deftly diverted Hiruzen's attention, leaving him astounded. What? Would release? You have successfully awakened it. The third Hokage's eyes sparkled with amazement. Liu then demonstrated his newfound ability, performing would release, would clone technique. From his sides, numerous wooden tendrils emerged, intertwining to form a tangible clone unique to the wood release. He effortlessly created 4 clones, each possessing the chakra equivalent of a genin. Witnessing this spectacle, Sarutobi Hiruzen's delight was palpable, his eyes glistening. Excellent. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall endure. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the sprouting new leaves. At last, the legacy of the first Hokage's would release has been inherited. Liu felt a sense of resignation wash over him as he accepted the third Hokage's fervent ideals, responding appropriately, my dream is to become Hokage. Upon hearing Liu's declaration, the third Hokage nodded approvingly, squinting his eyes as he took a drag from his pipe. His response seemed to align with his expectations. Rope Tree, now that you have awakened wood release, to ensure better protection for the village, I would like you to join my direct Umbu unit. This way, You can use a code name to conceal your identity. Hokage-sama, I have been contemplating this. I agree to join the Umbu. Upon hearing Liyu's affirmation, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Hitaki Tsukumo and said, Tsukumo, I entrust this child to you. Please take good care of him. His information must remain confidential, for he is the hope of Konoha's future. Liu immediately dispelled the wood clones and followed Hitaki Tsukumo, departing the Hokage Tower to enter the realm of the Umbu. Konoha's White Fang personally registered Liu and processed the necessary paperwork, gesturing towards the masks adorning the wall. Select a mask for yourself. Without hesitation, Liu chose an oval mask, its surface a harmonious blend of green and white. The eye openings were green, with black pupils, and adorned with green curved stripes beside the eyes. A bifurcated, curved stripe extended from the forehead. This green hue complemented his wood release abilities, earning him the code name, Ziyu. Ziyu, you will be assigned to my direct Umbu unit. Familiarize yourself with the Umbu regulations and the hand seals for entering and exiting the barrier. Liu received the standard Umbu ninja attire, a black bodysuit, arm guards, armor, a ninja blade, a mask, and a tool pouch. He devoted an entire day to mastering the Umbu signals, the hand seals for traversing Konoha's barrier, the rules of the Umbu, the scope of Umbu missions, including pursuit, assassination, and the protection of the Hokage during perilous assignments. Thus commenced Liyu's life within the Umbu, diligently refining his chakra, practicing hand seals, and wood release techniques. He also focused on the medical ninjutsu scrolls left by Tsunade, ensuring the Senju Clan's talents were not squandered. Healing techniques, sage arts, and antidote techniques, these simpler medical ninjutsu should suffice. After nearly a week in the Umbu, Liyu's primary tasks consisted of patrolling the village and surveillance. He was assigned to a 4-member Umbu team, led by a robust man nicknamed Yanhang, well-versed in earth release and taijutsu. Among the other 2 members was a woman with flowing purple hair and a graceful figure, known as Yueying, proficient in Konoha's sword techniques. The other was a petite individual, approximately 1.4 meters tall, who spoke rather shyly, going by the codename Shuichi, skilled in water and wind release. Liu, slightly taller than the other 2, held the codename Ziyu, specializing in wood release and medical ninjutsu. This information reflects the Umbu's records. It was evident that the Hokage was quite considerate of Liu. The team comprised 2 taijutsu ninjas and 1 ranged attacker, a seemingly balanced configuration. Liu likened their roles to a gaming strategy from his university days. Yanhang served as a tank to absorb damage. Shuichi utilized water release to create smoke screens. Wind release enhanced the team's speed, and Weiying provided close protection, while Liu functioned as the healer. Their strategy leaned towards defense, favoring escape over confrontation. The Hokage's attentiveness towards Liu was commendable, prompting a desire to commend the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a spirited 666. As Liu began his routine patrols, initially filled with excitement, he found the novelty of the village wore off after days of monotonous surveillance without any engagements. But he did observe several prominent clans within the village. Today, adorned in his mask, Liu gathered with his teammates for their daily task of patrolling Konoha. The leader, Yanhang, unexpectedly announced a mission to patrol a 20-kilometer radius outside the village. Without further ado, they swiftly traversed the barrier, leaving the village behind. After covering considerable distance at a rapid pace, which drained both chakra and stamina, Yanhang intentionally slowed down to assess the team's condition. To his surprise, while the other 2 members appeared somewhat fatigued, Liu showed no signs of distress and continued to keep pace effortlessly. Liu, endowed with the physique of a sage, possesses an astonishing recovery speed due to his chakra and physical strength, complemented by the formidable taijutsu of the Senju Clan. As the team leader, Yansheng acknowledged the imminent departure from the safety of Konoha. He deemed it prudent to maintain their optimal condition. They paused for a 10-minute respite before resuming their journey, taking a moment to recuperate amidst the trees. Leaning against a tree with one hand, Liu prepared to recline when a sudden jolt of alarm surged within him. Through the contact with the tree, he instantaneously perceived the vast expanse of the surrounding forest. Closing his eyes, he utilized his wood release chakra to intently sense the area in the direction of their advance, discovering no signs of ninja presence, which assuaged his anxiety. Being on his first mission in the world of Hokage, he could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. As he readied to withdraw his hand, a spontaneous thought struck him. He casually glanced back toward the path they had traversed to exit the village. The relief he had just felt was instantly replaced by a surge of dread. 1, 2, 3, 4, goosebumps prickled his skin. 2 teams comprising 8 individuals were lurking nearby. Further scrutiny revealed that the area they had just passed was indeed teeming with people on both sides, although the distance rendered it difficult to ascertain their exact numbers. The situation remained unclear. It dawned on him that he had yet to adequately hone his skill of perception through trees. They had passed so swiftly that he had failed to notice the well-concealed presence of others, who, without launching an attack or making their presence known, had clearly observed the passage of their small team. Liu promptly approached the team leader, conveying the situation to him and the other members. Upon hearing this, they collectively gasped in shock. After careful consideration, Yanxing declared, "Our rest is nearly over. We must turn back and prepare for battle. Ziyu, you will be responsible for sensing any developments." The team quickly adjusted their course, retracing their steps. After traveling a short distance, they halted once more. Liu pressed his hand against the nearest tree, once again attuning himself to his surroundings, and spoke as he sensed, 2 kilometers away. 2 individuals are rapidly approaching the 8. Behind them, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 ninjas moving swiftly. Team leader Yanxing made a swift decision. Everyone, prepare for combat. The Konoha ninjas were in pursuit of the 2, while the 2 squads appeared to belong to ninjas from other hidden villages, waiting to provide support. No wonder they allowed us to pass without attack. Seizing the moment while his teammates were momentarily distracted, Liu, partially concealed by the tree, formed hand seals with one hand, extending wooden tendrils from his body to create a wood clone, infusing it with 50% of his chakra, instructing it to conceal itself among the trees. Liu calculated that he would need to hurry and provide support, estimating that his sage physique would allow him to recover 2 to 3% of his chakra. With a command from the leader, they pressed forward to provide assistance. Quickening their pace, Liu's wood clone, armed with several explosive tags, began setting traps. The 8 Umbu ninjas from the 2 squads were vigorously pursuing their quarry, while 4 suspected IWA ninjas were on the trail, having eliminated 2 of the enemy's CH Nin, along with 1 J Nin and 1 elite CH Nin, both adept in speed and swift in their movements. A shinobi from the Umbu, leading the charge, urged his comrades to hasten their pursuit. Crucial intelligence had been stolen and must not, under any circumstances, be allowed to escape their grasp. As he deftly flung several kunai, the ninjas ahead effortlessly evaded them, continuing to shorten the distance between themselves and the target. In their fervent chase, the Konoha Umbu ninjas failed to notice that 2 squads lay in ambush ahead. They plunged directly into the enemy's trap, where a multitude of kunai was unleashed from both sides. With a flurry of sound, the shinobi drew their swords in an attempt to defend themselves, but it was already too late. They hastily brandished their kunai, striving to shield their bodies. Among the kunai, some were laced with explosive tags. The situation was dire. They needed to dodge quickly. One Umbu shinobi, relying on the body replacement technique, narrowly avoided the kunai and explosive tags, landing with a series of hand signs. Earth style, earth flow wall. 2 earthen walls rose from the ground, shielding his comrades from the subsequent barrage of kunai. In an instant, 8 Umbu ninjas were ambushed, 3 elite Umbu falling in a heartbeat, while 1 sustained grave injuries and collapsed, leaving the remaining elite ninjas wounded to varying degrees. For Umbu formed a protective formation around the gravely injured shinobi. Only 2 J-Nin remained, alongside a special J-Nin and an elite CH Nin, initially confident in their advantage. They were taken aback to find such a substantial ambush concealed within the borders of Konoha, now surrounded by 10 enemy ninjas. Just then, the squad hastening back from their previous encounter finally arrived. The arrival of the Ziyu squad prompted the enemy ninjas to reconsider their strategy. In an instant, 4 of them charged towards the besieged Konoha Umbu, while 6 others advanced towards Liu's squad. 1 J-Nin and an elite CH Nin began to weave hand signs together. Fire style, fireball jutsu. 2 fireballs surged towards the team. Meanwhile, the duo of Yanxing and Shuichi performed their own defensive techniques. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water barrier. The fire collided with the earthen wall, sending sparks flying, and then struck the water wall, creating a misty surge. Dozens of shuriken followed the fireballs, hurtling towards Liu's squad. They swiftly drew their swords, clashing metal ringing out as Yu-Ing leapt in front of Liu, shielding him from several shuriken while pulling him to safety. Yet, with a sharp hiss, shuriken lodged into Yu-Ing's shoulder and thigh. Liu's heart tightened. He had never witnessed combat before, and the sight of his comrade standing protectively in front of him stirred a sense of awe within him. The enemy's sudden maneuver immediately scattered Liu and his companions. An elite J-Nin and an elite CH Nin surged forward to engage their commander, Yanxing. Another elite nin immediately targeted Shuichi, while 3 nin formed a triangular formation, weaving hand signs as they ran. Suddenly, Ying took a stance, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Positioning himself before Liu, prepared to intercept the impending assault. Liu could sense Ying's tension, yet he stood resolute, facing the 3 adversaries head-on. As a newcomer from the 20th century, he gazed at the Shuriken hurtling toward him. Feeling the piercing intensity of the enemy's determined gazes and lethal intent for the very first time, as if stepping into a scene from a horror film. I find myself alone in an educational building steeped in terrifying tales. The atmosphere does not seem particularly frightening. However, if I were to truly experience such a moment, would I be able to laugh it off? My initial instinct was to evade, but now, observing the figure of Wei Ying, I feel rather inadequate. A surge of adrenaline rushes to my head, and my gaze sharpens with determination. Concealing my identity behind a mask, I swiftly activate my Sharingan, positioning my feet apart. Bending my knees and arching my back like a bow. My right hand grips a kunai, held defensively at my chest, while my left hand reaches into my ninja tool pouch. At that instant, I am unaware that my eyes have transformed into the coveted double Tomo Sharingan. With a flick of my wrist, I launch a flurry of shuriken towards the 3 nin. Each adept sidesteps deftly, completing their hand seals. Earth style, rock cannon. They declare in unison, unleashing stone projectiles that double in size as they soar through the air. A barrage of rocks hurtles towards me. In response, I weave hand signs and summon, with style, wooden pillar wall, causing a series of wooden pillars to bend and rise from the ground, forming an arching barrier to shield both Wei Ying and myself. I perform another set of hand seals, crossing my arms to invoke, with style, Birth of the Forest. Utilizing the reanimation technique of the first Hokage, I manifest a lower-tier version of the Forest of the Trees. The ground fractures violently as numerous thick trees burst forth, rapidly growing and entwining around the 3 nin. Though they attempt to halt their advance, they are swiftly ensnared by branches and vines, their chakra being absorbed. What? With style? How can there be with style ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village? The surrounding skirmishes pause, both factions instinctively regrouping upon witnessing the commotion. It is indeed with style, first Hokages with style. The recent battle has rendered 2 of the Leaf Village's Umbu shinobi injured and incapacitated. Only 6 Leaf ninjas remain, while the enemy village has 7. 1 nin skilled in lightning style, sensing the precarious situation, turns to flee with vital intelligence, leaving the remaining 6 to cover his retreat. We cannot allow him to escape. The 3 Umbu swiftly form hand seals. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. And fire style, Great Fireball Technique. 2 fireballs and a colossal fireball surge forward. Earth style, multiple earth walls. For earthen walls rise from the ground, intercepting the flames. I focus my Sharingan, successfully replicating the ninjutsu employed by both allies and foes. The exhilaration of battle with the Sharingan is unmatched. Observing my companion, Mizuki, forming seals and gathering wind chakra, I feel a surge of excitement and decide to deploy the Great Fireball Technique I have just mastered. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. The flames merge with the wind's force, resulting in an even larger and more potent inferno that surges towards the enemy's earthen barrier. With a resounding explosion, the wall crumbles, sending several ninjas flying, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. The Leaf ninjas capitalize on this opportunity, launching a volley of shuriken and kunai, successfully eliminating 2 of the wounded nin. The Umbu charge forward, engaging the remaining 4 ninjas in close combat. Liu, recognizing their numerical advantage, immediately employed healing techniques and medical ninjutsu on the injured Konoha Umbu ninjas, 1 severely wounded and 2 incapacitated. As he tended to their wounds, he turned to see Ying standing beside him. Ying, how did the battle fare? He inquired. It has just concluded. The captain and 2 Umbu jonin have pursued the fleeing ninjas, she replied. At that moment, a lightning-style ninja was hastily retreating towards Liu's ambush point. Excellent, he thought, swiftly forming seals with his hands in a cross. Would release. Birth of the Forest Sea. Thick tree vines erupted from the ground, rapidly extending towards the lightning ninja from the side. Another would release? Have they caught up so soon? The lightning ninja, utilizing lightning techniques to stimulate his cells, deftly evaded the encroaching vines, slashing through some with his kunai. Liu marveled inwardly at the ninja's remarkable speed and reflexes. Just as the ninja seemed poised to escape the vine's grasp, explosive tags detonated, forcing him back. The vines quickly caught up, binding him tightly, leaving only his head exposed. The execution of the ninjutsu merely required the vines and his Sharingan to lure the enemy into the trap. Otherwise, capturing him would have proven exceedingly difficult given his speed. Liu retrieved an intelligence scroll from the captured ninja, then reclined against a nearby vine, crossing his legs and resting his hands behind his head, awaiting the Umbu's return. Through the resonance with the trees, he sensed 3 individuals approaching swiftly. Before long, he spotted Iwa hang among them. "Captain, you finally arrived." "Ziyu, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be attending to the injured?" the captain asked. "I sent my shadow clone to see if I could seize any opportunities," he replied, casually handing the mission scroll to the captain. Observing their injuries, he utilized the little chakra he had left to employ medical ninjutsu, aiding the 3 Umbu Jonin in healing their wounds. Afterward, he lowered the wood-bound, unconscious ninja. "Captain, the chakra of my wood clone has been nearly depleted." With that, Liu dispelled his wood clone, which transformed back into a piece of wood. The Umbu gazed at him with envy and admiration. The first Hokage's wood release is truly remarkable. Physical clones are far superior to shadow clones. "Yuing, you're injured. Allow me to assist you," he offered, removing the Shuriken from her body and applying healing techniques, placing his palm over her wounds, emanating a soft green light. In a short while, her arm and thigh were healed. Yuing shyly responded, "Thank you." "Not at all. We are teammates," Liu reassured her. "You seemed quite tense. Often stepping in front of me during the battle," he noted. "Perhaps you gave me the courage," Yuing murmured, lowering her head. "Ziyu-kun, you are quite formidable. I hardly need to protect you." Liu gazed at Yuing's purple hair, recalling the female characters in the Naruto storyline, particularly Yuzuki Uyas, who also bore a head of purple hair. "We are teammates and should lend each other assistance." At this moment, the release of the doppelganger technique conjured a memory within my mind. A subtle smile graced Liu's lips. The mission had been accomplished. As the group engaged in casual conversation while waiting, Captain Yin Xing and 2 other Umbu Jonin returned. Thus, the patrol mission was interrupted, and the team returned to the village to report. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, they encountered the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to relay the details of the patrol. In this skirmish, they had captured an enemy Jonin and 3 ordinary Chunin. They had eliminated 1 Jonin, 1 elite Jonin, 3 elite Chunin, and 3 ordinary Chunin. During the conflict, there were no identifying ninja symbols. Based on their jutsu, it was speculated that they belonged to the Rock Village, with further details pending confirmation from the interrogation department. The 3rd Hokage pondered for a moment, stating, "Shwomo, due to this leak of information within the village, we must enhance our patrols and surveillance both inside and outside the village." Fortunately, the Yin Xing team promptly sensed something amiss and returned to provide support. Because of the team's exceptional performance, special approval was granted for Shuichi, Yuing, and Ziyu to be promoted to Chunin. Liu raised an eyebrow. They had indeed advanced more swiftly than ordinary ninjas. Unlike Naruto and his peers, who faced numerous examination challenges during their Chunin exams, only Shikamaru had achieved the rank of Chunin in the end. Departing from the Hokage building, the aftermath of this incident was marked by the survival of 3 ninjas. Thanks to the presence of a medical ninja, Tsunade, during the post-war meeting, proposed that each team be equipped with a medical ninja, expediting the implementation of this initiative. With this mission concluded, Liu finally had the opportunity to rest. He chose not to don the Umbu mask and attire, strolling through the streets of Konoha without a specific destination in mind. At this time, Kakashi and Might Guy were still in their infancy, and the 12 guardians of the Hokage had yet to emerge. Wandering aimlessly, he soon arrived at the training grounds, where he spotted a golden-haired figure practicing with Shuriken and kunai. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It was Minato Namikaze, the future 4th Hokage, known as the Golden Flash. Those familiar with the narrative were aware of Minato's charismatic personality. He was a gentleman. Liu wondered about his relationship with Kushina. He hastened his steps towards Minato, who, upon sensing an approach, turned and greeted him first. "Shushu, what brings you to the training grounds? Are you here to practice as well? How is Lord Orochimaru?" As a fellow disciple of the Sannin, he surely recognized him. Liu replied politely, "My master is engrossed in research, making him rarely seen. I have taken to training on my own." Minato chuckled awkwardly. As for Jiraiya-sensei, he has gone off to gather materials for his book. Liu silently scoffed, thinking he was likely off peeking at women bathing or indulging in debauchery. Spotting Minato training sparked an urge within him. He felt a twinge of excitement. This was a challenge directed at Minato, as Liu was eager to gauge his strength at this time. Receiving Liu's words, Minato responded with an invitation. "Very well, combat will enhance our abilities." Liu positioned himself opposite Minato, gripping his kunai, ready to engage at a moment's notice. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage, consumed by ennui, had just finished admiring the scenery of the women's bathhouse. He used a handkerchief to dab at an enigmatic crimson liquid beneath his nose. He then shifted his gaze to the training ground where Liu and Minato Namikaze were about to engage in a duel. The younger generation of Konohagakure had grown, and he was filled with anticipation regarding their progress. As the match commenced, Liu was the first to launch a volley of Shuriken towards Minato, who promptly retaliated by deflecting each one. Minato then unleashed several Shuriken of his own, swiftly forming hand seals. Utilizing the Shadow Shuriken technique, an overwhelming barrage of Shuriken shot toward Liu. Not wearing a mask to conceal his Sharingan, Liu hesitated to activate its powers. Faced with the sheer number of Shuriken, he resorted to a ninjutsu he had copied in a recent battle. Forming seals, he struck the ground with one hand, invoking the Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. He then leaped back, forming additional seals with the sequence of hands, snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, and tiger. He unleashed the Fire-style, Great Fireball technique. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, seated in his office with a pipe clenched between his teeth, marveled, Shushu. This child can actually perform Fire-style. I wonder where he learned the Uchiha clan's Great Fireball technique. I am curious about how many chakra nature transformations he possesses. As Liu launched his attack at Minato, who was just about to leap over the earthen wall, the timing was impeccable. True to his reputation, Minato's combat reflexes were extraordinary, as he performed a substitution technique mid-air. He dashed toward Liu from the side, Shuriken clearing his path, while a kunai aimed directly at Liu. With no time left to form seals, Liu attempted to block the strike with his kunai, planning to create distance and exhaust Minato's chakra from afar, relying on his abundant reserves. However, Minato did not afford Liu an opportunity to retreat. He engaged in a flurry of taijutsu, and Liu, not one to back down, matched him with the physical prowess of the Senju Clan, even without activating his Sharingan. Liu unleashed a devastating punch, but Minato's combat instinct prompted him to leap back just in time. The punch went wide, its force unable to retract, striking the ground instead. With a resounding crash, the earth fractured and collapsed beneath them, destabilizing Minato's footing. Underestimating the sheer power of Liu's blow, Minato found himself in peril. Seizing the moment, Liu swiftly formed seals, his 10 fingers interlocking, and shouted, with style, "Birth of the Tree Sea." Roots and vines surged forth, ensnaring Minato from multiple directions. Minato, taken aback by the sight, realized it was with style and prepared to employ the body flicker technique. However, he was abruptly caught as the vines sprang up, wrapping around his ankles, rendering him immobile. At this moment, Minato had yet to master the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, nor had he devised the Rasengan. Thus, he found himself easily captured, a testament to the advantages of wood style and Liu's prodigious strength. Contemplating his next move, Liu promptly dispelled the wood style technique, allowing Minato to regain his footing. At this moment, the expression on Minato Namikaze's face was somewhat pale as he observed the awakening of Mokuton by SHT. This was indeed the original wood release, capable of absorbing chakra. It was no wonder that such a technique belonged to the first Hokage. I never anticipated that there would be another member of the Senju clan who could once again awaken wood release. That punch just now must have been the monstrous strength of Lady Tsunade. I had only witnessed her use it against my master, Jiraiya. As Minato spoke, he offered a warm smile and extended his hand to form a reconciliation seal with Liu. Liu returned the gesture with a smile. Minato, you will undoubtedly realize your dreams in the future. My dreams are no different from yours. Let us strive together. The two exchanged smiles, and at that moment, a smile appeared on the face of the third Hokage, who was watching from behind the crystal ball. SHT, having awakened would release not long ago, had already begun to resemble the first Hokage to some extent. Observing the duel between Minato and SHT, he remarked, the new leaves have begun to sprout. After bidding farewell to Minato Namikaze, Liu returned home to review the circumstances of his recent battles. He realized that he had only specifically studied wood release and medical ninjutsu, while neglecting other types of ninjutsu entirely. Moreover, he could not constantly rely on large-scale techniques like wood release, advent of the tree world, flower tree world, or wood dragon technique. Engaging in one-on-one combat while using such formidable techniques felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Given his current age and physical limitations, his chakra was scarce. He could only release appropriate ninjutsu at suitable moments to maintain longevity in battle. Liu promptly went to the family's secret grounds to retrieve the scrolls for Doton and Suiton techniques, as the Senju clan possessed these elemental releases. The first Hokage, of course, utilized water release and earth release, and with the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, masterful in water release. There were many advanced techniques within those scrolls. What are these scrolls? He wondered, noticing that both scrolls were inscribed with summoning techniques. Liu leaped with joy. The Senju Clan's summoning technique must pertain to the Wetbone Forest. Eagerly, he opened one of the scrolls, which detailed the Senju Clan's summoning techniques and their descriptions, revealing numerous summoning methods and seals. He found the first Hokage's five-headed gate, capable of directly countering the tailed beast bomb of Susanoo and deflecting it, reputed to be the strongest defense among Hokages. This technique, a form of summoning tool, required a contract bound by blood with the seals, boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep to summon the gate of hell. The gate itself could not be moved and would vanish after executing its defensive action. It could also summon the three-headed gate, like Orochimaru. Depending on the amount of chakra used, one could summon varying numbers of gates to withstand attacks. He then searched for the instructions on summoning slugs and proceeded to open another large scroll. Following the instructions, he inscribed the name of Senju Sht and pressed his blood seal, discovering numerous names of other Senju Clan members, including the familiar names of Hashirama Senju and Tsunade Senju. The Senju Clan shares profound connections with the Wetbone Forest. It is said that the original Senju Hashirama mastered sage techniques within this mystical realm. If that is the case, one should first venture into the Wetbone Forest to learn sage arts, while other ninjutsu can be acquired later through the use of wooden clones. With that thought, Liu bit his finger and declared, "Reverse summoning technique." In an instant, the scene transformed into a vibrant forest, saturated with moist air and shrouded in mist. At that moment, a slug, roughly the size of a fist, emerged from the underbrush and approached Liu's feet. Speaking, "Lord Slug has been expecting your arrival. Allow me to guide you." With that, it burrowed into Liu's clothing, climbing to his shoulder to lead him to the slug's true form. Upon arriving before a slug of immense proportions, akin to a mountain, Liu realized that its size was vastly different from that depicted in the tale of the Hokage. Tsunade had only summoned a fraction of the slug's true essence. "Child, you hail from the Senju Clan, do you not? What brings you here?" "Lord Slug, I have come to learn the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest," Liu replied. "Sage arts are not easily mastered by everyone. Since you wish to learn, I shall impart this knowledge to you. Whether you succeed depends on your own abilities." The slug upon his shoulder resumed its role as a guide, leading him to a lake enveloped in thick mist. "Here, you shall feel and absorb natural energy. I will attach myself to you. And when you are on the verge of petrification, I will interrupt you." Having seen the original tale, Liu, eager to swiftly master the sage arts, decided to emulate Naruto's training style. He formed hand seals, and multiple tendrils emerged from his body, creating 10 wooden clones to train simultaneously. Observing this, the slug also divided into several forms. "You are quite clever. This method may expedite your mastery of sage arts." While Naruto had to rely on a single toad during his training, only managing to create 3 clones, the slug possessed the ability to infinitely divide, alleviating such concerns. 11 Lies settled into meditative postures, attuning themselves to the natural energy surrounding them. However, mastering sage arts is no simple endeavor. Yet the power of numbers does amplify strength. After spending 3 days in the Wetbone Forest, Liu had nearly perfected the sage arts. Unlike the toads of Mount Myaboku, the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest manifested as a ring of green markings upon his forehead, with a green dot at the center and emerald shadows gracing the corners of his eyes, an appearance identical to that of the original sage. "At last, I have mastered the sage arts," he exclaimed. The chakra of an elite J-nin proved insufficient, and sage techniques would supplement it. With the formidable physique of the Senju Clan and the unique attributes of the Wetbone Forest slugs, Liu could create multiple clones to absorb natural energy. During Naruto's battle with Pain's 6 paths, he could only activate Sage Mode 3 times consecutively, each lasting 5 minutes. However, as a member of the Senju Clan, Liu could activate it 4 times in succession, each lasting 7 minutes. The Senju Clan possesses a robust constitution, and having awakened would release. They harmonize beautifully with natural energy. Thus, the 3-day respite was spent mastering the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest. Yet, it was time to don his mask once more and return to his duties in the Umbu. Each day continued with patrols around the village, while 2 clones were dispatched to study the techniques of water release and earth release at home, alongside a casual exploration of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Senju Clan possessed an abundance of invaluable scrolls, which further solidified Liu's resolve to restore the Senju lineage. He diligently practiced the Rasengan, using Naruto's training methods from the storyline, hoping to master it. as it was an unmarked A-rank technique that could potentially evolve into an S-rank ninjutsu with the right attributes. After a month of dedicated effort, he succeeded in forming the Rasengan, remarkably without the need for both hands, utilizing the chakra control inherent to the Senju Clan to execute it with a single hand. Liu felt a sense of satisfaction and decided to seek out Minato Namikaze to study the Flying Thunder God technique together. This S-rank space-time ninjutsu, developed by the second Hokage, allowed instantaneous movement by marking a target with the technique's formula, enabling the caster or any object indirectly connected to the caster's chakra to teleport. The technique could be activated without hand seals, and if mastered, it would be a significant asset, especially considering the Senju Clan's inherent spatial affinity. Given the monotony of the Umbu patrols, Liu sent his wooden clone to report and patrol daily, while his true self remained at home, honing his ninjutsu skills. Through his observations during these patrols, he learned where Minato frequently trained. Thus, Liu ventured into a nearby grove and discovered Minato, who was gathering chakra with one hand, intently watching the fluctuations in his right hand's chakra. Minato, are you experimenting with a new ninjutsu? Liu inquired. Minato paused his efforts and turned to face Liu. Rope Tree, I heard from Master Jiraiya that you've joined the Umbu. What brings you here? Oh, did Jiraiya-sama mention this to you? Is he intending for you to undergo some training in the Umbu as well? Perhaps that is the case, Minato replied, somewhat bashfully, glancing at the formula inscribed on his kunai, which indicated his progress with the Flying Thunder God technique left by the second Hokage. Indeed, Liu remarked. I see you are condensing chakra with one hand. Are you exploring the nature of chakra fluctuations? At that moment, Liu also concentrated, forming a swirling mass of blue chakra threads that rapidly spun around his palm. Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, the chakra has materialized. Without further ado, Liu launched the Rasengan at the nearest tree, creating several indentations on the surface and leaving a substantial hole in the trunk. Not bad, Liu said proudly. The materialization of chakra allows for immense power, which is directly related to the amount of chakra infused. In front of the future fourth Hokage, I managed to showcase the Rasengan ahead of time, intending to exchange insights on the Flying Thunder God technique and collaborate with someone destined to master and elevate its legacy. In the realm of ninjutsu, I propose a trade, my proficiency in the art of the Flying Thunder God for your mastery of the Rasengan. What do you think? The ever-astute Minato Namikaze found himself intrigued yet hesitant. The Flying Thunder God technique was a high-level ninjutsu procured by Jiraiya from the third Hokage, necessitating his approval for any exchange. Do not misunderstand, Minato interjected. As a member of the Senju Clan, I possess access to techniques from the lineage of Senju Tobirama. I intend to collaborate with you, sharing insights along the way. Very well, then came the agreeable reply. Despite Minato's amiable demeanor, he was quite perceptive and clearly harbored a desire to learn the Rasengan from me, compelling me to present it willingly. However, I held a greater affinity for the Flying Thunder God technique, which offered both offensive and evasive capabilities, allowing for the fusion of various jutsu. Liu readily imparted the methods for mastering the Rasengan to Minato, while also acquiring his insights on the Flying Thunder God technique. They engaged in a thoughtful discourse regarding the technique, hinting that the incorporation of formidable sealing techniques could yield even greater potential. This was likely a strategic preparation for his future endeavors with Kushina Uzumaki. With the desired knowledge of the Flying Thunder God secured, Liu resolved to diligently practice it. Within his strategic framework, there was yet another jutsu that warranted exploration. The evolution of the Sharingan was notoriously arduous, let alone the transition to the Mangeki Sharingan, which required the sacrifice of a dearest companion to unlock. Reflecting on the original narrative, the climactic confrontation between Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha demonstrated that ocular power could indeed be transferred. This prompted Liu to contemplate whether it was feasible to absorb the ocular power of other Sharingan, thereby accelerating the advancement to the Mangeki Sharingan. But where to begin? Izanagi. This technique harnesses all ocular power and the radiance of the eyes, albeit for a fleeting moment, enabling the caster to convert all adverse circumstances, including death, into a dreamlike state, while simultaneously manifesting the advantageous factors of an attacker into reality. It grants the ultimate control over the boundaries between reality and illusion. Liu pondered how to adapt this technique, channeling all ocular power into another pair of eyes. But where could such a technique be acquired? He found himself momentarily lost in thought, realizing that aside from the Uchiha clan, there was little hope of discovery elsewhere. Then he recalled Danzo, that old rascal. It was likely that Danzo had amassed a significant collection of Sharingan and Uchiha secrets following the clan's massacre. An epiphany struck Liu. The long-standing rivalry between the Senju and Uchiha clans meant that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had undoubtedly researched forbidden techniques and various ninjutsu, seeking to outmaneuver his adversaries. Liu dashed to the family's secret chamber, seeking the research materials left behind by the second Hokage. Upon unrolling the scrolls, he discovered a trove of Uchiha techniques: the Uchiha Shuriken technique, Great Fireball technique, Phoenix Fire technique, Great Fire Destruction, and Izanagi. By my word, Susanoo, he exclaimed, astonished at the extensive repertoire accumulated over years of conflict with the Uchiha clan. The scroll nearly contained everything, save for Izanami. Detailed explanations of the Sharingan and its advanced capabilities were included, culminating in descriptions of the Mangeki Sharingan. Furthermore, the intricacies of Susanoo were meticulously outlined, from its initial form to the first through fourth stages, culminating in its complete manifestation. Beneath the surface, there exists a formidable entity known as Susanoo, which can be donned as armor upon the Ninetales, amalgamating the overwhelming strength of the Ninetales with the exceptional defensive capabilities of Susanoo. This is reminiscent of the legendary battle at the Valley of the End between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, where Madara unleashed his ultimate technique, a feat recorded by the second Hokage. After perusing this information, I rolled up the scroll, recognizing that the utmost priority now lies in the study of ninjutsu. Seeking an appropriate target to acquire ocular power. Time flies rapidly. Each day is consumed by the extraction of chakra, the research and development of ninjutsu, and patrolling the village. I have successfully completed 1 A-rank mission, 26 B-rank missions, and 147 C-rank missions. Currently, I have mastered Sage Arts, elevating my chakra level to that of an elite J-nin. These tasks have become rather simplistic. Indeed, I can simply charge through the C-rank missions by utilizing wood release to create several clones to undertake the tasks. That particular A-rank mission began as a C-rank patrol assignment, but was escalated to A-rank due to unforeseen circumstances, marking my promotion to Chunin. Liu grew weary of performing B and C-rank missions and deliberately approached the third Hokage to submit a request. In the third Hokage's office within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed me. Your request has been approved, and I shall personally oversee your J-nin examination. Are you prepared? Yes, Hokage-sama. I am ready and can commence at any time. Oh, quite confident, are we? It has been a while since I engaged in physical activity. My body feels a bit rusty. As the third Hokage spoke, he stretched his limbs, accompanied by Kakashi Hitaki and a cadre of Umbu ninjas, entering a secret training arena of Konohagakure. For ninjas positioned themselves at each cardinal point, forming a barrier. With a gap created, Liu was the first to step inside. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi removed his Hokage cloak and donned combat attire, preparing to engage in combat opposite Liu. The surrounding Umbu ninjas whispered amongst themselves. Who is this Liu? The third Hokage is personally testing him. It seems this is not merely a routine assessment. From another entrance, Danzo Shimura made his entrance. Flanked by 2 root ninjas, his demeanor solemn. At this time, Danzo had yet to implant Hashirama's cells. His right hand was unwrapped. Yet his right eye remained shrouded in bandages. Upon Danzo's arrival, the Umbu personnel collectively greeted him, Lord Danzo. Danzo exchanged nods with Hiruzen. This was the U.S. first encounter with Danzo, the most notorious schemer in the Hidden Leaf Village, infamous for his disruptive presence. A fleeting glance revealed a pale figure with serpent-like eyes. Orochimaru had also arrived, his gaze brimming with fervor as he muttered to himself, Rope Tree. I am eager to witness your growth during this time. Heh. Not far behind stood a bespectacled middle-aged man and a woman of similar age, whom Liu surmised to be Mito Gate and Mitsu Koharu, high-ranking officials of the Hokage. It appeared that all who could attend had gathered, eager to witness my wood-release technique. Given this, I felt no need to hold back. Demonstrating my strength would be crucial to avoid future complications. A subtle smile crept upon Liu's lips, concealed behind his Umbu mask, ensuring that none could discern his expression. This time, I shall not frighten you, especially not you. Danzo. Liu redirected his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen across from him, who was also preparing for battle. The 2 combatants formed their respective hand seals, and in an instant, Liu activated his double Tomo Sharingan, swiftly hurling shurikens. As he performed the hand seals for the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen countered with his own shurikens and seals. The shurikens clashed midair, producing a cacophony of sounds. Where did this boy learn such ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Liu then produced 4 specially crafted kunai, launching them toward his opponent while concentrating chakra with one hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen deflected 2 kunai with his own and sidestepped to evade the remaining ones. At that moment, Liu activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Appearing instantaneously beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, pressing a spiraling sphere against him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing the blue orb approaching, quickly gathered chakra in his hand to block the blow. His body spinning mid-air before landing and skidding to a halt after covering some distance. The effectiveness of this strike stemmed largely from its unexpectedness. He never intended to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen so easily. The Flying Thunder God of the second Hokage is quite impressive, the third Hokage remarked in surprise. I didn't expect you to master it. The Umbu ninja on stage gasped in awe. What kind of ninjutsu is this? At that moment, Danzo took on the role of commentator, declaring, this is the space-time ninjutsu of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, known as the Flying Thunder God technique. A collective sigh of admiration arose from the audience, recognizing the surprise effect had now passed. The battle would ultimately be determined by strength. No longer intending to hold back, Liu formed hand seals for water release, water surge. At that moment, water began to gather around him, crashing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen in a tumultuous wave. One of the Umbu on stage remarked, this is impressive. Even in such a dry environment, he can execute such a formidable water release technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, undeterred, quickly formed his own seals and spat out a mouthful of earth. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen cliff arose, blocking the oncoming torrent. Though the ground was already submerged in water, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly leapt atop the earthen wall, hastily forming seals for earth release, earth dragon bomb. An enormous dragon had emerged from the ground, launching a barrage of earth bullets toward Liu. Those familiar with the narrative immediately recognized that a fire release was imminent. Fire release, fireball. The earth bullets ignited mid-air, hurtling toward Liu at a rapid pace. In response, he summoned an equally thick earthen wall, earth release, earth flow wall. The impact resonated as numerous fiery craters appeared on the earthen cliff. A mere earthen wall could not withstand Sarutobi Hiruzen's composite ninjutsu. Truly worthy of the title of third Hokage, yet Liu had already taken note of it. Wind release, vacuum wave. A fierce gust surged towards Liu, whipping like a whip, delivering a sweeping assault upon him and the earthen wall beneath his feet. The ground trembled as debris flew. The earthen wall of the cliff crumbling instantaneously and collapsing into the water below. Toanzo lamented, noting that Sarutobi was indeed serious, employing even B-rank ninjutsu. Liu adeptly evaded the multiple strikes with the Flying Thunder God technique. Realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared that he would not hold back any longer. Water release, water severing wave. A powerful torrent of water transformed into a sharp blade, sweeping horizontally towards Sarutobi Hiruzen on the rocky cliff, cutting through the terrain in a smooth arc. A large volume of stones tumbled into the water, creating a continuous sound of splashing. True to his reputation as the third Hokage, Sarutobi skillfully leaped from side to side, albeit somewhat clumsily, managing to evade the sweeping water attack. Toanzo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he transformed into a commentator. An A-rank water release ninjutsu, the water severing wave. This technique, once wielded by the second Hokage on the battlefield, was capable of decapitating dozens of ninjas in a single sweep. He scrutinized Liu with increasing admiration, noting that his water techniques bore a resemblance to those of his mentor, Tobirama Senju. Wind release, vacuum wave. Upon hearing Sarutobi call out this ninjutsu, Liu's skin prickled in response. This was also an A-rank wind release technique, capable of breaching even Susanoo defenses. In the original narrative, Toanzo had utilized the vacuum wave against Sasuke's Susanoo, tearing a massive gash in it. Observing the extensive range of Sarutobi's technique, Liu decided to reveal his own prowess. Since you were so eager to gauge my strength, allow me to demonstrate. He bit his fingers, forming hand seals, and struck the ground with both hands. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. 3 colossal gates, red, green, and blue, erupted from the earth, each adorned with terrifying demons, their mouths agape, symbolizing the consumption of all. The wind wave shattered the first 2 gates, but lacking sufficient force, it was halted by the third, leaving a deep mark on its surface before dissipating in a cloud of smoke. The Umbu ninjas gasped in awe at the remarkable defense of this ninjutsu. Even the A-rank techniques of the third Hokage were insufficient to breach it. Toanzo was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Orochimaru, unable to contain himself, also took on the role of a commentator. The first Hokage's summoning technique indeed boasts astonishing defense, incomparable to mere mid-level defensive ninjutsu like Earth Wall. Summoning the Rashomon required a substantial amount of chakra, and he pondered that it was time to learn this technique of the first Hokage. Little did Liu know that it was his own actions that compelled Orochimaru to study the Rashomon technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Liu successfully defend against his attack with this technique, formed hand seals once more. Fire release, great fireball. A massive, searing flame surged forth, rushing towards Liu with a powerful impact. Liu sighed in resignation. Here it comes again. Water release, water barrier. He conjured a wall of water to intercept the fiery onslaught, a thick wave of heat rolling off the barrier. Having expended considerable chakra, he resolved to showcase his wood release. Rapidly forming hand seals, he interlocked his fingers and shouted, "Would release, birth of the tree sea." This time, the ground beneath the third Hokage's summoned cliff erupted with trees rapidly sprouting, breaking through the earth and swiftly spreading to engulf the entire barrier. The potency of this wood release far surpassed his previous attempts. Faced with this overwhelming display, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to bite his finger. In the realm of summoning, the invocation of the ape demon transformed into the golden staff, unleashing a flurry of strikes that severed the encroaching vines. "Monkey, who has summoned me?" queried the ape demon, as Liu observed Sarutobi Hiruzen calling forth the beast, realizing that the battle was nearing its conclusion. He refrained from commanding the vines to attack vigorously, merely engaging in a token display. After all, it was only fitting to afford some respect to the third Hokage. Compelling the summoning technique was sufficient, and Liu subsequently released his Sharingan. Noticing the absence of the vines, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the golden staff, approached Liu and proclaimed, "Ziyu, I am quite pleased with your assessment. From this moment forth, you shall serve as a Nin of Konoha." He spoke with solemnity, imparting that as the inheritor of the first Hokage's would release, Liu must also embrace the will of fire. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall persist. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. As Liu absorbed the essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire, he found the rapid indoctrination overwhelming. Nevertheless, he responded earnestly, having inherited the first Hokage's would release. "I shall ensure that it embodies his will and steadfastly protects the village. Under your guidance, the village shall flourish and endure." Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Liu's words, squinted his eyes in satisfaction and nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to depart. Liu felt assured that his flattery had secured his position. After witnessing Liu's wood release, Danzo felt a strong inclination to recruit him into the root organization and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mito Kazemaru and T. Kashirori cast lingering glances at Liu before leaving the scene. Once in a secluded area, Liu encountered Orochimaru emerging from the shadows. "Ju, your strength has increased remarkably. As your teacher, I am delighted for you. When you find the time, do visit me. I have some minor research queries," he said. "Orochimaru-sensei, I will certainly come by when I have the chance to seek your guidance," Liu replied, appearing unperturbed. Orochimaru, having gauged Liu's demeanor, turned to leave, initially considering exploiting Liu's chakra depletion to seize him. Once Orochimaru departed, Liu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. The following day, he registered at the Hokage building and received his green Nin vest, continuing his duties within the Umbu. During his time in Konoha, he forged a strong friendship with Minato Namikaze, engaging in the study of ninjutsu and sparring together. He also learned that Minato had long joined the Umbu and frequently undertook missions, significantly enhancing his abilities. "Minato, do you have someone you fancy? It's been a while since I last saw you. I heard you haven't been on missions," Liu inquired. Minato responded somewhat awkwardly, "Well, it seems there might be someone." "Haha, it's definitely someone. I want to pry into who it is, but you should put in a little more effort." Minato's thoughts drifted to a girl with red hair, and he instinctively lowered his gaze. Upon regaining his composure, Minato Namikaze retorted to Shinshu, "Do you not have someone you cherish?" This thought conjured in Liu's mind a figure with lustrous violet hair, fair skin, and a tall, alluring silhouette, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. A childish fascination, indeed. He could very well be her uncle in terms of age. Caught off guard by Minato's inquiry, Liu felt a twinge of realization. "Ah, I knew it. You do have someone you fancy, yet you refuse to admit it," he responded, feeling somewhat tricked. It was unexpected to see Minato in such a light. Gazing at his warm smile, Liu found himself unable to retaliate. Having worked alongside Tsukiying on numerous missions and having gifted her a kunai infused with his flying thunder god technique, he had long suspected her identity as the sister of Yuzuki Yuin, the proficient practitioner of the Leaf Village's swordsmanship. Just then, Liu received a message from the Umbu, summoning him for a mission. He waved farewell to Minato and quickly donned his mask, reporting to the Umbu base. It turned out to be a mere patrol duty, where he gathered with a few comrades, including Tsukiying and Mizuki. The three of them would patrol while Iwagakure's member ventured off on an individual assignment. Having just mentioned Tsukiying to Minato, Liu found himself glancing at her more often, noticing that she had blossomed into a well-developed 16-year-old. His gaze, though somewhat lingering, was discreetly shielded by his mask, alleviating any awkwardness. Shaking his head, he dismissed his wandering thoughts. According to the unfolding narrative, this year would see the Hidden Cloud Village attempt to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Izumaki, though the precise time and location remained uncertain. He pondered whether his presence might alter the course of events. Thus, the trio patrolled the village, swiftly traversing its expanse. Suddenly, Liu sensed a weakening of the barrier from a distance. He swiftly approached the nearest tree, carefully attuning his senses, and discerned a figure hastily breaking through the barrier. Their chakra, unmistakable. Minato. This is bad. Kushina may be in danger, he exclaimed. The trio hurried towards Kushina's residence, only to discover her absence, with signs of a struggle evident and the Umbu guarding her scattered upon the ground. Tsukiying, swiftly report this to the Hokage, Liu instructed. Mizuki, attend to the wounded and ensure their safety. I have a hunch about the enemy's direction of escape. I will pursue them immediately. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Liu dashed towards the area where the barrier had faltered, racing through it. The adversaries were numerous. To incapacitate 5 Umbu members in one fell swoop suggested the presence of at least 3 Jonin among them. After sprinting for some distance, he realized he was uncertain of which direction the enemy had fled. However, he remained unperturbed, closing his eyes to attune himself. He soon located their chakra signature and activated his technique, vanishing from his spot. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he reappeared beside Minato, who was meticulously searching for traces of red hair under the moonlight, as the surrounding space distorted momentarily. With unwavering focus, Minato Namikaze continued to search for the strands of hair on the ground, casually remarking, "SHRU, you've arrived. Help me locate the red hair left by Kushina." Minato, possessing the ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, suddenly activated the kunai exchanged with Liu, instantly sensing Liu's approach. Truly, Minato's spatial awareness was remarkably astute. Had it been anyone else, they might have been caught off guard, possibly even by the masked Obito. Yet, his attention was solely fixed upon the crimson locks. Oh, Minato must be feeling anxious. Relying on moonlight to search with mere eyesight is far too sluggish. Watch this, Liu declared, placing his hands upon a tree. Exerting his full effort to commune with the surrounding forest, sharing sensory perception. 20 meters ahead, on the rocky ground, and to the left, 30 meters onto the grassy field. Upon hearing this, Minato bolted forward, not allowing Liu to finish his sentence. Minato, I've located the enemy's position. 8 individuals, 7 of whom are ninjas predominantly wielding lightning chakra. They have paused to rest 3 kilometers ahead. Minato, as long as you find enough hair, it should suffice for your romantic pursuits, Liu jested. Among the 7 cloud ninjas, the captain noticed his team members were somewhat fatigued after a relentless journey, as their chakra had been substantially depleted, nearing the outskirts of Konoha. They all halted to recuperate for 2 minutes before resuming their trek. A robust ninja gently set down the captured Kushina Izumaki, whose hair, though disheveled from the prolonged journey, still showcased its striking red hue. Captain, that Konoha Jinchuriki has been fidgeting incessantly. I suspect she is plotting something. Why not take advantage of this break to incapacitate her hands? After all, the mission requires her to be alive, one of the team members with a hidden blade responded. Oh, more antics on the road, the captain remarked. At that moment, Kushina's face turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably upon hearing their words. Then let us not hold back. Liu swiftly approached, discerning the presence of 2 Jonin and 1 elite Jonin among the enemies, with the remaining 4 being elite Chunin. The enemy squad is formidable. Minato, you initiate the primary assault with the Flying Thunder God, while I follow up with large-scale ninjutsu to scatter them. We shall target the weaker links first, ultimately confronting those 3 Jonin. By this time, the 2 had drawn near to the enemy's vicinity. Liu quickly formed hand seals for would release, would clone technique, creating 2 identical clones of himself, who promptly distanced themselves. Minato, fixated on Kushina amidst the crowd, gently urged Liu, "How are you faring? Do you feel confident?" This was especially true as he observed one ninja brandishing a knife and advancing toward Kushina, gripping his specialized kunai with intent. Seeing that the enemy's attention was directed towards Kushina, Liu thought, "What a splendid opportunity," concealing himself behind the mask. The three Liyes activated their Sharingan and performed their respective hand seals: Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Earth Release, Rock Coffin, and Water Release, Water Wave. A fierce gust surged towards the crowd, prompting everyone to squint against the sudden onslaught. At that moment, a semicircular earthen wall rose swiftly from both sides of Kushina, enveloping her entirely, shielding her from the assault of the fierce winds and the impending torrent. Subsequently, a colossal wave surged from the opposite side, crashing towards the 7 ninjas with tremendous force. The recent hurricane had left them unable to maintain their footing, rendering them incapable of utilizing ninjutsu for defense. Those with lesser abilities had already been blown away, and as the enormous wave approached, they were compelled to scatter. Enduring a C-rank wind release and a B-rank water release head-on was no trivial matter. One of the less skilled elite Chunin was rendered unconscious by the onslaught. Minato Namikaze inwardly acknowledged the situation and charged towards the remaining 3 elite Chunin, hurling specially crafted kunai at them. Meanwhile, 2 other Jonin engaged in combat with Liyu's shadow clone, while he himself targeted the elite Jonin. "Kid, your recent ninjutsu was quite impressive. It effectively disrupted our formation. Your chakra must be running low now," remarked the elite Jonin from the Cloud Village, drawing his ninja blade and slicing through the air, crackling with lightning. Liu surmised that they intended to employ their village's most proficient taijutsu to swiftly eliminate him. He retrieved 3 specially crafted kunai and launched them in 3 different directions, embedding them into several trees with a dull thud. With his left hand forming a Rasengan and his right gripping Minato's kunai, he charged at his adversary. A downward strike aimed at Liu's Rasengan was intended to cleave him in 2. In midair, Liu sidestepped his opponent and flung the kunai from his hand, a wicked smile gracing his lips as his body suddenly flickered and vanished. A flash of golden light appeared at his enemy's flank. Minato had swiftly dispatched the 3 elite Chunin and now released a kunai towards the enemy while simultaneously launching a Rasengan that struck beneath the opponent's arm. Just as the enemy narrowly evaded the kunai, Liu reappeared from the opposite side, delivering yet another Rasengan that hit him squarely in the back. The elite Jonin, struck by 2 Rasengans, plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. As Liu prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, 2 of his shadow clones also initiated the technique, reaching 2 nearby trees where they each formed hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. The elite Jonin, having just crashed to the ground and suffering considerable injuries, was caught off guard. The earth trembled with thunderous sounds, accompanied by several explosive blasts, leaving the ground in disarray, and the body of the elite Jonin from the Cloud Village was reduced to mere fragments, blood and flesh scattered. Wind attributes counter lightning attributes, shattering the defense of lightning chakra. A strategic combination, augmented by 2 B-rank ninjutsu, created an opportunity for concentrated bombardment. Before the enemy could react, the elite Jonin was effectively eliminated. Liu's 2 shadow clones, having exhausted their chakra, transformed into mere wooden figures. At that moment, Minato, who had swiftly resolved the situation with the 3 elite Chunin, arrived and stood shoulder to shoulder with Liu. The 2 exchanged knowing glances and smiles, swiftly swapping their specially crafted kunai before charging towards the 2 Jonin. As they separated, Liu had a sudden inspiration and declared a challenge to see who could eliminate their opponents faster. As he surged towards the Jonin, he suddenly felt a surge in his observational abilities. At that moment, Liu's eyes, now blood red, displayed 3 spinning tomo. Only through battle can one swiftly enhance their strength. Initially, I intended to test the might of my sage techniques against that elite Jonin, but alas, he was swiftly defeated. Thus, I shall experiment with this Jonin from the hidden Cloud Village. At this moment, within a dense growth, Liu transformed his clone into a mere log. Instantly, a green dot appeared on his forehead, encircled by a circular green pattern, and his eyes were adorned with a green shadow, complemented by a pair of blood red, 3 tomo Sharingan, creating an indescribably bizarre appearance. To prevent the opponent from witnessing his current visage, he hastily formed hand seals and initiated the Genjutsu, Dark Passage technique, an A-rank illusion used by the first Hokage that strips the enemy of all light. With the enhanced 3 tomo Sharingan, the activated illusion would likely render even the Manjiki Sharingan temporarily blind. He formed hand seals once more, his 10 fingers interlaced, and with a commanding shout, he unleashed would release, birth of the Sea of Trees. Utilizing Sage Mode, this technique vastly amplified the range, growth speed, resilience of the trees, and the rate at which they absorbed the enemy's chakra, increasing each factor manifold. Thus, the unsuspecting Jainin was ensnared in a twisted embrace, feeling as if his very essence was being siphoned away, leading him to faint with a mere blink of his eyes. Liu closed his Sharingan and dispelled the natural energy enveloping him, causing the intricate patterns on his face to vanish. Just then, his kunai warmed in his hand, and with a shift in the space around him, Minato appeared by his side, glancing at the Jainin bound and only revealing his head. Quite swift, isn't it? Let us return to find Kushina, Liu remarked, removing his mask. I shall not accompany you. He then prepared to disperse the earth release technique from a distance, stating, I'll clean up the battlefield. The final flotation is yours, and gave a knowing glance. Minato, blessed with an abundance of charm, would undoubtedly comprehend. After urging his departure, Liu dispelled the earth technique from afar. As anticipated, Minato executed a princess carry, racing through the trees with Kushina. While Minato wooed under the moonlight, Liu mused, to woo the most alluring maidens and bear the mightiest offspring. At this juncture, Liu gathered the bodies, one rendered unconscious by the water, the other bound. He signaled to the sky with a concealed signal flare, then sat down against a large tree, humming a light tune. If only there were some provisions at this moment. Transporting items was truly cumbersome. I could starve. Upon returning, I must insist Minato treat me to a feast. Yueying, accompanied by a dozen umbu, arrived respectfully addressing him as Lord Ziyu. Upon confirming Liu's safety, Yueying sighed in relief and inquired, how did the battle fare? Perfectly executed. We captured 2 ninjas. Liu replied, directing the umbu to take the corpses back while the 2 living captives were sent for interrogation. Upon returning to the village, Liu reported the results of this mission to the 3rd Hokage. Ziyu, quite impressive, has successfully returned the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the village and thwarted the sinister plot of the Cloud Ninja Village. During this holiday period, I suggest you contemplate whether you would be willing to mentor a graduating class of ninja school students. I believe there would be no issue in guiding the graduates. Esteemed Hokage, nevertheless, I urge you to consider this carefully, as there remains a considerable time until the current class graduates. Liu, departing from the Hokage building with lingering questions, found himself pondering the mysterious intentions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. During the break, he sought out Namikaze Minato, only to discover him in a delightful moment with Kushina. Shengshu, it's you. I still owe you my gratitude for what transpired last time, Liu remarked upon arriving. This was his first encounter with Kushina, despite having shared the same class in ninja school without ever exchanging words. However, Kushina greeted him with warmth, saying, Shengshu, Minato has already informed me about the recent events. I cannot thank you enough. Liu smiled in response as a ninja of Konoha. It is only natural to assist Minato, my friend. His visit aimed to discuss the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing techniques with Minato. In the foreseeable future, he planned to frequently consult Namikaze Minato to delve into the intricacies of the Flying Thunder God and explore how to leverage the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to develop an enhanced version of the Flying Thunder God. Known as Flying Thunder God, Thunder Guidance. This technique is capable of transferring the tailed beast bomb of the Nine Tails outside the village, characterized by its substantial chakra consumption. Understanding Liu's desire to learn sealing techniques, Kushina graciously gifted him the 4 symbol seal and the 8 trigram seal scrolls as tokens of gratitude. The Senju Clan, being distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan, had amassed a considerable collection of the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu within their family scrolls, which helped Liu unravel several of his queries regarding sealing techniques through this exchange with Kushina. Liu received his 37th S-rank mission, journeying to the Land of Bears to apprehend the rogue ninja Mizukawa from Takigakure. According to intelligence, Mizukawa had been spotted near the border of the Land of Birds. Upon receiving the mission, Liu set off immediately, traversing through the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, determined to enter the Land of Birds with utmost haste. The Land of Birds is nestled beside a lake frequented by migratory birds, its waters encircling the town, which is adorned with lush greenery, making it a picturesque and tranquil locale. This was Liu's first visit to the Land of Birds, and he recalled the original storyline, remembering that it was around the time when Sasuke had just defected from the village, and Naruto, Tenten, and Neji had teamed up to undertake a mission in the Land of Birds to combat the cursed samurai. In essence, they faced a group of wandering ninjas aiming to usurp the feudal lord and seize control of the nation. Such small countries lack their own ninjas, so the mission would likely involve merely encountering a few rogue ninjas. Their first stop was the capital of the Land of Birds to gather intelligence. Alongside Liu were Awaju and two Umbu ninjas. As the leader of this operation, Liu instructed the two Umbu to gather information while he and Awaju transformed their appearances and strolled nonchalantly through the capital. Each pursuit of rogue ninjas from the village typically involved only up to elite ninjas, rendering these missions for Liu akin to leisurely trips. The scenery of the Land of Birds was rather pleasant, particularly with the abundance of herons, which likely inspired its name. However, its economy paled in comparison to that of Konoha, and soon enough, Liu's interest began to wane. At a gathering point, he encountered the two returning Umbu, who reported that Mizukawa had hired wandering ninjas for protection and had already departed for the Land of Bears. What? Mizukawa has fled again? He has traveled so far and even hired guards. Since Takigakure has paid a high price for us from Konoha to hunt him down, he must be rather formidable. The Land of Bears and the Land of Birds, both small nations, survive in the narrow space between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. Now, they needed to delve deeper into the confines of the Land of Bears to pursue him. The four of them hastily set off, aiming to intercept Mizukawa before he entered the forests of the Land of Bears. The forests there are dense and easy to get lost in. Once he ventured inside, tracking his whereabouts would become exceedingly difficult. After a night of travel, Liu sensed the presence of four individuals resting about 2 kilometers ahead. With a cold smirk, he thought, Mizukawa from Takigakure truly knows how to run. It seems I have finally caught up with him. Strategizing their approach, the four quickly advanced stealthily. The two Umbu positioned themselves at different vantage points. Fire style, great fireball technique. As the night unfolded, 2 fireballs hurtled toward them, and Mizukawa's reflexes were sharp. Water style, multiple water walls. He conjured 2 walls of water to block the fireball assault, causing mist to swirl and obscuring visibility. Liu was not one to hold back. He hurled 2 specially crafted kunai from the side, utilizing the flying thunder god technique. He instantly appeared between the 2 wandering ninjas, unleashing a Rasengan with his left hand toward one and thrusting a kunai into the throat of the other with his right. In the horrified gaze of one rogue ninja, a comrade was sent flying while another clutched his neck and collapsed. Mizukawa and his companion quickly leaped away, attempting to distance themselves from Liu. Awaju pursued Mizukawa, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat, while the rogue ninja swiftly performed hand seals for the multiple shadow clone technique, creating a multitude of shadowy figures. In the hidden village of Konoha, a member of the Umbu was startled by a clandestine forbidden technique. How could this be? Liu was equally astonished. After all, who among those familiar with Naruto's lore was unaware of Naruto's unique jutsu? The Sharingan activated, the eyes transforming into a crimson hue. With 3 tomos spinning rapidly, Liu could not help but scoff. Merely an illusion, a display of bravado. Without hesitation, he hurled a specially crafted kunai. The kunai pierced through the bodies of several individuals ahead, and with a flicker, Liu vanished into the crowd. With a spiraling sphere in hand, he struck downward, sending an opponent crashing into the ground. Boom! All the shadow clones twisted and vanished, rather than dissipating into smoke, leaving behind a silent figure lying in the pit beside Liu. He murmured to himself, I initially thought I could handle you without the Sharingan. Since it's been activated, let us conclude this swiftly. At that moment, Mizuno clashed with Iwagakure, retreating while forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Liu was unrelenting. His Sharingan fixated on Mizuno as he mirrored the hand seals, but with greater swiftness. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water gathered beneath his feet, forming into a dragon that surged toward Mizuno. Mizuno's pupils dilated in disbelief as he shouted, How is this possible? Just as the water dragon emerged, it was seized by Liu's dragon, which propelled Mizuno backward over 100 meters, rendering him unconscious. He commanded 2 Umbu to dispose of the corpses of the rogue ninjas. Closing his Sharingan, he approached the unconscious Mizuno and noticed a gourd hanging at his waist, filled with a translucent liquid that radiated a golden glow. Liu's heart raced. Hero's water, a specialty of Takigakure. This sacred water, harvested once every century from beneath a colossal tree, could amplify chakra tenfold. However, it bore a duality. As a cost for the chakra, it would consume the user's life. Without hesitation, he tucked it away. After dispatching Mizuno, he sealed his body within a scroll, preparing to return and report. Suddenly, within Liu's sensory range, he detected an anomaly. This is bad. A large number of ninjas are approaching us, and Umbu stepped forward, inquiring, Captain, can you discern which nation's ninjas they are? Liu pressed his hand against a nearby tree, attuning his senses. Iwagakure was intently observing him. As the two Umbu conversed, their hands instinctively reached for their kunai, which glimmered with a purple hue. One of them lunged at Liu's back, while the other swept horizontally. Seeing this, Iwagakure shouted, "Ziyu, watch your back." With a sidestep, Liu evaded the kunai aimed at his back, retreating a step, but his clothing was torn, and a streak of blood erupted from his arm. After successfully striking, the two Umbu swiftly leaped away, perching themselves atop trees. Noticing that Liu had only sustained a superficial wound, Iwagakure pivoted toward one of the Konoha Umbu. Liu cast his specially crafted kunai, charging toward another Umbu ninja. Just as he was about to strike, he realized the Umbu was emitting smoke, exclaiming, "Iwagakure, be cautious." Self-detonation. Boom. Hearing Liu's warning, Iwagakure barely managed to halt his advance, crossing his arms defensively in front of his chest, only to be hurled away by the residual blast. Liu effortlessly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his original position. With a loud expletive, he cursed the deceit of the Leaf Village. Yanxing hastily retreated. As the pursuing ninjas drew nearer, Liu noticed his injured arm, the wound having already healed, but found that his chakra was becoming increasingly difficult to manipulate. He formed hand seals, summoning a wooden clone to his side, with the clone providing cover. Liu and the lightly wounded Yanxing turned to flee towards the land of birds. Observing Liu's increasingly pale complexion, Yanxing struggled to keep pace with him. "Ziyu, what is wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Liu gasped in response. "Yanxing, the kunai from the leaf Umbu was poisoned, seemingly tailored specifically for me." Halting in place, he employed medical ninjutsu, forcibly expelling most of the toxins from his body. Liu had not anticipated the arduous nature of this healing process, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Seeing that Liu could no longer run, Yanxing declared, "I shall carry you." Without hesitation, he hoisted Liu onto his back and continued toward the land of birds. In a haze, Liu succumbed to unconsciousness. The wooden clone, aware of the serious injuries sustained by its original, set about creating time. It prepared an explosive tag trap nearby, deploying explosive tags to await the unsuspecting ninjas from an unknown village. At this moment, approximately 30 figures swiftly traversed the woods under the cover of night. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, reverberating through the air. There are traps. Enemy ambush. Amidst the chaos of the explosions, Liu hurled 5 specially crafted kunai towards the area with the highest concentration of foes, ruthlessly activating the Flying Thunder God technique. With a cacophony of cries and the sound of piercing flesh, 6 ninjas adorned with star-emblazoned headbands fell lifelessly. In the instant of their demise, Liu reclaimed his kunai and swiftly departed, unwilling to linger in combat. In a single encounter, he had eliminated 8 adversaries and injured 5 more. It turned out they were ninjas from Star Hidden Village. Liu wished not to squander his chakra, for the journey back to the Leaf Village was long. He pondered whether this attack might instill fear in the Star Ninjas, compelling them to retreat or dissuading them from pursuing with full force. Damn it. Where are the ninjas of Konoha? Are they hiding somewhere? Come out, you rats of Konoha. Liu scoffed at the raucous shouts behind him, quickening his pace to catch up with his main body. Awakening on the back of Yanxing, Liu, feeling sluggish, inquired, "Yanxing, where are we now?" "Ziyu, you're awake. We've reached the land of birds and will soon enter the capital. Hang in there. No need to carry me. I feel a bit better now." Although he was unable to summon much chakra and his recovery was slow, his body was holding up. "No, we cannot head to the capital of the land of birds." Yanxing asked in confusion, "Why not?" Liu retrieved a map from his back, pointing at it. "Look, the land of earth is above, and the land of wind is below. We are in the land of birds, nestled between these 2 great nations. To return to Konoha, we must pass through the land of rain. There are still pursuers behind us, driving us into this trap." "Ziyu, how did you deduce all this?" "I sense that among our pursuers, there is one adept in earth techniques and another skilled in wind techniques. My worst fear is that someone from Konoha will perish here. The land of birds has ensnared me. If I hadn't fainted earlier, I would have avoided entering the land of birds and taken a detour into the land of wind or the land of earth while the encirclement had yet to form. We should begin diverting now, heading to the land of earth, taking a gamble." With that, the two changed direction, making a beeline toward the land of earth. Not long into their journey, as they neared the border between the land of birds and the land of earth, they collided head-on with over 100 rock ninjas. Due to Ziyu's weakened state, his perception was significantly diminished. They attempted to break through but were ultimately surrounded. "Haha, the dark members of the Hokage. Ziyu and Yanxing, it's you too." It seems we can dispose of you here without any intervention from other nations. The credit will be ours. Liu shouted. Wait, how did you know we would come? A rock ninja who appeared to be the leader replied. We possess a special tracking technique. The encirclement has been gradually tightening within a 2-kilometer radius around you. We've invested considerable resources to eliminate you this time. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Yanxing realized escape was futile. He glanced back at Liu, saying, Ziyu, you must survive. You are the sole heir to the original wood release of Konoha. Knowing your chakra is limited, you have to live. Liu grasped Yanxing's hand. I have space ninjutsu. I still have enough to take you away. Yanxing forcefully shook off Liu's hand. Using space ninjutsu to transport someone consumes a vast amount of chakra. Even if we escape this time, will it truly resolve the crisis? You should conserve more chakra. Your chances of survival will increase. Ziyu, you must return to Konoha alive. With that, he charged headlong into the throng of rock ninjas without a backward glance. Liu watched Yanxing's resolute figure, seemingly grasping something profound. After a surge of spatial distortion, Liu found himself atop a mountain, observing the battlefield as Yanxing plunged into the crowd, dispatching 8 rock ninjas before being pierced by shurikens and kunai. Resembling a beehive, after a relentless battle and fleeing such a distance, the chakra reserves of the rock style had nearly been depleted. Faced with this multitude of foes, the feat of having 8 comrades cover for him was indeed remarkable. Liu felt a sharp pain in his eyes as his Sharingan activated spontaneously. The 3 tomos spun rapidly, enhancing his ocular power, only to come to an abrupt halt, although it did not evolve into the Meijiki. The lack of chakra prevented such an advancement. After the pain subsided, he realized that aside from the increase in ocular power, there were no other changes. What a pity. Having just utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, Liu could only muster a mere 10% of his chakra. The death of the rock style spurred Liu's resolve, prompting him to hasten toward the land of birds. Since escape was no longer an option, he decided to willingly enter the encirclement, specifically the border area between the land of birds and the land of rain. After a night of travel, he found a mountaintop, settled down to rest, and closed his eyes to recuperate his chakra and spirit. At this moment, the encircling army had reached the foot of the mountain. Peering down, Liu observed that the Iwagakure forces had arrived, numbering around 500, with 100 ninjas from Sunagakure and another 100 from Amigakure. Upon careful perception, he detected 3 powerful and unique chakra signatures. In the distance, he spotted individuals clad in purple garments and adorned with red conical hats among the Iwagakure ranks, Old Purple. The 4-tails Jinchuriki, and Han, the 5-tails Jinchuriki. Excellent. And it seems the Jinchuriki of the 1-tail from the Land of Wind, Fubuki, is also present. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out later. Hovering in the air were the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, the 3rd Kazekage, and Hanzo of the Salamander. Their presence was indeed a testament to my significance. This formidable assembly made Liu feel akin to Uchiha Madara, standing alone against an army of ninjas. With only 30% of his chakra at his disposal, a surge of bravado filled him. Listen well. I am Liu, an Umbu ninja of Konoha, code name Ziyu. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the Senju Clan's most formidable bloodline limit. With that declaration, a green dot materialized on his forehead, encircled by a circular green pattern. The corners of his eyes were accentuated with green shadow, complemented by his 3-tomo Sharingan, emanating an overwhelming aura. The masked figure rendered it difficult for the army to perceive Liu's transformation, leaving them to gauge his change solely through his imposing presence. Anoki inquired, "What is happening? Wasn't his chakra supposed to be insufficient?" The 3rd Kazekage dismissed the concern. "We have the numbers." The young Hanzo, still lacking in maturity, remarked, "He pales in comparison to the 1st Hokage." Liu unleashed all his specially crafted kunai, scattering them into the crowd. Suddenly, the space trembled as he found himself amidst the Iwagakure forces, swiftly forming hand seals with his hands crossed. Wood release, advent of the trees. From the point beneath his feet, vegetation began to surge uncontrollably, this time fueled by Sage Chakra. The technique was incomparably more potent than the previous usage of the Sea of Trees. The growth was rapid. Vines ensnared the ninjas, absorbing their chakra and proliferating to ensnare even more. The explosive talismans danced in the air, and despite attempts to sever the trees with the tools at hand, only deep scars remained, which then healed automatically. This is the technique of the 1st Hokage. Within mere breaths, the vast forest fell into silence. Liu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location and appearing beside the beleaguered Noki, delivering a flurry of punches to the old man. Enhanced by Sage Arts, his speed surged, leaving Noki with no time to form hand signs. The most threatening of Naka's bloodline limits was certainly formidable, being the third Suchikage. Seizing the opportunity, he employed the earth substitution technique to evade. Gasping for breath in midair, Noki clutched his aching abdomen and panda-like eyes, furiously declaring, "I will kill you." The dust release, original world-severing technique, a fusion of wind, earth, and fire, transformed into a transparent cubic barrier that confined Liu within. At this moment, Noki revealed a triumphant smile. "Kid, that punch you threw felt quite delightful. Prepare to meet your end." He had been waiting for this moment, recalling that in games, the best way to strike an enemy was when they were casting their abilities. Believing he was safe in the air, Liu unleashed a massive Rasengan, aimed directly at Naka's back. "Let this old man experience my signature move, the Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan." Noki spun in the air, preparing for a close encounter with the ground. The impact created a tremendous crater. Nearby ninjas shouted, "Lord Suchikage! Lord Suchikage!" Despite being marked by the Flying Thunder God technique, flying away proved futile. As Liu descended from the heavens, the remaining Iwagakure ninjas, with weapons drawn, formed hand signs to release countless ninjutsu. With a cold smirk, Liu lingered in the air, seemingly intending to bait the army into a skillful trap. Once more, he used the Flying Thunder God technique's mark on Noki to descend into the pit. Hereditary, Monster Strength Fist. A punch landed once more on Naka's back as he struggled to rise. The ground trembled violently, cracking open with Noki at its center, debris scattering as it sank further. A wretched scream escaped Naka's lips, and a chilling song was dedicated to him, rendering him unconscious. "The third Suchikage! The third Suchikage!" shouted the two Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, their eyes gleaming with fury as they charged toward Liu in the pit. Liu activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his original location, now targeting the third Wind Shadow and the team of Hanzo of the Salamander. He arrived atop a mountain peak, surveying the scene from above, swiftly forming hand seals. He executed the wood release, floral tree birth, encircling all the ninjas within the center. The massive tree branches erupted from the ground, cleaving through the mountains and enveloping the entire terrain. The hundreds of ninjas trapped in the center cried out in panic, "Help! What is this? Stay away!" They flailed desperately with their kunai and shuriken. The elite ninjas who narrowly avoided capture breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to be ensnared. The trees blanketed the area, sprouting numerous colossal flowers, vibrant red blossoms that gradually unfurled, releasing a copious amount of toxic pollen. One by one, all within the vicinity collapsed, save for a few swift bodyguards accompanying the Hokage. Ninjas from Iwagakure gazed in astonishment at the neighboring battlefield, exclaiming, "Look, what are those enormous flowers? Such terrifying would release." "Its range is immense," Old Z remarked to Han. "That kid has unleashed 2 ninjutsu of that magnitude. His chakra must be nearly depleted. We should move in, and together we will transform into tailed beasts to eliminate him." He then commanded, "You all, take the Suchikage and retreat to a safe distance." Meanwhile, Liu was also aware that his natural energy was waning and that he needed to deal with the third Wind Shadow and Hanzo of the Salamander swiftly. The duo unleashed their jutsu without hesitation: magnet release, iron sand rain, and fire release, exploding flame array. The Wind Shadow's projectile-like iron sand shot towards Liu at an alarming speed, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. The ground began to sink, revealing multiple explosive tags beneath. With a series of whooshes and booms, the iron sand struck, triggering the explosive tags at Liu's feet. His form transformed into a mound of earth, disappearing from sight. "Earth clone," he executed, reappearing some distance away as he formed seals for wood release, all-encompassing bag technique. Slamming his hands onto the ground, he channeled chakra, generating countless wooden hands to manipulate at will. Swiftly, the hands reached for the third Wind Shadow and Hanzo of the Salamander. The third Wind Shadow, caught off guard, was ensnared by a gigantic wooden hand. Hanzo, utilizing his impressive taijutsu, narrowly evaded the grasp of several wooden hands. Liu, employing his body flicker technique, appeared behind the captured Wind Shadow and struck with Sage Art, Rasen Shuriken, sending him flying. Observing this, Hanzo bit his finger and summoned his spirit, summoning technique, Salamander. The tailed beast, the One Tail, emerged, having witnessed the Wind Shadow's injury and disregarding the need to suppress its form, instantly transforming into a colossal yellow raccoon, its body adorned with black cursed markings. Technique, false sleep. He bellowed, "Ha ha ha. I am finally free. I shall annihilate you little ants." At that moment, the Five Tails and Four Tails Jinchuriki arrived, witnessing the One Tail's transformation. Exchanging glances, they communicated with their respective tailed beasts, also undergoing their transformations. Two clouds of white mist erupted, revealing a multi-horned white horse and a red-furred gorilla. Seeing the unfolding situation, Liu employed the Flying Thunder God technique to create distance. Suddenly, I realized that the Sage mode had ended after 8 minutes, and the green markings on my face, along with the eyeshadow, had vanished. It seems I must demonstrate how the first Hokage subdued the powers of the Nine Tails. Forming hand seals, a wooden clone manifested within the land of bears, and with a resounding crash, transformed into a piece of wood. Liu re-entered Sage mode. This battle was too hasty. I prepared for this final Sage mode to eliminate all 3 of you in one breath. Using wood release, wood golem technique, I channeled Chakra into the trees, causing them to grow rapidly, resulting in the emergence of a colossal wooden figure, entwined by a wooden dragon, whose size and power rivaled that of a complete Susanoo. Liu stood atop the head of the enormous wooden giant, commanding it as it leaped high, swinging its massive fist toward the head of the One Tail. The 3-tailed beasts were momentarily stunned by the sight of this wooden giant. They recognized it, recalling the fear once instilled in them by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. As the gigantic fist drew closer, the One Tail emitted a harsh and discordant cry, "Funfu, let me return. Wake up quickly." The ground-bound salamander Hans, witnessing his comrade's actions, expressed his bewilderment. Having just summoned the salamander, he was eager for battle, but the situation escalated instantaneously, rendering him a mere bystander. The summoned salamander was instantly swept away by the gust resulting from the One Tail's transformation, disappearing into the unknown. Hans, without hesitation, led the remaining subordinates in a hasty retreat. In the clash of deities, mere mortals suffered. The wind shadow was carried away by the ninja of Sunigakure. With a thunderous punch, Liu sent the One Tail crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and dust to rise. Manipulating the wooden giant, he grasped the One Tail's tail and hurled it toward the Four Tails. Using wood release, wood dragon technique, the wooden dragon lunged at the Five Tails, effortlessly ensnaring it and binding its movements. The Five Tails let out a pained wail as the spiny dragon tightened its grip, capable of restraining even the Nine Tails. Binding the Five Tails was no trivial matter. With another leap, the colossal wooden figure struck the One Tail and Four Tails with powerful punches. The impact left both tailed beasts dazed and disoriented, each receiving a solid hit. The ground quaked repeatedly, causing nearby peaks to collapse under the strain. Surviving ninjas in the distance watched in awe, swallowing hard at the sight of the 3-tailed beasts being thoroughly dominated, utterly powerless to retaliate. Is this what wood release is capable of? Liu mused, witnessing the 2-tailed beasts toppled on the ground, and he began to rain down blows, eliciting agonized cries from the downed beasts. As the time for serious matters approached, he withdrew the wooden dragon from the 5 tails and formed hand seals once more. Sage art, my gene gate summoned 13 red torii gates, descending from the sky to pin the tails and necks of the 3-tailed beasts to the ground, producing a series of thunderous booms. Satisfied that the moment was right, Liu retrieved 3 sealing scrolls from behind him, each marked with hand seals. After sealing half the chakra of each tailed beast within the scrolls, he contentedly stored them away. This time the effort cannot be in vain. The 3-tailed beasts have suffered severe injuries, all reverting from their tailed beast forms, leaving 3 figures sprawled upon the ground. Liu cast a glance at the fallen. Dispelling all wood release techniques, and without looking back, he hastened towards the direction of Konoha, eager to find a place to rest before the Sage mode dissipated. In this battle, the 3rd Sachikage, Anoki, was gravely wounded, and the 3rd Kazekage also sustained significant injuries. The 3 Jinchuriki were left in a weakened state, unable to summon the power of their tailed beasts for a considerable time. Ironically, this has postponed the rampage of Shikaku, the One Tail. Sunigakure ought to be grateful to Liu. Following this conflict, Ziyu gained renown throughout the ninja world, heralding the emergence of a new generation of super shadow-level powerhouses in Konoha, succeeding the first Hokage. Upon returning to the village, Liu completed his mission and headed straight home, delving into the research of the hero's water obtained from the rogue ninja of Takigakure. Recently, the village has been abuzz with tales of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hataki, who, having chosen to save his comrades over completing a mission, brought tremendous loss upon the village, leading to public scorn. The comrades he saved also emerged to criticize him, perhaps becoming the final straw that broke his spirit. Having just returned from his own mission, Liu was shocked to hear of Tsukumo's tragic suicide. His name was not inscribed on Konoha's memorial stone, and it was said that this event heavily impacted Kakashi. Knowing that Liu had returned from his mission, The third Hokage summoned him the following day. In the Hokage's office, only the third Hokage and Liu were present. Shushu, you have just returned to the village. You must be aware of the rumors surrounding Konoha's White Fang, and of his suicide the day before, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remarked, inhaling from his cigarette and letting out a deep sigh. Tsukumo did not survive this crisis and has taken a desperate path. Recently, there have been movements along the borders of the Land of Wind. News of his death may reach Sunagakure, and the fragile peace we have achieved may be shattered once more. Liu pondered to himself, rest assured, third Hokage, they are certainly aware, according to the narrative. The third Kazekage is likely nearing his end. While one remains at home, trouble may fall from the heavens. Sunagakure will undoubtedly seek a scapegoat, and Konoha shall bear the brunt of it. Hokage-sama, regardless of the circumstances, we must prepare for war. To his surprise, the third Hokage had called him in for a heart-to-heart, which felt somewhat suspicious. Shushu, considering your commendable performance in recent years, I am promoting you to the position of Deputy Director of the Umbu. You will no longer undertake missions. Instead, you shall remain in the village, primarily handling Umbu affairs. Upon receiving this command, Liu was taken aback. The recent display of power had prompted Konoha's higher-ups to keep him under surveillance. Thus, with these thoughts in mind, he departed from the Hokage building and returned home. Despite all the missions he had completed, he lamented the difficulty of evolving his Sharingan into the Meijiki. In this recent war, the effectiveness of the Sharingan had diminished, and without attaining the Meijiki, his combat capabilities had not significantly improved. His chakra reserves had long surpassed that of an average Kage, and he had yet to encounter anyone who could withstand his full power. It is imperative that he evolves his Sharingan into the Meijiki at the earliest opportunity. Recently, the demise of Konoha's White Fang has been overshadowed by the exploits of Lord Ziyu, who single-handedly battled over 1,000 ninjas, along with the 3 great Hokages and their Jinchuriki. Through the efforts of those with ulterior motives, the villagers have gradually chosen to selectively forget the death of the White Fang, shifting their focus entirely to the recent battles in the Land of Birds. A few days later, the Umbu member, Liu, utilized his authority to summon Shuichi and Ewing to serve as his personal guards. Upon their arrival to report to Liu, Shuichi remarked, after all these years, you still look so thin and unchanged, just taller, while Ewing, blushing slightly, added, Ziyu, it has been a long time. You have risen to the position of leader while we have only just been promoted to special jonin. Liu, shifting the topic with a smile, responded, by making you my direct subordinates, this decision signifies that you will primarily handle my official affairs. He then tossed a pile of documents to Shuichi, urging him to get to work. Meanwhile, he took Yu Ying's small hand, which felt as soft as jade, and found it quite pleasant to hold. After briefing Shuichi, Liu activated the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking Ewing back to his home. Shuichi, with a resigned expression, began to sift through the documents, muttering about Liu's lack of consideration for relationships. Liu removed his mask and gestured for Ewing to sit. Mizuki Weiying, I have known your name for quite some time, he stated. Upon hearing her name, she also removed her Umbu mask, revealing her long purple hair, elegant brows, large eyes, and alluring red lips, exuding a mature femininity. Liu gazed intently at her cheeks, causing Ewing to blush and lower her head, prompting him to retract his gaze and say, my true name is Shinji Nagashi, and my family has preserved the legacy of the first and second Hokages. I was meant to perish in the Second Shinobi World War, yet I survived, indicating that the Senju Clan should not vanish. Weiying, I have harbored feelings for you for many years, but out of concern for your safety, I have refrained from getting too close, he confessed, revealing the tragic loss of his comrade, Yen Xing, during their last mission due to a leak of information. Upon hearing about Yen Xing's death, Weiying's expression turned somber, though she quickly regained her composure, perhaps hardened by the many lives lost in their line of work. The death of Konoha's White Fang, such a pitiful end, has solidified my resolve, Liu declared. Surprised, Weiying asked, what do you intend to do? Are you planning something? Liu smiled and reassured her, it is not as severe as you might think. I will not undertake actions detrimental to the village, which is the culmination of the efforts of the first and second Hokages. I merely wish to have a conversation with that smug false blind man. Liu did not elaborate further, instead locking eyes with Weiying, who, this time, did not avert her gaze. With conviction, she proclaimed, I will always support you, Nagashi-kun. Liu silently exhaled in relief, taking Weiying's hand and grinning mischievously. Ewing, from this day forth, you shall serve as my personal guardian, henceforth referred to as my secretary. What is a secretary? A secretary is one who attends to matters as they arise. Realizing he had spoken aloud, Liu deftly shifted the topic, instructing, "Prepare your belongings for our return. You shall reside in my home from now on." After uttering this statement, Liu did not spare a glance at Mitsuki Yu Ying's expression, but rather proceeded to communicate with his clansmen. It was time to confront Danzo and settle the score. Not to mention Orochimaru, this poison could very well have been his doing. Having undertaken numerous S-rank missions, Liu was well aware of the enemy ninja ambushes. Possessing knowledge of their ninjutsu, and often finding himself countered by their tactics, the adversaries preferred to employ genjutsu and taijutsu against him. Yet he consistently managed to turn peril into safety through the prowess of his Sharingan's 3 Tomo and the Sage Mode, alongside the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, rendering his wood clones indistinguishable. Particularly during this latest mission, he had nearly met his end in the Land of Birds, a place notorious for its avian excrement. This was a limit to patience. While his uncle could endure, his aunt could not. As night deepened, after preparing everything, Liu activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Outside of Konohagakure, a unique kunai was plunged into the ground in an isolated area. With a ripple in space, Liu materialized beside it. Transforming with the transformation jutsu into a ninja from the rock village, he swiftly made his way to Danzo's residence. Using wood release to sense his surroundings, he discovered the house was unoccupied. Was the Shimura clan absent? This old man was quite the slippery one. Liu then turned towards the secret base of Root. Aware of its location as the deputy leader of the Umbu, skillfully evading the patrolling Umbu ninjas within the village, he ventured into a grove outside the village where the Root base lay. Without hesitation, he charged directly towards the entrance. Who goes there? Halt! With a swift motion, Liu launched a specially crafted kunai. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God, he instantly appeared beside the guarding ninja at the entrance, delivering a powerful kick that sent the guard flying. Approaching the gate, Liu unleashed a mighty punch, shattering the wooden door into splinters. He stepped inside the Root base, strolling leisurely, sheathing his kunai, with his hands clasped behind his back as he ambled toward the center. Ignoring the encroaching Root ninjas surrounding him, he bellowed, "Danzo Shimura, come forth." "Lord Danzo, is that you calling?" inquired a voice. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the Root of Konohagakure?" At this moment, a considerable number of Root ninjas had gathered, collectively hurling shurikens and kunai, many of which were laced with explosive tags. Out of the corner of his eye, Liu noticed Danzo lurking in a shadowy corner, accompanied by several Root ninjas, refraining from launching an attack. A peculiar smile graced Liu's lips. "I knew you would be lurking, old man, true to your cunning nature." Despite the throng of Root ninjas, Danzo chose to remain hidden, observing his opponent instead. Liu adeptly wielded kunai, deflecting the incoming projectiles, causing several kunai to explode midair. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous explosions and swirling smoke. Just as the attention of all was drawn to the ongoing explosions, Liu executed the earth release, inner decapitation technique, as a hand emerged from the ground. Grasping Danzo's foot, with a swift motion, Danzo vanished from his original location, seeking a remote area outside the village. His face was etched with surprise as he instinctively uttered the Flying Thunder God technique. Liu bent down to retrieve a kunai from the ground, dispelling his transformation technique, and decided to reveal his identity before Danzo. "Is it you? Is that you?" Danzo's expression darkened upon recognizing the masked Liu. "What are your intentions?" He retreated a few steps, his voice trembling with faade of bravado. "You are Ju of the Senju Clan, Tsunade's brother. What do you truly seek?" "Indeed," Liu replied, acknowledging Danzo's understanding of his lineage, which was hardly surprising given Danzo's rank within Konoha. "Let me pose a single question. The 2 individuals who ambushed me during the S-rank mission in Takigakure, were they from your Root?" "Indeed, they were from my Root. Your information was also provided by me to the other 3 ninja villages." Danzo's response momentarily astonished Liu. He had not anticipated Danzo's cunning nature. Now, with the truth laid bare, Danzo opted to abandon his pretense. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo inhaled deeply and unleashed a barrage of colorless, transparent air bullets. Liu, quick to react, activated his Sharingan and deftly evaded the onslaught of air projectiles. Amidst his dodging, Liu contemplated Danzo's shrewdness. Recognizing his deliberate admission of the truth designed to provoke an emotional response and gain the upper hand. "Very well, I shall replicate a few jutsu to justify your efforts," Liu mused. As Danzo's attacks failed to connect, he formed seals once more, channeling the wind release, vacuum great sphere. A massive orb of wind surged toward the still and steady Liu. Unyielding, Danzo, unwilling to concede defeat, initiated another series of seals for wind release, vacuum wave. The wind manifested in multiple undulating waves, striking out towards Liu like a whip. As Danzo's arsenal dwindled and time drew near, Liu activated Sage Mode, a confident smile gracing his features. In a battle against a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. Danzo, I shall send you on your way with one swift motion. Employing Sage Art, Rasen Shuriken, he conjured a brilliant blue light in his right hand and charged directly at Danzo, who was still caught in the midst of his hand seals, eyes widening in shock. As Liu withstood Danzo's vacuum wave momentarily, he propelled his colossal Rasengan towards him, causing Danzo to tremble and leap into the air, attempting to escape. However, as he landed, an overwhelming force bore down upon him, forcing him to the ground. Liu seized the momentum, stepping onto Danzo's back and executing a smooth skating maneuver. The unfortunate Danzo collapsed onto the ground, pinned beneath Liu's weight, sliding several meters forward with a cry of despair that transformed into muffled sounds as mud filled his mouth. Liu, unrelenting, leaped into the air while still standing on Danzo, delivering a powerful punch to his back. The impact contorted Danzo's body into an arch, causing the ground beneath to shatter into debris as a vast web-like pattern spread outward. With a thunderous roar, Danzo expelled a mouthful of old blood, his complexion immediately resembling that of a bitter melon, for the enhanced strength of the Sage Art-infused punch was no trifling matter. In the original narrative, Konoha was laid waste by a mere bag of rice, and the superlative Shinra Tensei flattened the ground. Naruto, in Sage Mode, made a swift entrance, his speed unparalleled, landing a devastating blow that incapacitated the Azura path among the 6 paths of pain. Predictably, Danzo succumbed to unconsciousness. Liu flipped Danzo over, threw away the bandages from his head, and pried open his right eye, extracting a crimson Sharingan shaped like a 4-pointed pinwheel. Astonishingly, it was a Mangeki Sharingan, reminiscent of Shursue's, though it likely belonged to his father, Uchiha Kagami. Ah, Danzo, how far you've fallen. With your comrades slain and Uchiha Kagami having previously warned you to tread carefully, Liu secured the precious eye in a prepared vial filled with liquid, satisfied with his gains as he leaped back, creating distance. Fire style, great fireball technique. Flames surged towards the incapacitated Danzo, reducing him to little more than a skeletal frame. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned home. Unbeknownst to Liu, in the shadows, Danzo's figure emerged unscathed, with one of his Sharingan permanently shut within the confines of his sleeve. The pain of having his eye extracted roused the previously unconscious Danzo, who invoked his Anaji to deceive Liu and successfully preserve his life. Fear washed over Danzo's face, but he clenched his fist, a hint of anger surfacing as he muttered, Senju Rope Tree, you are formidable, just you wait. Once composed, his gaze turned even colder, contemplating a retreat to a more concealed location. The commotion had attracted the Umbu and Root ninjas, who swiftly surrounded Danzo. Lord Danzo, are you unharmed? Where has the enemy fled? After a moment's reflection, Danzo replied, the enemy has escaped. They were from a rival nation. I will personally report the details to the 3rd Hokage. After dismissing the Umbu ninjas, he departed with the Root members. Liu, oblivious to the fact that Danzo had survived, was blissfully extracting the Mangeki Sharingan immersed in liquid, finally possessing his own. Curious about its abilities, he sought to avoid prolonging the endeavor. Upon entering his laboratory, he meticulously inscribed a rune array on the ground and seated himself in the center. Instantly, he activated the Sharingan, 3 black tomos swirling within. Aligning his left eye with the Mangeki Sharingan, he swiftly formed hand seals. A refreshing sensation coursed through Liu's left eye as the 3 tomo accelerated their rotation. Suddenly, they coalesced into a single entity, expanding into a triangular scythe shape, while the Sharingan within the vial transformed into an ordinary eye. Suddenly, an excruciating pain pierced through my left eye, accompanied by a trickle of fresh blood. However, thanks to the formidable healing abilities of the Senju Clan, the agony dissipated almost instantaneously. Liu abruptly realized that the experience of his left eye's Mangeki Sharingan was distinctly different from that of his right eye, with an unparalleled potency in its ocular power. Upon experimentation, Liu discovered he had acquired the Shinjutsu, a capability akin to that of Ibido. The Mangeki Sharingan, one of the most enigmatic abilities within the Naruto universe, could render the body intangible, facilitate spatial movement, and provide vast storage in a different dimension, allowing for the entrapment of adversaries within this alternate space. Coupled with his formidable vitality, He could utilize the Mangeki Sharingan indefinitely without succumbing to blindness, much like Obito. Sustaining Sage Mode no longer necessitated the use of colossal scrolls. His clones could absorb natural energy within the alternate dimension, seamlessly connected to his own being, and could be dispensed with at will. Mother, I need no longer worry about insufficient natural energy while in Sage Mode. After familiarizing himself with the capabilities of his left eye's Mangeki, he closed the Sharingan and prepared to rest. It was then that Liu noticed his left eye's Sharingan had reverted from the Mangeki to the three-tomo Sharingan and ceased its transformation. It appeared that the initial awakening of the Mangeki came with this side effect, as his body had yet to acclimate, removing his forehead protector to shield his left eye. He felt somewhat reminiscent of Kakashi, the copy ninja, Senju Tobarama. The following day, Danzo sought out Orochimaru. Danzo-sama, what brings you to my humble abode? Orochimaru inquired. Oh, what has happened to your right eye, Danzo-sama? Danzo, exasperated, replied, Isn't it due to your prodigious pupil that I lost this eye? Even as he spoke, a dull ache persisted in his right eye. Find me another pair of Sharingan to replace it. Also, assist me in replacing the eye in my hand. Orochimaru observed Danzo's demeanor and surmised, it seems you utilized Izanagi to escape. Has my disciple become so formidable? Enough with the trivial chatter, procure the eyes for me. Danzo insisted. Orochimaru, understanding the urgency in Danzo's expression, promptly located a pair of 3-tomo and 2-tomo Sharingan and fitted them for him. As Danzo departed, he cautioned, lately, the human experimentation has become too conspicuous. The village's Umbu patrols have intensified. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an abundance of experimental materials, more than you could ever need. Watching Danzo exit his secret laboratory, Orochimaru mused, Tobarama, I never anticipated that the experiments from years past would yield such success. Since then, I have yet to replicate that feat. Could it be attributed to your lineage as a member of the Senju Clan? I am inclined to believe it is the genetic factor you once mentioned. Reflecting on his observations, Orochimaru concluded, Tobarama, your ability to freely deactivate your Sharingan further underscores the significance of genetics. With that, he resumed his relentless research. After leaving Orochimaru's base, Danzo discreetly made his way to the Hokage building. Danzo, you've arrived. What transpired yesterday? The enemy village's ninja spy has been eliminated by my hand. I shall now conceal myself, Danzo stated before swiftly departing the Hokage building, as if avoiding an encounter with anyone, despite his meticulous disguise. In the Hokage building of Konoha, Liu, summoned by the Hokage, donned a black cloak and mask as he entered the esteemed structure. Lord Hokage, what brings you to me? Ziyu, have you given it some thought? The students of this year's Ninja Academy are about to graduate. You can reclaim your Jonin status, while merely holding a nominal position in the Umbu. Delegate all your tasks to the 7th Division. You truly know how to be lazy. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled. There was a time when I had someone to manage my affairs, allowing this old body of mine a moment's respite. Liu chuckled awkwardly. I'm not particularly interested in handling official duties every day. A dual identity could work, but I find the warmth of sunlight to be far more inviting. Liu contemplated the necessity of Ziyu's Umbu identity, a means to conceal himself. With his current strength, apart from Nagato of the Akatsuki and Kaguya, he faced little threat. Perhaps there was also the ancient Uchiha Madara. However, Madara's aged form, coupled with the absence of the Rinnegan, did not concern Liu at present. It remained a mystery where Uchiha Madara was hiding, as the original storyline offered no definitive location. Fortunately, he could enjoy life under the sun, assuming the identity of Senju Rope Tree while guiding students along their paths. Upon hearing Liu's words, the 3rd Hokage straightened in his seat and opened a file on his desk. This is splendid. This year's cohort boasts several outstanding graduates. Look at the students I have arranged for you. Liu took the documents from the Hokage's hands and glanced through them, inwardly amused by the cleverness of the 3rd Hokage. It turned out that the reason for his summons was this very matter. Asuma Sarutobi, the former Kurenai Yuhi, and Yugogo Yuzuki. I must say, Lord 3rd Hokage, you certainly have a knack for arrangements. Liu emphasized the word knack with particular weight. The 3rd Hokage chuckled awkwardly, quickly preparing to dismiss him. Rope Tree, I've provided you with the necessary information. In a few days, you can head to the Ninja Academy. I must attend to matters concerning the village. You may go about your business. As Liu was about to leave, he suddenly remarked, Lord Hokage, be sure to inspect the bathhouse thoroughly. There is a white-haired individual nearby whose behavior is quite suspicious. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen choked on his smoke. his face turning crimson. Cough, cough. Liu left the Hokage building with a sense of satisfaction. Thankfully, he had warned Yugugo not to bathe at the bathhouse, ensuring that neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Jiraiya would benefit. On the streets of Konoha, Liu, wearing a green vest and covering his left eye with a forehead protector, was in high spirits. Accompanied by Yugugo, he was eager to indulge in some barbecue. Amidst the crowd, a striking pair of golden short-haired and red long-haired individuals caught his attention. Minato, Kushina, it's been a while. Upon hearing a familiar voice, the duo turned around. Rope Tree, it's been ages. What happened to your eye? Liu waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. It's nothing. I just think it looks cooler this way. To shift the topic, Liu quickly introduced Yugugo. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Yugugo. Yugugo, this is Minato Namikaze and his girlfriend, Kushina Izumaki. Minato, Kushina. Why not join us for barbecue? My treat. Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. If someone asked treating, then I won hold back. Upon arriving at Konoha, the most extravagant dining establishment, Yakiniku-Q, the four companions settled into their seats. The proprietress, noticing that her guests were all ninjas, promptly approached them and inquired, esteemed ninjas, what would you like to order? It was Liu's first visit to Yakiniku-Q. Madam, what types of meat do you offer? She replied, we have pork, beef, as well as premium black pork and snowflake beef. Very well, please bring us 10 plates of each type of meat. Upon hearing such a generous order, the proprietress beamed with delight. Certainly, I shall bring your dishes shortly. Before long, all the meats were served, and the four began to savor their barbecue while engaging in lively conversation. Liu placed a piece of grilled snowflake beef onto Yu Ying's plate, glancing at Minato. Reminded of his role as a teacher, Minato, I hear that this year's Ninja Academy is about to graduate. Minato replied, indeed. I have been assigned to mentor a group of students. Liu was curious whether his presence would create a butterfly effect, altering the composition of Minato's team. Minato, which students are you mentoring? Please tell me. It's no secret. They are Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin. Minato explained. Kakashi from the Hitaki clan is a rare prodigy. I've heard he graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5. How is it that Kakashi, who has long since graduated, is still assigned to your group? Minato smiled and replied, the village has implemented a policy of one instructor for every 3 students, thus Kakashi remains part of the graduate cohort. Shushu. Why are you asking me so many questions? Are you also assigned to mentor students? Liu relished the tender snowflake beef that Yu Ying had delivered to him. Indeed. I too shall take on the role of a teacher, which is quite exciting. As for his students, he continued, I have Asuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage, and his childhood friend, Kurenai Yuhi, along with Yuzuki Yugao, who will be my future sister-in-law. 2 girls and 1 boy, quite the opposite of your team. In truth, Liu harbored unspoken thoughts. Minato, you possess strength in your team, while I rely on connections. Your team includes the son of the 3rd Hokage, he noted. It seems that the Hokage holds great expectations for you. Liu glanced at the Senju Clan emblem on his arm and then at Yu Ying, who was joyfully conversing with Kushina. With the addition of the 3rd Hokage's son, Yuzuki Yugao, he realized that his ties with Konoha would only deepen in the future. Madam, please bring us another 20 plates each of snowflake beef and black pork. Observing that his companions still had an appetite, he marveled at how ninjas could consume such quantities, which would be quite burdensome for an average household, not to mention the expenses for various ninja tools. Content, the 4 exited the barbecue restaurant, and Liu's bill amounted to 150,000 Ryo. As they stepped outside, Minato bowed apologetically. I sincerely apologize for the expense. No worries, happiness is what matters most. As a jonin in the village, I can manage this amount, Liu replied, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. While this sum may not be significant for a jonin, it was considerable for someone with a sister who gambled incessantly and continually sought financial support. Although Liu had completed numerous missions, his situation was somewhat precarious due to Tsunade, who was notoriously known as the big fat sheep for her gambling losses. Liu let out a sigh. Ever since Tsunade departed from the village, she had maintained contact with him through the slug. Tsunade's departure was prompted by a letter hidden beneath his pillow, which Liu had written before leaving. At that time, he was unable to gather chakra, his right hand and left foot devoid of sensation. The letter reassured Tsunade not to worry, as he had found a method to heal himself, encouraging her to leave the village under the pretense of searching for him, promising to inform her once he had recovered. Liu had signed a contract with the slug, allowing them to communicate, and he was aware that Tsunade had been indulging in gambling and drinking, seemingly enjoying her life. During her time away from Konoha, she had nearly squandered the wealth left behind by the first and second Hokage. The Senju Clan, however, still existed. As Liu strolled through the streets of Konoha, holding the delicate hand of Yuing, his mind was elsewhere. A nagging discomfort lingered within him, akin to the sensation of an unfulfilled sneeze. Lost in thoughts of Tsunade, he returned to the Senju Clan's gathering place, where he was met with the imposing family crest upon arriving home. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "I understand now." The Senju Clan had faded into obscurity after the death of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, forced to integrate into the village. Tsunade, having left the village due to the tragic deaths of her brother and Kato, fell victim to hemophobia, and the clan lost its last hope, Senju Ropiki. Without him, the clan's cohesion waned, and Tsunade's gambling had depleted their inheritance, compounded by decades of her absence from the Hokage seat. The Senju Clan found themselves devoid of wealth and spiritual belief, leading them to disperse and vanish within the village. Even after Tsunade ascended to the position of fifth Hokage, decades later, her relatives, the ninja of her uncles and elder generation, had almost all perished. Unlike the Uchiha clan, whose bloodline limits were easily recognized, the passage of time diminished the chances of reunion for the Senju. Their disappearance was likely a consequence of political strife. It seemed not only was the shinobi world wary of the Senju's power, but the higher echelons of Konoha also feared the dilution of their bloodline, ensuring no new Mokuton users would emerge. This clarified why the last ambush against him had been so formidable. With three-tailed beasts and three shadow-level powerhouses capable of overwhelming any nation, along with targeted poisons, the three nations, historically at odds, could not have so swiftly reached a consensus or mobilized so many shinobi. The task was suspiciously orchestrated, clearly designed for his involvement, arranged by the third Hokage. Upon leaving Konoha, he had unknowingly stepped into a trap that had long been laid. After untangling these perplexing thoughts, Liu felt an overwhelming clarity. Even his chakra control seemed to improve. At that moment, Yuing, having overheard his musings, covered her small, O-shaped mouth with her delicate hand, rendered speechless. Liu, having been absorbed in his own reflections, finally turned to see her adorable expression and couldn't resist pulling her into an embrace. A piercing scream resonated through the air as Yuing was placed upon my lap. My right arm encircled her delicate waist, while my left hand gently caressed her cheek. Relishing the warmth emanating from her legs, an irresistible temptation stirring within me. Suppressing the fervor within my heart, I lifted her chin with one hand, gazing intently into her eyes. "These are our secrets, Yuing. You will keep them for me, won't you?" Her petite face flushed crimson as she responded with a soft mm. Upon hearing her reply, I withdrew my right hand from her waist, letting it glide to her silky purple locks, and pressed my lips against her cherry-like mouth, silencing any further words she might have uttered, leaving only soft whimpers in their wake. The following day, the morning sunlight streamed into the room, and I held the soft form in my arms, reluctant to rise. Yuing clung to me like an octopus, her entire body sprawled across mine. I gently adjusted her position, ensuring she remained comfortable in her slumber. As midday approached, a pang of hunger stirred us awake, prompting us to hastily dress. After finishing lunch, I donned a black cloak, masked my face, and rushed out to report to the Umbu. Within the Umbu office, a palm-sized slug appeared on my desk, delivering a note. "Tsunade asked me to give this to you," it said. Upon reading the note, my expression darkened significantly. Suppressing the urge to tear it apart, I unfolded it to reveal Tsunade's message. "You owe 20 million ryo. Pay it back to your sister." At that moment, the slug spoke again. "Tsunade insists you gather the funds quickly. It must be repaid within a month." Before vanishing in a puff of white smoke, my face was etched with frustration. Was this truly the manner in which my sister and I communicated? It was a painful realization. Over the years, I had assisted Tsunade, repaying nearly 100 million ryo in total. This could not continue. Her gambling tendencies were unyielding. If this persisted, the Senju clan would be dragged into a quagmire. Alas, Tsunade was likely still furious over my abrupt departure years ago, refusing to let her return to Konoha. Currently, the Senju clan consisted of 3 jonin, 1 special jonin, 12 chunin, 5 genin, and 64 ordinary civilians. Most members of the Senju clan bore no distinct features, unlike the Uchiha with their Sharingan or the Akimichi with their notable physique. The search for our clan members began with the family tree, such as Senju Momoka, a skilled illusionist and trusted subordinate of Hashirama Senju. For many years, I had, under the guise of clan leader, discreetly reached out to the scattered Senju members within Konoha. Due to the policies of the first and second Hokage, the clan had been dispersed throughout the village, necessitating considerable time for me to identify them. The time was ripe. It seemed the plan must be set in motion. On the bustling streets of Konoha, clad once more in my green vest, I made my way to a traditional dango shop. "Li Hua, are you here? Is your sister around?" I inquired of a black-haired individual, whose long bangs obscured a third of their face, pale skin reminiscent of a womaness. He whispered, "Leader, my sister is in the kitchen. I have no missions these days. During this period, it is just right for you to assist me. Let us refrain from taking on tasks for a while." Upon entering the kitchen, I encountered a young woman with her hair elegantly styled in a bun. Attired in a plain white culinary outfit that could not conceal her graceful figure, complemented by a headscarf that restrained her cascading black locks. She exuded the gentle charm of a nurturing homebody, instantly captivating Li Yu's attention. Pausing her task of crafting dumplings, she turned and inquired, "Who is this esteemed ninja?" "Peach Blossom, this is Senju Ju, whom you met in your childhood." "Ah, it is Brother Ju. It has been ages since I last saw you." "Indeed. Ninjas often spend considerable time undertaking missions. I have come today specifically to seek your assistance." Li Hua interjected eagerly, "What do you need? We shall certainly help. I have heard much about your exceptional management skills from your brother. I wish to establish a hot pot restaurant and seek Peach Blossom's help in running it." Li Hua, concerned that her sister might decline, quickly added, "No problem at all. It's not difficult. My sister can handle it. Even if we have to close the Japanese dango shop, I will support her." Upon hearing Li Hua's words, Peach Blossom was taken aback, puzzled by her brother's unwavering support. Li Yu, upon learning of the potential closure of the dango shop, hastily asserted, "There is no need to close this shop. Otherwise, those who adore the three-colored dumplings will have nothing to enjoy." Curiosity piqued, Peach Blossom eagerly asked, "Why do you love three-colored dumplings so much?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Li Yu interjected, "Let us settle the matter of the hot pot restaurant. I have already chosen a location and purchased it. Preparations for renovations will commence in the next few days." Having said this in one breath, Li Yu swiftly departed. There were preparations to be made. Tomorrow he would be heading to the Ninja Academy. The instructor is truly intriguing. Novices, prepare to face judgment. Upon returning home, Li Yu found Yuzuki weighing seated by the window, propping her adorable chin up with a hint of a smile, her gaze lost in contemplation of the outside world. She seemed utterly oblivious to Li Yu's presence, even as he approached her. "Weighing, what are you pondering?" Startled, she turned to see Li Yu. Her face instantly flushed as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Li Yu, not dwelling on her demeanor, noticed her state and bent down, lifting Yueying into a princess carry. With a startled cry, she buried her head in his embrace, her cheeks burning with warmth. As Li Yu held Weighing, a mischievous smile played on his lips, and he remained silent as he made his way to the room, opening a concealed door and striding into the laboratory. Yueying, wholly unaware of the change in surroundings, softly murmured, "I'm feeling unwell today. Could I?" Upon entering the laboratory, Li Yu gently set Yueying down in the center of an inscribed magic circle, grinning as he replied, "What could you possibly need?" As Yueying surveyed her surroundings, her embarrassment grew exponentially. "Ha ha ha, where did your thoughts wander? How could I be unaware of your frail condition?" Li Yu regained his composure and stated earnestly that he brought you here solely for your safety. "I intend to inscribe a permanent Flying Thunder God seal upon your arm. In times of peril, I shall be able to arrive at your side without delay. This permanent seal is a novel ninjutsu I have developed. Should you encounter an insurmountable predicament, the seal can be activated, allowing me to sense your danger even in my absence from the village, enabling me to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return swiftly. Moreover, the seal harbors a substantial reserve of chakra, which can be harnessed for ninjutsu, and even for employing the Flying Thunder God technique." Li Yu gestured for Izuki Yueying to take a seat, raising the forehead protector that concealed his left eye, revealing a blood-red eye adorned with 3 spinning tomo. Witnessing this spectacle, Izuki Yueying gasped, covering her mouth with both hands, astonished as she gazed at Li Yu's eye. Trembling as she uttered, "The Sharingan from the Uchiha clan." "Yueying, do not dwell on it. Astonishment is merely the beginning," Li Yu replied, channeling chakra into his eyes, transforming his right eye into a Sharingan with 3 tomo. The left eye's tomo whirled rapidly, morphing into a 4-pointed windmill. "I shall explain this to you later," he added, swiftly forming hand seals. With chakra coalescing into his fingers, he grasped Izuki Yueying's right wrist. The Flying Thunder God seal was formed. Manifesting a trident-like pattern on her wrist, adorned with unique black markings and a swirling vortex at its center. Liu exhaled in relief. It is done. This is a combination of the 4 symbols 8 trigram sealing technique and the flying thunder god seal. Yueying. Attempt to infuse your chakra into this seal and sense the coordinates of the flying thunder god, Liu instructed. Ready to deploy his specially crafted kunai at a moment's notice. In a flash of purple light, Azuki Yueying grasped the kunai midair, landing gracefully. Excellent. I did not anticipate you mastering the flying thunder god technique so swiftly. Liu clapped his hands in delight, his eyes gleaming. It was uncertain whether he praised Yueying or his own successful creation of the new technique. It appears we can proceed to the next step. Liu's left eye. The Manjiki Sharingan spun rapidly, distorting space as 3 enormous scrolls materialized upon the ground. Yueying, come here quickly. In a flash of purple light, she stood beside Liu. Her face alight with joy as she remarked, the flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage is truly formidable, though it consumes a significant amount of chakra. The 2 recent applications nearly depleted 1/10 of my chakra. Indeed, your chakra is rather limited compared to mine, Liu noted. However, fret not, for I have already devised a solution. He unfurled the scroll inscribed with the one tail and gestured for Azuki Yueying to sit beside him, pulling her wrist marked with the seal closer. With his left hand, he channeled chakra onto the scroll, akin to flipping a switch. His other hand followed suit, employing the same method to unseal the mark upon Azuki Yueying's hand. With a creaking sound, chakra surged forth like a dam breaking, flooding into Liu's body and pouring into the seal on Azuki Yueying's arm. With meticulous precision, Liu sealed half of the chakra from the one tail, 4 tail, and 5 tail scrolls into the eternal flying thunder god mark on the wrist of Azuki Yueying. 3 small whirlpool patterns emerged on the mark, prompting Liu to wipe the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief as he finally completed the task. Yueying, with the chakra from these 3-tailed beasts, you will ascend to the level of a shadow, and a formidable one at that. Employing the Kamui space to stow away the scrolls, Liu covered his left eye with a forehead protector, deactivating his Sharingan, and stood up, pulling Azuki Yueying to activate the flying thunder god technique. Outside the village of Konoha, Azuki Yueying was brimming with excitement as she utilized the method Liu had imparted to her to unseal the chakra. Placing her left hand upon her right wrist, a crack echoed as the chakra from the one tail surged into her body, stirring up a whirlwind of sand around her, allowing her to manipulate it. The sound of cracking continued as steam enveloped her, her body oscillating between temperatures akin to scalding lava. To think you possess both boil release and lava release, I find myself somewhat envious, Liu mused, having acclimated to her newfound abilities. Azuki Yueying bounded over to Liu, leaning against him with a joyful grin. You are truly wonderful to me. Turning his head, Liu gazed deeply into Azuki Yueying's eyes and, emulating a line from a romantic drama, responded, if I am not good to you, whom shall I be good to? Following the script of such dramas, the next scene would typically involve a romantic push. In modern terms, this act would equate to gifting a car or a house to a girlfriend, a gesture likely to elicit joy. In this war-torn world of shinobi, strength was of paramount importance. With the prowess of a shadow, even when confronted by an overshadow-level adversary like Madara, one could hold their ground for several exchanges, unlike ordinary shinobi who would be effortlessly dispatched. Upon returning to the laboratory, Liu elucidated the origins of the Sharingan to Azuki Yueying. He recounted how he sustained grave injuries from an explosive tag trap while on the battlefield, and how he collaborated with Orochimaru to research and ultimately restore his body. Acquiring both would release and the Sharingan as a result. The crux of the tale was that misfortune had borne unexpected fortune. The following day, Liu donned a black cloak and a dark division mask, reporting for duty. He was scheduled to meet his students at the Ninja Academy, and unlike Kakashi, he would not arrive late, arriving at the classroom well in advance. Upon reaching the door of the graduation class, he spotted Minato Namikaze clad in a green vest. Minato, you're here quite early, Liu greeted. Indeed, Shinsuke-kun is also here early, Minato replied. After exchanging pleasantries, the two entered the classroom together. Upon their entrance, the instructor for the graduation class announced, Uchiha Obito, Haruno Rin, Hatake Kakashi, your homeroom teacher, Minato Namikaze, has arrived. Liu observed as a boy with black hair and goggles rose from his seat, recognizing him as Obito without a doubt, the future little boss. Another girl, adorned with 2 purple markings on her face, stood up alongside a silver-haired boy with deadpan eyes, exuding an air of cool detachment. This is the encounter between Lin and Kakashi, and it is also Liu's first meeting with Kakashi. He cannot help but notice the resemblance to Kakashi's mentor, Minato. Observing the trio, Liu finds himself pondering whether he should alter their destinies or allow them to follow the established narrative. Without Obito, Madara would seek out other Uchiha clan members to implement his plans through different means. What benefit does that bring to me? The fate of the Uchiha clan is of no concern to me. It is akin to an examination where one is given the correct answers in advance, yet chooses not to copy, opting instead to solve the problems independently. As a traveler without a system, I must rely solely on myself, with my only advantage being my familiarity with the storyline and knowledge of various ninjas and their techniques. Since I possess the ability of a narrative prophet, why not make use of it? As he observes Minato's retreating figure, his expression grows colder, internally reminding himself that, to avoid disrupting the plot, he must apologize to Minato and Kushina. Upon reaching the door, Minato seems to sense something and turns back with a gentle smile, inviting Liu to his home for dinner. Liu nearly loses his composure, stiffly responding that he would indeed come, feeling as if his thoughts had been laid bare. After watching Minato disappear from the classroom entrance, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Asuma Saratobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Yuhi Kurenai. These are your class instructors. The Senju rope tree. At this moment, one with black hair and another with purple hair are easily distinguishable. In their childhood, Kurenai and Yuhi were quite adorable. Without further ado, Liu waved to the group, leading them out of the classroom toward the training grounds. He adjusted the forehead protector covering his left eye and casually remarked that he was the team leader, Senju rope tree, before instructing them to introduce themselves, which was ultimately unnecessary as their profiles were quite clear. Now then, he said, let us see your strength. Attack me together. Asuma, with a hint of pride, warned, oh, teacher, to be careful. According to the records, Asuma is indeed among the strongest, excelling in both taijutsu and ninjutsu, albeit slightly lacking in genjutsu. Let us begin, Liu declared. The trio immediately leaped back, forming a triangle around him, each retrieving kunai and shuriken from their ninja tool pouches, launching them in synchronized unison. Liu sidestepped to one side, intercepting one of the kunai aimed at him and effortlessly knocking down all the others to the ground. Yuhi unsheathed a katana from behind, while Kurenai and Asuma brandished their kunai, charging at Liu from three directions. The sound of clashing weapons echoed as the trio exhausted their techniques. But Liu easily parried them, observing that their taijutsu seemed nearly sufficient. With a series of impactful strikes, he landed 2 punches on the girls' abdomens, sending them flying with a gentle force, while he was less lenient with Asuma, delivering a heavy kick to his rear. Go, he exclaimed, watching as the 2 girls landed gracefully, while one of them, propelled like a human cannonball, crashed into a large tree, causing a shower of leaves to cascade down. Asuma Saratobi, with considerable effort, rose to his feet, a look of anger etched upon his face. He formed hand seals, capable of utilizing ninjutsu. It was uncertain whether his chakra would suffice, yet to perform such techniques right after graduation marked him as one of the most outstanding graduates of his cohort. The fire release, great fireball technique was evaded with a body flicker technique, and Asuma, panting after unleashing his jutsu, sensed that the demonstration was nearing its conclusion. I have a good understanding of your abilities, he remarked. First, let me treat you all to a barbecue. Starting tomorrow, you will embark on your D-rank missions. The 2 girls exclaimed in unison, their spirits lifted, as they suddenly felt their stomach aches dissipate. They had heard the barbecue was quite delectable and eagerly anticipated it. The quartet arrived at the barbecue restaurant, indulging in a feast that cost Liu over 50,000 ryo, quite a surprise given the girls' hearty appetites. Thank you for the treat, teacher, they expressed gratefully. The 3 of them returned home, and Asuma observed their departing figures, reflecting on the future pillars of Konoha. Noticing the performance of Yuzuki Yugao that day, he mused that her sister had likely not yet spoken of him, having progressed from the ninja academy to a leading instructor. He contemplated the long stretch ahead, filled with D-rank tasks like locating lost cats and dogs, weeding, and farming. It didn't seem as intriguing as he had imagined. He decided to create a wood clone to accompany them on their D-rank missions, allowing him to return home to spend time with Yue Ying and check on his hot pot restaurant under renovation. With newfound clarity, Liu hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way home. One would clone accompanied the team on D-rank missions, knowing the 3 young ones were training diligently. After half a month, they had merely been running around the village. One clone remained at home, delving into research on ninjutsu. Another reported daily to the Umbu, while the original supervised the renovations of the hot pot restaurant, preparing to establish a casino. With a casino, he envisioned expansion throughout the land of fire, even Tsunade. No matter how much she gambled, would eventually see her winnings end up in his pocket. The gambling scene in the Naruto world was monotonous, solely focused on high-low games. He envisioned a casino styled in modern design, featuring baccarat, blackjack, roulette, and high-stakes poker for VIPs. The proliferation of casinos in the shinobi world was not merely a dream. Given the odds, they were designed to be profitable. Konoha secured a secluded plot of land, and Liu utilized wind release techniques to clear the area, swiftly forming hand seals for the wood release, for Pillar's house. Instantly, a monumental 3-story wooden structure rose from the ground. Pleased, Liu nodded, feeling that his foray into real estate could prove lucrative. Regrettably, Konoha had already undergone substantial redevelopment, even in the aftermath of the Nine Tails rampage, which had devastated many homes and displaced families. He felt it would be improper to charge villagers for new housing. Currently, he was focused on recruiting staff and providing training. Starting a business is quite exhausting, he lamented, considering the challenges of finding a location, renovating, staffing, training, and marketing, which seemed less appealing than undertaking missions. Thus, after a busy fortnight, the day of the hot pot restaurant's grand opening finally arrived. On this day, Tao Hong and her brother Li Hua presided over the opening ceremony, with welcoming hostesses at the entrance cheerfully inviting guests. Following several days of promotional leafleting, curiosity drew a continuous stream of patrons to the hot pot restaurant, a spectacle they had seldom encountered. At the entrance stood 4 enchanting hostesses clad in high-slit red kipayos, capturing the attention of the crowd. On the day of the grand opening, Liu accompanied his 3 students to the establishment. The inquisitive Ugetsu Shiyin voiced what the others were pondering. Teacher, what exactly is hot pot? Is it delicious? Hot pot is a delightful culinary experience, far more affordable and delectable than a barbecue. You will soon understand, Liu replied. The 4 settled into their seats amidst the steaming atmosphere, the air rich with enticing aromas. How fragrant, the trio exclaimed, relishing their first taste of hot pot. Mimicking Liu's technique of dipping into sauces, they indulged in the feast. Although it was known that ninjas had hearty appetites, this time the expenditure was only 15,000 ryo, a significant reduction from their previous outing. In the streets of Konoha, rumors circulated about the newly opened hot pot restaurant, with many esteemed ninjas having dined there. What is this hot pot place? Inquired one. It's where various ingredients are cooked in a bubbling broth. Is it expensive? Not at all. I dined there a few days ago, and it was quite reasonable. Another replied with a mischievous chuckle about the fair-skinned girls at the entrance. As Liu passed by the villagers, a proud smile graced his face. The restaurant's daily revenue reached an impressive 600,000 to 700,000 ryo. Plans were already in motion to establish 2 more branches in Konoha and expand through franchising across the Fire Country. Gambling houses, however, were the most lucrative ventures, destined to be controlled by the Senju Clan. Envisioning the resolution of Tsunade's gambling woes while amassing considerable wealth, Liu couldn't help but wear a satisfied grin. The staff training was progressing well, and with the casino opening tomorrow, bolstered by the hot pot restaurant's success and promotional efforts, it was bound to thrive. In a modest residence of Konoha, a mission was underway. Target spotted. Hinata, you flank left. Shiyin, you flank right. Now, the 2 girls, armed with a fishing net, launched their endeavor. The target, sensing danger, leaped from the rooftop and fled in haste, with the trio hot on their heels. At that moment, 2 figures in form-fitting green attire were performing handstands, aka only 500 meters to the finish. Let your youth burn bright. Indeed, father. Suddenly, a large net swooped down, ensnaring both green-clad figures and the target. The trio lunged at their objective, chaos ensuing, until Ugetsu Shiyin triumphantly grasped the cat. Captured, Liu's shadow clone leaned against a tree, arms crossed, observing the scene with interest. Upon witnessing the girls ensnare the 2 individuals, he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. In an instant, he appeared beside them. The 2 girls were comforting the startled cat, while Asuma Sarutobi was busy assisting them in extricating themselves from the net. Once free, the girls collapsed to the ground, embracing one another, tears streaming down their faces. Oh, aka, we were so close to completing the circle around the village. If one fails to meet expectations, they must complete 2,000 squats and 3,000 push-ups. Indeed, father. Upon seeing the duo's appearance, characterized by their signature watermelon hairstyles and bushy eyebrows, it is evident that they are Might Days and Might Kai, the spirited father-son pair. Apologies for interrupting your training, the seated Might Days exclaimed as he sprang to his feet upon noticing Liu, who wore a green vest with a headband obscuring his left eye. He waved his hands dismissively, reassuringly pulling up the still-dazed Might Kai. Observing Might Kai more closely, Liu noted the identical watermelon hairstyle and bushy eyebrows, recognizing the future of the Kai lineage. Is this your son, Might Kai? He seems to possess considerable talent in physical techniques. Ah, father. At last, someone acknowledges my efforts and recognizes my abilities, he said. Covering his face as tears of joy streamed down. Kai, did you hear that? Your hard work has not gone unnoticed, Daze said, raising his hand to give a thumbs up. The gleam of his pearly white sparkling in the light. Liu squinted, realizing that this gesture had been inherited from Might Daze. Kai, today we will train harder. Let us perform a handstand around the village. Very well, father, I am ready, Kai replied, preparing to leave in a handstand. Liu called out to the father-son duo before they departed. Wait, Might Daze. Do you have time tomorrow? I wish to witness your physical techniques. As a perennial Jonin, Might Daze had often been looked down upon, but hearing that a Jonin wanted to see his skills made his eyes shine with excitement. Tears flowed freely as he nearly lunged at Liu, while the nearby Yuzuki Yuin and Yuhi Kurenai recoiled in disdain. Liu quickly stated, Let us meet tomorrow morning at the Konoha training ground, before swiftly departing with his companions to complete their mission. On the way, Yuzuki Yuin pouted and remarked, Teacher, you must be mistaken. He is the underachiever of this year's graduating class from the Ninja Academy. Yuhi Kurenai added, Indeed, teacher. His father, Might Daze, is said to be a lifelong Jonin, still at that age. Even Sarutobi Asuma, who walked alongside them, nodded in agreement, hearing his students' comments. Liu felt a twinge of displeasure. Suddenly halting, he turned to them with a serious demeanor, stating, Do you think I genuinely wish to spar with the Jonin? Might Daze, I intend for you to realize that your talents surpass those of Might Kai. His training regimen is many times more rigorous than yours. This is the prime time to refine your bodies and enhance your physical capabilities. Increasing your chakra reserves in the future is merely a bonus. As for whether Might Daze is formidable, that is of little consequence. While he claimed to be indifferent to the upcoming match, Liu secretly anticipated witnessing the might of the 8 gates and wondered how many of them Might Daze could currently unlock. The 3 students, not particularly concerned, replied, We understand, teacher. Observing their reactions, Liu could only chuckle softly, as tomorrow's match with Might Daze would undoubtedly reveal the stark differences in their abilities. Liu found a secluded spot and transformed into a piece of wood. The original body, Liu, was diligently training his physique with chakra when he received information transmitted by the wooden clone upon contact. Might Guy, the 8 gates. Intriguing. This is a perfect opportunity to assess my recent progress. What do you think of Teacher Rope Tree's abilities? Sarutobi Asuma inquired, casually resting his hands behind his head. I've never seen him in action, and he lacks notoriety in the village. He doesn't seem particularly formidable. The teacher might be an exceptionally skilled Jonin, someone suggested. Perhaps he hails from a prominent clan, having encountered numerous Jonin and Umbu ninjas. His horizons broadened under the influence of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In contrast, Yuzuki Yugao's background was largely unaddressed in the original narrative, possibly stemming from a modest family or a slightly affluent commoner household. Yuhi Kurenai, on the other hand, likely belonged to a distinguished lineage. According to the 3rd Hokage's descriptions, they once stood alongside the Uchiha as a revered clan in Konoha, possessing a powerful bloodline limit akin to the Sharingan, which granted them formidable Genjutsu capabilities. Due to a decline in talent and limited character appearances, they faded from the annals of history, much like the Senju Clan. Rumor has it that both the 1st and 2nd Hokages were of the Senju Clan. And since Teacher Rope Tree shares that surname, he ought to possess considerable strength. Indeed, yet I wonder what elemental jutsu he excels in. I have never witnessed him utilize any techniques. I am particularly eager to learn about his Genjutsu capabilities, Kurenai expressed her curiosity. Boldly speculating, Yuzuki Yugao suggested. Perhaps the teacher specializes in would release ninjutsu. Asuma maintained his previous expression, asserting, only the 1st Hokage was known to wield would release. No one since has demonstrated such abilities. Kurenai nodded in agreement. Having exhausted their conversation, the group dispersed to their respective homes. Back at the Sarutobi residence, Asuma was questioned by his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, regarding his training. Tomorrow, Teacher Rope Tree is set to spar with a Jonin named Might Guy, and he has invited us to observe. Upon entering, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with surprise. Oh, Rope Tree has taken the initiative to challenge a Jonin? It's merely a match with a Jonin. Perhaps this Might Guy is someone I could easily defeat, Asuma retorted. My dear son, aside from the surname Senju, Rope Tree seems to lack recognition in the village. His strength likely pales in comparison to the clan's guards, Hiruzen replied, his hands clasped behind his back. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. Asuma, your confidence is commendable, yet your journey is just beginning. Tomorrow, you shall glimpse but the tip of your teacher's iceberg of strength. With that, Hiruzen retreated to his quarters, contemplating whether he should allocate some time to observe rope tree's development through a crystal ball. The following day, at the Konoha training ground, when Liu arrived, he found Might Guy warming up while supervising Might Guy doing push-ups nearby. In 1989, 1990, and 1991, it became evident that Might Guy was beginning to struggle. Akai, the metals of youth are inseparable from fervor. Throughout the morning, we were treated to a display of his passionate training, which was said to showcase the youthful rivalry between him and his father, as well as the legendary Hokage. One individual donned sunglasses and a headband, while another, also adorned with a headband, sported a bow on his forehead and held 1,000 books in his mouth. Liu could not help but reflect on the sight of two individuals in headbands and a third with a watermelon-shaped head, from a distance. One might mistake them for 3 melon-headed figures. Upon Liu's arrival, Might Guy leapt towards him, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Let us engage in a youthful duel. I have long been eager for this. Xiang, Asuma, and Kurenai, you should join forces with Nara Shikamaru and Ebisu. Please keep your distance." The trio nodded in understanding and swiftly retreated. I too was filled with anticipation, eager to see Liu's prowess in pure taijutsu and to test the fruits of his recent training. The two opponents formed their respective seals and assumed their stances. Might Guy charged directly at Liu, initiating the encounter with a flurry of punches and kicks. The force behind Might Guy's strikes was formidable, yet Liu adeptly countered with his taijutsu, effortlessly parrying the blows. Although the power behind the punches was considerable, the speed was still lacking. The arena echoed with a series of dull thuds as Liu began to gauge Might Guy's strength. Given that Might Guy was not currently utilizing the 8 gates, his taijutsu was likely on par with that of a CH Nin or J Nin. Among the spectators, Yuzuki Yugao observed the unfolding contest and curiously inquired why the duel was limited to taijutsu. The others turned their attention to the two combatants, fully engrossed in the bout. Upon hearing the question, they responded, "My father solely practices taijutsu, dedicating all his time to its mastery." Confidently, he flashed a thumbs up in response to the group's puzzled expressions. "Youth shall never arrive late. The brilliance of my father's youth will undoubtedly shine brightly." His teeth gleamed, casting a dazzling light that momentarily blinded those around him. TCH, it's clear that taijutsu is no match for the teacher, yet he speaks so eloquently. Liu remarked as he delivered a punch that sent Might Guy staggering back. "Might Guy, if this is all the strength you possess, do not expect my recognition." Might Guy regained his footing, his gaze turning serious. "In that case, allow me to demonstrate the results of my years of taijutsu training." Taking a deep breath, he bellowed. 8th gate of the 8 gates, open. As he unleashed his power, the veins on his head swelled, and his complexion darkened. "Oh, already at the 3rd gate? I wonder how many more he can unlock." 4th gate, open. His entire body was enveloped in green energy, as the veins across him began to bulge. As the door swung open, an abundance of verdant gas enveloped the surroundings, emanating a shockwave that dispersed the scattered debris on the ground. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was leisurely smoking a pipe in his office, halted his actions. Could this possibly be Konoha's forbidden technique, the 8 gates? Remarkably, it had already reached the 5th gate, and it seemed the onslaught had yet to conclude. Was the 6th gate about to be unleashed? Only someone renowned for his mastery of ninjutsu, like the 3rd Hokage, could discern such intricacies. The companions standing nearby were left astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Regrettably, no one provided an answer. At that moment, Might Guy clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his entire being vibrating with energy. "The 6th gate, open," he proclaimed. Centered around Might Guy, the ground sank 50 centimeters, cracking extensively. "Apologies for the delay in mastering the 6th gate," he said, as a figure, utterly enveloped by the green gas, surged towards Liu at remarkable speed. Fist slicing through the air aimed directly at his abdomen. Liu, not one to underestimate the assault, crossed his arms in a defensive posture, bracing himself for the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath them shattered within a 20-meter radius, dust swirling chaotically. Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Great Whirlwind. A series of powerful techniques followed, and Liu withstood each blow as the earth violently caved in, causing both combatants to vanish from the spectator's sight. Seeing that brute strength was insufficient against Liu, Might Dai shifted to a rapid assault, wildly changing his attack positions. The sound of impact echoed repeatedly. As Liu leveraged the Senju Clan's taijutsu and formidable perception to counter Might Dai's relentless strikes, though he still absorbed considerable damage. "I've got you now," Liu shouted, delivering a powerful punch to Might Dai's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Might Dai was sent crashing against the wall of the pit before bursting forth from the earth, soaring into the air. Utilizing the third gate, the life gate, he managed to tread upon the air momentarily before landing, his body trembling uncontrollably, clutching his abdomen. Gasping for breath, Might Dai rushed to support his father, concern etched across his face. "Father, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit drained," Might Dai responded. Realizing that Liu had grasped the strength of the sixth gate, which was already on par with an elite Genin, Liu, with a recovery speed rivaling the first Hokage, swiftly mended the areas that had been struck, shaking off the dust that clung to him. The sixth gate had indeed left him somewhat disheveled. In an instant, he appeared before Might Dai. "Might Dai, your prowess is commendable. You should not be classified as a genin. I acknowledge your strength." A rejuvenated Might Dai, who had recently felt weak, was filled with spirit. Tears shimmering in his eyes as he embraced Might Dai. "Ah, Guy, at last, someone recognizes my worth." "Yes, father," Guy replied, as the two wept openly. Observing their emotional reunion, the nearby companions discreetly stepped back, swallowing their words. Respecting the poignant bond between father and son, Liu turned to face the expansive pit. Performing hand seals to utilize earth release, and with a single hand, struck the ground. A deep pit, measuring several meters, and the hole created by Might Dai were swiftly filled. A wave of energy emanated from Liu's hands, causing the ground to descend a few centimeters, thereby reinforcing the vast training arena. Having completed this task, Liu rose effortlessly and turned to address Shi Yin, Shiri Hong, and Asma, suggesting they proceed to conclude today's training. Observing how effortlessly Liu restored the ground, Yuzuki Shi Yin inquired, "Teacher, is this Doton? How could you restore the ground so easily?" Saratobi Asma, crouched on the ground and tapping it occasionally, expressed his astonishment. "The ground has not only lowered, but has become incredibly hard. How much chakra must this consume?" "Indeed, it is Doton," Liu affirmed. "Once mastered, each of its variations can be utilized. As for the chakra issue, that is simpler, regular physical training is essential. With chakra reserves like Liu's, the talent of the Senju Clan is undeniably significant. To be frank, I fear discouraging my students' enthusiasm for training." As he noticed the growing admiration in his students' eyes, Liu felt gratified. He took the opportunity to explain the 8 gates technique. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, tucked away his pipe and summoned the Umbu, instructing them, "Go to the training ground and bring that Jonin named Might Dai to see me." 3 Umbu ninjas, adorned with masks, swiftly departed the Hokage building, heading directly to the Konoha training ground. Watching the Umbu ninjas leave, Hiruzen adjusted his Hokage hat and gazed out the window. Muttering to himself, "Shinju, it seems your taijutsu is not lacking. You truly exhibit some resemblance to the first Hokage." In the dark base, Danzo received intelligence from a root ninja and read it meticulously. Senju Shinju. No, he can also be referred to as Ziyu. Just wait. I shall live like a rat. He then instructed, "Go convey to Orochimaru that he must expedite his research. I wish to see results, and I will provide double the materials." To evade Liu, Danzo used shadow clones and transformation techniques for clandestine meetings with Konoha's higher-ups. Liu's sudden attack had frightened Danzo to the core, inadvertently making him the darkest figure in Konoha, concealing his whereabouts from all. After enduring numerous days of D-rank missions, Liu's team had successfully completed 5 C-rank missions without encountering any ninja battles, unlike the original storyline. Kakashi's Team 7's first C-rank escort mission, en route to the Land of Waves, involved 2 Chunin and 2 Jonin. Encountering elite ninjas like Momochi Zabuza and Haku would typically be reserved for A-rank missions. C-rank missions mostly involved bandits and no ninja confrontations. One could argue that as protagonists, Naruto and Sasuke were formidable, as their first adversaries were already quite powerful. This time, Liu's team received another C-rank escort mission. At the entrance of Konoha, all members had gathered and were prepared to embark. The 4 of them followed the merchant convoy towards the Land of Hot Water. "Teacher, escort missions are dreadfully dull. I haven't encountered even a single ninja," sighed Liu. Indeed, after such arduous training, There is no opportunity to hone our skills. He cast a glance at Asuma Sarutobi, who walked languidly on the opposite side of the cart. Oh, are you eager to test your prowess? Last time, when we faced 100 bandits, you all seemed to handle it with ease. Recently, the great nations have been quite active. Once we leave the village of Konoha, we must remain vigilant, Asuma replied. Understood, Liu acknowledged. As the merchant caravan made its way, moving intermittently on the peaceful road. Ninja masters, we shall soon enter the borders of the land of hot water, where a reward awaits us. Liu nonchalantly responded and continued onward. Ah, someone approaches, he noted, spotting 8 individuals in 2 swift-moving squads. Sensing the situation ahead, Liu silently trailed behind the group, glancing at his 3 students with a mysterious smile. With hands tucked into his pockets, he performed hand seals for the earth clone and substitution techniques, discreetly stepping aside into the thickets lining the road. Ah, this is how it is with students. Even though I could easily handle the situation, I must feign difficulty for their training. With his hands resting on a tree, he expanded his senses. A J-Nin led the way, accompanied by an elite CH-Nin, 3 CH-Nin, and 3 Genin. It appeared that a skirmish was imminent, and he would have to bide his time. The earth clone of Liu strolled nonchalantly within the caravan until the enemy drew near. Suddenly, he shouted, "Everyone, be alert. Ninjas are approaching. Prepare for battle. Why hi Kurenai, extend your senses for a kilometer ahead. Observe the trees on either side of the road." "Yes, sensei," Kurenai replied, demonstrating her impressive sensory abilities as an illusion and perception-type ninja. The 8 adversaries rapidly closed in, with 2 leading ninjas emanating formidable chakra. Asuma leaned in and whispered, "Kurenai, are you certain? How could there be so many ninjas?" "Indeed, this is just a C-rank escort mission. Could they be bandits?" inquired Yuzuki Yugao, anxiously unsheathing her sword. "No, they're ninjas," confirmed Liu. "Kurenai's perception is accurate. We are facing a J-Nin and an elite CH-Nin leading 2 squads." Upon hearing Liu's affirmation, the trio's tension heightened. Their first encounter with enemy ninjas was upon them. "Teacher, please handle them," Asuma urged. "Prepare for battle, Asuma, Kurenai, Yugao, protect them." The merchants, upon learning of the approaching ninjas, quickly followed the trio into the forest. In the distance, several figures dashed toward them. The ninjas from Kumogakure possess impressive taijutsu. Their speed is remarkable. As they observed the 8 adversaries, 1 squad of 4 slipped into the trees, rapidly pursuing Asuma and the others. The team of CH-Nin still included a sensory ninja, quite impressive indeed. The 4 approaching ninjas surrounded Liu in a tactical formation. In the Hidden Leaf Village, an elite ninja, whose identity remained elusive in the intelligence reports, appeared to be a newly appointed special J-Nin. Dismissing the banter of the others, Liu maintained his gaze on the forest, having lost sight of the 4 ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Turning back to his companions, he spoke with a hint of exasperation. "Have you finished? If so, you may as well meet your demise." With a piercing glare, he assumed a stance, bending slightly as he withdrew 3 specially crafted kunai, poised to launch them. The 4 ninjas from the Hidden Cloud, perceiving his intent, swiftly unleashed a barrage of shuriken and kunai in response, followed by a series of hand seals. In an instant, Liu activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the center of their encirclement, only to reappear at their flank, hurling the 3 specially designed kunai. The technique known as the Flying Thunder God Slash was executed flawlessly, and before the 3 ninjas could comprehend his disappearance, their throats were pierced by the kunai. Immediately, he flung the bloodied kunai toward the J-Nin of the Hidden Cloud Village, while his left hand began to gather chakra into a Rasengan, directing it towards the J-Nin's face. The Cloud Ninja evaded the kunai, wielding a katana crackling with purple lightning, grinning malevolently as he swung it toward Liu's Rasengan, ominously dubbed the Kidney and Liver Strike. Utilizing the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, just as the katana was about to cleave through the Rasengan, Liu reappeared above his adversary. Grasping a kunai midair, he twisted his body, delivering a crushing blow with the Rasengan to the J-Nin's back, sending him crashing to the ground. A thunderous impact resonated as circular cracks radiated outward, sending sand and earth flying, leaving the J-Nin fatally wounded and lifeless. Drawing inspiration from the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who executed a similar move against Obito during the Ninetales Rampage, Liu's actions were executed with the swiftness of lightning, dispatching 1 J-Nin and 3 CH-Nin in mere moments. Wiping the blood from his kunai, He adjusted his forehead protector and observed the departing second squad of the Hidden Cloud ninjas casually strolling towards them with his hands in his pockets. Ah. The side effects of upgrading my Mangeki Sharingan are still fresh. My eyes feel comfortable during battle. I wonder how Kakashi has managed to adapt. Meanwhile, on another front, four ninjas clashed with Asuma Sarutobi and engaged in combat. A few young genin from the Hidden Leaf swiftly dispatched their opponents, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds as shuriken were deflected. Asuma exhaled flames, unleashing the Great Fireball technique upon the four adversaries. The lead Nin from the Hidden Cloud, wielding a ninja sword crackling with yellow arcs of lightning, cleaved through the flames, scattering them before launching a few shuriken and engaging Asuma in close combat. Asuma, brandishing a chakra-infused blade, possessed a wind-natured chakra that rendered his weapon extraordinarily sharp. The hilt featured 4 small holes for his fingers, integrating seamlessly with the blade, which was serrated along its edge. With clashing sounds reverberating, Asuma found himself battling 2 ninjas from the Hidden Cloud, renowned for their taijutsu skills. Asuma's taijutsu is commendable. He surely possesses the prowess of a Nin, befitting the future guardian ninja. Meanwhile, 2 other genin charged toward Uzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai. As Uzuki Yuyuin stepped forward, brandishing her blade to shield Akatsuki from the setting sun's rays, the latter formed a series of hand seals, her eyes gleaming with a crimson light. A dark-skinned Nin from the Hidden Cloud village clutched his neck, agony etched upon his face. Meanwhile, Uzuki Yuyuin engaged in a fierce duel with another ninja wielding a kunai. Can these children truly manage? One of them questioned. Indeed. Let us hope that the esteemed ninjas will show us mercy. We should make our escape swiftly. The merchant caravan and its guards appeared anxious, their legs trembling as they prepared to flee. Suddenly, a figure obstructed their path. It was Liu, casually standing with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Fear not, everyone. Return to the previous location. The situation has been resolved. The group hurried back in the direction they had come from, expressing their gratitude to the ninjas, promising substantial rewards. Watching the retreating figures of the ordinary folk, Liu shook his head, reflecting, the Hokage symbolizes the ninja world. The third great ninja war is not far off. Redirecting his gaze to the fray, he observed Asuma Sarutobi valiantly holding his ground against a formidable ninja. Uzuki Yuyuin and Akatsuki, though somewhat injured, managed to dispose of 2 lower-ranking ninjas. Sensing the tide turning, the Nin swiftly released several smoke bombs in an attempt to retreat. Those Konoha brats are quite formidable, mark my words. The sound of combat echoed as Liu emerged from the smoke, swiftly dispatching the fleeing Nin with adept taijutsu. Teacher, are you unharmed? They inquired. Though Asuma had fought valiantly against 2 opponents, he bore the marks of battle, suggesting that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been generous in his training. The advantages of belonging to a prominent clan were evident, as their psychological resilience and survival rates in missions surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. I am quite pleased with your performance, Liu remarked. Tend to your wounds and return with me to the caravan. The journey ahead posed no further threats, and they arrived in the land of hot water the next day. Esteemed ninjas, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Please accept this modest token of appreciation, Liu said, graciously accepting the 20,000 ryo proffered to him. With his 3 students in tow, he planned to relax in the land of hot water, postponing their return to complete their mission. In the capital of the land of hot water, they indulged in the soothing hot springs. With their mission successfully accomplished, the difficulty level was elevated to A rank. After a few days back in the village, they received notice regarding the Nin exams, prompting the Hokage to summon all Jonin for a meeting. In the conference room, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, addressed the assembly, stating, "The purpose of this gathering is to discuss the upcoming Nin exams and to recommend a selection of exceptional Jonin to participate." This announcement sparked lively discussions among the gathered Jonin, as they deliberated on the content of the exams and who among their ranks would be worthy of recommendation. Dressed in a green Jounin vest, Minato Namikaze approached. "I recommend that Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Lin Haruno participate in the Chunin exams. I also propose that Might Guy, Nara Shikaku, and Ebisu join the Chunin exams." Liu stepped forward in front of the Hokage. "I suggest that Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Uzuki Yugao take part in the Chunin exams." Many began to recommend their own Jonin for the examination, creating an atmosphere of fervor. In a moment of distraction, Liu recalled Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma Sarutobi, and Might Guy, reminiscing about their own Chunin exam experience. The format of the exam was strikingly similar. The first stage was a written test, the second involved the Forest of Death, and the third consisted of one-on-one combat. After leaving the Hokage's conference room, Liu arranged to meet with his 3 students. Here are your recommendation letters. Take them to the Ninja Academy to register for the Chunin exams. Teacher, the Chunin exams. How wonderful. We will finally become Chunin and no longer have to perform tedious D-rank missions. Seeing the excitement in the 3 of them, he offered a few words of advice. Yuzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai were exceptional students, while Asuma Sarutobi was slightly less so. In terms of strength, Kurenai and Yugao were nearly on par. You 3 must register at the Ninja Academy within 3 days and return to your clans to prepare diligently for the exams. Yugao, come with me. Yes, teacher. Leading Yuzuki Yugao to the gathering place of the Senju Clan, they entered the ancestral home where Liu resided. Teacher, why have you brought me here? The time is right. I want you to meet your sister, Yuzuki Wing. Really? My sister is on a mission in the Umbu and seldom returns home to see me. At that moment, a figure with long purple hair cascading down to her waist, fair-skinned and graceful, emerged from the house with light steps. Sister, Yugao, what brings you here? Saying this, Yuzuki Yugao leaped into her sister Yuzuki Wing's embrace, knowing that the 2 sisters had much to discuss. Nodding to Wing, Liu turned to leave. In the Senju Clan's council hall, a gathering of existing members awaited for some time. Upon seeing Liu enter, they spoke in unison. Clan leader. Liu took his seat at the head of the table and gestured for everyone to sit down. To his left sat Senju Takahara's son, Senju Kazuhana, followed by his wife, Senju Aoi, and their son, Senju Rika. To his right was the son of Senju Riken, with his eldest son, Senju Kiken, his second son, Senju Kijian, and his youngest son, Senju Ziken. Senju Takahara and Senju Riken were trusted subordinates of the legendary Senju Hashirama, one skilled in genjutsu and the other in ninjutsu development. While physical prowess and chakra reserves were fundamental traits of the Senju Clan. Today, I have called you all here in secret to reunite the Senju Clan. We need not hide in obscurity or live in the shadows, and we must gradually cease to be marginalized within the village. Our clan has produced 2 Hokage, a lineage of great honor. Upon hearing Liu's words, the members of the Senju Clan were filled with fervor, their hands clenched in determination. Liu observed the reactions of the crowd, feeling a sense of pride within. It seemed he possessed the potential for the most formidable ninjutsu of the Hokage. Perhaps they believed that times had changed. During the era of the 3rd Hokage, his prestige was insufficient, leading him to distribute much of his power among various clans to secure his position. Today, I am not here to discuss matters with you all. I merely wish to formally inform you and deliberate on the details. Recently, the Senju Clan has seen remarkable growth, with 10 hot pot restaurants and 5 casinos established across the Land of Fire. This meeting extended into the night. Despite a full day of discussions, each participant departed invigorated, brimming with hope for the future. In the Land of Earth, at the Hidden Stone Village, Lord Inoki, the Tsuchikage, received a scroll delivered by 2 ninjas from the Land of Wind. Upon examining the scroll, Inoki clicked his tongue in contemplation. The 3rd Kazekage has gone missing, suspected to be the work of Konoha. Do they intend to launch a joint attack on us? He mused. How ironic that their own Kage has vanished. And to deflect blame, they seek to scapegoat Konoha. That old hag, Chiyo, is quite cunning. As for an alliance, it is not out of the question. According to Liu's intelligence, he had ventured out of the village to gather information, and there was no sign of this individual involved in any S-rank missions from Konoha. Last time, I was careless. This time, I shall unite the 4 great nations. My village boasts thousands of exceptional ninjas. In the Land of Lightning, at the Hidden Cloud Village, the 3rd Raikage, slammed several pieces of intelligence onto the table with a heavy thud. Inoki dares to propose a joint attack on Konoha, claiming they have an Umbu operative, codenamed Liu, who is supposedly formidable and skilled and would release. I see this as a mere excuse for their failed ambush exaggerated for effect. An alliance? Inoki, that little man, loves to play tricks. But he crumbles in the face of true power. He pounded the table again, shattering it to pieces. Standing beside him, a dark-skinned youth spoke up. Father, a few days ago, we sent out 2 teams to test the waters with Konoha's ninjas, but we lost contact. They must have been eliminated by Konoha's forces. Intelligence from our spies in the Land of Wind reports that the 3rd Kazekage has suddenly gone missing, causing chaos in Sunigakure. The 3rd Raikage, glanced at his son and the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, Killer Bee, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Dispatch orders to prepare for battle. At the Konoha Umbu base, Liu donned a green patterned mask and the standard Umbu attire, draping a black cloak over his shoulders. He gathered various pieces of intelligence he had recently collected. Skirmishes along the borders of the Hokage were frequent, and movements from other nations were incessant, with a marked increase in orders for Shuriken and kunai from the Land of Iron. These were all ominous signs heralding the imminent onset of war. The third Kazekage had been missing for several days without declaring war on Konoha. Did the Land of Wind not intend to engage in conflict? In truth, due to Liyu's emergence, the flutter of a butterfly's wings had set off a chain reaction. The previous battle in the Land of Birds had instilled fear in the hearts of the Wind Country's populace. It was said that only a few returned, casting doubt on their accounts of the conflict. The discord among the ninjas remains unresolved. The war has merely been postponed, perhaps a tranquil interlude before the impending storm. Today marks the Ch-Nin exams, and I intend to observe the performance of my 3 students while discreetly monitoring Uchiha Ibito. Liu performed hand seals, creating a wooden clone, and activated the Flying Thunder God to depart from the Umbu base, en route to the exam venue, prepared to track the proceedings closely. The third great ninja war looms on the horizon. Liu believes his combat style leans towards wide-area techniques, lacking in singular lethality. While he can effortlessly eliminate J-Nin with the Flying Thunder God, and even launch surprise attacks on Kaga-level adversaries, achieving a kill remains a challenge. He extended his left hand to touch his left eye, sensing the abundant ocular power within. A surge of mysterious energy manifested. In an instant, Liu awakened his Sharingan, which spun rapidly into the 3-tomo form, transforming into a 4-pointed windmill. Harnessing his intuition, he guided the power of his left eye to unleash. A yellow, half-skeletal figure materialized around Liu, adorned with horns and glowing red eyes, menacing and fearsome. With a casual wave of his arms, a gust of wind surged forth, displaying incredible force. After a few attempts, Liu felt a slight fatigue in his left eye. It appeared that wielding the Susanoo with a single Manjiki Sharingan was quite taxing. He needed to find an opportunity to awaken the Manjiki in his right eye swiftly. Yet, in the current ninja world, who else has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are still far from their awakening. It seems the awakening of my right eye's Manjiki is a distant prospect. Disheartened, Liu plopped down on a large stone, resting his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow as he gazed vacantly at the training ground. Was he to rely solely on himself for this awakening? But to do so would demand the sacrifice of someone dear to him, an exchange Liu was unwilling to make. Most who awaken the Manjiki Sharingan are inevitably influenced by it, leading them to commit extreme acts. Reflecting on the original narrative, Itachi, Sasuke, Obito, and Madara all succumbed to hatred born of love, paying a hefty price for enlightenment and ultimately facing demise. Except for Sasuke, who has Naruto, the protagonist, halo shielding him. Even Naruto has come perilously close to death, sacrificing an arm to prevent Sasuke from straying into extremity. Suddenly, Liu smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "How could I forget them? Kakashi, Obito, and Madara Uchiha." Madara should be lurking in some obscure corner, sustained by the Outer Path's demonic statue. According to the original storyline, Madara still possesses a Manjiki Sharingan. Having been in the Hokage world for so long, he is undeniably curious about the legendary Uchiha Madara himself. Despite being an aged figure now, Liu yearned to test Madara's remaining strength. With a resolute determination to undertake a significant endeavor, Liu prepared to devise a meticulous plan. After contemplating these thoughts, he leaped off the large stone and formed hand seals. White smoke billowed on either side, bang, bang, as multiple shadow clones emerged. Extending his palms upward, he spun 2 spheres of blue chakra in opposite directions, infusing the shadow clone's Rasengan with wind attribute chakra. Under the formidable control of Liu's chakra, he unleashed 2 wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, from each hand. With a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself to the outskirts of Konoha. Leaping into the air, he hurled the 2 Rasengan Shurikens towards either side of a small hill. The explosion was monumental. A massive blue orb of energy rotated around the center of the Shurikens, with opposing orbs spinning like a meat grinder, obliterating the small hill into fragments. The sheer power was astounding, surpassing the destructive capacity of a singular Rasengan Shuriken. In a moment of inspiration, Liu emulated Naruto's method, using shadow clones to assist in channeling the requisite attributes for the jutsu. Coupled with the Senju Clan's innate prowess in chakra control, he managed to execute the technique in one fell swoop, prompting him to vacate the family training grounds and experiment with his new ninjutsu in the open. Upon witnessing the magnitude of the disturbance, Liu formed hand seals and struck the ground, employing earth release techniques to restore the terrain and the small hill to its original state. His hands were marred with scratches, but the pain within his bones swiftly dissipated, returning to normal within mere minutes. The remarkable regenerative capabilities of a sage are indeed formidable, far superior to the recovery power of the Nine Tails Chakra. Perhaps this is one of the powers of the first Hokage's Yang release. Liu decided to conceal the immense power of the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, to avoid detection by the Umbu, who might perceive unusual signs of devastation through their reconnaissance. In the world of shinobi, intelligence is paramount. Understanding one's opponent's capabilities can provide a strategic advantage. Liu also intended to unleash this unexpected technique during the Third Great Ninja War for maximum effect, returning to the family training grounds via the Flying Thunder God technique. He aimed to maintain the element of surprise. At that moment, several patrolling Umbu ninjas arrived at the scene. Having just heard the two resounding booms and witnessed the brilliant light, they were puzzled by the lack of clear traces on the ground. One perceptive Umbu ninja circled the small hill, detecting a significant residual presence of wind chakra in the air, indicative of a large-scale wind release technique. Indeed, many nearby trees had been uprooted, their trunks cleanly severed as if by a sharp weapon. A leading Umbu ninja, adorned with a red dog-faced mask, remarked, "Since we have inspected sufficiently, let us report this intelligence to Lord Hokage." In the Hokage office within the Hokage building, the dog-faced Umbu ninja, accompanied by 3 team members, relayed the recent loud disturbances outside the village to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Hiruzen sighed. Recently, other ninja villages have been increasingly active, with multiple sightings of ninjas along the borders. We must enhance our patrols both inside and outside the village. Inform the security department to have the Uchiha clan intensify their surveillance to prevent any enemies from using Jinjutsu to infiltrate our village. Tighten questioning at the gates and send any suspicious individuals to the interrogation department for scrutiny. Extra measures are warranted during these turbulent times. Yes, Lord Hokage. The group responded before exiting the office. Little did they know, Liu's whimsical experiment with a new ninjutsu had inadvertently escalated the alertness within and beyond the village, leaving the Uchiha and Umbu busier than ever. In the training grounds of the Senju Clan, the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, still feels too much like Naruto. It seems misaligned with the essence of the Senju lineage. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uzumaki Naruto, harnessing the lava release chakra of the Four Tails, unleashed the sage art, lava release Rasen Shuriken, a technique of astounding power. Once thrown, this Rasen Shuriken detonates upon striking its target, causing extensive destruction capable of severing the divine tree, accompanied by a burning effect. The Rasengan is indeed a divine technique. Its prowess is not merely limited to a singular attribute, but can also incorporate the chakra transformations of bloodline limits. Thus, what would occur if would release were to be integrated? Driven by this thought, Liu swiftly performed the necessary hand signs to create a wood release clone. Following the established steps, the clone infused the Rasengan with the green chakra of wood release. At that moment, the Rasengan transitioned from blue to a verdant hue, significantly amplifying its control strength. Bang! Bang! Liu was propelled backward by the explosion of the Rasengan in his grasp, and the clone shattered into a splinter of wood. The scattered green chakra descended to the ground, prompting the rapid growth of nearby plants. In the blink of an eye, the ground and walls were adorned with grass reaching 1/2 meter in height, a verdant expanse stretching as far as the eye could see. Goodness, what a disaster! Liu exclaimed, shaking his reddened right hand. Thanks to his remarkable regenerative abilities, he recovered within moments. Had he infused too much would release chakra? Was there an issue with the proportions? Unyielding, Liu persisted in his experimentation. The ground was littered with dozens of wooden splinters. A chaotic scene where the formerly smooth terrain was now overrun with lush green grass, towering over 1 meter in height. Each time he felt on the verge of success, it seemed he fell just short, that minuscule detail seemingly destabilizing the entire Rasengan. Lying amidst the grass, Liu gasped for breath. It became clear that developing ninja techniques was far more challenging than anticipated. The initial attempt at wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, was completed in a single go. Perhaps there was an element of luck involved. Observing the once barren training ground now overrun with grass exceeding 1 meter in height, Liu felt a surge of frustration. In the second phase of the Chunin exams, within the forest of death in the land of fire, Liu's wood clone seamlessly followed Uchiha Obito's squad upon entering the forest. Utilizing the innate advantages of wood release, he effortlessly concealed his presence within the foliage. frequently melding with the earth and trees, occasionally peeking out to observe the three individuals. The stealth and tracking capabilities of the wood clone were remarkably eerie, rivaling those of Kaguya's Black Zetsu. This was also a training exercise for the wood clone, preparing for the future. As the esteemed Kakashi Hitaki, known for his signature dead fish eyes, served as the Hokage, Liu found himself intrigued by the prospect of becoming a jonin at the tender age of 12. Kakashi, we have just entered the forest, yet we have not encountered a single soul. The eager Uchiha Obito turned to Kakashi, yearning to display his prowess before Lin. Kakashi, with his lifeless gaze, cast a sidelong glance at Obito and continued to march forward in silence. The disdainful look on Kakashi's face seemed to convey a message, read between the lines. Hey Kakashi, I am speaking to you, Obito exclaimed. But Kakashi's utter lack of response prompted Obito to toss his head back in irritation, muttering about Kakashi's arrogance. Just don't lag behind when the time comes, Obito added defiantly. What did you say, Kakashi? A light, airy remark from Kakashi sent Obito into a frenzy, as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Kakashi, ready to engage in a debate. Enough of the bickering. Teacher Minato said we are a team and must remain united. Upon hearing Lin's interjection, Obito immediately huffed in defiance, crossing his arms with a petulant air. Secretly clenching his fists, Obito resolved to impress Lin when they encountered other teams. Surely, she would come to admire him. The thought made Obito's face flush, his heart racing with excitement. Meanwhile, at the back, Liu's wood clone observed the trio with a smirk. The experience of watching the series unfold in person was undeniably different. Perhaps animation could not fully capture the breadth of human emotion. Obito and Naruto bore a striking resemblance. And at that moment, Kakashi seemed even more aloof than Sasuke, feigning indifference while clearly valuing friendship, prioritizing the mission above all. The wood clone trailed leisurely behind, unnoticed by the three ahead. Senju Clan, training grounds after 5 days of relentless experimentation. Liu finally discovered the precise ratio of chakra needed to integrate the Rasengan with wood release. However, the result was fleeting, dissipating too quickly, leaving him frustrated as he felt he was just a hair's breadth away from success. Wasn't Naruto's lava release Rasengan successful? Reflecting on it, Liu recalled how Naruto had achieved the lava release Rasengan in the anime. Did he need to enter the Tailed Beast mode to succeed? Tailed Beast mode. Tailed Beast mode. With a sudden realization, he slapped the ground and exclaimed, I understand. He had been trapped in a cognitive trap for too long, habitually applying the method for wind release Rasengan without considering the context in which Naruto developed his technique. Naruto's lava release Rasengan should be fully named Sage Art, Lava Release Rasengan. With inspiration igniting within him, Liu promptly sat in meditation, absorbing the natural energy around him. 5 minutes later, he created a wood clone, who skillfully formed a massive Rasengan with one hand, infusing it with wood release chakra. As he watched the Rasengan transform from blue to a vibrant green, he felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the sensation he had sought. Let me see your power, he declared, forcefully hurling it towards a massive tree in the training ground. Though it lacked the thunderous force of the wind release Rasengan and the searing heat of the lava release Rasengan, before my eyes, a colossal tree was ensnared by thick vines that coiled around its trunk with a speed reminiscent of a python wrapping its prey. In mere moments, the mighty tree emitted creaking sounds under the immense pressure. With a resounding crash, fragments flew as the upper portion of the tree ascended several meters into the air, only to fall heavily back to the ground, producing a series of thuds. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu rushed forward, excitedly swatting away branches and leaves that fell in his direction. After inspecting the scene, he leaped with joy, exuberant like a child. "Haha, I am a genius," he proclaimed, basking in self-adulation and immersed in a state of profound confidence. This new technique, the wood release Sage Art, had yet to be seen in the realm of Naruto. Even the prince, Naruto Uzumaki, could not replicate it. With a small amount of chakra, such power was unleashed. He contemplated finding a more resilient target to test it further. Once his excitement subsided, Liu settled down to analyze the injuries inflicted using modern medical principles. Human injuries can generally be categorized into sharp and blunt force traumas. Sharp objects, such as knives and axes, inflict damage through cutting, resulting in clear lacerations. Blunt objects, like clubs or punches, cause impacts, falls, or compressive injuries without evident external wounds, leading to internal bleeding of organs and skin. The wind release Rasengan utilizes sharp, high-speed wind blades to attack foes, causing rapid lacerations. In contrast, Liu's wood release Rasengan employs rapidly spinning vines to constrict enemies, simultaneously absorbing their chakra and growing stronger in the face of resistance. Unless one can escape instantly, the only fate awaiting them is being crushed. While it bears some resemblance to Gaara's sand coffin, which envelopes foes in sand before obliterating them. Liyu's technique, enhanced with Sage Chakra, surpasses it in potency. With the successful completion of the Sage art, would release Rasengan, Liu returned to the laboratory, content, and glanced at the recorded data on the scroll, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After sealing the scroll for safekeeping, he suddenly received memories transmitted from his wood clone. Obito Uchiha, in the Forest of Death, encountered Might Guy. Just as he intended to showcase his prowess, Obito was swiftly knocked unconscious by Guy's kick. Relying on the formidable Kakashi, Obito managed to pass the exam with little effort, despite the imprint of the kick still visible on his face. In the third round of the exam, Obito faced Guy again, seething with anger, eager to reclaim his dignity. However, Guy had no recollection of any prior offense against Obito. Amid the cheers of Rin Noera, as Obito turned to respond, he was met with a swift kick from Guy, once more sent crashing to the ground. Seeing Obito's predicament, Liu couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the original story held true. Obito's misfortunes were profound as he fell victim to Guy's relentless kicks. With Obito and Rin still as Genin and Kakashi as a Chunin, Liu reflected on his three students' performances, noting that all three had achieved the rank of Chunin. After completing the transmission of memories from his wood clone, he exhaled deeply. The CH9 exam has concluded, and war should not be far off. In truth, I yearn for a life of domestic tranquility, with a loving wife by my side and children at my feet. Alas, there are always those who impede such desires. Upon exiting the laboratory, Liu found himself in the hall, where he beheld Zuki Weiying, bustling about like a diligent young bride, preparing dinner. While Zuki Shien assisted in setting the table. "Teacher, you have arrived. I have become a CH9. Zuki Shien exclaimed joyfully, flashing a peace sign at Liu. Approaching her, he affectionately ruffled her hair, praising her. "Hee, Shien, you are truly remarkable. You have not disappointed your teacher." After their dinner, the trio settled down to converse. "Shien, now that you have successfully become a CH9, you must not slacken in your training, but rather strive to become a J9 as soon as possible." "Sister, are you already a J9?" Zuki Weiying asked with a mysterious smile. Having spent considerable time mastering the Flying Thunder God technique and the conversion of 3 types of tailed beast chakra, she had become proficient in its use. Also acquiring knowledge of various special ninjutsu, yet had yet to find an opportunity to test their might. "Indeed, I am now a J9. Sister, I will do my best." Seeing the enthusiasm in Shien, Liu declared, "Recently, I have devised a special training regimen for you." "Really? I will certainly work hard." As for Zuki Shien's prowess, it could be said to surpass her previous portrayal in the original narrative, possessing a stronger foundation than merely knowing the Konoha-style sword technique. Since she could not learn the 5 elemental natures due to her lack of attribute chakra, Liu planned to teach her the Rasengan, while also enhancing her Jinjutsu abilities. At that moment, Zuki Shien, adorably nibbling on her hand, shyly inquired, "Teacher, should I call you brother-in-law or teacher?" "Quite simple, call me brother-in-law at home, and teacher outside." "Shien, now that you are a CH9, I have a gift for you as your brother-in-law. Come with me." Liu rose and led the two to the laboratory. He instructed Zuki Shien to sit within a formation etched with black patterns. "Shien, as your brother-in-law, I present you with a gift." Considering the imminent Third Great Ninja War, and the likelihood that his 3 students would find themselves on the battlefield, Liu, harboring a personal motive, decided to provide Zuki Shien with an advantage, thereby reassuring Zuki Weiying. "What gift is it, brother-in-law? You will soon find out." He proceeded to replicate the previous process, sealing the Flying Thunder God mark onto Zuki Shien's right wrist, incorporating a portion of his own chakra within. The only distinction this time was the absence of tailed beast chakra, aiming to prevent her from becoming overly reliant on the chakra contained within the seal, encouraging her to utilize her own chakra to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. "Shien, take a moment to feel this Flying Thunder God mark. It contains 2/10 of my chakra to be employed in times of crisis. In the coming days, I will have your sister accompany you in training, so you must dedicate yourself to your cultivation." "Of course, brother-in-law." After entrusting Zuki Shien with several specially crafted kunai, he departed the laboratory with the two. The following day, in the early morning, he gently shifted Zuki Weiying's arms and legs from around him, slowly lifting the covers to rise from the warmth of the bed. Donning his mask and black cloak, He made his way to the Umbu office to review the latest intelligence reports. Oh, the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth have declared war on Konoha, the Land of Wind. Believing that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was orchestrated by the people of Konoha, seeks to divert internal conflicts by instigating war. It is quite surprising that they have launched this war together. If I recall correctly, in the original narrative, it was the Land of Wind that initiated hostilities first. This time, however, they have allied with the Land of Earth, demonstrating Naka's strategic thinking. At this moment, Suiseki hurriedly entered, spotting Liu and exclaiming, "So you are here. The third Hokage is looking for you." "Understood," Liu replied. On his way to the Hokage's office, he observed numerous ninjas hastening about, each moving with great urgency, while many others departed from the building. In the Hokage office, "Third Hokage, you summoned me?" "Ah, Ziyu, you have arrived. We need to discuss matters privately. The Land of Earth and the Land of Wind have both declared war on us and have mobilized substantial ninja forces. I have already dispatched Minato to confront the troops from the Land of Earth. Our village is short-staffed. So I need you to take your team to the battlefield in the Land of Wind and swiftly resolve the conflict there." "Understood, Hokage-sama. I will gather my subordinates right away." As Liu prepared to leave, he was called back by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who requested him to look after Asuma. With a puff from his pipe, he turned his gaze to the window. Liu could only chuckle, receiving a gentle reprimand. And he left the Hokage building with a sense of understanding. In truth, there were still a few days before the actual battle commenced, allowing for the gathering of ninjas and the preparation of ample supplies and equipment. The larger the assembly, the more conspicuous their movements would be, thus revealing the enemy's intentions in advance. With these few days remaining, he decided to conduct intensive training for Tsukuyomi, Kurenai, and Asuma. Recently, the somewhat lethargic Liu had devoted considerable time to accompanying Yuzuki Yukaheim. Although he had designed specific training regimens for his 3 students, he enlisted Senju Rihua to oversee and guide their training. Occasionally, he would provide special instruction to Tsukuyomi in both taijutsu and jinjutsu, which he noted without addressing directly. "Do you think there is a possibility for Yukaheim and Rihua? From my observations over the past few days, I believe there is potential. Rihua is quite handsome. He's almost half as charming as I am." "Oof, you are so vain. I'm merely stating the truth. This kid Rihua is currently a special jonin, and with the impressive talent of the Senju Clan, it won't be long before he becomes a jonin, undoubtedly a high-status and affluent individual." As he addressed Tsukuyomi, Liu playfully began to tease her. After a moment of playful banter, he found himself descending into a state of indulgence once more. On the eve of departure, Senju Rihua approached Liu, expressing a desire to join him on the battlefield in the Land of Wind, only to be firmly declined by Liu. "Rihua, an important task has been entrusted to you." With these words, a sealed scroll, a piece of paper, and a letter were handed to Rihua. It was emphasized that the scroll contained 20 million ryo, the paper bore an address, and the letter was to be delivered to Tsunade Senju. After Tsunade reviewed the letter, she would accompany you back to the village. Additionally, here is a pouch for you to keep. If my sister returns to the village in a fit of rage upon discovering my absence, you are to open the pouch. Having conveyed these instructions, in the afternoon, Senju Rihua departed from the village, heading towards the path that required Tsunade's presence. As the battlefield approached, Liu, intent on making prior arrangements, unfurled a map to meticulously study it, determined not to miss the splendid opportunity to locate Madara. It was essential to remember that Madara was concealed somewhere in the Land of Grass, and the battlefield in the Land of Wind could not be overlooked. In the depths of night, a figure clad in a black robe, with the Konoha Umbu mask barely visible beneath the hood, swiftly traversed the Konoha barrier, hastening towards the battlefield in the Land of Earth. At dawn, at the gates of Konoha, a figure donned in a green vest of a Konoha jonin, draped in a white cloak, stood with a multitude of ninjas behind, tall and short, stout and slender. The leader, Liu, calculated the time and deemed it appropriate. He instructed several ninjas, also clad in green vests, to count their numbers. Upon receiving the report, the total stood at 511, 350 genin, 158 shunin, and 3 jonin, totaling 512 including himself. Observing the youthful faces, many of whom were freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, their expressions brimmed with enthusiasm, chatting animatedly without a hint of concern about the impending battle. Noting this, Liu refrained from further admonishments and, channeling his chakra, bellowed, "I am your leading jonin for this expedition, Senju Ropetree. Listen closely, stay in formation, and do not fall behind. Let us depart." The team set forth as scheduled. Over 500 ninjas moving simultaneously, weaving through the woods, and startling a flock of birds with their impressive presence. To accommodate the varying pace of the numerous Jinin and Chunin, Liu deliberately slowed their advance, feeling a twinge of frustration. Inwardly, he muttered about the third Hokage, who certainly knew how to burden others, insisting that he should look after the village's future. In his view, it was merely a matter of ensuring he exerted himself to the fullest, swiftly resolving the conflict in the Land of Wind without holding back. Casting a glance back at the dense throng of people and the 3 students who were trailing leisurely behind, he realized the ties to the village were deepening. Perhaps this was ultimately the third Hokage's intention. Mizuki Yuin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma followed Liu. Their expressions relaxed as they engaged in casual conversation. As the sun set, I recalled that my teacher had recently bestowed upon you a ninjutsu scroll. How formidable is this ninjutsu? Indeed, this technique was developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. With a twinkle in her crimson eyes, Akatsuki replied proudly, Sagan, you have been residing at the teacher's home. After all, the teacher is your brother-in-law, so he would certainly not treat you poorly. With a haughty tilt of her head and a flick of her purple locks, she smiled. Of course, I too have learned the ninjutsu crafted by the second Hokage. Asuma Sarutobi, trailing behind the 2 girls, wore a look of discontent, observing the 2 proud young women with an unexplainable bitterness. What ninjutsu has the teacher taught you? He inquired. The 2 girls turned in unison, replying, we want to tell you, exchanging knowing glances and laughter. Seeing their playful demeanor, Asuma murmured under his breath. The teacher is truly biased. What was originally a 3-day journey was extended to 5 due to the size of their party, finally reaching the frontline battlefield. Here, over 1,000 ninjas from the first echelon had already established a camp. At that moment, a ninja clad in a green vest, stained with splatters of blood, approached. You must be Lord Senju Rope Tree, leading the second team. Narashikaku invites you to the tent ahead. Upon entering the tent, Liu encountered a robust man dressed in green ninja attire, emblazoned with a large kanji for food on his chest, and sporting red hair. Recognizing the distinctive attire, Liu surmised his identity, a Kimichi Choza. Inside the tent, 2 other ninjas were engaged in a discussion over a map. It was evident they were Yamanaka Inoichi and Narashikaku. It was surprising to discover that the battlefield in the Land of Wind was under the command of Konoha Zenizuka, Nara, and the Kimichi clans. The original narrative did not elaborate on how the battle at Kaiki Mountain was won. It seemed largely unrelated to the legendary Sannin. As Tsunade and Jiraiya were absent from the village, and Orochimaru was absorbed in his research, observing the presence of the Inuzuka, Nara, and the Kimichi clans at the battlefield in the Land of Wind, Liu finally understood why, despite Konoha's victory at Kaiki Mountain, they had suffered significant losses. The newly appointed 4th Kazekage, Raza, alongside Chiyo, who was adept at manipulating puppets and fond of employing poison, along with the collective forces of Sunagakure, had devised strategies against them. Although Konoha ninjas, due to their superior skills, managed to eliminate numerous sand shinobi, they too faced severe casualties at the hands of Raza and Chiyo, many succumbing to poison with no antidote available. Senju Rope Tree, you have arrived. Splendid, Narashikaku exclaimed. In recent days, we have engaged in several small-scale skirmishes with the sand ninjas. He pointed to various locations on the map as he spoke with Liu. Reinforcements from the sand are arriving, and we anticipate significant movements in the coming days. Having grasped the battlefield's current situation, Liu waved his hand. I understand. Shikaku, please find someone to escort me to the wounded camp. Yamanaka Inoichi, taken aback, asked, Rope Tree, are you planning to? Liu smiled and replied, since Tsunade is absent from this war, I shall represent my sister and visit the injured ninjas. I have also brought 10 members of the Senju Clan to serve as a medical team. He emphasized the significance of the Senju Clan. Listening to the words, the trio of Tsukuyami, Shika, and Asuma felt their eyelids twitch involuntarily. It was Nara Shikahisa who reacted the quickest, awkwardly responding, in that case, that's splendid. Liu's statement was merely a subtle probe into the reactions of these prominent clans of Konoha, preparing for the eventual resurgence of the Senju Clan. The ongoing war with the Land of Wind was of little concern to Liu. The 4th Kazekage, Raza of Sunagakure, was considered lower tier in terms of shadow-level strength. If Liu wished, he could single-handedly overpower the ninja of Sunagakure. However, he was not alone in this battle. As he bore the responsibility for the Senju Clan and focused primarily on gathering the hearts of the people, accompanied by the medical ninjas of the Senju Clan and his 3 students, he proceeded to the wounded camp. Upon nearing the camp, The sounds of anguished cries and groans reached their ears, interspersed with the cries of recently graduated ninjas who had barely survived. The cacophony was understandable. The camp had been deliberately set away from others to avoid disturbing the morale of the frontline ninjas. Upon reaching the entrance of the tent, Liu took the initiative to lift the curtain, striding confidently inside, followed closely by the 10 medical ninjas of the Senju Clan. At the entrance, Tsukuyami and Hinata hesitated, their faces paling upon hearing the distressing sounds within. Asuma, being the only male among them, valiantly suppressed his discomfort and stepped in resolutely. The two girls, seeing Asuma enter, exchanged determined glances and followed him into the tent. Once inside, they found Liu directing the 10 medical ninjas as they treated the injured. Healing techniques were employed to alleviate the toxins, extracting them for research to formulate antidotes. The severely injured were stabilized, awaiting the supply team to transport them back to the Konoha hospital. Turning his head towards his 3 newly arrived students, Liu beckoned them closer. They navigated through the injured ninjas, hastening their steps as they heard their painful cries, finally arriving before Liu. The pallor of their faces deepened, becoming increasingly ghostly. Liu, wearing a smile, could not help but quip, "Tsukuyami, Hinata, I've suddenly noticed you both have grown even paler." The two girls gasped in surprise, taken aback by Liu's remark. As they processed his words, they retorted, "Teacher, what are you saying? We're ignoring you." Standing between the two girls, Asuma stifled a laugh, only to receive a playful hit on the head from each of them. "Ouch," he exclaimed, covering his head with his hands, while the girls, with arms crossed, accentuated their youthful figures, raising their chins like 2 proud hens. Observing the situation of the 3 individuals, Liu felt a sense of gratification. With an understanding that they shared, he cleared his throat twice and remarked, "The teacher merely jested to lighten the atmosphere." Shifting from his earlier demeanor of a smile to one of solemnity, he stated, "I am quite pleased with your performances. The most effective way for newcomers to acclimate to the battlefield is through the infirmary. One must not allow the brutality of the battlefield to hinder their abilities. This is your first lesson from the teacher. The second is that humor can alleviate negative emotions." After hearing Liu's explanation, the 3 nodded in agreement, comprehending the teacher's benevolent intentions. "Teacher, we understand," they replied. "Well then, you may proceed to assist." In a matter of hours, they had successfully treated over a dozen lightly injured ninjas and stabilized those severely wounded, preparing them for transport back to Konoha. The medical team received abundant gratitude from the ninjas, many of whom would return to the fray. The remaining task for the medical team was to create antidotes from the extracted toxins. Throughout this endeavor, Liu merely guided from the sidelines, refraining from direct treatment, as his purpose was to conserve chakra through the Senju Clan. In the ensuing days, skirmishes of minor scale continued, with both parties testing each other's resolve. The 4th Kazakage, Raza, and Shio had yet to make an appearance. Konoha dispatched a defense team, led by Mei Murakami, to engage with the Iwagakure ninjas, while the team led by Minato Namikaze detached from the support unit to hasten towards the conflict zone. Clad in a black cloak and donning a dark mask, Liu utilized his sensory abilities to maintain a distance of over 2 kilometers while tracking Minato's team through the treetops and ground. "Teacher, are we truly to separate from the main group to offer support ahead?" inquired Obito. "Indeed, let us quicken our pace," replied Liu. A shadow, obscured and indistinct, lurked among the branches, peering cautiously, creating an eerie semblance. At that moment, through his sensory perception, Liu discerned this shadow and observed its behavior from afar. From its actions, he concluded that it was Kaguya's manifestation, Black Zetsu. It appeared that extreme caution was paramount to evade detection by both Black and White Zetsu. Minato, leading his team, swiftly reached the front lines and engaged with the Iwagakure forces. With a flick of his wrist, he launched specialized kunai and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, executing a series of rapid flashes. The sound of bodies collapsing echoed as dozens of Iwagakure ninjas fell like wheat cut down in a field, successfully rescuing the last 4 members of Mei Murakami's defense team. Liu trailed at a distance of over 2 kilometers, following Minato's team with the intent of dismantling the Kimui Bridge and separating the combatants. Lin was kidnapped after being rendered unconscious by a stone jutsu from an Iwagakure ninja. Recognizing the potency of such ninjutsu, Liu swiftly replicated it using his Sharingan, immediately applying it to facilitate his tracking efforts. With this cloaking technique, coupled with the Kamui of his left eye, even if discovered, he could utilize the space-time abilities to evade or phantasmagorically shift, rendering himself elusive like a specter. At this moment, They had arrived at the entrance of a cave, where Obito and Kakashi were embroiled in a fierce battle with the ninjas of Awagakure, the air punctuated by the explosive sounds of flames and the clashing of weapons. The cacophony of bangs and clangs filled the atmosphere as Black Zetsu stealthily infiltrated the cave from a corner, peeking out from the shadows to relish the combat between Obito and Kakashi. "Obito, do take care not to perish too swiftly. I am eagerly anticipating your performance," he mused. This orchestrating from the shadows while enjoying the spectacle was indeed quite delightful, as he watched his target unwittingly tread the path he had meticulously laid out, an unparalleled thrill. Meanwhile, Liu, emboldened by his newfound invisibility technique, brazenly approached Black Zetsu, leaning forward to scrutinize him closely, his face nearly touching. With a complexion as dark as coal, wrapped in a layer of carbon, he is even more African than his brethren, Liu thought to himself. To be so close to the scheming Black Zetsu makes one a notable figure in the shinobi world. He couldn't help but click his tongue, observing Black Zetsu's triumphant demeanor, his mouth stretching into an ear-to-ear grin, prompting Liu to wish he could shove something into that charcoal mouth. Suddenly, the battle escalated as Obito unleashed a fire-style great fireball technique, sending debris flying towards Liu and Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, with a flicker of awareness, noticed that the stones posed no threat to him, remaining undeterred as he continued to observe the unfolding conflict, contemplating the possibility of Obito inadvertently meeting his demise while he might intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Liu noted Black Zetsu's rapt attention on the battle. With his fingers poised like a bow, he waited for the sound of rocks striking the cavern walls, then unleashed a volley of pebbles. With a whoosh, 5 stones of varying sizes shot straight into Black Zetsu's gaping mouth. Black Zetsu instinctively covered his mouth with his dark hand, his startled exclamation drowned out by a nearby explosion. Spitting out the stones, he examined the 2 punctured holes in his mouth, bewildered and scanning the surroundings for any sign of anomaly. Liu, emboldened by his audacity, stood so close to Black Zetsu without detection, stifling laughter at the sight of Black Zetsu's perplexed expression, finding it difficult to contain his amusement. With a sudden eruption of noise, the ground trembled as the technique Earth Release, rock collapse was executed, sending debris cascading down and creating a continuous rumble. Seizing this moment, Liu made several leaps to distance himself from Black Zetsu, activating his Kemui space and vanishing within the cave. Once inside the Kemui space, Liu could no longer restrain himself, bursting into laughter. "Ha! I nearly suffocated from holding that in." Black Zetsu's bewildered expression is simply delightful. After catching his breath, Liu resolved silently. The prolonged pursuit was rather tedious, especially knowing the trajectory of the Naruto storyline. Chasing after them would merely align with the narrative. Black Zetsu, the Dark One, alongside the infamous Voldemort, sought solace from monotony through the pursuit of joy. Thus, it was decided that he would be the subject of the Death God's attention in the series The Death God Cometh, where Black Zetsu's abilities would be scrutinized. Upon concluding his resolution, Liu activated his left eye's divine prowess, warping the very fabric of space, rendering himself invisible as he materialized beside the crumbled stones. Kakashi, donning Obito's double Tomo Sharingan in his left eye, fled the cave with Rin, only to be besieged by the shinobi of Awagakure. In a flash, Minato Namikaze arrived using the Flying Thunder God technique, vanquishing all assailants and escorting the duo away from the perilous scene. No longer needing to trail Minato's team, Liu remained in quiet anticipation, awaiting Black Zetsu's reemergence. After a spell, Black Zetsu appeared, accompanied by a throng of white Zetsu, as they approached the collapsed cave to rescue Uchiha Obito. The atmosphere buzzed with fervor, and Liu stealthily approached Black Zetsu, eavesdropping on his commands to the white Zetsu. "Hurry, don't let that brat die. You there? Yes you, don't slack off. Move swiftly," Black Zetsu barked, resembling an unscrupulous foreman, inciting a sense of injustice within Liu for the white Zetsu. At that moment, white Zetsu hoisted a massive boulder, parading it past Black Zetsu. Observing the commotion, Liu devised a plan. Utilizing his invisibility, he intercepted the leading group, waiting until the boulder loomed before Black Zetsu. With a sudden surge of strength, he unleashed his formidable power, sending the boulder crashing down like a ton of bricks. A thunderous roar echoed as the stone shattered, sending dust and debris flying, accompanied by a piercing scream. Liu, recognizing the ensuing chaos, leaped back to maintain distance, akin to delivering a powerful strike against Black Zetsu, prepared to observe the outcome from afar. Amidst the swirling dust, a cacophony of exclamations erupted. You fools! You can't even move a rock properly. Amid the flurry, Black Zetsu, now freed from the rubble, regained his composure after a few contortions. Liu smirked from a distance, realizing that Black Zetsu was not so easily vanquished. Regrettably, without the Amaterasu, he pondered its potential efficacy. Found him! Found him! A group of white Zetsu unearthed the bloodied form of Uchiha Obito, several quickly burrowing into his body to stabilize his crushed half. Black Zetsu, who had been fuming, now directed the white Zetsu to meld into the earth, leaving one to carry Obito toward the land of grass. Oh, white Zetsu has its uses. It could indeed save a life, Liu mused. Wondering about the whereabouts of the elusive Akatsuki member, Zetsu, he continued to trail behind Uchiha Obito, hoping to uncover the lair of Madara Uchiha. Meanwhile, conflict loomed in the Land of Wind, where days of minor skirmishes had unveiled both sides' strongholds. The principal hub of the Hidden Leaf Village is situated atop the lofty Kikyo Mountain, with various camps and outposts stationed along its slopes and at its base. Within the summit tent, the elite shinobi are engaged in a discussion regarding the forthcoming battle. News has already reached us from the esteemed Third Hokage, urging us to resolve the conflict swiftly, as the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning is poised for action. Narashikaku, having concluded his remarks, turned towards Yamashiro Hachi and nodded, signaling him to share the intel received from the village. The intelligence indicates that the Cloud Village is procuring a significant amount of ninja tools from the Iron Country, while the Land of Lightning is transporting provisions into the Cloud Village. Furthermore, the training of their shinobi has intensified. All signs point to the Cloud Village being ready to engage in battle at any moment. Upon hearing Yamashiro Hachi's briefing, the gathered elite shinobi could not help but frown in concern. Yet, amidst the tension, one individual remained composed and leisurely, his thoughts drifting towards the battle at the Kemui Bridge. He pondered the situation there and wondered how things were unfolding. For Liu, the third great ninja war could be quelled swiftly if he so desired. Having lain in wait for so long, it was all for the sake of Madara and Kaguya. He was determined to avoid aiding them in their grand performance, for doing so would only reveal Madara's precise location. The trap that Uchiha Madara had set for Obito was not something Liu could disrupt, lest it draw the attention of Kaguya and Madara, who must remain oblivious to his machinations, believing their plan to be progressing smoothly. Knowing the original storyline, Liu recognized the opportunity to exploit it effectively. A hunter must possess the patience to wait for his prey to take the bait before striking decisively to obtain his desired outcome. Liu had long coveted the Uchiha body. The mere thought of Uchiha Madara made his mouth water, a sign he could hardly control. Beside him, Akimichi Choza noticed Liu's silence and distracted demeanor. He nudged Liu with his elbow and whispered, "Shinju, are you finding it particularly dull listening to Shikaku and Hachi? I'm already feeling famished." Snapping back to reality, Liu quickly wet his lips and followed Choza's lead to alleviate the awkwardness, responding, "Indeed, I too am quite hungry. Perhaps we could hunt for some game later. It's been ages since I've had roasted meat." Narashikaku, observing the two whispering, felt a twinge of annoyance and prompted, "Choza, what are your thoughts on the current situation?" Akimichi Choza, having been called upon, scratched his belly with a sheepish grin and replied, "I believe this battle has dragged on for too long. The consumption of ninja tools and provisions has been substantial. Our logistical support must keep pace and ensure security." Liu was taken aback by Choza's response, contemplating how his amiable demeanor belied a keen awareness of the situation. Just moments ago, they had been discussing food, yet he responded with such alacrity. Perhaps he was more astute than he appeared. Upon hearing Choza's insights, the assembled elite shinobi nodded in agreement, and Narashikaku turned his gaze towards Liu. Realizing it was his turn to speak, Liu cleared his throat. Just then, a tremor shook the ground, distinctly palpable. "What is happening? Let us go see." The elite shinobi rushed out of the tent to assess the situation outside. As I cast my gaze, a torrent of golden sand surged forth from the side, akin to a tsunami rushing towards the base of Kaiki Mountain. The direction chosen for the onslaught of the golden sand was impeccably precise, striking exactly at the location of the Konoha base camp. Alarmingly, an enemy attack was imminent. A multitude of Sand Village ninjas was mobilizing on the other side. Narashikahiza, beads of sweat forming on his brow, urged, "We must rescue them. Organize a retreat for everyone, moving away from the golden sand's reach." Yamashiro Aoi hastily formed hand seals, employing the sound transmission technique to alert the ninjas below to evacuate from the vicinity of the golden sand. The J-nin swiftly descended the mountain, racing towards the base, leaving only Inuzuka Kiba and Liu behind. Though Narashikahisa was eager to assist, as the commander, he had to remain stationary, ready to direct the response from his elevated position, utilizing Yamashiro always sound transmission to orchestrate the retreat. The tsunami of golden sand obliterated encampments, burying individuals beneath the golden dunes, as cries for help echoed from within. Help! I don't want to die. Who will save me? A throng of Nin and Jinin fled the camps in a panicked rush. Even at a distance, the speed of the advancing golden sand rendered their escape futile. Observing this dire situation, Liu had already calculated the speed of the sand. Running down the mountain was no longer an option, as the golden tide surged directly towards the densest concentration of Konoha tents. In this moment of crisis, Narashikahisa, akin to an ant on a hot stove, turned to the composed Liu beside him, inquiring, "SHU, you are still here. What are your thoughts?" The phrase "what are your thoughts" evoked a sense of DJVU in Liu, reminiscent of the inquiry Yuanfang. "What is your take?" His brows twitched slightly as he replied, "This situation is exceedingly perilous. In my view, there is but one course of action: engage." With that, he vanished in a flash, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Uzumaki Hinata at the base. Upon seeing Liu's arrival, the tension in the air eased momentarily as they collectively spoke. "Teacher Asuma, the battle is about to commence. Please take care of the two young ladies while I confront this golden sand." Without hesitation, he turned and charged towards the advancing wave of golden sand, which loomed hundreds of meters away, towering several dozen meters high, presenting a starkly different and more oppressive perspective from the mountaintop. At the rear of the fleeing trio of Konoha ninjas, three breathless figures dashed for their lives. Among them, a short-haired girl, recently graduated, stumbled and fell behind. Her two teammates immediately rushed back a few steps to help her up. "Ching, don't give up. Run. You all must flee. Do not concern yourselves with me. We cannot abandon you." Observing this predicament, Liu grasped a specially crafted kunai and hurled it, swiftly forming hand seals. The kunai pierced through the trio, embedding itself in the ground. In a flash of light, Liu shouted, "Earth style, multiple earth wall." Kneeling on one knee, he struck the ground with both hands, causing dozens of thick earth walls to rise in formation, erecting a formidable barrier. The area where Liu stood, initially bathed in sunlight reflecting off the golden sand, was abruptly enveloped in shadows, obscuring the brilliance of the sun. The golden sand collided with the earthen wall, producing a series of thunderous sounds before breaking through several layers of the wall and halting its momentum, followed by a rustling sound. The three newly graduated ninjas, momentarily stunned, gazed in awe with mouths agape and eyes sparkling, completely oblivious to the peril they had narrowly escaped. "How impressive!" exclaimed one of them. In the distance, other ninjas who had been fleeing began to stop and observe the spectacle. Who could wield such remarkable earth-style ninjutsu? Is it a collective effort from a group? Liu unsheathed his kunai, rising with flair, and deftly leaped onto the top of the earthen wall. Calling out to the Leaf Village ninjas below, "Listen closely. I am Senju Renshu, a jonin of the Leaf Village. This side is entrusted to me, while a large contingent of sand ninjas approaches from the other side. Prepare for battle." With that, he hurled a kunai toward the source of the golden sand ninjutsu and elegantly departed the scene using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Is he from the Senju Clan? How impressive." Narashikaku, stationed atop the mountain, observed the situation at the base and sighed in relief as he witnessed the golden sea of sand surging into the Leaf Camp's dense area. That was a close call. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. He was confronting the fourth Kazekage alone, and they needed to muster their strength as well. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived at the origin of the golden sand, where the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was being protected by his guards. "It was you who thwarted my wave of sand just now. When did the Leaf Village acquire such a formidable earth-style ninja?" As Liu approached, Raza halted his hand, which had been forming the sand gold burial technique, his expression grave, due to the fourth Kazekage's efforts to conserve chakra against Liu. He had been unable to execute the sand gold burial technique fully. Several competent leaf ninjas, buried in sand, managed to break free, while those of lesser skill suffocated beneath the golden grains. Beside the fourth Kazekage, Chiyo interjected, "He is Tsunade's brother, Senju Renshu, proficient in both earth-style and water-style ninjutsu. The physical prowess of the Senju clan should not be underestimated. He dares to come alone. Additionally, he is a ninja skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique. Like the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Be cautious, Kazekage-sama." Liu surveyed the elite Sand Village ninjas, discreetly counting Raza, Chiyo, and 15 other elite ninjas, totaling 17. Let us engage. 10 sand ninjas retrieved their scrolls and swiftly performed hand seals. As a multitude of puppets materialized, adorned with an array of weapons and tools, they advanced toward Liu in a surrounding formation. Without further ado, they unleashed a flurry of poison needles and darts, wielding their weapons mercilessly against Liu with the intent to dismember him. Observing the situation, Liu deftly maneuvered to the side, his 2 kunai dancing in his hands. Leveraging the Senju Clan's formidable physical techniques and his adept use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he responded with ease, occasionally employing his immense strength to shatter one of the puppets. In the midst of the fray, the ninjas of Konoha hastily summoned an array of puppets, striving to vanquish their adversary. Each ninja retrieved an abundance of sealing scrolls, swiftly forming hand seals. A multitude of puppets emerged, surging toward Liu under the command of Chiyo, who deftly maneuvered 10 puppets simultaneously, while the other puppet masters controlled no fewer than 3 each. Aside from the 4th Kazekage and 5 elite ninjas standing guard, the remaining 11 were engaged, manipulating chakra threads with rapid precision, denying Liu even a moment's respite. Goodness, they persist. I had intended to challenge the 4th Kazekage one-on-one, but it seems you lack honor in battle, Liu thought, bemused by the overwhelming number of puppets approaching him. In a flash, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, breaking free from the encirclement. With hand signs formed in haste, he unleashed a torrent of water release, water-severing wave, sending a slicing column of water that cleaved through the air, inscribing a grand in its wake and obliterating the puppets before him into mere fragments. In truth, Liu had feigned vulnerability when besieged by the puppets, deliberately luring his foes to expend their resources, only to eradicate them all with a single jutsu. Well then, do not blame me for what follows, he mused, suddenly seized by inspiration. With legs together and feet turned outward, elbows bent, he summoned strength through his wrists, fingers positioned elegantly, proclaiming perfection. He struck a pose reminiscent of Teacher Kin's standard movements, a taunt to his opponents, displaying his elation. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, Chiyo, and the cadre of sand ninjas were taken aback. Though they could not decipher the meaning behind Liu's pose, their expressions betrayed a surge of fury. Whether it was the destruction of their puppets or the audacity of Liu's display, a profound silence fell over them, their faces reflecting their dismay. Now it is my turn to act, Liu declared, brandishing a specially crafted kunai, his demeanor shifting as he prepared to showcase his prowess. Under the might of the Flying Thunder God, even the elite Jounin fell as easily as lower-ranked ninjas, and the puppet masters, whose strength was largely dependent on their puppets, found their finest creations dismantled by Liu's water-severing wave. The sand ninjas crumbled like stalks of wheat, falling one after another, prompting the 4th Kazekage to shield the others with a golden sand barrier. Magnet release, Sand Shuriken, he exclaimed, launching a barrage of sand shuriken to force Liu back, creating distance between them. After that display, Liu had dispatched 8 elite ninjas, shaking off the blood from his kunai with a calm demeanor. Chiyo, I have long heard tales of your formidable puppet brigade, yet I wonder, why have they not been summoned this time? He taunted, but Chiyo merely scoffed, disregarding his provocation. Not falling for it, are we? Liu noted, sensing her hesitation. The threat of his powerful water-severing wave had rendered her cautious, fearing the annihilation of her entire brigade. Perhaps I have been too greedy. Best to retreat while I can, he concluded, observing that his adversaries appeared to have reached a consensus, swiftly turning to flee. Liu was momentarily stunned by the situation. In an instant, he hurled a specially crafted kunai while shouting, "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" The 4th Wind Shadow, Rasha, manipulated the golden sand to form a protective wall, creating waves of sand to obstruct Liu's pursuit. With a resounding crash, Liu charged forward, delivering powerful punches and kicks that shattered the sand wall and waves before him, moving like an unstoppable bull. In the face of overwhelming strength, the sand's defensive capability fell woefully short. Despite enhancing the sand with magnetic release, the density remained insufficient. Realizing Liu was closing in, the 4th Wind Shadow, Rasha, resolutely decided to stay behind and hold him off. Go on. I will delay him, he urged. Lord Wind Shadow, we can't leave you. Just go. I have my ways to escape. Upon speaking, he formed hand seals, invoking the magnetic release, golden sand waves. Liu was taken aback by the 4th Wind Shadow's bravery. He was still fighting back, using such a grand jutsu. Just as Liu was enjoying the battle, a wave of golden sand engulfed him, Magnetic release, sand gold burial. Beneath the sand, Liu felt an abrupt increase in pressure as the sand's density compressed around him. Although he refrained from using the flying thunder god technique, opting for the most chakra-efficient approach, he exerted all his strength. Boom! He burst forth from the golden sand, sending sand flying in all directions, leaving the fourth wind shadow. Rasha, utterly astonished. It was the first time someone had escaped his sand gold burial unscathed through sheer brute force. Taken aback, Liu took a step forward and delivered a powerful blow aimed at Rasha's face. Despite being a lower-tier shadow-level ninja, Rasha managed to gather Chakra in his arms to block the attack. Bang! The force of the blow pushed Rasha's arms aside, landing a heavy punch on his right cheek that left him dazed and reeling. Liu then adopted a Wing Chun stance, preparing for a flurry of relentless strikes. With precision, he unleashed a series of blows, 106, 107, and culminating in a final power punch, 108. The already cracked Rasha was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a row of large trees before smashing into a rocky outcrop, causing a partial collapse that buried him. Taking a deep breath and exhaling with relief, Liu shouted with exhilaration, "The shell of the fourth wind shadow is indeed tough. I wonder how he compares to Gaara. I could take on 10 of them." As Liu stepped over several broken trees, intending to check the situation at the site of the collapse, a barrage of shurikens made of golden sand, whistling through the air, suddenly shot towards him. Reacting on instinct, he dodged the incoming projectiles. Another magnetic release, golden sand shuriken? Rasha isn't out cold yet. A shadow emerged from the debris, the fourth wind shadow, Rasha, bruised and bloodied, with his eyes half open. He leapt into the air, propelled by a clump of golden sand beneath him, leaving a trail of golden flames as he swiftly retreated into the distance. The ability to soar through the skies is indeed remarkable, and it explains the audacity of remaining behind to hold the line, particularly with the aid of the golden sand armor. Liu shook his head, acknowledging that he could not pursue any further. This battle had already consumed nearly 30% of his chakra, and considering the daily expenditures since arriving on the battlefield of the Land of Wind, he had nearly depleted 40% of his chakra in total. Upon returning to the foot of Kaiki Mountain, he observed that the battle on the other side was still fiercely contested. The quality of the Konoha ninjas was notably superior, particularly in the absence of the fourth Kazekage and Chiyo, giving Konoha a distinct advantage. It was merely a matter of time before the ninjas of Sunagakure faced defeat. From the throng of combatants, Liu quickly spotted his 3 students performing admirably. Their teamwork was seamless, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. "Yuin, the flying thunder god technique that sensei taught you is truly impressive," remarked Yuhi Kurenai, as she witnessed Yuzuki Yuin's elusive movements. Combining the flying thunder god technique with her Konoha-style swordsmanship, she effortlessly dispatched the Nin and Jinin attacking her, rendering them no match for her prowess. "What ninjutsu has sensei taught you, Kurenai? I have yet to see you employ it," inquired Sarutobi Asuma. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized his childhood friend, hoping for an explanation. At that moment, a sand ninja, accompanied by AJ Nin, noticed the trio from Konoha, having decimated numerous sand ninjas. After observing their synchronized combat from a distance, he resolved to eliminate the 3 Konoha ninjas. As a taijutsu practitioner of the wind nature, he approached them swiftly, brandishing his ninja sword with the intent to strike, targeting Kurenai, whose taijutsu was the weakest among them. Sarutobi Asuma, who had been keeping a watchful eye on his girlfriend Kurenai during the battle, saw the impending danger. He abandoned his opponent, pushed Kurenai aside, and crossed his twin-bladed kunai to intercept the incoming strike, producing a resounding clang of metal on metal. The hasty defense nearly caused Asuma to lose his weapon, and he fell to one knee, creating a shallow dent in the ground upon impact. Kurenai staggered back a few steps, swiftly throwing shuriken to repel the adversary before rushing to Asuma's side to help him up. "Are you all right?" she asked, noticing his hands were numb. Asuma shook off the sensation, assuring her he could continue fighting. Yuzuki Yuin and Kurenai stood alongside Sarutobi Asuma, eyeing the formidable sand ninja before them. Realizing the critical situation, Kurenai deemed it time to employ the advanced genjutsu that Liu had taught her. "Sensei taught me a high-level illusion technique capable of stealing the light from the enemy's eyes," she whispered excitedly, and together they devised a strategy. "What's the little brats of Konoha scheming about?" the sand ninja taunted as he charged toward the trio. Asuma, being the strongest in taijutsu among them, confronted the opponent wielding a wind-infused ninja sword. Yuin threw a specially crafted kunai, but as the enemy dodged, she activated the flying thunder god technique, appearing behind him. Without hesitation, she swung her ninja sword, only for it to be severed with a resounding clang as the adversary's blade met hers. The momentum of the attack remained unyielding, and a confident smile spread across the enemy's face as he prepared to cleave the charming purple-haired girl of Konoha in two. At that moment, the setting sun, with a flourish of hand seals, unleashed a jutsu, illusion technique, shadow of darkness. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the ninja's blade struck only air. In an instant, vision was lost, and for one who relied on sight in battle, the abrupt onset of blindness heralded the approach of death. Drawing back the blade, retreat was attempted. Yet only a few steps were taken before colliding with the hilt of the weapon. Upon regaining sight, the gaze fell upon the half-embedded blade in the chest, leading to an unwilling demise. The three onlookers exhaled deeply. As a result of casting an A-rank jutsu, the sunset ninja collapsed to the ground, slightly drained. In a flash of light and shadow, Liu appeared beside the trio of students. "Teacher, you have arrived. I am quite pleased with your performance. Even the elite shinobi of the sand have fallen before you. You have grown significantly." He affectionately ruffled the hair of Yuzuki Yuin with his left hand while retrieving a specially crafted kunai with the right. "Allow me to conclude this battle." Liu had calculated that he had expended nearly 40% of his chakra and was prepared to eliminate the opposition swiftly, hoping to restore balance to his dwindling reserves. On the battlefield, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, specifically targeting the more arrogant sand ninjas. For those who flaunted their prowess typically possessed considerable strength. Those who boasted without merit would have long since perished. One after another, the adversaries fell in peculiar disarray. Sensing the tide had turned, some attempted to flee, while a sand ninja, unable to bear the sight of his fallen comrades, cast aside his weapon. "I surrender. Spare my life." With one leading the charge, many sand ninjas knelt in submission. Observing the battlefield's resolution, Liu noted that his chakra had yet to reach the anticipated 40% depletion. It was still a fraction shy. Alas, why must even that small amount of chakra feel so burdensome? He lamented, vexed. In this war, numerous captives were taken from the sand village, each ninja serving as leverage in negotiations, while the casualties among the leaf ninjas were substantial, necessitating urgent medical attention. The medical team of the Senju Clan managed to save many lives, rekindling the legacy associated with the Senju name, emblematic of glory and honor. Worn and bloodied, Urashiki sat heavily upon a large stone, stealing glances at Liu's figure in the distance. Prior to their departure for the Wind Country battlefield, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had instructed him that the fourth Kazekage and Chiyo should be left to Liu. Shikako had initially harbored doubts about this decision, given the circumstances. A prolonged conflict seemed inevitable, yet now it appeared that the third Hokage had foreseen this outcome, allowing for a swift conclusion to the war. As a result of this conflict, the Senju clan's prestige had surged. What ulterior motives might they harbor? With these questions lingering, Shikako ordered the Leaf Ninjas to secure the battlefield, preventing any further ambushes from the Sand Village. The following day, the Sand Village sent a letter expressing their surrender and a desire for peace talks to resolve the conflict conclusively. Within the mountaintop tent, a gathering of elite shinobi convened to discuss the intelligence received from the village and the matters concerning the resolution of the battlefield. Observing the elite shinobi, many bore injuries, their heads and arms bandaged, presenting a dismal sight. Each one was marked by wounds, their bodies stained with blood, yet Liu appeared unchanged from the last meeting, save for a slightly disheveled hairstyle. A cursory glance revealed several empty chairs, perhaps occupied by those gravely injured and receiving treatment, or worse, those who had perished in this fierce battle. Urashiki cleared his throat and spoke. "The news of the Wind Country's surrender has been relayed to the village, and it has reached the hands of the third Hokage. They will send representatives to Konohagakure to discuss the terms of their capitulation." This battle was heavily reliant on Senju Shju, who successfully thwarted the fourth Kazekage Raza's gold dust jutsu and repelled him, along with Chiyo and 15 elite sand shinobi. Liu, astonished, inquired, "Oh, the 8 shinobi I defeated were actually elite sand shinobi?" "Indeed, the intelligence has been confirmed," Urashiki replied with a smile. "I have reported the circumstances of this battle to the third Hokage. The village has issued an order for Shju to return with a contingent of shinobi to escort the injured back to Konoha Hospital for further treatment." "Wonderful. I was just contemplating when we would return," Liu thought with delight. With the battle concluded, he sought a reason to return to the village, and fortune had smiled upon him. Given his rising prestige, he had significant matters to attend to upon his return. Calculating the time, He surmised that Tsunade must have already returned to the village, likely in a fit of rage for not having seen him, providing him with a perfect opportunity to vent her frustrations. After a day or two of preparations, the lightly injured were treated, and the severely wounded stabilized. Following a wave of goodwill towards the Senju medical team, Liu, accompanied by a group of injured shinobi, embarked on the journey back to the village. Teacher, are we returning so soon? The sand shinobi of the Wind Country won T attack again, will they? One student queried. Exactly. As long as you are present. The sand village shinobi would not dare to come, another chimed in. Witnessing the playful banter between Yuhi Kurenai and Yuzuki Yugao, a smile crept across Liu's face. Indeed, the sand shinobi no longer dare to engage. They have surrendered. His 3 students gazed at him in disbelief, joyfully asking, is it true? Has the war truly come to an end? That is splendid. Although the news of the Wind Country's surrender was known only to the elite shinobi present at the meeting, the ordinary shinobi remained unaware of the intricacies involved. To Liu, this surrender seemed inevitable. The original storyline indicated that the Wind Country had capitulated after their defeat in the Battle of Kaiki Mountain against the Fire Country. Moreover, due to Liu's intervention, casualties on the Konoha side had been significantly reduced, unlike the original narrative where victory came at a heavy cost. This time, the Wind Country had no choice but to surrender. The situation dictated it. An unnamed ordinary genin, overhearing the conversation, interjected, what if the sand shinobi feigned surrender? Sarutobi Asuma cast a glance at the Konoha shinobi and retorted, if they feign surrender, we shall engage them once more. Taken aback by this assertive response, Liu mused to himself how this line was meant for him, yet Asuma, the son of the 3rd Hokage, was indeed worthy of his lineage. Maintaining an air of superiority, Liu nonchalantly surveyed the genin who had interrupted. The ninja immediately shrank his neck, startled, and promptly lowered his head. The 2 companions beside him seemed to be affected by Liu's gaze as well, and they too averted their eyes. Upon noticing that Liu had shifted his focus, the 2 comrades exchanged a swift headbutt. One of the ninjas muttered under his breath, you fool, whatever Lord Senju Rope Tree says is absolute. Indeed, it was evident even to the keen-eyed that the battlefield's dynamics were unfavorable. The losses on the Sand Ninja side were catastrophic. And the 4th Kazekage was no match for Senju Rope Tree. What could possibly happen if they did not surrender? Liu, with his remarkable hearing, caught wind of their treacherous whispers and smiled faintly, appreciating their theatricality. For the sake of amusement, let us refer to them as Ninja A, Cannon Fodder B, and Sissy C. The inquisitive ninja, Ninja A, had been flattering Liu and his students all along, playing the role of servant with great enthusiasm, which provided quite a bit of entertainment during the otherwise monotonous journey. After several days of travel, the group slowly entered the borders of the Land of Fire. At their current pace, it would take another 4 or 5 days to reach Konohagakure, a stark contrast to their previous speed. Suddenly, Liu sensed the rapid approach of 7 ninjas moving beneath the ground towards his direction. His brows furrowed as he realized these 7 ninjas were heading straight for him. This is bad. Ninjas are underground. An ambush. 2 blades surged from the ground at him from different angles, while 2 others erupted from behind, their kunai slicing through the air towards his back. 3 more ninjas sprang forth from the earth, one aiming for Yuzuki Yuya's neck, another thrusting upwards towards Yuhi Kurenai, and a 3rd viciously targeting Sarutobi Asuma's legs. With sinister laughter, the ninjas struck their targets with ruthless efficiency, dismembering their opponents with ease, leaving heads severed and legs rendered helpless. The nearby leaf villages Chunin and Jinin were left dumbfounded as they witnessed the only Jonin and 3 Chunin of their squad ambushed and butchered in an instant. Cannon Fodder B and Sissy C clung tightly to Ninja A, their faces pressed together. They emitted high-pitched screams, twisting their large faces, distorting Ninja A's countenance as he, caught off guard, drew a kunai to prepare for battle. Thud, thud. The struck bodies transformed into pieces of wood, collapsing onto the ground. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. They've discovered us. Retreat. A dozen specially crafted kunai were hurled towards the 7 IWA ninjas. Whoosh. Too late. Liu caught a kunai midair with his right hand and appeared among the 7 ninjas, delivering a Rasengan with his left hand to one IWA ninja, then twisting his waist to slice through the necks of 2 others with a peculiar horizontal arc. His legs struck like whips, kicking 2 of the still reacting IWA ninjas away. Boom, boom. With tremendous force, the 2 kicks sent the ninjas flying in opposite directions. Seizing the opportunity, Yuzuki Yuya's employed the Flying Thunder God technique. piercing the heart of an enemy with his kunai for a swift kill. Fire release, ash and incineration. Asuma Saratobi exhaled a cloud of scalding ash, enveloping his foes, before igniting the flames, transforming the dark smoke into a brilliant crimson blaze. A charred corpse plummeted to the ground as he deftly flung a kunai, piercing through the neck of a scorched ninja. The last two ninjas, sensing the dire situation, swiftly burrowed underground, preparing to flee. "Teacher, we cannot allow them to escape," exclaimed Kurenai Yuhi, exasperated. The urgency stemmed from the fleeing ninja, who bore a blade and intended to launch a surprise attack, reminiscent of a painful jab towards a woman's vulnerability. Many female ninjas would rather die beautifully than succumb to such a humiliating demise. The usually gentle Kurenai could no longer contain her frustration. Observing this, Asuma wasted no time. For the woman he cherished, he dashed forward in pursuit. Liu shook his head at the scene. "Asuma, you're chasing in the wrong direction." The impetuosity of youth often clouds judgment. It seemed he must intervene. With a surge of perception, Liu leaped forth, realizing the fleeing ninjas were slower than he anticipated. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Earth release, earth stone burial. This technique was a modified version of the fourth Kazekage's gold dust funeral. He did not wish to crush the two rock village ninjas instantly, but gradually channeled chakra to compel them from their subterranean refuge. With a resounding thud, the density of the earth intensified, and the pressure became unbearable, forcing the two to break through the surface. Liu grasped two specially crafted kunai, poised to eliminate the ninjas, only to be outpaced by another, who delivered a powerful kick that sent both adversaries sprawling. Illusory technique, tree binding death. Trees sprouted from beneath the feet of the attacking rock ninja, ensnaring him, while Kurenai emerged from the foliage, delivering a fatal blow. The other ninja, besieged by the arrival of Yuzuki Yugao and Asuma Saratobi, met his end at the hands of Asuma's Fong over Fong technique. Although it appeared that both sides had clashed multiple times, the encounters occurred within the fleeting moments of ignition. 7 Rock Village ninjas had been vanquished. Finally, it was over. Ninja A, Cannon Fodder B, and Sissy C rejoiced at the sight of the distant battle's conclusion, embracing and leaping with joy. The injured leaf ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. The Senju Rope Tree team is truly formidable. Indeed, I thought we were doomed. Yet the battle was far from over. "That's right, they're coming," the composed Asuma noted, having sensed the approaching danger. After a moment of concentration, Liu announced, 43 rock ninjas are advancing toward us. Their numbers are considerable. Listening to the conversation among Liu and his comrades, the leaf genin and the injured on the stretcher grew anxious. Aware that when the fighting resumed, their survival was uncertain, Liu glanced back at the anxious genin, his eyes filled with trepidation and resolve. Understanding that escape was no longer an option, Liu made a resolute decision in his heart. Contemplating how the injured individuals arriving in the village would elevate the prestige of the Senju Clan, he understood the necessity of rallying support for himself and recognized that these individuals were indispensable. Additionally, there were quite a few invaluable medical personnel from the Senju Clan among them. He turned back and proclaimed loudly, "Since I am leading this team, it is my responsibility to safely escort everyone back to Konoha. Not a single soul shall perish on this journey." The 100 or so Konoha ninjas, upon hearing Liu's words, experienced a resurgence of confidence and a fervent desire for life. Sweet words cost nothing. A few reassuring phrases were a small price to pay. Satisfied with the reactions of those around him, Liu nodded approvingly. Even his 3 students gazed at him with admiration, acknowledging his prowess in persuasive speech. As the Awagakure ninjas drew closer, he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water wave. A massive torrent of water materialized around him, swirling with great intensity, and then surged forth like a dam bursting, crashing towards the Awagakure ninjas. In a place devoid of water, such a formidable water release technique was indeed a testament to the greatness of Lord Senju Hashirama. Brother-in-law, that's incredible. With a single hand seal, he created 2 shadow clones. Liu spread his hands, his blue spiraling chakra rotating in opposite directions, while the 2 clones continuously rubbed their hands together atop it. The Awagakure ninjas, witnessing the oncoming deluge, simultaneously formed hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, earth wall. 30 earthen barriers erupted from the ground, erected to thwart the advance of the colossal wave. Bang, bang. Over 20 of the earth walls were obliterated, and finally, the torrent's momentum ceased, splitting off to either side. But that was not the end. A brilliant white light radiated from his hands, forming shuriken-like shapes. With a poof, The clones dissipated into two clouds of white smoke. Utilizing the cover of the water flow and the earthen barriers, Liu successfully executed his jutsu. Wind release, spiraling Shuriken. He stomped down forcefully and sprinted forward, leaping into the air, performing a front flip, and hurling the spiraling Shuriken with great force. Joy must be doubled. Here is a delightful surprise for you. Boom, boom. Two enormous spiraling light spheres ignited, rotating rapidly in opposite directions, their center resembling a meat grinder. The Iwagakure ninjas, who had initially aimed to counter the water release with their own techniques, were met with a cataclysmic strike before they could even complete their seals. When the jutsu concluded, the ground bore two spiral pits measuring 100 meters in diameter, with not a single intact body remaining in the vicinity. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing the scene, collectively gasped in astonishment, their excitement beyond words. Mizuki Yuki embraced Liu's arm, playfully pouting, "Brother-in-law, can you teach me this jutsu?" Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma also looked at Liu with eager anticipation. Liu coughed lightly a couple of times to alleviate the awkwardness. Withdrawing his hand from Ayazuki Saika's embrace, he remarked, "Wind release, spiraling shuriken is an S-rank ninjutsu. Once utilized, it inflicts irreparable damage to the arm." Upon hearing this, the spirits of the three immediately dampened. However, they could begin with the simpler spiraling sphere, which is an A-rank ninjutsu that requires 1 to 2 years of study, or possibly even longer. My suggestion is to focus on learning ninjutsu that suits and complements one's strengths, as human energy is finite. Mastering even one advanced technique is commendable. After Liu's explanation, the group promptly dismissed the notion of learning wind release, spiraling shuriken. After tidying up the battlefield, they resumed their journey back to Konoha. Along the way, utilizing his formidable sensing abilities, Liu detected several squads of infiltrating ninjas within the Land of Fire, all of whom were effortlessly dealt with by Liu's team. 5 days later, the silhouette of the gates of Konoha appeared in the distance. They were finally back. This trip had been rather lengthy. "Sensei, I want to eat hot pot," one of his 3 eager students exclaimed. The joyful demeanor of his students inadvertently uplifted Liu's spirits. Ninja A was embraced by Ninja B and Ninja C, all teary-eyed as they exclaimed, "We finally returned alive. The battlefield is perilously dangerous." There seemed to be a dearth of ninjas in Konoha. Freshly graduated ninjas were being sent directly to the front lines. In the 21st century, modern society still has 12-year-olds in elementary school, reliant on their parents, while the world of ninjas is exceptionally brutal. As Liu approached the gates, he shook his head, casting aside these complex thoughts. Fixing his gaze ahead, he boldly entered through the gates of Konoha, greeted warmly by the villagers, who lined the streets in droves. This must be the spectacle orchestrated by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It seemed the villagers had learned of the Sand Village's surrender after several days. Ayazuki Saika and Yuhi Kurenai, having never witnessed such a scene, felt a bit bashful. Their cheeks flushed as they walked quietly behind. Asuma Sarutobi maintained a composed demeanor, his expression neutral, though it was also Liu's first encounter with such grandeur. He felt a tinge of embarrassment reminiscent of a young scout being welcomed by dignitaries. Nevertheless, he adopted the approach he had seen on television, slowly waving to the crowd with a warm smile. "Am I not a significant figure in the village?" As the cacophony of voices filled the air, a figure clad in a crimson Hokage cloak, emblazoned with the character for fire, emerged from the throng. With hands clasped behind his back and a pipe perpetually in his mouth, he exhaled wisps of smoke, smiling as he observed Liu's approach. "Shinju, you're back," the Hokage greeted, still the same as ever. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, scanned Liu with a discerning gaze before subtly assessing those behind him, then resumed exchanging pleasantries with Liu. Liu observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor with a sly smile, noting how the third Hokage clearly cared for his mischievous son, yet refrained from openly expressing it. Much like Asuma, he enjoyed putting on airs, stiffening his neck as he engaged in these rather unremarkable discussions. "Shengshu, your performance in this war has been remarkable. You truly embody the finest qualities of a jonin from Konoha." "Ah, but this commendation is a mere reflection of the influence of Lord Third Hokage's will of fire, inspiring our Konoha ninjas to fight valiantly," Shengshu replied. "Your triumph over the 4th Kazekage has significantly boosted the morale of our ninjas. You are indeed worthy of the title of the finest jonin. My 3 students have also displayed exceptional prowess, living up to the legacy of the 3rd Hokage's lineage." A group of onlookers exchanged earnest compliments, creating a fervent atmosphere that prompted some to discreetly walk away. Nearby, Ninja A, Cannon Fodder B, and Effeminate C listened intently, nodding occasionally, murmuring their admiration. Who would have thought that Lord Senju Shishu understands this better than we do? One remarked. Indeed, Lord Third Hokage is no less impressive. We ought to learn from him. Another suggested, jotting down notes. Ninja A scratched his head in confusion, utterly perplexed by their conversation. After finally extricating himself from the chatter with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Liu felt parched and nauseous. Perhaps I should temper my remarks in the future. My digestion is suffering. Upon returning with Yuzuki Yuin to the Senju Clan residence, he was greeted by a striking figure with violet hair, enveloped in a fragrant aura, who immediately embraced Yuin. Yuin, you're back. Are you unscathed? She inspected Yuin thoroughly, eliciting peals of laughter as they playfully tussled, completely disregarding Liu's presence. Such is the depth of sisterly affection, he mused. What can I say? This is my treatment. Upon entering the inner hall, a ninja from the Senju clan bowed and greeted. Clan leader, you have returned. Indeed. Have you seen Tsunade? I heard she returned. The ninja replied respectfully, Lady Tsunade left early this morning accompanied by Senju Rika. She may not yet be aware of your return. Oh. Do share what has transpired since her return. At this inquiry, the ninja's expression darkened, revealing an awkward demeanor. Upon her return, Lady Tsunade immediately began searching for the clan leader. We informed her that you had gone to the borders of the Fire Country to battle the Sand Village ninjas. Yet she refused to listen, erupting in fury and uttering many uncharacteristic words about the clan leader. As the conversation escalated, tensions nearly erupted into violence, threatening to dismantle the very space around them. Senju Rihua, unable to rein in the situation, began rummaging through the house in a fervor. Upon hearing this, Liu's expression darkened, and he swallowed hard, eagerly inquiring about what transpired next. Seeing that he could no longer contain the chaos, Senju Rihua suddenly produced a piece of paper from an unknown source, scrutinizing it intently for a moment. He then hurriedly approached Tsunade, exchanging a few words and depositing a considerable number of items into her arms. To my astonishment, Tsunade immediately ceased her frantic search, her face lighting up with a smile as she followed Senju Rihua out the door. Liu, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling a sense of pride in his foresight, it appeared that Senju Rihua was quite astute. Perhaps a salary increase was in order for him. Liu made his way to the only casino in Konohagakure, a venture owned by the Senju clan. The streets were bustling with a constant flow of patrons. Although the casino was originally situated in a relatively secluded area of the village, a multitude of establishments had sprung up along the route, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The guards at the entrance, upon noticing Liu accompanied by two ninjas bearing the Senju clan emblem, promptly stepped aside and opened the door. Liu, undeterred, entered the casino first, greeted by the welcoming smiles of the hostesses as he strode into the cacophonous hall. Bet high, bet low once you decide. There is no turning back, echoed the cries around him. Navigating through the myriad of gaming tables, he observed the modern games of baccarat, roulette, and high-low betting, where enthusiastic gamblers reveled in the thrill of chance. Many ordinary ninjas from Konohagakure mingled among the crowd. The casino presented itself as a mathematical conundrum of probabilities. The house invariably profits. The so-called gambling prodigies seen on television are a rare breed. As long as the casino prevents cheating, profit is virtually assured. Ascending to the second-floor VIP lounge, he noted a significant reduction in the number of patrons. Many ladies donned striking red kipayos, their high slits revealing fair thighs as they moved gracefully between the tables. Yet, the gamblers remained undistracted, their focus solely on the gaming tables. On the second floor, Liu also spotted several signs of prominent families from Konohagakure indulging in the lavish experience of high-stakes gambling. Among them was Tsunade, one hand clutching a drink provided by the casino, while the other grasped a handful of chips, unabashedly joining in the raucous cheers. The dealer's voice resonated, announcing the commencement of the game. 1, 2, 3, 6 points small, yet defeat loomed once again. The silence beside me became unbearable. The money I typically lost over a month had vanished in a single day. I urged Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, it seems we've played enough. Let us return. Senju Haruha, beside me, wiped the sweat from his brow and concurred, Indeed, we have already lost nearly 5 million Ryo today. This is unacceptable. There remains 130 million Ryo. Having already lost 10 million, I must continue to recover my losses. Helpless, Senju Haruha could only accompany her. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Liu ascending to the second floor and promptly approached him. Clan leader, you have finally returned. We have eagerly awaited your presence. Grasping Liyu's sleeve, I poured out my grievances, recounting the tumultuous search for Tsunade, her subsequent return, and the uproar in the clan due to her absence, culminating in the staggering losses at the casino amounting to 500,000 ryo a day. Upon hearing my lamentations, Liu could not help but reflect, what man could afford to marry Tsunade? She outspends even the most reckless of spendthrifts. I pray that I am not destined to support her for a lifetime. Contemplating the original narrative, it was not entirely implausible. Tsunade had remained single, and now her addiction had escalated, leading to daily losses of 5 million ryo, an unsustainable burden for anyone. Having ultimately lost an entire 5 million ryo, Tsunade rose and glanced back, noticing Senju Harua's absence. As her gaze swept the second floor, she unexpectedly spotted him engaged in conversation with a somewhat familiar yet strange figure, accompanied by two ninjas bearing the Senju Clan emblem. Suddenly, clarity washed over her. She tossed aside her drink and, in an instant, appeared before Liu, her voice trembling. "Shishu, is that you?" Liu, recognizing Tsunade, smiled and replied, "Yes, Sister Tsunade, it is I, Shishu." However, before he could finish his words, a colossal fist came hurtling toward his face. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, the force of the blow sent Liu crashing through the wall, skidding across the floor for several meters, with one foot embedded in the ground as he continued to slide backward. Goodness, such ferocity. Is this how Tsunade expresses her affection? A figure charged from the second-floor gap of the casino, rushing directly at Liu. Seeing Tsunade's fierce approach, Liu immediately assumed a defensive stance, bracing himself for her tempestuous onslaught. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoed, transforming the once smooth surface into a landscape of craters and fissures. As Tsunade found herself unable to break through Liu's defenses after relentless assault, her powerful punches failing to subdue him, astonishment welled within her. It seemed that there had never been a clash of such strength within the ranks of the Hokage. The booming sounds of their encounter were reminiscent of thunder. After such an extended bout, Tsunade felt a mix of astonishment and pride at her brother's growth, accompanied by a tinge of embarrassment and indignation. After a while, Tsunade realized that her attacks could not subdue Liu, so she ceased her efforts and, with a hint of girlish petulance, remarked, "You've gotten quite skilled. Not even a single punch can land on you. How stingy. My hands are sore, and you owe me compensation." Liu, his face darkened with exasperation, felt a sense of frustration. It was clearly she who struck him, yet he was the one left defenseless, all while maintaining his dignity as the clan leader. A few individuals upstairs were still peering curiously through the hole in the wall. He had to retain some semblance of pride. "Tsunade, let me explain. We should discuss this calmly," Liu urged. "What is there to discuss? Let us find a moment to converse privately." After saying this, he formed hand seals, conjuring a barrier that enveloped the two of them. As he slowly approached Tsunade, nearing her by just a step, he began, "Sister, actually however." Before he could finish his sentence, a fist like a sandbag struck toward his face once again. This time, Liu found himself without the time to raise his hand to block the blow. "Women," he thought, as Tsunade's punch passed through the space where he had stood, her force propelling her forward a few steps, nearly causing her to stumble. "Flying Thunder God technique. You've even learned the rope tree technique?" Tsunade exclaimed incredulously, staring at the spot where Liu had vanished. Meanwhile, Liu emerged from outside, having traversed the barrier, arms raised with palms outward, adopting a defensive stance. Sister, please stop and let me finish," Tsunade said with a frown, realizing that she had not gained any advantage in front of Liu and could only relent. "All right, speak. I shall listen." "Tsunade, I must inform you that at present, I am merely a wooden clone. If you strike me too forcefully, I will dispel. And this matter can only be known to a select few. It must not be divulged to others." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How can this be? I see no signs of it whatsoever." "Indeed, Tsunade, the reason I summoned you back is due to significant family matters. We aim to leverage the prestige gained by the Senju Clan from the recent war in the Land of Wind to bring all Senju Clan members back to Konoha, securing a designated ancestral territory just like the other prominent clans in the village." After absorbing this information, Tsunade appeared somewhat numb, having been astonished multiple times by her younger brother that day, as if she had exhausted her lifetime's worth of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "The first Hokage, Grandfather Hashirama, intended for our clan to remain inconspicuous and blend into the village. Your actions may contradict his intentions. Sister Tsunade, I understand that the first and second Hokages, in the wake of the village's establishment, made choices out of necessity due to the circumstances and complexities of the time. However, the current situation is vastly different. The village can no longer accommodate the Senju surname. Moreover, with our clan's exceptional talents gathered together, we can undoubtedly innovate more jutsu and cultivate even more remarkable shinobi. Liu's underlying implication was clear. The Senju clan could produce outstanding ninjas akin to those from the Uchiha, such as Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke, without succumbing to the extremes that led to the Uchiha massacre and the events of the Boruto saga. Sister Tsunade, this is my earnest request. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade ultimately provided a gratifying response to Liu. Very well, if it is to be this way, I shall indulge you in your madness for once. That is splendid. However, where is your true self? Ah, that is a secret. He has important matters to attend to. But fret not for his safety. In this shinobi world, no one, regardless of their numbers or identity, poses a threat to him. Seeing Liu's wooden clone boast with unabashed pride, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you. So full of yourself. They dispelled the barrier and walked side by side, returning from the crevice to the VIP second floor of the casino. Rihua, please have someone patch up this hole. It is indeed rather large. A group descended the stairs, leaving the casino to return to the Senju clan. Tsunade had long known that Yuzuki Yukikage was her brother's girlfriend, and potentially her future sister-in-law, and she greeted her with great enthusiasm. Upon meeting Tsunade, one of the legendary three Sannin, Yuzuki Yuki was elated, following her with joyous exclamations of sister, creating a lively atmosphere at home. The following day, the Senju clan issued a summons to all dispersed members of the Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, urging both commoners and ninjas to return and reconstitute the Senju clan. Once this announcement was made, the villagers in the streets and alleys were abuzz with the news, which spread at an astonishing speed, igniting a fervor among the prominent families of the village. The Uchiha, Sarutobi, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Waihai, and Inazuka clans all received this sensational news. Vendors along the tavern streets began to discuss fervently, have you heard? The Senju clan is reassembling. It has been ages since anyone mentioned them. The family of the first Hokage must be incredibly powerful. Within the various clans, many could hardly remain still, prompting urgent family meetings to deliberate whether the Senju clan intended to return and possibly reclaim control over the Leaf Village, fearing the loss of their own familial power. After the death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the position of Hokage was verbally passed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, which many clans within the village contested. Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Danzo and others, was thrust into a battleground of interests, and to secure his position as Hokage, he had no choice but to garner the support of the major clans by distributing power and benefits among them. This backing from the clans solidified his position as the third Hokage. In the Hokage Tower, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat with a pipe clenched between his teeth. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the intelligence report in his hands for quite some time, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh. Oh, Shinsuke has just returned from the battlefield in the Land of Wind, and without a word, he presents me with this dilemma. I've heard Tsunade will also be arriving. She has come to see this old man, surely still holding a grudge over the matter concerning Shinsuke from years past. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door, followed by the entrance of three Umbu ninjas. Hokage-sama, the clan leaders of Uchiha, Sarutobi, Hyuga, Nara, and Akimichi are at the door, seeking an audience with you. Oh, they truly cannot sit idly by. They are all here at once. Let them in. A throng of clan leaders filed into the room, gathering before the Hokage. Hokage-sama, what are your thoughts on the reformation of the Senju clan? They gazed intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen, their concerns about the Senju clan palpable, waiting for the third Hokage's response. I have only just received this news myself. In my view, this is a matter concerning the Senju clan, and it is not my place to intervene. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black, obscuring their visage, stepped forward. What? Hokage-sama, do you not recall the actions of the first Hokage? The Senju clan should integrate into the village, not re-emerge into the limelight. Several clan leaders nodded in agreement. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cast a discerning glance at the hidden figure, having already recognized their identity. Despite the altered voice, he immediately knew it was none other than Danzo, a longtime friend. As the Hokage, what can be done? The village yearns for peace, yet the specter of war lingers. Although the conflict with the Land of Wind has recently concluded, peace talks have yet to commence. Troops remain stationed along the borders, The battles in the Land of Earth are far from over, and the Land of Lightning appears poised for action. The victory of the Land of Wind has elevated the reputation of Senju Rope Tree within the village, and with the return of one of the legendary three, Tsunade. The prestige of the Senju Clan is at its zenith, seemingly unstoppable. What reason do I have to hinder their efforts to reassemble their family? The village must prioritize peace. The Land of Fire must remain tranquil. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, waved his hand dismissively, turning his chair with a hint of melancholy to gaze out the window. Everyone should return. There is little more to discuss. Yet, there were unspoken words lingering in his mind. He was aware of Li Yu's identity within the Umbu, bearing the codename Ziyu. During the last S-rank mission in the Land of Birds, Li Yu showcased formidable strength, nearly rivaling the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Now, after such a lengthy period, it remained uncertain how much he had grown. Even if all the prominent ninja clans in the village joined forces, it would be a formidable challenge to subdue Li Yu, especially with Tsunade's return. The Land of Fire is currently beset by threats on all sides and cannot afford any internal strife, particularly a civil war against the Senju Clan, which could lead to the village's ruin. Perhaps it is time for Rope Tree to ascend as the fourth Hokage. I am growing old. Hiruzen Sarutobi. How can you make such a decision? How can Rope Tree become Hokage? Did I not instruct you all to leave? Humph, your weakness is evident. Had I been in your position, such matters would never arise. Once all the clan heads of Konoha had departed, Danzo removed his cloak, but lingered in the Hokage's office. Incensed by Hiruzen's murmurs regarding the next Hokage. Oh, Danzo, you truly are audacious. Why do you hide in the shadows, afraid to show your face in the village? Hiruzen. You, Danzo, simply fulfill your role as the root of Konoha. Those words struck Danzo like a dagger, as he remained concealed in the dark, fearing that Li Yu would discover he was still alive. Under Li Yu's pressure, his interactions with Orochimaru have become increasingly frequent. Cunning as ever, Danzo quickly regained his composure despite the ridicule. With a huff, he donned his cloak and exited the Hokage's office. What nonsense about the Senju Clan! I will ensure my ascension to Hokage. The former Senju Clan estate, once the residence of the first and second Hokages, has now been largely acquired by Li Yu. The announcement of the Senju Clan's reformation is akin to the commencement of a grand project, with Senju ninjas employing earth-release techniques to raise structures, vigorously constructing residential and commercial areas centered around their estate. Upon witnessing the multitude adorned with the emblem of the Senju Clan, Tsunade reflected, the Senju Clan. How could there still be so many? In my youth, I believed it was merely Grandpa Hashirama, Grandpa Tobirama, and a handful of clan members. These individuals are the result of my years spent establishing clandestine connections with my kin, yet most of them are ordinary villagers, driven by the struggles of life. Few of their children have become shinobi, squandering the innate talents of the Senju lineage. Those who have become shinobi often do so due to insufficient resources and inadequate foundations, achieving only mediocre results, albeit slightly superior to other ordinary ninjas. After hearing Li Yu's remarks, Tsunade increasingly concurred that uniting the Senju Clan was indeed a sagacious decision. In truth, Li Yu harbored a personal ambition. As a modern individual hailing from the 21st century, he sought to consider the future generations. The primary concern was to ensure they would not start at a disadvantage, and secondly, he wished to avoid a scenario akin to that of Hashirama and Tobirama's demise, wherein the children and grandchildren, devoid of clan protection, would meet untimely and obscure ends, reminiscent of the original plot's tragic fate of the Senju Rope Tree and its parents. With the shelter of a clan, one would not be thrust into battle as mere cannon fodder, facing a simple and untimely death. A member of the Hokage's Umbu approached the Senju Clan, seeking out Li Yu. Lord Rope Tree, the Hokage has summoned you. Please proceed to the Hokage building. Understood. I shall go at once. Li Yu briefed those around him about his destination and promptly made his way to the Hokage building, pondering on the urgency of the third Hokage's summons. Upon arriving at the top office of the Hokage, he was greeted by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ah, Rope Tree, you have arrived. Yes, third Hokage. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? The third Hokage observed Li Yu with a complex gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, tomorrow. A delegation from the Land of Wind will arrive in Konoha to discuss matters regarding their surrender. I would like you to receive the delegation and oversee the negotiations, ensuring a swift resolution so that Nara Shikaku can lead his troops back from the front lines. Understood. I shall handle it. Very well. I shall await your good news. As he departed from the Hokage building, Li Yu glanced back at the structure, a faint smile playing on his lips. The third Hokage is indeed adept at feigning ignorance. Not a word was uttered regarding the affairs of the Senju clan, as if nothing had transpired. One wonders what schemes these old men are concocting. Regardless, the sooner matters are resolved, the better. On the following day, Liu stationed himself at the entrance of Konoha, awaiting the arrival of the Land of Wind's delegation. He noticed an increase in the presence of Uchiha guards, significantly bolstering security. Growing somewhat impatient, Liu had waited for 3 full hours when he finally spotted the gate of Konoha, faint silhouettes of 3 individuals adorned with the Sand Village forehead protectors, accompanied by 5 Umbu shinobi trailing behind them. At long last, you have arrived. Were we not supposed to be here early? Why have you come so late? Lord Shju, we are not tardy. We have arrived at the agreed time. Upon hearing this, Liu felt an unsettling disquiet in his heart. The considerable discrepancy in the time given by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, left him feeling somewhat disgruntled, as if the old man were attempting to assert his authority over him. A sand ninja, overhearing the Umbu refer to Liu, sarcastically inquired, "You are Senju Shju. I see you are quite young. Does one's age have any bearing on the negotiations at hand? You must comprehend the true purpose of your visit to Konohagakure." With that, Liu turned on his heel, uninterested in the intriguing expression on the sand ninja's face. At that moment, the leading sand ninja stepped forward respectfully and remarked, "Konohagakure truly boasts a plethora of talent. May I inquire which clan you belong to?" Liu was taken aback. To endure such humiliation with such composure was unexpected. "I am Shju of the Senju Clan. And how may I address you?" asked the sand ninja advisor, Kaiza. "Oh, I did not anticipate your presence. It seems the Land of Wind places great importance on this negotiation. Indeed, this matter holds significance for both the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind." They proceeded with the delegation to a reception room in Konohagakure, where the negotiation specialists had been awaiting their arrival. As the one who had vanquished the 4th Kazekage, Liu preferred to remain somewhat reticent, only interjecting at crucial moments to maintain decorum, eager to reach a consensus swiftly, thus allowing him to report back to the 3rd Hokage. He was also anxious to return and inspect the progress of the Senju clan's land development, not wishing to squander excessive time in negotiations. Based on the trajectory of the original storyline, the discussions would inevitably revolve around matters of interest, yielding little benefit for his clan. After 3 days of intense deliberation, a conclusion was finally reached. Liu, clutching the results, made his way to the Hokage's office to meet with Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, the negotiations have concluded, and my task is complete," he said, presenting a scroll and preparing to depart. "Shju, wait. Do not be in such a haste to leave. Hokage-sama, is there something else? I have not returned home in days and am eager to embrace my wife and rest. The discussions have been tumultuous, and my head aches. Those capable must bear more responsibility. There are few ninjas as exceptional as you in Konohagakure." The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a proud smile, gesturing for the Umbu ninjas in the room to take their leave. Taking a deep breath from his pipe, he exhaled, as if making a significant decision. "In the realm of the Senju clan, the commotion stirred by your actions has not gone unnoticed, and discontent brews among the villagers. I have managed to quell much of it for you." Upon hearing this, Liu couldn't help but smirk at the 3rd Hokage, who believed he had subdued the unrest. How naive, Liu mused. This was merely a reluctant compromise born from a keen awareness of their precarious situation. After remaining silent for so long, the moment they spoke, trouble ensued. He was eagerly awaiting their next move. Sitting upright, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, his expression grave as he spoke. Although the voices of dissent had been silenced, they still lingered within the village. To gain the villagers' trust in the Senju clan and to eliminate idle gossip, the upcoming negotiations with the Land of Wind represent an excellent opportunity. Liu's eyes brightened, and a smile crept onto his face as he sensed the underlying intentions. The proverbial fox's tail was about to be revealed, and he feigned an attentive demeanor. The Land of Lightning had declared war on the Land of Fire, and the defensive forces of Konoha had already clashed several times with the ninjas of Kumogakure at the borders. Konoha was on the brink of peril, and with the negotiations with the Land of Wind just concluded, Narashikaka had yet to return to the village. The battle with Awagakure was still ongoing, and Minato's team had successfully destroyed the Kanabi Bridge, severing the supply lines to Awagakure and gaining a significant advantage on the front lines. The situation in the Land of Lightning was precarious, and Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly observed Liu's expression, noting his passive demeanor, as if he were entirely unfazed by the unfolding events. It was evident that Liu possessed remarkable composure, refusing to engage in the conversation. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen chuckled softly, relieved that Tsunade had agreed to lead a team to the front lines to thwart the forces of the Land of Lightning, having departed just yesterday. What? She has already left? Liu could no longer contain his surprise, his face betraying disbelief. The third Hokage, witnessing Liu's reaction, wore a knowing smile. Relishing the irony of the situation, quickly regaining his composure, Liu's mind raced with conflicting emotions. He had feigned ignorance for so long, only to realize that the third Hokage was keenly observing him, reveling in the irony of his predicament. Acknowledging that the Hokage had made a decisive choice, he expressed his desire to join the war against the Land of Lightning to assist Tsunade. Oh, you wish to participate? Excellent. Your eagerness to contribute to the village is commendable. Hiruzen responded with a grin. This time, the Umbu has a crucial mission that requires a capable ninja. Of course. Tsunade will be present on the battlefield, and I have faith in the strength of the Senju Clan. Upon hearing this, Liu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Realizing that his greatest fear had come to pass, many members of the Senju Clan would likely accompany Tsunade to the front lines while he was assigned a special task. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that the third Hokage truly knew how to maneuver. The Umbu's mission would undoubtedly be formidable. And just as the Senju Clan had started to regain its footing, they were thrust into the chaos of war. Was this truly the destiny of the Senju Clan? The recent clandestine mission assigned to the Umbu is exceptionally arduous, tentatively classified as an SS-level task, the highest ever undertaken in the history of Konohagakure. It is to be executed by a single individual, tasked with engaging in disruptive operations against the hidden villages of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, without any support or resupply, alleviating the pressure on the front lines until the war's conclusion. As the deputy minister of the Umbu, Liu, a ninja of Konoha, had no choice but to accept the direct commission from the Hokage. Just before his departure, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remarked, "You truly embody the will of fire that Konoha cherishes." Stepping out of the Hokage building, Liu glanced back at the figures within. They were not to be underestimated. A single misstep could lead to a predicament. The wisdom of age holds true. Such tactics serve to exhaust the Senju Clan's ninjas, employing strategies that are overtly coercive and difficult to refuse. Aware of the looming threats, one must nevertheless press on resolutely. It is no wonder that the Uchiha clan, yearning for the Hokage's position, finds that those unwilling to submit to the Hokage's lineage gradually dwindle in the annals of history until they fade into obscurity. I shall not allow you old-timers to have your way. You may think you understand me, Liu, but you are utterly ignorant of my intentions and my true capabilities. I, however, am well acquainted with your follies. Clenching his fists, he resolved that since they had initiated this gambit, he would respond in kind. His strength would be his assurance. After muttering these thoughts, he dispelled his previous frown. His spirits lifted as he swiftly exited the premises of the Hokage building. At the window of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed Liu's hasty departure from below. Danzo's schemes were unfolding, and he was secretly contacting various clans to apply pressure for a decisive outcome. Forgive me, Tobirama-sensei, though I strongly opposed this course of action at the time. For the sake of Konoha, for the village, and for peace, necessary sacrifices must be made. Upon returning to the Senju Clan's estate, he was greeted by a bustling scene. Initially, he had contemplated employing the wood release technique, wood style, pillar house, as depicted in the original narrative, but alas, with only a limited amount of chakra for his wood release clone. He deemed it unwise to squander his energy on such endeavors, choosing instead to wait for his true self to return. As he entered, he spotted his sister-in-law, Yuin, with her beautiful purple hair adorned in a lovely bow, dancing in the courtyard. Brother-in-law, you're back. Sister has been waiting anxiously at home. Yuin, you are training diligently. Very well, make sure to practice the Flying Thunder God technique more, and continue refining the Rasengan as I have instructed you. Upon entering the inner chambers, he found Yuin preparing lunch, embodying the gentle demeanor of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return from a journey. Yuin, please listen closely to the matters at hand and join me. Understood. Opening the concealed door, they descended into the laboratory, where Liu inquired about the events that had transpired within the Senju clan over the past 3 days. Sister Tsunade has taken away a considerable number of our clan members, with 2/3 of the medical unit from the Senju clan being led away. Upon hearing this, Liu's expression turned grave. My sister truly burdens me. After expending considerable effort and resources to cultivate these shinobi, she has whisked them all away. Tsunade, is it not for the sake of the village? The village can scarcely spare any ninjas. Yuzuki Yugao, unaware of the narrative surrounding the Hokage, assumed that since Konoha had emerged victorious, it must have the manpower to spare. Reluctantly, Liu chose not to delve further into explanations. Given the current circumstances, he could only seek an opportunity to rectify the situation. He decided to inscribe all recent events and his thoughts into a ninjutsu scroll and entrusted it to Yuzuki Yugao. Yugao, use your permanent flying thunder god mark to relay this to the main body, allowing him to determine the next course of action. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Hokage world, within the borders of the Land of Grass, Liu's main body lay in wait. Having tracked Uchiha Madara's hideout for several days, biding his time for a chance to subdue him decisively, a multitude of white Zetsu patrolled the vicinity of the base, preventing Liu from approaching too closely. He had identified a general location, but the specific whereabouts of Madara would require additional time to ascertain. Suddenly sensing something, Liu found a secure hollow in a tree, bit his finger, and formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, he summoned a palm-sized slug, which held a scroll in its mouth, and presented it to Liu. This is an urgent message from Yuzuki Yugao. Understood, hold on. Upon unrolling the scroll and reading its contents swiftly, Liu couldn't help but click his tongue. Plans never survive contact with the enemy. The third Hokage truly knows how to play his cards. After years in office, his cunning is commendable, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. However, he sensed something amiss. Was the third truly so devious? This seemed more akin to Danzo's tactics. Danzo was dead, and there had been no news of him in the village. It seemed his roots had been taken over by one of his subordinates. Liu shook his head, dismissing these convoluted thoughts. They were irrelevant. The pressing matter was to resolve the current situation. He had merely altered the plot slightly, intending to gradually cultivate a power of his own under the overarching narrative of the Hokage. Yet, he had underestimated these characters. They were living beings, not mere puppets to be manipulated at will. After some contemplation, Liu voiced his frustration. This truly presents me with a conundrum. Alas, I do not wish to awaken my Mangeki Sharingan due to the sacrifice of those close to me. He resolved to remain cautious in the future, striving to align himself with the unfolding events, avoiding the path that, though clear, could easily become obscured and treacherous. Taking out a scroll, Liu swiftly pinned his arrangements before handing it to the slug. Please take this back. I apologize for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. I'm off. After vanishing in a puff of white smoke, Liu formed seals to create a wooden clone, instructing it to continue monitoring for Uchiha Madara's whereabouts. Master Band. I shall temporarily retain the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. I will retrieve it when time permits. Liu swiftly found a direction and set off towards the Land of Lightning, heading for the village of Kumogakure. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, Liu's wooden clone received instructions from the main body, packed his belongings, slung a scroll over his shoulder, and boldly departed the village, making his way to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. After a few days of travel, with the main force preoccupied, he should be able to catch up to Tsunade. Along the way, Liu's wooden clone hastily pursued the troops led by Tsunade, following the clear traces left by the main force. In just half a day, he encountered a Konoha patrol team and spotted a multitude of tents in the distance where the troops were resting. Liu, uninterested in relaying messages through layers of intermediaries, sensed Tsunade's exact location within one of the tents and directly burrowed underground to infiltrate. As he emerged from the ground, the conversation within the tent abruptly ceased. Chief, what brings you here? Chief, Ju, what are you doing here? Emerging, Liu wore a grim expression. Sister, my dear sister, how could I not come? The Senju Clan is already sparse. We are barely making ends meet. Is it so hard to believe that I would show up? Upon realizing the atmosphere had shifted, Liu quickly changed the subject, wary of Tsunade's potential ire. What is the situation on the front lines? Is there something I need to attend to? The first echelon of the Land of Lightning's forces has reached the borders of the Hokage, engaging in multiple probing attacks. We must expedite our support to the battlefield. This meeting is to discuss who will lead the first wave of reinforcements. The main force is too large, and the supply is considerable, hindering our progress. Liu glanced around the tent, noting the presence of several elite ninja from the Senju Clan. Calculating his chakra reserves, he found he still had 60% remaining. After expending 40% in the Land of Wind, he was prepared to stake everything for an advantage on the battlefield. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. I shall lead the team. The elite ninja within the tent turned their gaze towards Tsunade as Liu volunteered. Their commanding officer, and one of the legendary Sannin, still held in high esteem. Tsunade cast a teasing glance at Liu's wooden clone, judging his strength as adequate, and reasoning that since it was not the main body, he would not perish. Shju, as you have offered, it shall be decided that you will lead. Senjurika. Senju Shiki, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Daikatsu, Uchiha Taika. You five select some subordinates to accompany Shju in providing support. As Liu exited the tent, he observed the departing figures of the three Uchiha and felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him. He had not initially noticed their presence. It was surprising that the Uchiha clan had also been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. It seemed they were not well regarded in the village. He wondered if Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha had arrived, as they were indeed present in the original storyline. After gathering some elite nin from the Senju Clan, Liu met with the Uchiha team at the assembly point. He surveyed the Uchiha members and realized he had not spotted Itachi. Had he perhaps misremembered? Amidst the crowd, he noticed a short child, around 4 or 5 years old, standing behind Fugaku Uchiha, a diminutive figure obscured from view. Uchiha Fugaku, why have you brought such a small child along? Who is he? He is my son, Uchiha Itachi, possessing commendable strength. He is destined to become an exceptional ninja in the future. After confirming their identities, Liu cast several glances at Uchiha Itachi, who, despite his tender age, bore a serious expression. He must bear some resemblance to the future Sasuke. I have heard that your Uchiha clan has another prodigious ninja, Uchiha Shursui. I have retained Uchiha Shursui within the confines of Konoha village. He did not participate in this operation to the Land of Lightning. Oh, in that case, let us proceed since everyone is gathered. Uchiha Shursui did not come? I was eager to witness the Shunshin technique in action. Uchiha Itachi is so young to be thrust into battle. He can't be more than 4 years old now. Liu, leading a contingent of elite ninjas from the Senju Clan, set off, while Uchiha Fugaku gazed quizzically at Liu's retreating figure. Pondering the intent behind the Senju Clan leader's keen interest in both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi tugged at Uchiha Fugaku's sleeve, urging, "Father, it is time to depart." Snapped back to reality, Uchiha Fugaku quickly rallied his clan members to follow suit. A day later, the air was thick with noise. Explosions echoed relentlessly, and dust swirled around. This is not good. The defensive forces of Konoha have already engaged in battle with the ninjas from the Land of Lightning's Cloud Village. Everyone, quicken your pace to provide support. The sounds grew louder as they advanced, the clang of metal clashing resonating distinctly. Upon reaching the edge of the battlefield, they observed that the ninjas from the Cloud Village outnumbered the Konoha ninjas, with a significant advantage in elite shinobi, leading to a steady retreat of the Konoha forces. Ultimately, over 50 Konoha ninjas found themselves encircled, desperately resisting. The forces from the Land of Lightning numbered at least 200, intent on leaving no one alive. Captain, are we truly without hope? I do not wish to die. With nowhere to retreat, they were left only with the option of fighting to the death. Indeed, the ninjas of Konoha will avenge us. Dozens of specially crafted kunai were launched into the throngs of Cloud Village ninjas as Liu took the lead, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly join the fray. In an instant, 3 elite ninjas from the Cloud Village fell before him. And nearby Nin and Jinin were effortlessly dispatched. As if harvesting wheat, they fell in rows. Chief, is this the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage? Tobirama Senju? Such incredible speed. Before we could even reach the enemy, our leader has already begun a massacre. Running alongside, Uchiha Fugaku wore a grave expression. The Flying Thunder God technique, it truly lives up to its reputation as a forbidden art. However, the Uchiha clan, known for their indomitable spirit, would not easily concede defeat. With fierce determination, many activated their Sharingan, some with 2 tomo, others with 3, and began weaving hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. A barrage of fire techniques surged forth, cleaving through the ranks of Cloud ninjas, creating a cacophony of explosions as the flames, accompanied by Shuriken, struck a substantial number of their foes. The Uchiha clan excelled in fire-style techniques in the art of shuriken throwing, their angles sharp and precise, ensuring the Cloud ninjas had no means of evasion. Hasten, eliminate these Leaf Village ninjas. Numerous individuals have arrived from the Leaf, and the command is to slay them. The Senju Clan does not falter either. They form hand seals and unleash Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet, Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet, and Wind-style, Great Breakthrough. Following the force of the wind, the potency of their attacks is amplified, with a barrage of water and earth projectiles raining down like artillery shells. Each massive explosion sending several Cloud Village ninjas flying. Soon after, the Senju Clan unleashes another wave of ninjutsu, executing 3 rounds in total. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water-style, water dragon bullet, and wind style, great breakthrough. Observing from the side, a member of the Uchiha clan remarked on the vast chakra reserves of the Senju clan. Several C-rank jutsus are executed with an effect reminiscent of B-rank, covering an extensive area. The cloud ninjas are not faring well. Many are unable to even perform their jutsus before being engulfed by the onslaught. Quickly disperse. Utilize defensive jutsu. Ninjas skilled in earth style swiftly form hand seals, preparing to conjure the earth flow wall to withstand the assault. However, before they can complete their seals, Liu charges into the ranks of the cloud ninjas, precisely eliminating several who are attempting to perform their jutsu. He grants no opportunity for the enemy to retaliate, dispatching them swiftly and allowing the remaining cloud ninjas to suffer from the jutsu and shuriken attacks of the leaf ninjas. The ninjas of the cloud village employ lightning style to stimulate their physical cells, excelling in close combat. Yet they sustain heavy casualties before they can even approach their supporting squad. During the usage of their jutsu, they fall victim to surprise attacks. Liu, swiftly dispatching high-ranking ninjas from the cloud village using the flying thunder god technique, finds no challenge. He need not even resort to the Rasengan. The stolen ninja blades he wields soon become dull from repeated use, forcing him to kill and seize weapons simultaneously. In the heart of the battle, the pressure on the leaf ninjas significantly diminishes as cloud village ninjas fall in droves. The formidable Jonin and Chunin have little opportunity to engage before they too succumb, collectively heading to their demise. Before long, realizing the dire situation, the cloud ninjas promptly retreat, leaving behind over 100 lifeless bodies as they depart without a glance back. The surviving members of the Leaf's defensive forces cannot help but embrace one another in jubilation. I survived. I am alive. I have not perished. After surveying the fortunate Leaf ninjas who survived the battlefield, Liu instructs his comrades to scour the area, delivering the coup de GRC to any cloud ninjas still clinging to life and tending to the fallen Leaf ninjas. Standing alone amidst the battlefield, Liu keenly senses the presence of white zetsu lurking within the nearby trees and underground, quite a number of them. Uchiha Obito's infiltration of the ninja world is indeed omnipresent. Previously, many were discovered in the Land of Wind, and now there are even more. At this moment, Senju Rihua and Uchiha Fugaku approach Liu to report on the battlefield situation. Our reinforcements consist of 50 ninjas, with 5 severely injured, 12 lightly injured, and no fatalities. The Leaf defensive forces suffered 115 deaths out of 150 ninjas, with 22 severely injured and 13 lightly injured. The Cloud Village left behind 232 corpses, with approximately 60 to 70 escaping. Liu did not anticipate such substantial losses despite his vigorous efforts in eliminating the Cloud Ninjas, both Jonin and Chunin. The medical ninjas of the Thousand Hand clan worked diligently to stabilize the injuries of the severely wounded, while all corpses were gathered and incinerated using fire release. The team retreated 10 miles, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. In this battle, Liu encountered no formidable adversaries. The strongest foe was merely a Jonin, allowing him to traverse the battlefield with ease, sustaining only minor injuries. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the third Raikage son and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, longing for a sparring session with his brothers. According to the original storyline, Minato Namikaze was dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning to provide support, engaging in a duel with the AB brothers using the Flying Thunder God technique, although no specific timeline was given, so he could only wait. Meanwhile, Liu, adorned in a black robe and wearing an umbu mask, hastened towards Kimogakure. Exhausted, he found a cave to rest, activating his left Mangeki Sharingan. After a distortion of space, he entered an alternate dimension, fully equipped with all necessary amenities, lacking only in warmth, as the place felt a bit too spacious. He removed his mask, took off his black robe, lit a fire, and prepared a meal, enjoying a leisurely drink while reclining on a comfortable bed, feeling as though his mission resembled a vacation. Alas, having been away for so long, he missed his soft, spacious bed at home, accompanied by a beautiful companion. Despite traversing the route between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, the journey was surprisingly serene, devoid of any corpses. Shouldn't a battle be raging between the two nations? Perhaps the battlefield was not located here. He dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on the uncertainties of tomorrow. Little did anyone suspect that Liu had transformed the Kamui space into a living quarters, a sanctuary free from ambushes and insects, furnished with a cozy bed, though lacking a heated blanket. The following day, the blaring of an alarm clock roused Liu from slumber. He rose from bed, donned his loose shorts, tidied himself, and had breakfast. After putting on his mask and black robe, he activated his Mangeki Sharingan once more, experiencing another distortion before appearing back in the cave. Suddenly, Shuriken was towards him as he exited the cave, still bleary-eyed from sleep. Reacting instinctively, he leaped aside to evade the projectiles. Once clear of the cave and at a safe distance, he focused his gaze, realizing he was surrounded. An overwhelming number of cloud shinobi encircled him. After surveying the area, he found himself at the center of a dark cluster of tents, inexplicably trapped. Alert the third Reikage. A Konoha Ambu has infiltrated. One of the cloud shinobi commanded. Alone. His fate uncertain, Liu pondered whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Having directly encountered a team from the Land of Lightning poised to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Earth. Without any forewarning or hesitation, they appeared. Sparing me the trouble of seeking out trouble in the hidden cloud village, I could resolve matters right here. As Liu observed the approaching cloud shinobi closing in and the gathering of more and more ninjas, a sly smile crept across his face. What might work on others would have no effect on him. He drew forth a specially crafted kunai and hurled it skyward. The surrounding ninjas, witnessing this peculiar act of tossing a kunai into the air, erupted into laughter. Is this leaf ninja a fool? He pulls out a few kunai, and we thought he would resist to the death. Yet here he is tossing them into the sky. Liu, noticing the dense crowd, found the effort of using Flying Thunder God too cumbersome and retorted, the more you laugh now, the more you'll weep later. In a flash, Liu vanished from his position, reappearing in midair as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. In the air, Liu took a deep breath, channeling a significant amount of chakra, and expelled a compressed stream of wind from his mouth. With erratic movements of his head, the wind transformed into a whip-like form, sharp and relentless, slashing towards the densely packed cloud village ninjas below. How is this possible? Lightning release cannot defend against this. Scatter. Liu's wind whip was as sharp as a blade. Unlike the straight trajectory of a sword's aura, the wind whip moved in irregular, serpentine patterns, making it nearly impossible for opponents to evade with conventional body techniques. Wind release counters lightning release, and with the infusion of substantial chakra, few could withstand such an assault. This B-rank wind release technique caught 3 to 4 dozen cloud shinobi off guard. Unable to evade in time or relying on their bodies coated in lightning release chakra to absorb the blow, their bodies were cleaved into several pieces, leaving behind a chaotic tapestry of twisted fissures in the ground. Blood gushed from the remains, seeping into the ground's crevices, resembling incomprehensible scarlet symbols etched into the earth, rendering the scene utterly gruesome. As Liu descended within 5 meters of the ground, he caught the specially crafted kunai midair, flinging it once more to embed into a large stone. With a swift motion, Liu stabilized himself atop the stone, gazing down at the cluster of cloud shinobi below. This display of prowess had successfully showcased his abilities before the cloud ninjas, a seamless execution of technique that inspired even more elaborate strategies in Liu's mind. He pondered, as he nodded in contemplation, that with just a few specially crafted kunai, he could unleash multiple grand ninjutsu from various directions, overwhelming his foes instantaneously. Yet, just then, a fist the size of a sandbag, enveloped in a purple aura, hurtled towards Liu's face, arriving before the sound of its approach. His face visibly contorted in anticipation of the impending impact. Eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, he braced himself for the explosion. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a splintered piece of wood that shot off in one direction. The moment the wood shattered, the sound of the wind accompanying the purple-tinged fist and the explosive sound of the strike resonated in succession. Utilizing the art of the substitution technique, Liu appeared from a distance, his face concealed beneath a mask, bearing a grave expression. The speed and power he exhibited far surpassed that of Might Dewey's 6th gate and 8th gate. Perhaps this disparity stemmed from Might Dewey's insufficient foundational attributes. Or perhaps the 6th gate was simply inadequate. The moment he encountered an opponent, the force of their initial strike was formidable. Being struck by such a powerfully charged punch would undoubtedly be quite unpleasant, potentially influencing the ensuing battle. The third Reikage, ostentatiously stood atop a large rock, maintaining a poised stance with his right fist extended and his left fist coiled in readiness. Liu couldn't help but long for a camera to immortalize the moment. Are you going to move, old man? The third Reikage, slowly rose, addressing the cloud shinobi below. You all retreat. This leaf ninja is my responsibility. The cloud village ninjas, shaken from the gruesome scene of their fallen comrade, emerged with fervor and excitement, responding in unison, yes, Lord Third Reikage. From Liu's observations, It was evident that the third Raikage charged punch, executed in an attempt to strike from ambush, had clearly missed its mark, leading him to hold his pose for several moments before finally standing and raising his arm in a rallying call. The onlookers below, akin to fervent fans of a rising star, exhibited wild enthusiasm. So this is the third Raikage? It is said he can single-handedly suppress the rampaging Eight Tails. Noticing that the nearby cloud shinobi had largely retreated, the third Raikage, pointed at Liu, who was steadily approaching with his Umbu mask and dark robe. You are an Umbu ninja from the Leaf, is it you, correct? Indeed, Liu replied. To think you would use the substitution technique from the three-life technique to evade my strike. It is the first time someone has employed such a ninjutsu to escape my attack. Liu had anticipated the mention of the third Raikage by the Cloud Ninjas, and he was prepared, forming hand seals with one hand, ever ready for the third Raikage's retaliation. You have infiltrated here alone, judging by your direction. Are you planning to do something within my cloud village? Not much. I merely wish to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you to swiftly conclude this tiresome war. Speak no lies. I shall capture you and interrogate you slowly. As Liu found the negotiation unyielding, he resorted to the language of fists, ready to engage should there be any dissent. Bowing slightly, his body arched, the black cloak billowing in the wind, he retrieved several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch. Focusing his chakra to his eyes, he activated the three-tomo Sharingan. With swiftness, Liu hurled a wave of shurikens towards the third Raikage, and formed hand seals for the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Subsequently, he produced several specially crafted kunai, launching them in all directions, directing some towards the third Raikage's eyes. The Raikage, witnessing the barrage of shurikens, did not evade or dodge but charged straight at Liu, aiming a powerful punch at his face. One does not strike a face when fighting, mused Liu, noting the Raikage penchant for such tactics. The shurikens clanged against the Raikage purple lightning armor, rebounding harmlessly. In a flash, Liu activated the Flying Thunder God technique, intercepting the specially crafted kunai that was on a collision course with the Raikage's face. Executing a somersault in midair, he prepared a Rasengan with his left hand, striking at the Raikage's back. The Raikage's momentum propelled him forward, enhanced by Liu's Rasengan. With a thud, the Raikage spun midair, accelerating further before landing on the ground, displacing a significant amount of earth around him. Steadying himself, the Raikage adjusted his back, a dent in his purple armor quickly reverting to its original form. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? I suffered a minor setback this time, but it won't be so easy to hit me again. The defensive capabilities of the lightning armor were formidable. Liu's Rasengan had failed to budge it. It appeared he would need to exhibit his true prowess. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. Liu clasped his hands together. Shouting as vast trees and vines erupted from the ground beneath him, sweeping towards the third Raikage. Initially, the Raikage dodged, shattering the encroaching vines with his fists. Yet he soon realized he was ensnared by a multitude of them, surrounded on all sides. The first Hokage's birth of the world of trees is but a mere shadow of this, the Raikage thought, identifying Liu's position, raising one hand and pointing at him. Hell's piercing, four-handed thrust. Ignoring the encroaching vines, he charged directly at Liu, his momentum formidable and unstoppable. Seeing the situation unfold, Liu ceased his ninjutsu, swiftly throwing several specially crafted kunai into the dense forest surrounding him. In an instant, he vanished, evading the Raikage's most potent spear and concealed himself within the verdant thicket, preparing to enter Sage Mode. Nearby, the Cloud Shinobi witnesses gasped as the once barren plain transformed into a lush forest, obscuring the combatants from view. Is this truly the wood release of the first Hokage? So powerful it changes the very terrain. Surely, the third Raikage will be unharmed. Impossible, the third Raikage is the mightiest of ninjas. Liu formed hand seals, employing the multi-shadow clone jutsu to create 5 shadow clones, activating his left eye's Mangeki Sharingan. He instructed them to absorb natural energy swiftly, merging the 5 clones into one. The adversary encountered this time proved to be exceptionally formidable, leaving no opportunity for the use of ninjutsu. Engaged in close quarters, Liu had no choice but to rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to extricate himself, for his physical prowess could not contend with the might of ninjutsu. Konoha ninjas, reveal yourselves. Why do you hide? Liu lamented, for entering Sage Mode required considerable preparation. Faced with the third Raikage, he could only take refuge, unable to access Sage Mode. Regrettably, he lacked the extraordinary fate of Naruto Uzumaki, who, later on, mastered the Sage Fox Mode, enabling him to seamlessly transition into the perfect Jinchuriki state combined with Sage Mode, devoid of time constraints and the need to absorb natural energy with shadow clones. With a thunderous crash, trees fell as the third Reikage relentlessly sought Liyu's location. Observing the Reikage's fervent determination to find him, Liyu felt compelled to maintain his dignity, preparing for a protracted battle to wear down the Reikage chakra. He formed hand seals, creating two would-release clones, each sharing a tenth of his chakra. "You two, entertain the third Reikage while I recuperate," he instructed. The two would-release clones nodded and advanced toward the Reikage, forming hand seals as they did so. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball and a massive wind sphere surged toward the third Reikage from either side. With remarkable speed, the Reikage dashed through the gaps between the ninjutsu, redirecting his charge toward one of the would-release clones. In a flash, Liu used the Flying Thunder God to evade, leaving the Reikage to miss his mark. While persistently unleashing harassment through various ninjutsu and shuriken throws, much to the Reikage's vexation. Seizing an opportunity, the two would-release clones formed new seals. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Two dragon-shaped ninjutsu of differing elemental attributes roared forth, once again rushing toward the third Reikage. Although they failed to strike their target, they caused substantial distraction. At that moment, Liu, concealed nearby, discerned an opportune moment. The third Reikage was approaching him, utterly unguarded. Swiftly, he activated his left Manjiki Sharingan, unleashing the left eye's ocular technique, Kimui. Despite its inherent delay, Liu calculated perfectly, taking advantage of the Reikage's leap. Just as his feet touched the ground, the space distorted. Good, a precise hit. In that instant, the third Reikage inwardly cursed, bewildered by the nature of this ninjutsu. Centered around his back, a vast spatial force began to stretch his body. Liu suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure in his left eye, the strain on his ocular power intensifying, contrary to his expectations. Illuminated in radiant purple armor, the third Reikage, after a brief 5 seconds, landed with all his might, shaking off the spatial distortion with a powerful stomp. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath him shattered and collapsed, sending dust soaring and creating a massive crater approximately 20 meters in diameter and 5 to 6 meters deep. As Liu felt the warm, crimson liquid trickling from his left eye, he finally regained his senses, his face etched with disbelief. How is this possible? Someone has managed to escape the grasp of the Shinjutsu. In the original narrative, the Shinjutsu was depicted as a hopelessly disadvantageous ability, infamous for its lethal gaze that could erase anything it beheld, a truly formidable technique. The third Reikage, swiftly retreated, maintaining a vigilant watch over the trio of black-robed figures surrounding Liu. Just moments ago, he had been drenched in a cold sweat, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the space that distorted around him, as if it sought to rend him apart. With his formidable physique and the unparalleled defense of the armor of lightning, he had successfully evaded the realm of spatial distortion. However, he found it difficult to comprehend how this Konoha ninja possessed such a bizarre method of attack. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely succumbed to this surprise assault. Konoha's ninjas, with such peculiar attacks, I doubt you can unleash them more than a few times, huh? Indeed, it is of no consequence to inform you. You too have your moments of fear. With adequate preparation, the unexpected nature of the Shinjutsu's effects diminished significantly. The spatial force of the Shinjutsu was insufficient to tear apart an opponent with such a robust physique. It appears this ninjutsu is not as invincible as one might imagine. As the time drew near, Liu utilized his kaleidoscopic Sharingan to connect with his clone in the spatial realm. With a resounding boom, after a burst of white smoke in the Kamui dimension, Liu materialized beneath his mask, a green point emerging at the center of his forehead, encircled by a swirling green pattern, while a hint of green eyeshadow adorned the corners of his eyes. Unbeknownst to his opponent, he activated Sage Mode, extending his arms to gather a blue Rasengan, flanked by two would-release clones who swiftly injected wind chakra into the spinning sphere. Soon, they completed the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, with Liu holding one in each hand. Taking a deep breath, he charged toward the third Reikage, intent on swiftly ending their confrontation. Noticing the sudden shift in Liu's aura and his accelerated speed, which nearly matched his own, the third Reikage prepared to unleash his signature move, Hell Stab, for Book's piercing hand. Confident in the might of his lightning armor, he resolved to confront this troublesome leaf ninja head-on. As Liu recognized the familiar technique, the Reikage's strongest spear, a sly smile crept onto his face. He relished the thought of outsmarting his adversary. Just as they closed the distance to a mere 5 meters, Liu hurled the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken from his hands. activating the flying thunder god to escape the impending danger. You didn't expect my Rasengan could be thrown, did you? Boom. Two brilliant orbs of white light erupted, spiraling outward and obliterating everything in their path. The once serene forest, lush with greenery due to the recently invoked Forest of the Land technique, was instantly reduced to chaos beneath the twin white spiral shredders. Nearby, the Cloud Ninja observed the battle intently, witnessing the forest's abrupt disappearance. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Those two semicircular light spheres have utterly destroyed the forest. I wonder how the third Raikage is faring. Surely, he has dealt with that leaf ninja by now. Liu shared this sentiment, believing that the third Raikage had succumbed to the double onslaught of the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, and would soon be soaring into the afterlife. Overwhelmed by joy, at that moment, a purple figure darted through the two light spheres, exuding an unstoppable force as it surged toward Liu. Unscathed, the third Raikage, covered in numerous fine marks from the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, felt his lightning armor rapidly regenerate. His momentum increased as he sprinted, his right hand raised, surrounded by crackling purple lightning, pointing directly at Liu. This is the Raikage's Hell Stab, for Book's piercing hand, his ultimate spear. The surrounding Cloud Ninja were electrified with anticipation, eager to witness the downfall of the Leaf Ninja at the hands of the Raikage's most formidable attack. Liu continuously shifted his position, attempting to disrupt the execution of this powerful technique, yet he was unable to thwart it. Once more, he unleashed two wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, creating two massive spirals of white light, which only succeeded in slowing the third Raikage's advance. In a decisive move, Liu summoned thousands of shadow clones, intending to use them to distract the third Raikage. Amidst a cacophony of explosions and billowing white smoke, it did not take long for the countless clones to be vanquished. The prowess of the doppelganger is undeniably inadequate, despite its potential. It proves to be of little consequence against true power, expending a considerable amount of chakra merely to buy time and disrupt the adversary. The repeated execution of the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken yields only minimal damage to the third Raikage, with two of the shurikens even missing their target entirely. The third Raikage's Hell Stab, 4-book convergence strikes with an almost homing precision, capable of bending and making sharp 90-degree turns, instilling in Liu a sense of relentless pursuit. In a desperate attempt to evade, Liu was compelled to activate Sage Mode once more. After multiple fruitless assaults, he contemplates retreating, yet his confidence in his Mangeki Sharingan and Earth release allows him to envision an escape from below. Throughout his years of training, he has never encountered an adversary as formidable as this. Despite his diverse arsenal of techniques, the third Raikage withstands encounters with overwhelming single-target damage. Given that the third Raikage has withstood a 3-day battle against thousands of Awagakure ninjas, Liu acknowledges that although he possesses an abundance of chakra, he cannot outlast such a foe. For instance, should Liu expend 50 points of chakra on a jutsu, the third Raikage requires only 5 to 10 points for effective defense, leading to a significant disadvantage in attrition. Liu contemplates deploying his Sage Mode techniques, such as the Wood Clone technique or the Divine Tree Thousand Hands, but realizes that this would only play into the third Raikage strategy, consuming vast amounts of chakra without ensuring a decisive blow. The analogy of an elephant swatting a mosquito comes to mind. Inflicting 5 points of damage while expending hundreds of chakra is a fruitless endeavor. Observing Liu's retreat, the third Raikage gleefully muses on how much chakra the Leaf Ninja has left to waste. Never before has Liu felt this constrained, as if he possessed strength that he could not unleash. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes. Hadn't he developed a new jutsu? After enduring such a lengthy confrontation, he realizes he has been momentarily dazed. In that instant, the familiar theme of the Hokage resonates in his ears, and he regains his composure. Quickly distancing himself, he begins to weave hand signs. From his sides, multiple wooden tendrils emerge as he splits into 2 wood-release clones, one of which dashes in a determined direction to establish a position. This time, as the third Raikage charges headlong towards him, Liu abandons evasion and resolves to confront his adversary directly. The outcome hinges on this pivotal moment. Gazing at the advancing third Raikage, Liu bites his finger and hastily forms the necessary seals. Summoning technique, 5-fold Gate of Hell. With both hands pressed against the ground, dark runes materialize. And with a thunderous boom, 5 colossal demonic gates arise between Liu and the third Raikage. This marks Liu's inaugural full deployment of the 5-fold Gate of Hell against an enemy, having previously utilized the 3-fold Gate to counter a powerful wind release technique during training with the third Hokage. With a series of explosive sounds, the first 3 gates are obliterated under the third Raikage's Hell Stab, 4-book convergence, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. Yet, the momentum surges towards the fourth gate, which begins to crack under the relentless assault of the Raikage's attack. With a resounding thud, the fourth gate transformed into a cloud of white smoke. The third Raikage, now considerably weakened, installed the fifth Armand and suddenly found his body uncontrollably shifting laterally in a singular direction. As the fifth Armand completed its task of altering its trajectory, it dissipated into another massive plume of white smoke. Now was the moment. The Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The Wood Release clone had long completed its hand seals and awaited this moment, having prepared for this jutsu for quite some time. Meanwhile, Liu, with a blue Rasengan in his right hand, watched as the clone expertly manipulated it, allowing its color to gradually shift from blue to a verdant green. Encircled by a halo of white shuriken light, Senjutsu would release Rasengan Shuriken, he declared, poised to unveil this exclusive new technique against the third Raikage. As the third Raikage A found his direction altered by the fifth Armand, he broke free from the smoke's confines, only to be immobilized, his body slowly descending into the abyss. At that moment, with a swift motion, Liu utilized a specially crafted kunai that had been embedded nearby, transporting himself to the edge of the swamp with the green Rasengan Shuriken in hand. Without granting the third Raikage a moment to react, he hurled the would-release Rasengan Shuriken forward. A burst of emerald light erupted, as the vines coiled around the third Raikage like a constrictor ensnaring its prey, tightening relentlessly, producing a cacophony of distressing squeals. Liu stood firm, fingers interlocked, his gaze intense as he channeled Chakra into the ninjutsu. Trapped in the center of the swamp, the third Raikage A emitted frantic cries, attempting to break free with sheer brute force, his body enveloped in a flickering aura of lightning. The rapidly rotating wooden vines sent mud from the swamp flying in all directions, splattering upon Liu, who remained unperturbed, maintaining his grip. As the last clone from the Kamui space dissipated in a cloud of white smoke, Liu entered the final phase of Sage Mode. With would-release clones guarding him, he exerted even greater force. Aha! He exclaimed as blood streamed rapidly from the Raikage's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Die for me. With a series of resounding cracks echoing through the air, the third Raikage A expelled a copious amount of blood from his 7 orifices. And with the vanishing of his violet lightning armor, his life drew to a close. A torrent of bones, entrails, and crimson blood erupted skyward, creating a red pillar that soared several meters high. The scene was so harrowing it felt akin to squeezing jelly until it burst, defying description. Liu lowered his hands, breathing heavily, finally defeated the third Raikage that nearly took everything out of me. Nearby, the ninjas of Kumogakure, witnessing the binding of their leader, initially revered the power of the Raikage and felt little concern for his potential defeat. However, reality proved far more grim than their expectations. Has the third Raikage been defeated? How was that possible? One by one, their spirits waned, and as they beheld the gruesome demise of their leader at Liu's hands, the bloodlust surged within all the Cloud Ninjas. To avenge Lord Raikage, his chakra is nearly depleted. It's just him, and we can wear him down. Liu sneered contemptuously, glancing at the grime and blood smeared across his body, thoroughly disgusted with his own appearance. This battle had consumed 60% of his chakra, a considerable waste to achieve victory. I shall return to rest for a while. You two go and eliminate them. With that, he activated his left eye's Mangeki Sharingan, and with a distortion of space, vanished from sight. Two would-release clones exchanged knowing glances before charging into the throng of Cloud Village ninjas, unleashing a massacre. At the border of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, Tsunade led a significant force of over 2,000 ninjas, taking 5 days to reach the border and rendezvous with the U Squad. Sister Tsunade, I'm glad to see you have brought the main force. What troubles have you encountered? Liu embellished the perils they faced along the way, recounting the harrowing experiences in dramatic fashion until he could speak no more, parched from his exertions. Upon hearing Liu's account, the Senju Clan members accompanying the main force gazed at him with admiration, with several female Senju members casting flirtatious glances at Liu, hoping to gain the favor of the clan leader. Tsunade, fully aware of Liu's capabilities and background, clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she endured his extravagantly embellished tale. Shishu, are you finished? If so, get out of here, she barked. TSK. Such impatience after all this effort. With his hands clasped behind his head, whistling casually, Liu swaggered out of the tent. However, once outside, his demeanor shifted from frivolity to seriousness as he departed. In truth, Liu was irked by Tsunade's decision to bring so many of the clan members into danger without informing him, their clan leader, which felt rather unsisterly. Primarily, He was displeased by a trick played on him by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, which left him quite vexed. Yet, he knew he must fulfill the mission entrusted to him, mindful to conserve chakra. Meanwhile, the main force of the Land of Lightning had also arrived at the border, setting up camp. Leading the contingent was a ninja with dark skin, light yellow hair, a robust physique, clad in a white cloak adorned with a green Shuriken emblem on his shoulders, and equipped with a wide belt and heavy armor. The future fourth Raikage turned to a fellow ninja and said, "Killer B. This sudden alteration in our plans to attack the Wind and Earth countries, my father has instructed me to lead an assault on the Fire country directly. What are your thoughts?" Killer B, while speaking, began to rap, keeping rhythm as he swayed. Yo, this time, Lord Raikage has us attacking the Fire country. He has his reasons. I want to elaborate further. Oh yeah, this one's got a nice rhyme. Gotta jot this down. He pulled out a small notebook, eagerly writing and sketching his thoughts. A contingent of approximately 50 cloud ninjas, many of whom were severely injured, approached the main group. The leader reported, "Lord AI, the vanguard suffered significant losses." What transpired? Just as we were on the verge of annihilating the Leaf Defense Forces, an elite support team from Konoha emerged. The leader employed an unknown ninjutsu, resulting in the demise of numerous skilled ninjas within our ranks. The power of their jutsu is astonishing. Oh, has Konoha dispatched such formidable ninjas? Which clan do they belong to? The Uchiha clan. The leading Leaf Ninja and several others bearing the same insignia are from an unknown lineage. This matter warrants investigation. Send the injured to the Land of Hot Water immediately. Hey, big brother, you've encountered trouble. Allow me to assist. Those Leaf Ninjas are not so formidable. Witness the prowess of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Oh yeah. Karabi interjected with his characteristic, albeit clumsy, rap, observing his brother's somewhat juvenile antics, despite having witnessed it several times before, elicited an eye roll and a sense of exasperation. I must ascertain the true strength of Konoha's ninjas, who have dealt such a severe blow to my vanguard. Meanwhile, Konoha received intelligence that a large contingent from the Land of Lightning's Cloud Village had arrived, and a great battle could erupt at any moment. The following day, Karabi accompanied AI, leading a cadre of elite cloud ninjas toward Konoha. Big brother, why bring only this few? We should bring everyone and swiftly resolve the conflict so I can return to my concert. Warfare is not so simple. Do you think Konoha is easily subdued? Fear not, for I, Karabi, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, am here. Every battle shall be a trivial matter. Just trust that I will effortlessly dispatch those Leaf Ninjas. Karabi exclaimed in his peculiar tone, bursting into an impromptu rap that left the nearby cloud ninjas looking bewildered and unimpressed. Karabi, please do not embarrass me, his brother cautioned. Understood, big brother, Karabi replied. The Konoha patrol quickly reported the approaching cloud ninjas to the main base, where Tsunade was stationed. We have barely settled in, and already the cloud forces are upon us. They certainly have a sense of urgency. We still do not know who leads the ninjas from the cloud village, but it is the perfect opportunity to meet them. Tsunade exuded a commanding presence, clad in a flowing green robe over a gray outfit, adorned with a blue sash, and complemented by dark cropped trousers and black-heeled ninja sandals, a quintessential ensemble reflecting both allure and authority. Her gaze swept across the gathered Konoha Jainin, assessing their reactions. Indeed, Liu was not intimidated by Tsunade's aura. He merely swallowed hard and murmured regretfully, "What a pity she is my elder sister. How splendid it would be if she were my wife. Never mind, my own Yueing is not lacking either. I must count my blessings." Unbeknownst to others, Liu's mind wandered during this strategic assembly, his thoughts drifting far from the meeting. Such is the nature of knowing the outcome of the conflict. Where victory for the Land of Fire and Konoha Village is assured, a tranquil narrative unfolding seamlessly. Rope Tree, the voice echoed, prompting Liu, who had just regained his focus, to respond hastily. "What are you thinking? Come with me to meet the Cloud Ninja forces." The chatter of others was lost on him, but he readily agreed and followed Tsunade out of the tent. As they proceeded in step with the squad, heading towards the patrol team, the forest around them was lush and vibrant, filled with the rustling sounds of leaves, causing a flurry of birds to take flight. Before long, they noticed a multitude of figures emerging from the trees ahead and halted in an open area to await their arrival. Moments later, a dark mass of cloud ninja appeared. Some stationed on the ground while others perched upon branches, each armed with a ninja blade, their skin a deep shade of bronze. Leading the group were two robust men who stepped forward, pointing towards the Leaf Ninjas and calling out, "Which of you Leaf Ninjas fought against our Cloud Vanguard a few days ago? I am eager to see the extent of your prowess. Come forth, Leaf Ninja." whoever you may be from your clan, and let us spar. Tsunade, undeterred by the challenge, retorted, "Oh, so you wish to practice? Whether it be a duel or a group skirmish, I am more than willing." Beside her, Liu immediately recognized the leader of the opposing cloud ninja and cautioned, "Sister Tsunade, that is the son of the third Reikage and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee. Let me face them. The others might not be able to handle it," he urged. "Very well, since you've brought it up, go ahead, but exercise caution. I am curious to see just how formidable your skills truly are." Liu stepped forward, removing the enormous scroll from his back and placing it into Tsunade's hands for safekeeping, as it would prove invaluable. "You sought me out. I am the captain of the Konoha support team, the one responsible for sending your cloud ninja forces into disarray," he declared, revealing his identity. Meanwhile, his hands remained active, retrieving several specially crafted kunai from his ninja pouch, ready to be thrown at a moment's notice. "Hey, you there. Prepare to face my might," Karabi exclaimed mid-verse. But at that moment, it could no longer contain himself. With a surge of energy, he activated the lightning armor, enveloping himself in crackling blue electricity. With a powerful leap, he targeted Liu, intent on executing a swift attack to catch him off guard. "Brother, you're resorting to tricks." Liu had anticipated the impulsive and fiery nature of the future fourth Reikage, and with swift precision, he hurled the specially crafted kunai into the nearby trees. Grasping another kunai in hand, he braced himself for A's punch, which was aimed directly at his face. Discarding the kunai, Liu vanished from his original position, leaving behind the spinning kunai in midair, only to reappear on a nearby tree. Seeing his punch miss its mark as Liu suddenly disappeared, A found himself unable to halt the momentum of his accelerating blow, witnessing the kunai spinning in free fall beside him. In a swift motion, Liu activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, appearing at A's flank. He seized the spinning kunai, exerting additional force and secretly infusing it with a layer of wind chakra, aiming it at A's lightning armor. With a glint in his eyes, Liu silently chanted, "Come forth, leg of thunder." Suddenly, an immense force from behind propelled A away, replaced by an octopus tentacle. "I've been waiting for you, my octopus leg." With a mighty strike, Liu, empowered by his incredible strength, severed the tentacle and marked it with the Flying Thunder God seal, swiftly grasping the severed appendage. In an instant, Liu approached Tsunade, unfurling the scroll planted firmly on the ground. He pressed the tentacle into the center with his left hand, while placing his right hand on the sealing character inscribed on the scroll. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in astonishment, while Tsunade, still holding the scroll, failed to react as he skillfully sealed the Eight Tails chakra within. Watching Liu complete his task in front of her, Tsunade was left speechless as he rolled up the scroll and promptly returned it to her. "Sister, take good care of this. It's a precious item. I intend to acquire more soon." A, who had just risen after being knocked down by the tentacle, was immediately filled with rage upon witnessing this scene. You Konoha ninjas are truly intolerable. Liu had successfully showcased the techniques of the fourth Hokage, gaining the chakra of the Eight Tails, reveling in his triumph. Now, it was simply a matter of acquiring more. Even though the tentacle appeared short, the chakra contained within was no less than that of A. Janin. Without a moment's hesitation, A charged directly at Liu, shouting fiercely for him to bring it on. "Don't be so stingy. You, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, have plenty of chakra." Just moments ago, Liu had been smiling, but suddenly his expression shifted. According to the original storyline, A was protected by the lightning armor and had previously needed Killer Bee to push him aside to evade the kunai attack from Minato Namikaze. This A was still far from his father, the third Reikage. Liu met the future fourth Reikage A's punch with one of his own. "You think I'm afraid of your punch?" Thud. Liu staggered back 3 steps, each footfall cracking the ground beneath him, while A was sent flying, crashing directly into Killer Bee. As the tingling sensation in his hands subsided, the faint burn marks began to fade. Liu took a stance, preparing to exchange a few blows with the future fourth Reikage. Having taken something from them, it would be difficult to retreat unscathed. The faces of the cloud shinobi were grim, the atmosphere tense and charged. In contrast, the future fourth Reikage, caught by Killer Bee's tentacles, wore a serious expression. "Brother, this Konoha ninja is not easy to deal with. I might have to activate my tailed beast transformation to defeat him." Clutching his injured right hand, A cast a furious glance at Liu, his eyes wide and trembling with rage, unable to swallow his pride. "I'm still far from my father's level. I have yet to master the lightning armor. This place is too small. There aren't many Konoha ninjas here, but we have a sizable number. I fear causing collateral damage. We should retreat for now. After all, We only came to test the waters and didn't suffer significant losses. You're right. Next time, let us choose a more spacious location. I'll help you regain your honor. Agreed, it's settled then. Killer Bee harbored an unvoiced concern. Although he could cause significant damage to the Konoha ninjas with his tailed beast transformation, he feared that his elder brother, could very well fall victim to that Senju brat from Konoha. He did not wish to witness such an outcome and opted to retreat, having endured Liyu's full force punch. Only sustained a minor injury to his right hand, a testament to his robust physique. Though he was not yet comparable to the third Reikage, his current strength appeared to be nearing that of a Kaga-level warrior. Unfortunately, his mastery of the lightning armor was still incomplete, limiting his defense and power. Killer Bee helped to his feet, and, with a parting threat, led the Cloud Village ninjas away. Konoha ninjas, just you wait. With that clitch declaration of vengeance, they executed the most cowardly action of retreat, giving no time for the Konoha ninjas to react. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Are the Cloud ninjas really leaving just like that? I thought we were in for a fierce battle. Should we not pursue them? But what if there are traps? Exactly. They came and went in a flash. As the figures of the Cloud Village ninjas vanished into the forest, the Konoha ninjas turned their attention to Tsunade, awaiting her command. We'll discuss this later. At least we now know who is leading them, and we gained a slight advantage. Tsunade had been observing the situation intently. Taken aback by Liyu's remarkable proficiency in utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, originally mastered by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, in just a few brief encounters, a skilled observer could discern the extraordinary nature of Liyu's abilities. To minimize casualties, she resolutely decided to retreat. Stealing a glance at Liyu, she appraised him from head to toe, pondering the perplexity of how this apparent would-release clone possessed such formidable strength. Where, she wondered, was his true self? And how much more powerful could it be? Here I am, back in Konoha, yet you send only a clone to the battlefield. When will I finally see your true form? Just wait until then. I will deal with you appropriately. As Liu collected specially crafted shurikens scattered throughout the forest, he sensed a chilling gaze emanating from the Konoha forces, causing him to shudder. Turning around, he met Tsunade's teasing gaze. Upon returning to the Konoha encampment, Liu excused himself from the concluding meeting, retreating with a sealing scroll into his tent. Suddenly, the tent flap was pulled aside, and a striking figure entered without hesitation. Approaching Liu directly. Tsunade, what brings you here at such a late hour? What brings me here? Do you have something to explain to me? With a hint of floral fragrance, she leaned closer, her hand gently caressing Liyu's cheek. Her eyes carried a tinge of melancholy as she whispered softly in his ear, My dear Shoshin has grown taller, and now refuses to share secrets with me. You were once only as tall as my waist, but now, when I try to whisper to you, I find I must rise on tiptoe to reach you. Feeling her closeness, the scent enveloping him and the warmth of her breath stirred Liyu's heart, causing his face to flush crimson. He instinctively stepped back, raising his palms in a gesture of retreat, his demeanor awkward as he forced a smile. Tsunade, I'm merely a wood clone, a tool of sorts. If you need something, seek out my true self. I am but a laborer. What do you mean by tool? Caught off guard, Liu blurted out modern terminology, realizing he needed to clarify. Oh, a tool refers to someone who works diligently without complaint, merely obeying the commands of others, devoid of any emotional ties. I see. Then tell me, what is your purpose in coming to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning? Quite simple, really. There are 3 points. The first point, to protect my dear sister Tsunade. The second point, to mitigate the losses of the Senju Clan. The third point, to gather the chakra of the 8 tails. Liu cleverly rephrased the 2 tasks into 3, placing the first as the foremost priority, feeling quite pleased with himself, thinking, I am rather astute. The extent of assistance I can offer you is limited. Upon hearing Liu's response, Tsunade was taken aback, not expecting that the primary task was to safeguard her. Her brother truly cared for her well-being. Although uncertain of the truth in his words, as your only sister, I shall support you in all your endeavors. Observing Tsunade's beaming smile, Liu feigned skepticism, yet inwardly he felt relieved. Women often express their doubts while harboring unwavering belief. I should add a bit of intrigue for Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, I heard that the village's casino was established in your honor. With the family investing a fortune to create it, the new games took considerable time to devise. Oh. So you mean I can play any way I wish at the family casino? At the mention of the casino, Tsunade's voice soared an octave, momentarily forgetting to inquire about Liyu's true form. Her earlier allure transformed into fervent enthusiasm, a fierce spirit either from the battlefield or the gambling table. Liu could only sigh in exasperation, Gamblers are indeed reckless, inheriting the bad habits of the first Hokage, becoming obsessed with gambling, and often facing inevitable losses. Tsunade rubbed her hands together, a glint in her eye, while solemnly declaring, "This time, sister shall spare you. Put forth your utmost effort on the battlefield and conclude this war swiftly, so I can return and see your true form." Understood. It was evident that she yearned to return to gambling, shaking dice and playing roulette, yet feigning innocence about her eagerness. Liu rolled his eyes, intending to usher Tsunade outside so he could finally rest and conserve chakra. By the way, SH Sook has a woman now. What was her name? Yuzuki. Her name is Yuzuki Yuheim, and Yuzuki Shiyin is my student. Ah yes, Yuzuki Yuheim. When are you getting married? When will you have children to carry on the Senju Clan? I say, Sister Tsunade, isn't that beyond the concerns of a mere tool like me? Let's discuss that when we encounter my true form. As Liu could no longer tolerate the conversation, he placed a hand on Tsunade's shoulder, swiftly turning her around. Tsunade executed a graceful pivot, and he pushed her firmly out of the tent. Finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief, he thought, "At last, I can rest." Suddenly, a corner of the tent was lifted, and Tsunade leaned in, her long, fair neck exposed, pouting slightly in irritation. "Don't think I don't know. Once the clone is dispelled, the memories will be shared with the true form, just as you said." From Liu's perspective, he could see everything clearly, causing him to be momentarily astonished. "If you don't wish to hear it, then I'll take my leave." Liu rolled his eyes, feeling rather overwhelmed by the events of the evening, and decided it was best to retire early. It seems that Tsunade has endured many years of solitude, with only the silent company of her thoughts. Deep down, she yearns to return to the village to see Sh Ta, her soul brother, whom she has not encountered in many years, and there are countless words she wishes to share with him. Unfortunately, that fateful year when Sh Ta vanished from the hospital, he left behind a pendant on the pillow, along with a letter addressed to Tsunade. The contents urged her not to worry about his safety and advised her to temporarily leave the village, distancing herself from the ravages of war, indirectly safeguarding Sh Ta, and allowing certain individuals within the village to let down their guard. At that time, Tsunade had earned the title of one of the legendary Sannin during the Second Shinobi World War, basking in high esteem. The sole male heir of the Senju Clan, Sh Ta, was believed to be dead, and thus, Tsunade chose the path of leaving the village to protect both her family and Sh Ta. The Senju Clan, having lost Tsunade, with their only male heir rendered incapacitated and missing, found themselves fading into obscurity within the village. Their significance dwindled to the ancient tales of how the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, founded the village, and the governance of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Liu, although having regained his strength with the aid of Orochimaru and brimming with untapped potential, joined the Umbu. While this move incited dissatisfaction among certain villagers, it initially garnered little attention. Even if he excelled within the Umbu, it meant little in terms of prestige, as the villagers and prominent clans remained indifferent. It was through Liu's gradual and subtle accumulation of power, especially on the battlefield of the Wind Country, that he successfully transitioned some of his covert strength into public recognition. Nonetheless, many aspects still require concealment, such as balancing the Sharingan and the sage body inherited from the first Hokage. Strength remains the foundation of all, as future adversaries grow increasingly formidable. Liu possesses no invincible or insurmountable techniques. Rather, his greatest asset is his robust self. As the Third Shinobi World War unfolds, he has nearly achieved his modest goals, including gaining significant prestige and the Chakra of the Eight Tails. Setting a small target, he aims to earn 1 billion ryo. With the acquisition of Uchiha Madara Sharingan serving as an excellent objective, possessing a pair of Manjiki Sharingan would represent a monumental leap, especially considering Liu's flawless fusion of Hashirama's cells, granting him the sage body, ensuring that the Manjiki will never lose its brilliance and can be utilized for extended periods. Awakening to the sound of his alarm, Liu, yawning, rose from his slumber. After his usual morning routine and a hasty meal, he donned his mask and black cloak. This time, Liu was clever. He refrained from hastily exiting the Kamui space. Instead, he activated his left Manjiki Sharingan, creating a small aperture to survey the surroundings. Finding no one nearby, he confidently leapt out from the Kamui space. Standing atop a mountain, Liu inhaled deeply, savoring the beauty of the world and the freshness of the air. Just yesterday, he had dispatched the third Hokage, along with numerous ninjas from the Cloud Village who had come to deliver supplies. He reminisced about the memories transmitted from his two wood clone techniques. Those clones had shown no mercy, easily eliminating the horde of attackers, causing the cloud ninjas to flee in terror. Ultimately, fear of death overwhelmed them, leading to their disbandment. The wood clone representing the wind element pursued them symbolically, slaying several, but eventually lost interest and dispelled the jutsu, dissipating into 2 wisps of smoke. In this unexpected encounter with the third Raikage, one might consider it unfortunate for both parties. It spared me the trouble of wreaking havoc in the hidden cloud village, saving precious time on my journey. Liu took out a map, discerned the correct direction, and set forth toward the land of Earth. Given the unforeseen demise of the third Raikage, it was only fitting to maintain balance among the village's powers. Thus, the thousands of ninjas in the rock village of the land of Earth should also be dealt with. Just as Liu was preparing to descend the mountain and continue his journey, he suddenly noticed several white figures in the distance, laboriously transporting the bodies of fallen cloud ninjas, gathering those that were still relatively intact. Oh, the white Zetsu certainly have their hands full, not only gathering intelligence and monitoring the ninjas of various villages, but also engaging in the grim task of collecting battlefield corpses. They appeared quite adept at their work, having undoubtedly performed such tasks on numerous occasions. Their contributions to environmental preservation in the world of Hokage, preventing the rampant decay of bodies that could pollute the surroundings, surely deserve commendation. Liu was reminded of the Senju Clan's establishment of a ninjutsu development program, designed to complete the work that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was unable to finish, or to refine the more rudimentary techniques. Such valuable materials should not go to waste. Indeed, as the clan leader, there were many concerns to ponder. Observing the pale countenance of the white Zetsu, Liu felt a surge of desire. Quietly counting the number of working white Zetsu, he resolved to act. Activating his left Manjiki Sharingan once more, he entered the Kimui dimension after a moment of spatial distortion. Utilizing the materials stored within, Liu employed the sealing techniques he had learned from Kushina Uzumaki to set up 2 sealing formations infused with Jinjutsu, designed to immobilize the white Zetsu and induce a dormant state. Forming hand seals, he created 4 wood clone avatars, accompanied by 2 of these wood clones. He exited the Kamui space. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles as they formed hand seals. With a series of explosive sounds, the 3 white Zetsu transformed from Liu emerged. They gradually sank into the ground, stealthily approaching the group of white Zetsu engaged in transporting the cloud ninjas' corpses. As they emerged from the earth, they made their way toward the gathering of white Zetsu, whose features resembled dough. Hey, you 3, just arrived from nearby, have you? Get to work. The commanding white Zetsu, appearing quite animated, dismissed them with little regard. Liu nodded deferentially, cautiously drawing nearer to the leading figure. With at least 5 or 6 other white Zetsu in proximity, he had to exercise utmost caution, wary that a single misstep might send them scattering into the earth, making pursuit impossible. As he closed the distance to within 3 meters, the trio acted decisively. The leading white Zetsu sensed something amiss, his mouth opening to cry out for help. In an instant, they surrounded him in a triangular formation. The wood clones, chakra emanating from their fingertips, crossed their hands over his shoulders in a display of camaraderie. The foreman white Zetsu was rendered speechless, immobilized, and was swiftly escorted away by the 2 wood clones. Liu, trailing behind, called out to a nearby white Zetsu, "Get to work." "What are you looking at?" "Lord Black Zetsu has important messages to convey." The remaining white Zetsu, filled with curiosity, resumed their labor, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Having departed from the main force and arrived at a secluded spot, Liu placed his hand on the ground to attune his senses, discovering that no white Zetsu were nearby. Activating his left IS kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a distortion occurred as he cast the suspected contractor white Zetsu into the void, subsequently emerging as a wood-release clone, now transformed into an ordinary white Zetsu. Liu continued to form hand seals, assuming the guise of the contractor white Zetsu, followed by 3 wood-release clones that had also taken on the appearance of white Zetsu, successfully infiltrating their ranks. With an air of authority, Liu commanded the white Zetsu corpse disposal team, instructing a solitary white Zetsu to accompany his 3 wood-release clones to a remote location to perform their task, whereupon he would seal them away. Repeating this strategy, he grew increasingly audacious, at times transporting 3 or more to isolated areas to conceal them all at once. "Oh, how long have you been doing this?" "Me? I've been at it for quite a few years." "And you?" "Me? Today is my first day doing this." "Hey, have you noticed that there seem to be fewer people around?" "Really? I hadn't noticed." "Indeed, there are fewer. Could it be that someone has infiltrated?" "I doubt it. Our operations are quite discreet." Who would be on lookout? And how do they communicate? These dialogues were exchanged among Liyu's 3 would-release clones, who were nearly blending in with the white Zetsu, finding the lack of excitement rather dull and deliberately broaching the topic of the dwindling numbers. The naive white Zetsu were skeptical and inadvertently revealed how the lookout Zetsu communicated. Liyu, unable to bear their foolishness any longer, signaled them with his eyes. Be swift. Complete the task. Understood, boss. The 3 would-release clones exchanged glances, each restraining a white Zetsu, swiftly subduing the 6 present on the ground. With agility, they controlled the white Zetsu, while Liyu activated his left eye's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, drawing all the sprawled white Zetsu into the Kamui space. He then summoned the lookout Zetsu using a secret signal, sealing and controlling them en masse. Once this was accomplished, Liyu exhaled deeply, leaning against a tree. Without Madara's technique to replicate the white Zetsu, I must capture some for immediate use. Returning to the Kamui space, he surveyed the ceiling array containing 37 white Zetsu. A triumphant smile gracing his face, alongside over 50 packaged corpses of Cloud Village ninjas. The experiment now had materials at hand, in due time. He would acquire more white Zetsu from Uchiha Madara, ultimately aiming to secure the production techniques. The white Zetsu served as excellent vessels, presenting opportunities for further enhancement. Gathering intelligence, locating individuals, and monitoring certain parties would no longer pose a concern. Liyu harvested a considerable number of white absolute and placed them within the ceiling array of the Kamui space, feeling quite satisfied as he set forth on his journey to the land of Earth. As for the missing white absolute, it would undoubtedly alert Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu to the anomaly, raising concerns about the situation. However, the identity of the perpetrator remained shrouded in mystery. Even if it ultimately led back to him, that revelation would not occur for quite some time. He firmly believed that by then, he would have acquired what he sought from Uchiha Madara, rendering the disappearance of white absolute a trivial matter. After half a day's travel, atop a mountain peak, Liyu gazed into the distance where a dark mass was moving towards him, although separated by a distance of several miles and 2 small hills. He could not discern the specific circumstances, prompting him to find a vantage point to sit and observe. It appeared that this was indeed the army of 10,000 ninjas from Awagakure. From afar, they resembled a swarm of ants crossing a path. Liyu activated his left eye's Manjiki Sharingan and retrieved a bottle of water from the Kamui space, taking a sip to steady himself. He formed hand seals for the technique, multiple shadow clone jutsu, creating 5 clones. Under the spatial distortion of his left eye, these 5 shadow clones entered the Kamui space. Closing their eyes and sitting cross-legged, Liyu formed another set of hand seals, and 4 figures adorned with green patterned masks and cloaked in black robes emerged to serve as his would-release clones, with 4 would-release clones standing guard. Liyu also settled down, closing his eyes to absorb the natural energy in the air, awaiting the approach of the IWA ninja army. As Liyu absorbed the natural energy and began to drift into a stupor, one of the clones beside him cleared its throat and asked, "Have they arrived? Is the IWA ninja here?" Liyu jolted back to attention, rising to survey the surroundings. Goodness, what a sight. So many ninjas adorned with headbands. I've been waiting so long. With that, Liyu leapt from the mountaintop, leading the charge, leaving his clones in astonishment. The height was over 300 meters. Such a jump would surely result in a fatal fall. What a reckless act, they exclaimed, each expressing their sentiments in varied postures. In a flash, Liyu activated the Flying Thunder God technique, suddenly appearing behind the 4 would-release clones with a mischievous grin. What are you all chattering about up there? If I perish, none of you will escape. With a decisive shout, he took off in a sprint, executing a stylish 720-degree turn in midair as he dove downwards. Swiftly forming hand seals. Would-release, would-golem technique. A colossal wooden figure manifested beneath him, rapidly growing from its head to limbs, creating a massive wooden giant in the sky. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently, a cacophony echoing as the 100-meter-tall wooden giant half-squatted to the ground, sending forth a tremendous wave that stirred up winds, sweeping away trees and stones in its wake. What was that? An earthquake? The IWA ninja army murmured in confusion, each speculating wildly. Could it be a typhoon? A volcanic eruption? The disturbance caused chaos within the ranks, and many voices filled the air with uncertainty. Numerous unskilled ninjas, while traversing their path, were abruptly thrown off balance by a sudden tremor beneath their feet, resulting in a chaotic tumble. Some landed squarely on their behinds. Others collided with one another, while a few found themselves face-first in the dirt or crashing into nearby trees, creating a scene of utter disarray. Nevertheless, A number of ninjas managed to maintain their delicate control over chakra, stabilizing themselves despite their disheveled appearances. As the whirlwind of dust and debris subsided, the colossal figure of a wooden giant loomed into view. With a flurry of swift movements, 4 wooden clones emerged and swiftly positioned themselves behind Liu, each nodding in acknowledgement before dispersing in 4 distinct directions. Observing the chaos among the thousands of ninjas from Awagakure, who were thrown into disarray by the sudden seismic disturbance, Liu could not suppress a triumphant smile. It felt akin to witnessing a disaster film from a foreign land, no matter how skilled one might be. They could not withstand unforeseen circumstances, just as in those cinematic catastrophes where alien invasions wreak havoc, resulting in a series of car crashes on the streets. The parallel was striking. As the storm and dust settled, the IWA ninjas were astounded by the towering wooden giant, emitting a cacophony of gasps, fear, and trepidation as they instinctively stepped back. What in the world is that? It's enormous. Is it an enemy sent by the Land of Lightning? Some of the IWA ninjas who had participated in the ambush against Liu recognized this jutsu. No, he is a ninja from the Umbu of Konohagakure. It's him. Liu, satisfied that his intimidation tactic had been effective, wasted no time. He commanded the wooden giant to slightly bend its knees and stoop, preparing for action. Water style, water wave. Wind style, vacuum wave. Water style, water cutter. From 3 directions, 2 water techniques and 1 wind technique surged forth towards the densely packed IWA ninjas, launching a fierce assault. Screams erupted among the ranks of IWA ninjas as the water cutter unleashed a high-pressure torrent, severing heads and cleaving through trees and rocks with alarming precision, sending nearby ninjas into a frantic retreat. Meanwhile, the vacuum wave, a signature technique of Danzo, was infused with a substantial amount of chakra and meticulous control from Liu's wooden clone, dramatically increasing its density and lethality. Limbs were severed, and many IWA ninjas, caught in a mass of confusion, collided with one another in their desperate flight, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and dismembered remains. On the other side, a more harmonious scene unfolded as the water wave surged forth like a dam bursting, crashing into the IWA ninjas and knocking several unconscious or incapacitated from water inhalation. Unintentionally, Liu directed the retreating IWA ninjas towards a singular path, causing them to cluster in disarray, all the while remaining vigilant for any sign of further adversaries. Wood release. Advent of the tree realm emerging from beneath the earth, the cloaked figure of Liu clasped his hands together, standing amidst the throng of displaced rock ninja. With a resounding voice, he declared, and at the center of this wood release clone, trees and vines erupted wildly around him, relentlessly ensnaring the surrounding rock ninja. As they absorbed the chakra of those bound, the growth of the trees accelerated exponentially. This is wood release. No matter how one attempts to cut it down, it is inexhaustible. Soon enough, the vicinity transformed into a lush forest, with trees entwining the lifeless forms of numerous rock ninja. Some of the outer rock ninja, having fled the tree realm, were gripped by trepidation as they gazed upon this man-eating forest. Their hearts raced as they returned to their ranks, feeling an unsettling unease. Each one resembling a startled bird, scanning their surroundings with wary eyes. Perched atop the wooden figure, Liu surveyed the performance of his 4 wood-release clones with satisfaction. Nodding approvingly, the commotion he had created was intended to draw attention, ensuring that all eyes were fixed upon the colossal wooden figure. The 3 wood-release clones then launched a surprise attack with their jutsu, inflicting casualties while deliberately herding the cloud ninja into a specific location. Ultimately, utilizing the expansive jutsu of the advent of the tree realm, which could also harness the chakra of his adversaries, he effectively eliminated a substantial number of foes. Liu's strategic prowess had led to the successful dispatch of over 1,000 ninja. Observing the mass of dark-clad adversaries below, he realized that dealing with 10,000 ninja would not be a trivial matter. Regrettably, without the Rinnegan, employing the superior almighty push might have made it far easier to vanquish even more enemies. However, chakra was not an issue for Liu. Liu observed that the wooden figure had achieved its intended effect. After commanding it to stand upright, 2 resounding thuds erupted beside him, transforming into plumes of white smoke. He unleashed the sage art, Great Jade Spiral Shuriken with all his might toward the rock ninja. In sage mode, the Great Jade Spiral Shuriken was immense, amplifying both its range and power. A sense of alarm surged through him as he noticed the Konoha ninja hurling something 2 shuriken radiating white light. This was a ninjutsu. He swiftly prepared to defend himself. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. The elite ninjas among the myriad of warriors, despite having recently suffered a significant loss, were quick to respond. The leading squad commanded a series of ninjutsu to counter the assault, and in both directions of their formation, over 40 earthen walls suddenly emerged in rapid succession. From his elevated vantage point, Liu beheld the spectacle as nearly 100 earth flow walls rose from the ground within the throng of warriors. Such a sight was rarely witnessed on ordinary battlefields, where a simultaneous deployment of so many identical ninjutsu was a rare feat. Although he had been fortunate enough to witness it several times before, this occasion was unparalleled. With a thunderous roar, colossal spirals of white light erupted, and the 100 earthen walls crumbled like dominoes, merging into the swirling brilliance. Amidst the chaos, whether it was dust or copious blood that stained the white light remained unclear. When the storm and radiance finally subsided, they left behind a vast pit filled with thick, reddish-black soil. Empowered by Sage Mode, Liu's S-rank ninjutsu was far beyond the capacity of mere B-rank techniques to withstand. Even Uchiha Madara's Great Fire Annihilation, a B-rank ninjutsu, could only be countered by a handful of warriors. Liu's Sage Art, Great Jade Spiral Shuriken, was incomparably formidable, dismantling his foes without granting them any semblance of resistance. His chakra was abundant, exuding an overwhelming presence. No longer resorting to feints, Liu directed the wooden figure with precision, swiftly bending his knees and leaping into the throng of rock ninjas. It transformed into a towering giant, delivering punishing blows that sent nearby foes flying. The scene was undeniably brutal. No one could withstand the might of the wooden figure's strikes, as it tore through the battlefield with impunity, allowing Liu to vent his frustrations from his earlier battle against the third Reikage. "Can anyone stop me now?" he exclaimed, exhilarated, as he continued to unleash his relentless assault. Yet, the joy of battle proved fleeting. As the melee progressed, many rock ninjas began to evade his strikes, rendering his efforts less effective. The rock ninjas, not to be underestimated, quickly organized their assault in response to Liu's rampage. They initiated their most proficient ninjutsu from all sides, intent on taking him down with a decisive blow. Their resolve is commendable. Even when faced with death, they can still mount an effective counteroffensive, Liu mused, undeterred, as he continued to form hand seals, fully committed to his offensive without a hint of defense. Would release. Technique of the wood dragon. The wooden dragon on the wooden figure immediately sprang to life, charging towards the rock shinobi with reckless abandon, crashing through the ranks and sweeping aside all in its path with the grace of a divine beast. Just as the various elemental jutsu were about to strike the wooden figure, the rock shinobi, filled with anticipation for the outcome, was met with a shocking spectacle. All the ninjutsu seemed to pass through the wooden figure as if it were mere air, akin to striking an illusion. The attack sailed through the wooden construct, embedding themselves into the ground, the trees, and within the ranks of the rock shinobi, causing widespread chaos. How could this be? All attacks have missed their mark. After expending so much chakra, how could such a golden opportunity slip away? The Leaf's ninjas are formidable. Can we truly emerge victorious? Many rock shinobi began to waver, disheartened by the prolonged battle with no effective strikes, continuously slaughtered without the means to retaliate. "Do not fear. We are numerous. We can outlast him," one shouted. "Indeed. As long as we do not give up, we will surely slay this leaf ninja," echoed another. Encouraged by this resolve, the rock shinobi steeled themselves, charging towards the wooden figure with a determination to exhaust and ultimately defeat Liu. Liu observed the rock shinobi's unwavering spirit, intrigued. Do the desperate always triumph? Perhaps not. It seems you are blind to the true nature of the situation. Since you rock shinobi are so fearless, rushing towards me plays directly into my hands. The wood dragon that had soared away returned to the wooden figure, and within the realm of divine power, a second clone transformed into a plume of white smoke. Liu maintained his Sage Mode, forming seals with his hands. Sage Art would release the supreme transformation of the Buddha. A colossal Buddha, towering 1,000 zhang, rose majestically from the earth, hands clasped in prayer, seated upon a lotus pedestal, with thousands of enormous hands arrayed behind it like a peacock's plumage. Liu stood atop the 100-meter wooden figure, which sat cross-legged, its hands similarly clasped in prayer, transforming from a fearsome visage to one of serene reverence atop the giant Buddha's head. This was the authentic version of the supreme transformation of the Buddha. With the colossal figure seated atop the wooden figure, unlike the counterfeit version employed by white Zetsu and the armies of the ninja world, where the scale and grandeur were worlds apart. From the vantage point atop the towering Buddha, the rock shinobi, once perceived as mere grasshoppers, now appeared as ants, their forms reduced to mere specks in Liu's gaze. This was the might of a super shadow level. For the first time, let the earth tremble in awe. The rock shinobi below were left in a state of shock. Many collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their pupils dilating as despair permeated their ranks. Is this still human? Is it a miracle? They gasped. It must be an illusion, merely an illusion. Haha, you are all doomed, all doomed. Liu laughed, reveling in their despair. Each time they summoned courage, reality struck them down once more, pushing the rock shinobi to the brink of madness under the overwhelming presence of the colossal Buddha, stripping them of their will to fight. For Liu, this was his first time wielding such power, and he marveled at the size and formidable pressure of the giant Buddha. The effect is nearly achieved. It is time to conclude this. Sage art would release true thousand hands. In an instant, the hands behind the giant Buddha began to move, transforming into fists aimed at the rock shinobi, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. The ground trembles incessantly with a deafening rumble. As thousands of rock ninjas are reduced to mere flesh under relentless assault, their anguished cries swallowed by the overwhelming cacophony. A cloud of dust and debris rises, obscuring the devastation wrought by the colossal fist of the Buddha. Liu takes a deep breath. After 5 minutes of continuous bombardment, his chakra reserves begin to dwindle, prompting him to retract the massive hand of the Buddha. The dust settles, revealing a crater several meters deep where the attack had struck. The earth flattened as if pressed by a steamroller. The remaining rock ninjas, stunned by Liu's onslaught, stand frozen, momentarily forgetting to flee. Would release, advent of the tree world. The sudden emergence of 4 tree worlds leaves the rock ninjas no time to contemplate their fate, encircling them with the intent to annihilate the remaining forces in one fell swoop. Run, flee, retreat. A loud shout jolts most of the rock ninjas back to reality, sending them into a frenzied escape towards the treeless expanse, sidestepping or turning away from any trees in their path. Many of the fleeing ninjas from Awagakure would thereafter harbor a deep-seated fear of trees, forever haunted by the shadows of their experience. Seeing that the rock ninjas were thoroughly demoralized and lacking the will to fight, Liu dispelled the giant Buddha and would clone techniques. Leave that leader ninja alive for me. I want him unharmed. From the onset of the battle, Liu had been fixated on the commander of the rock ninja battalion, skillfully evading attacks while rallying his comrades to counter. For would clone avatars return to Liu, one of them holding a fainted rock ninja. Upon closer inspection, Liu realized that this was indeed the individual he sought, clearly indicating that his clones were functioning with remarkable acuity. Well done, everyone, he praised, dispelling the wood clones and swiftly transporting the rock ninja to a secluded, quiet location. There, he activated his left Manjiki Sharingan, entering the Kamui dimension. Liu formed hand seals. The 3 tomo within his masked eyes spun, dispelling the genjutsu that enveloped the rock ninja. Slowly, the rock ninja opened his eyes, surveying the desolate, shadowy surroundings, lying on a stark white surface. Upon seeing Liu, clad in a dark cloak and mask, fear compelled him to inch backward. Konoha's ninja. Where am I? What do you intend to do? I want to divulge anything, he stammered. Liu's eyes glimmered with interest. Oh, do you have anything else to say? Nothing. Just kill me, please, he exclaimed, attempting to leap into the abyss below. However, the allure of his thoughts was shattered by the harshness of reality. As he rose, he found himself rendered motionless once more, the 3 tomos spinning incessantly, plunging him back into a state of unconsciousness. To die requires my consent. What do you wish to convey to me? What is your name? Lips. What is your position in the hidden rock village? One of the Earth Shadow Guards. Do the rock shinobi possess any intelligence about me? Yes, a covert operative from the Leaf Village, codename ZU, skilled in wood release. Is there any clandestine connection between the Earth Shadow and the Leaf Village? None. Liu posed a series of inquiries, hoping to uncover something of relevance, including questions pertaining to the Leaf Village, yet he found no useful intelligence. The mission assigned by the Hokage appeared less formidable than he had anticipated. Along the journey, Liu contemplated the simplicity of the task, pondering how they could ensure their safety against thousands of shinobi and the Third Raikage, AI. Without fearing to merely observe the conflict from a distance, Liu was already aware of the narrative. The multitude of rock shinobi was poised to launch a surprise attack on the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning, culminating in a 3-day standoff with the Third Raikage, who would sacrifice himself while covering the retreat of his subordinates. Had fortune favored him differently, he might not have encountered the Third Raikage, let alone consider defeating the vast army of rock shinobi. Lips, what is the objective of your mission? To rendezvous with the forces of the Cloud Village. The specific details will be revealed upon unsealing the scroll. Liu instantly perked up, as if he had elicited an answer beyond the confines of the narrative. What kind of mission is this, involving an assembly with the shinobi of the Cloud Village? I am uncertain. I have not yet encountered the shinobi from the Cloud Village. Where is the scroll? The rock shinobi, lips, retrieved a bundle of scrolls from within his garb. Upon seeing the scrolls, Liu snatched one and scrutinized it closely. Noting the seals. Though he had learned a considerable amount about sealing techniques from Uzumaki Kushina and his family, he dared not attempt to unravel it recklessly. The sealing technique has a specific order. A misstep could render the scroll essentially useless. What is the unsealing sequence? At that moment, the rock shinobi suddenly resisted. Subconsciously unable to divulge the information, his complexion flushing, trembling as if battling against an unseen force. As Liu approached the truth, the sudden turn of events ignited a sense of urgency within him. He formed hand seals once more, his left eye transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan, rapidly spinning into a four-cornered pinwheel. Quickly, reveal the unsealing order. It is ugly, rabbit, snake, goat, rooster. Under the rapid whirl of the kaleidoscope, the rock shinobi struggled to articulate the sequence before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Exhaling deeply, Liu wiped the sweat from his brow. Coercing someone had rendered him an imbecile. He had come perilously close to achieving nothing. Liu meticulously created a wood clone, tossing the scroll to it, instructing the clone to unseal the scroll as techniques. Gradually, the black symbols on the scroll began to fade without any unforeseen incidents. Liu seized the scroll from his clone's hands, studying it intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. I have always maintained that it is not as simple as it seems. The world of Naruto is not as radiant as depicted in the storyline. The political machinations within Konoha are profoundly dark. The Senju Clan's resurgence and reformation still encroach upon your interests, both present and future. Danzo merely serves as a scapegoat, quietly orchestrating events from the shadows, which are far more intricate than they appear. Take, for instance, the Uchiha clan massacre. Did the heads of the various clans and the third Hokage truly remain ignorant of the underlying truths? They merely colluded in secrecy to isolate the Uchiha, subtly facilitating the path to the eventual execution day. By the time they chose to adopt a passive stance, it was already too late. Ultimately, it was all for the sake of the village. Necessary sacrifices must be made. Danzo, perhaps the indifferent are more contemptible than the outright perpetrators. This time, upon reviewing the scroll's contents, Liu swiftly grasped how to accurately entrap himself. Konoha undoubtedly dispatched individuals to communicate with the Tsuchikage and the Reikage. The task was straightforward, to gather a multitude of IWA ninjas alongside the third Reikage, and encircle Liu. With the combined might of A and 1,000 IWA ninjas, even 3 Kaga-level warriors would suffice to overwhelm him. Yet, they did not anticipate that Liu would commence from the land of grass, encountering the third Reikage and hundreds of cloud ninjas ahead of schedule, thereby creating a temporal advantage before confronting the thousands of IWA ninjas. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. Had the two forces converged as planned, it would have indeed posed a significant headache. However, they also miscalculated his strength. Had it been anyone else in the current ninja world, they would have faced certain death. The elderly would fare no better, This fortunate outcome is largely due to Liu's habitual concealment of his true power, the prowess of the Sharingan, the abilities of his left Manjiki, Sage Mode, and his Chakra reserves, allowing him to navigate the crisis with relative ease and confront the enemy head-on, ultimately thwarting the schemes of certain individuals within Konoha. Having come to this realization, Liu contentedly unleashed a great fireball to dispatch the Cloud Ninja, Lips. Afterward, he clapped his hands, feeling at ease as he reclined on his soft bed, stretching languidly. The losses sustained by the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have been substantial. Those battlefields should be nearing their conclusion. Now, only the Land of Water remains, poised to engage at any moment. Once he secures the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, a period of tranquility will ensue, allowing him to enjoy a life of warmth at home with his beloved. Suddenly, Liu seemed to recall something, sensing an underlying dissonance that eluded his understanding. What precisely is amiss? No matter. First and foremost, he must acquire Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. Let us now shift our focus to the battlefield at the border of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. In their initial clash, Konoha held the upper hand as Liu, utilizing would release clones, suppress the future fourth Reikage, and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, forcing their retreat. In the subsequent skirmishes, the Cloud Ninjas leveraged lightning release to enhance their physical capabilities, gaining a slight edge against Konoha's squad. However, thanks to Tsunade and the medical team from the Senju Clan, Despite the setbacks on the battlefield, the losses were significantly mitigated. As the wood-style clone, Liu lay or sat daily to conserve chakra. He refrained from participating in minor skirmishes, even neglecting to attend meetings. He openly declared that he wished to be summoned only for the grand battles, using his injuries as an excuse to lounge about. Only Tsunade possessed some knowledge of the underlying circumstances, choosing to overlook her brother's existence while diligently directing the combat efforts. Unlike the original narrative, where battles between nations were merely depicted in a few scenes and resolved with remarkable ease, the reality was far more complex, with years of conflict unfolding. The grand wars were infrequent, while most of the time was consumed by smaller-scale confrontations. Recently, the intensity of the battles had escalated, with an alarming frequency and an evident trend towards expanding the battlegrounds. Casualties were continuously being sent for treatment, and the medical teams of Konoha worked tirelessly to attend to the injured shinobi. Within the central tent, a group of elite shinobi deliberated on the forthcoming engagements. Lady Tsunade, it is time for us to confront the cloud shinobi of the Land of Lightning head-on. Indeed, prolonging this attrition is detrimental to us. The number of casualties is rising, and the enemy, led by A and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, randomly appearing in our squads, has significantly increased our losses. Sitting at the forefront, Tsunade adjusted her posture, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. Well, since everyone seems to agree, I too believe it is time for a decisive battle to conclude this conflict. Upon hearing Tsunade's consent for a grand confrontation, the atmosphere brimmed with renewed fervor. One of the injured elite shinobi then inquired, "How is Lord Sh. Will he be able to participate in the final battle?" The group immediately turned their expectant gazes towards Tsunade. "He is fine. I have nearly healed his injuries, and he is ready for combat at any moment." "Is that so? That is splendid news." Thus, the stage for the grand battle was set through the discussions of Konoha's elite shinobi, who prepared themselves for the forthcoming conflict. Under the cover of night, Tsunade swiftly entered Liyu's tent, seizing his ear and yanking him from his bed. "Ouch! Ouch! Sister, be gentle." Tsunade grasped Liyu's ear with one hand and embraced the back of his neck with the other, executing a playful lockhold and pulling him into her embrace while teasingly ruffling his hair. "Let go, let go. You're going to squeeze me back to my original form. I can hardly breathe." Half sitting on the bed, Liu caught a whiff of Tsunade's alluring fragrance, his mind wandering as he resisted the urge to leave this pleasant environment too soon. Though he feigned rejection, his expressions betrayed his reluctance. And while his body responded honestly with casual resistance, only his words remained as his form of defiance. With a scoff, she remarked, "All you do is sleep. How can anyone possess the energy to work?" It was clear that whenever she expressed a desire to embark on a task, he would comply without hesitation. "My great blade has long been yearning for action. Subduing Karabi is merely a matter of course." Liu boasted audaciously about his prowess in bringing down the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade sensed a shift in the atmosphere and abruptly pushed Liu onto the bed, turning her face away with a haughty demeanor. "Keep boasting. After all these days of observing your lethargy, I wonder if you can truly fight." Liu glanced at the spot he had just occupied, feeling the residual warmth on the back of his neck and spine, a fleeting sense of nostalgia washing over him. Yet, he swiftly shook off the emotion. Upon inspecting his chakra, he discovered that over 40% remained. Following the battle against the future Fourth Raikage and Karabi, coupled with a careful conservation of energy, he still retained a substantial reserve of chakra, sufficient for the impending conflict. "Sister Tsunade, do not underestimate me simply because I am a wood-release clone. My original has infused me with a considerable amount of chakra to accomplish multiple tasks, leaving him in a weakened state for some time. His recovery ability is exceptional, so you need not worry about him." "Oh, you have quite a bit of chakra?" Tsunade replied, stepping closer and forcefully pushing Liu back onto the bed once more, her hands exploring his form incessantly. Liu lay there, exuding a sense of helplessness. Having been pushed down again, he resolved to embrace the experience. His face flushed with humiliation, tears brimming in his eyes as he prepared himself for a noble demise. After a prolonged examination, Tsunade covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide. "You, a wood-release clone, possess such an abundance of chakra. How much must the original have?" In the original narrative of the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Hashirama Senju witnessed Naruto Uzumaki harnessing the Nine-Tails chakra to empower the Ninja Alliance, he had remarked that the amount of chakra was incomparable to his own. Naruto plus the Nine-Tails equals Hashirama Senju. Liu replied with a proud smile. This is merely 5% of my original's chakra that allows me to manifest a would-release clone. After several battles and daily expenditures, I have dwindled from a full 10 to just over 4.5. Sister Tsunade, just watch. Even as a would-release clone, I shall not bring you shame. Tsunade reached out to stroke Liyu's head, her eyes filled with tears, as though she were gazing upon her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, their spirits intertwined in an emotional embrace. Overwhelmed, Tsunade extended her delicate hands, enveloping the seated Liu in a tight embrace, holding him without hesitation. This moment left Liu breathless, nearly causing him to revert to his original form. After a brief struggle, he found a position to catch his breath, though the display appeared somewhat scandalous to an outsider. Tsunade nestled her chin atop Liyu's head, her golden locks cascading down as her arms fiercely encircled his neck, signs of her emotional tumult becoming evident. Liu initially felt a surge of restlessness within him, but upon witnessing Tsunade's heartfelt vulnerability, he calmed his tumultuous emotions. He reached out, encircling her slender waist with one arm while gently caressing her back with the other, offering solace through tender pats. After a while, as Tsunade regained her composure, she sensed the warmth radiating from Liu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she pushed him away and turned to exit the tent. Glancing back at the tent, she murmured to herself that her younger brother had grown up and possessed many secrets of his own. Having just shared a moment of intimacy with Tsunade, Liu watched her leave, her face aglow. He touched his own face and inhaled the lingering fragrance in the air, reflecting on Tsunade's gentle and fragile side, which belied her outward strength. Clenching his fist, he felt the surge of power coursing through his hand alongside the boiling chakra enveloping his body, yet his fighting spirit dimmed. On the battlefield, after several days of preparation, they had discerned the gathering place of the Cloud Village ninjas. Tsunade led over 1,000 Leaf ninjas directly towards the heart of the Cloud Ninja stronghold, poised for a decisive confrontation aimed at bringing an end to the conflict. The Cloud Ninjas, alerted by the patrolling sentries, had detected the large-scale movement of Leaf ninjas early on, the atmosphere charged with the anticipation of impending battle. Excellent. The Leaf ninjas can no longer contain themselves, one of the Cloud ninjas remarked. Indeed, brother, just watch. I will ensure the Leaf suffers a devastating loss. Haha, Karabi. You must stay sharp and perform well. This battle's outcome hinges on this encounter. Absolutely, brother. We have finally lured the Leaf to our designated battlefield, and I will give it my all. That's the spirit. Go forth. With that, Karabi lifted the tent flap and strode confidently towards the Leaf army, a devilish smile adorning his lips. A carefully orchestrated scheme awaited the Leaf ninjas, and their ability to navigate this perilous situation rested solely on Liyu's performance. Meanwhile, Tsunade led the main forces of the Leaf out of the forest and into a vast meadow encircled by low hills. A gust of wind swept through, causing the grass, tall enough to reach waist height, to rustle and sway like waves of green, a sight to behold. Where are all the Cloud ninjas? Someone inquired. Indeed, where have they vanished to? Another echoed. Could it be that the Cloud ninjas abandoned their camp? Such murmurs circulated among the ranks of the Leaf, each expressing curiosity about the whereabouts of the Cloud ninjas. Tsunade herself shared the same perplexity, pondering the hidden intentions of the enemy. Her gaze heavy as she turned to Liu beside her. Liu was initially taken aback, as this scene seemed absent from the original storyline. After the confrontation between the fourth Reikage AI, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and Minato Namikaze, there was little else to recount. It was likely that the retreat followed the death of the third Reikage. Suddenly, he felt a profound sense of confusion about his knowledge of the plot. Altering the narrative left him feeling adrift. Shaking his head, he dismissed it. Strength was paramount, and he would charge forth regardless. At that moment, a massive plume of white smoke erupted in the distance, heralding the arrival of an enormous dark purple chakra sphere that hurtled toward the Konoha ninja forces, leaving no time for Tsunade and the others to react. What is that? What jutsu is this? Everyone, prepare to defend, Liu exclaimed, recognizing it as a tailed beast bomb, despite this being his first encounter with such a formidable attack. Drawing upon his sensory perception of chakra and memories from the original storyline, he identified the threat instantly. It's a tailed beast bomb. Upon hearing Liu's declaration, cold sweat broke out on Tsunade's forehead. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the impending onslaught herself. There's no time. The tailed beast bomb rapidly expanded before their eyes. Liu stepped in front of Tsunade, producing a specially crafted kunai, and quickly formed hand seals, positioning the kunai across his chest. From the kunai emanated a multitude of black runes that twisted and absorbed the massive tailed beast bomb. A thunderous roar accompanied a blinding semicircular light that erupted from a distant location, echoing through the ranks of the Konoha forces. Liu, having successfully diverted the tailed beast bomb, turned to Tsunade and flashed a reassuring smile, instantly relieving her tension. Shushu, you've developed the Flying Thunder God technique to such an extent that it can redirect attacks. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas behind them, upon realizing it was the legendary tailed beast bomb, found themselves unable to form hand seals in time and could only watch as the threat approached. However, they were astonished when Shungshu effortlessly redirected the attack, and the close encounter with the tailed beast bomb left many ninjas with an unforgettable experience. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Shushu is magnificent, truly remarkable. Among the Uchiha clan, a young figure observed Liu's formidable defense, etching his image into the boy's memory as a symbol of strength. Nearby, Uchiha Fugaku gently patted Itachi on the head, expressing his relief. Itachi, you two will become such an outstanding ninja in the future. I understand. I will strive to do my best, father, Itachi replied earnestly. From that moment, Liu's image became imprinted within Itachi's young heart, representing an alternative path to pursue in the future. Haha, Sister Tsunade, there's much more to astonish you. With that, Liu's forehead manifested a circle of green markings, a central green dot, and a hint of green eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes, accentuated by two bold strokes extending to his ears. As Tsunade beheld Liu's state, astonishment overwhelmed her, rendering her speechless. Indeed, it was the sage mode, akin to that of the first Hokage. Sister Tsunade, I shall confront the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Liu declared, turning resolutely towards the fully tailed beastified killer bee. Although he initially intended to conceal his sage mode, circumstances dictated otherwise, compelling him to act without hesitation. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Swiftly forming hand seals, he invoked the technique of multiple shadow clones, creating thousands of replicas that surged toward the Eight Tails. Among them, one wielded a Rasengan, hurtling it towards the beast. Killer bee, still reeling from the earlier unexpected detonation of a tailed beast bomb that had exploded elsewhere without harming the Konoha forces, was now infuriated by the sudden onslaught of figures brandishing blue orbs. The Eight Tails extended its octopus-like tentacles, enveloping itself in a rapid rotation, generating a colossal storm accompanied by thick clouds of white smoke that caused all of Liu's clones to dissipate. This was the Eight Tails' formidable technique, a skill that integrated both offense and defense. Unfazed, Liu formed additional seals, unleashing lightning release for pillar bind, as immense stones descended from four directions, ensnaring the Eight Tails and entwining its tentacles with electricity. Next, he executed water release, water-severing wave, infusing his jutsu with sage chakra, amplifying its potency. The high-pressure water column he expelled sliced through the air, severing two of the Eight Tails' massive tails with precision. A cry of agony escaped the Eight Tails as it thrashed violently, breaking free from the bindings of the lightning release, sweeping its tentacles to shatter the surrounding boulders, and leaping away to distance itself from Liu. Damn Konoha ninja! I will destroy you, it roared, gathering another tailed beast bomb within its maw, aimed directly at Liu. You never learn, the tailed beast bomb is ineffective against me, he retorted, forming hand seals once more, positioning a specially crafted kunai before his chest, channeling the energy to distort the tailed beast bomb into the center of a black rune. With a thunderous explosion, the ground erupted beneath the Eight Tails, catching it off guard with its own tailed beast bomb, enveloping it in a brilliant flash of light. You cannot blame me for this, Liu thought, recalling how he had left a Flying Thunder God technique mark on one of the Eight Tails' tentacles during their previous encounter. Despite the passage of time, its effectiveness remained satisfactory. As the blinding light faded, a gaping crater was left in the ground, from which the disheveled Eight Tails emerged, seething in frustration. Konoha's ninja are truly cunning, it grumbled, realizing it could not easily discard its adversary. Regrettably, it was still unable to employ wood release, which was notoriously effective against tailed beasts. Liu, however, intended to keep a card hidden up his sleeve. The four-pillar binding technique proved insufficient, thus I unleashed a more formidable jutsu, the 16-pillar binding of lightning release, accompanied by the earth release, clay fall. The Eight Tails found itself once again ensnared by colossal pillars, a resounding thunder echoing tenfold as it was encircled anew. Lightning bound the Eight Tails, while a dark vortex above unleashed a torrential downpour of clay, ensnaring it further. In a sudden surge, I unleashed a high-pressure water jet, executing a sweeping motion that severed the Eight Tails' four massive tentacles, producing a thunderous crash. The Leaf Village shinobi observing from a distance were left in awe. Witnessing the relentless assault on the Eight Tails, whose recently regrown limbs were again severed, issuing anguished roars in its desperate attempt to break free from the lightning's grasp. Lord Jiraiya is truly formidable. Indeed, he has completely subdued the Eight Tails. The Eight Tails is remarkably resilient, having lost 6 tails and endured a tailed beast ball. Yet it remains unscathed. Indeed, had it been me, I would have perished long ago. In its frantic struggle, the Eight Tails unleashed a surge of chakra, firing multiple tailed beast balls that detonated against the stone pillars. Amidst the cacophony, it broke free from the 16 pillars' confinement, only to collide head-on with the Senjutsu, Rasengan Shuriken. With a cry, it was once again trapped within a sphere of light, and upon the illuminations fading, it left behind a severed octopus tentacle in a 100-meter crater. The monstrous form of the Eight Tails vanishing from sight. Whereas that severed tail fled, a vast shadow loomed over the ground, and I looked up to see the Eight Tails descending upon me. In a swift motion, I vanished from my location, reappearing just in time to witness the Eight Tails charging towards me, its head lowered. "I've got you, head Eight-Blade." Observing the Eight Tails' fierce demeanor, I opted not to evade with the Flying Thunder God technique. Instead, I formed seals for the Earth Release, Falling Cap. A massive green lid materialized from thin air, precisely striking the charging Eight Tails atop its head, eliciting a pained yelp as its running posture transformed into a slide upon the ground. Multiple shadow clones. Great Ball Rasengan. Utilizing my abundant chakra, I adeptly controlled the situation, employing various jutsu developed by the Senju Clan specifically for combating tailed beasts, enabling me to suppress the creature without resorting to wood release. In the original narrative, techniques such as the lightning release, for pillar binding, lightning release, 16 pillar binding, earth release, clay fall, and earth release, falling cap were employed by the dark-cloaked Umbu shinobi during Pain's invasion of the Leaf Village, as they sought to subdue the numerous summoned beasts of the animal path. Initially, I had not considered this aspect, but through inadvertent experimentation within the Senju Clan's legacy, I developed the lightning release for pillar binding. Under my guidance, the subsequent techniques were born, revealing to me that the dark-cloaked Umbu were indeed descendants of the Senju Clan, living incognito and recruited by the third Hokage. The Senju Clan's proclivity for developing jutsu remains unmatched within the Leaf Village, as no other clan has demonstrated such prowess. The Eight Tails, realizing its size offered no advantage, found itself continually subjugated by my efforts, unable to inflict even a scratch in return. In resignation, Killer Bee and the Eight Tails conferred, transforming into their half-tailed beast form, preparing to reclaim the initiative in battle. "Oh, Killer Bee, you have grown wise. Realizing that your size holds no advantage over me. Those cunning Leaf Village ninjas with their peculiar jutsu bring me immense vexation. Now, allow me to showcase my burgeoning prowess." "Oh, you scoundrel, you fool." Killer Bee concludes another rap with a flourish, striking a pose he deems quite dashing. "Killer Bee, your rap is truly unmelodious, and your catchphrase should rightly be the latter part of your verse." Liu swiftly retrieves shurikens from his ninja pouch, launching them with deft precision, hands weaving seals for the shadow shuriken jutsu. Grasping a specially crafted kunai, he focuses energy into a spiraling sphere and charges toward Killer Bee, cloaked in his crimson, beastly aura. "You dare to mock my rap, you scoundrel." Instantly, I draw forth all my ninja tools, adopting the Eight-Blade style, rushing in with a fierce roar. Liu flings the specially crafted kunai, propelling the spiraling sphere towards Killer Bee's abdomen. The sounds of clashing metal echo as countless shurikens are either deflected or absorbed, while Killer Bee retaliates with his array of ninja blades aimed squarely at Liu's vital points. With a swift motion, Liu reappears at a distance, unable to execute the elegant Flying Thunder God technique, aware that Killer Bee's sensory abilities are exceptionally keen, making it unlikely for the spiral sphere to strike true. Killer Bee swings wildly, missing his target. With a puff of smoke, Liu's presence is solidified, completing the spiraling sphere's formation. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique established on Killer Bee, Liu positions himself behind him, widening the gap for his attack. Sage Art, Shuriken Spiraling Sphere. As Liu manifests, Killer Bee reacts, but alas, the distance proves too great for his sword to reach. With a resounding boom, a flash of white light reveals Killer Bee, his tail slipping away as he exclaims in frustration, "Those leaf ninjas are truly cunning." Taking advantage of my moment of weakness to launch a surprise attack, lacking in martial decorum. "You scoundrel. I can't believe it." Killer Bee hurls insults my way again. I can no longer contain my irritation. In a concealed location, One of my shadow clones dissipates into a cloud of white smoke as Liu re-enters Sage mode. In the distance, Tsunade leads the Leaf Ninjas, who have already located the Cloud Ninjas, the sounds of battle raging incessantly. Liu understands that time is of the essence. He draws multiple specially crafted kunai, hurling them toward Killer Bee while hastening his hand seals for the kunai shadow clone jutsu. Killer Bee, still clad in his crimson beastly garb, braves the onslaught of kunai charging toward Liu, intent on a decisive strike. Liu smirks disdainfully. The preceding Shadow Shuriken jutsu has lulled him into complacency. This time, however, it will not be so straightforward. The concealed, specially crafted kunai within the shadow clone springs into action. Suddenly, Liu appears at Killer Bee's flank, delivering a colossal spiraling sphere. Killer Bee sidesteps, his sword aiming true, but with a puff, Liu transforms into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. In a moment of realization, one of the specially crafted kunai erupts, taking the form of Liu himself, with a character inscribed in the center of his palm, pressing it firmly against Killer Bee's forehead. As Liu's palm pressed against Kurabi's forehead, the crimson cloak of the tailed beast swiftly melted away like snow succumbing to heat, revealing Kurabi beneath, his face adorned with a look of astonishment. Now was the moment. Taste my ancestral mighty fist. The technique, known as the Kukun Rujin Shuei Shou, had once been wielded by the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha during their epic battle at the Valley of the End, where Hashirama's wooden technique lulled the Nine Tails into slumber. Liu, employing this very technique with his own hand, successfully cast the Eight Tails, Gyuki, into a deep sleep, causing its chakra cloak to dissipate. While Kurabi stood bewildered, a powerful fist struck him, driving him into the ground amidst a relentless barrage of blows, accompanied by scathing remarks. Just because you have a turtle shell, you think you're impressive? You swagger about, hurling curses, and rapping your nonsense. Kurabi, despite the thrashing, managed to respond with a half-hearted peace sign, mumbling incoherently, "Oh yeah, oh what the heck, is this ever going to end?" Liu, after delivering several more heavy punches and kicks, finally calmed his spirit. "Kurabi, each time we meet, I shall strike you down again. Spare me your rapping in my presence." Shaking his head, Liu turned to leave, only to rush back into the pit to unleash another mighty fist. Did you hear that? The ground caved in entirely, burying the battered Kurabi beneath, a shadow of his former self. Satisfied, Liu then proceeded to collect the octopus tentacles severed from the battle with the Eight Tails using the water-severing wave technique. Employing the shadow clone technique, he gathered 6 large tentacles along with 2 smaller ones that Kurabi had severed himself, removing the sealing scroll from his back and laying it upon the ground. As he formed hand seals, his fingers pressed against the sealing characters on the scroll, channeling chakra into it. The central sealing array erupted with numerous chains that ensnared all the octopus tentacles, drawing them into the scroll. In a short while, the tentacles transformed into red chakra. Entering the scroll, mission accomplished, he triumphantly hoisted the scroll and made his way towards the battlefield of Konoha. With Liu's defeat of the Eight Tails, a powerful aura enveloped him as he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to wreak havoc among the Cloud Ninja ranks. Upon learning of Kurabi's defeat and the ensuing chaos, the future Fourth Raikage, swiftly retreated with the remaining Cloud Ninja to search for Kurabi. As the Cloud Ninja withdrew, cheers erupted from the Konoha's side, celebrating their resounding victory over the Land of Lightning. "We survived. Indeed, we are alive. Lord SH. Lord SH. Many Konoha ninjas who had emerged from the battlefield embraced one another, weeping tears of relief. This battle had drained Liu's wooden clone of a significant amount of chakra, rendering it insufficient to return to Konoha village. He handed the sealing scroll to Tsunade, feigning an injured demeanor, awaiting the complete depletion of his chakra. The battle at the front lines of the Land of Lightning had not yet been reported back to the Hidden Leaf Village when the Land of Water unexpectedly launched an assault from the sea, invading the village. In response, the Leaf Village urgently recalled the team led by Minato Namikaze from the battlefield in the Land of Earth. All available clans within the village, including the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, along with the remaining ninjas, were mobilized to fend off the sudden incursion by the Land of Water. Meanwhile, Liu, having turned towards the core of the Land of Grass, found that there was still time to wait on the battlefield. During this interval, several white Zetsu squads appeared, and employing the same tactics as before, he successfully captured a batch of them and transported them into the Kamui space, thereby reaping a modest fortune. With the previous capture of 37 white Zetsu, the Kamui space now contained a total of 109 of them. their eyes closed and trapped within the ceiling array. Liu then redirected his course towards the land of grass, where he finally reunited with his wood clone, which had been observing the area. After dispelling the clone and recording the memories from its surveillance, Liu closed his eyes to reflect. Has Uchiha Obito emerged? I have indeed caught up with him. With the Land of Water's surprise attack on the leaf, Black Zetsu must surely have followed Obito, leaving Madara alone. There is no time like the present. It is time to act. Liu quietly prepared himself. Employing the technique of ninja art, camouflage to conceal his form and stealthily infiltrate the cave where Uchiha Madara was hidden. Crossing the debris-laden threshold, he beheld an elderly man with graying hair, half of his face obscured, dozing against an intricately carved stone seat. What intruder dares to approach? Realizing he had been detected, Liu swiftly formed hand seals. Water style, water wave. A massive wave surged forth, crashing towards Uchiha Madara. Such formidable water techniques, even in a dry environment. He wields such power, reminiscent of someone I once knew. Uchiha Madara, unhurriedly completing his own seals, inhaled deeply and unleashed a vast torrent of flame. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The clash of water and fire filled the cave with swirling steam, significantly impairing visibility. This is the Great Fire Annihilation. It is no wonder it struck terror during the Fourth Great Ninja War. As Liu's three Tomo gradually ceased their spinning, he produced wind shuriken from his hand and hurled them towards Uchiha Madara without hesitation. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This was an A-rank ninjutsu, and along with his throwing skills, the shadows provided cover, making it exceedingly difficult to counter. With a series of thuds, Uchiha Madara, a veteran of many battles, effortlessly caught two shuriken concealed within the clones using his Sharingan. The remaining shuriken struck the outer path golem behind him, producing muted thuds. Amazing precision in your catch, Lee remarked. As Uchiha Madara returned the wind shuriken, despite the clarity provided by his Sharingan, he dared not catch them with his hand. The weight of reputation demanded caution, and he quickly formed his own hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. With a resounding crash, two shuriken collided with the defensive technique, resulting in a cacophony of sounds reverberating through the cave. As Liu observed the tubes inserted into Uchiha Madara's back, he recognized the weakness of being unable to stray far from his seat. Utilizing the cover of earth release, Liu executed the water release technique, water wave, sweeping away the earthen wall before him with a thunderous crash. Contrary to his expectations of debris flying wildly, the collapse of the wall revealed a blue, half-skeletal figure enveloping Madara's frail body, wielding a colossal blue energy sword that swung menacingly towards Liu. Susanoo, can this old man still summon it? Liu mused, undeterred as he advanced. With a turn of his left eye's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he conjured a yellow half-skeletal form, brandishing a long spear to deflect the incoming dual swords. His previously calm demeanor transformed into one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Who are you? I do not recall seeing your kind within the Uchiha clan. Do you wish to dance as well?" Upon hearing Madara's inquiry about dancing, Liu activated Sage Mode, offering a faint smile. With a puff of white smoke, he extended his hand, now outside the yellow skeletal cover, where a blue spiral sphere, radiating with the light of a white shuriken, was formed. Sage Art would release spiral shuriken. He hurled the blue sphere at Uchiha Madara while the yellow skeletal figure restrained Madara's dual swords. With a thunderous roar, the ninjutsu detonated, producing a soft hum before green vines spiraled rapidly, ensnaring the blue skeleton, tightening its grip. Explode. With minimal effort, Liu crushed the second form of the blue Susanoo, binding Uchiha Madara tightly, rendering him immobile in his seat. A would-release clone leaped beside the stone seat, swiftly pinning the aged, gasping Madara down. As Chakra coalesced at his fingertips, he pried out the lone Sharingan and leapt back to Liu's side. Liu immediately placed the eye into a prepared vial, satisfied as he tucked it into his pocket, dispelling the yellow skeletal cover. "Ah, you scoundrel! How dare you touch my eye? Who are you? Who are you?" Madara exclaimed, picking up a wind shuriken from the ground and tossing it aside, turning to leave without a backward glance, waving dismissively. "Uchiha Madara, the Senju Clan pays their respects. We shall meet again." The wind shuriken sliced through the life-sustaining tubes connected to Madara, who, in confusion, gradually succumbed to lifelessness. The wood-release clone meticulously erased traces of the battle, leaving only the wind shuriken embedded between Madara and the Geto Mazo. The confrontation concluded in a flash, with the outside white Zetsu hastening to the scene, only to find Uchiha Madara reclining against the stone seat, alongside the wind shuriken. "Ah, Lord Madara. Lord Madara is dead. This is dire." Who could have done this? A flurry of white zetsu within the cave buzzed anxiously, like ants on a hot skillet, chattering incessantly, each hesitant to approach Madara's lifeless form. As he departed, Liu revealed to Uchiha Madara that he was a descendant of the Senju Clan. He felt no hesitation in disclosing his identity, for Madara had been captured during the Fourth Great Ninja War. By that time, Liu firmly believed he had transcended the level of a Kaguya, stepping into an entirely new realm. Emerging from the ground, he examined a test tube he had retrieved from his pocket before placing it into the Kimui dimension for safekeeping. Alas, during this Third Ninja War, he had taken the most crucial step by acquiring the Sharingan, significantly augmenting his power and rendering himself invulnerable. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he slapped his forehead. He realized that the conspiracy against Konoha was far more intricate than it appeared. This was not merely a twofold plot, but a treble scheme. Ignoring the blood that had trickled from the corner of his left eye, he hastily adjusted his black cloak and raced back towards Konoha, hoping that matters would not deteriorate to their worst potential. Konoha had already garnered substantial intelligence from the various hidden ninja embedded within different nations and villages. The third Raikage, A, had been brutally slain by Konoha's Umbu ninja, Ziyu, leaving the scene utterly gruesome. When the body was recovered by the Cloud Village shinobi, it took considerable effort to disentangle the remains from the foliage, which were reduced to a mere puddle of mud. Internal organs and the head were located scattered across the nearby grasslands, and the Cloud Village ninjas mourned as they gathered the remains of their fallen leader. The IWA Ninja Battalion, numbering in the tens of thousands and en route to the Land of Lightning, encountered Konoha's Umbu ninja, Ziyu, along the way. They were overwhelmed by the massive wooden golem and the towering Buddha statue he commanded. Those few IWA ninjas who managed to escape returned in a daze, some driven to madness, muttering about malevolent spirits. As a Konoha ninja concluded the grim report at the meeting, his complexion paled, and he retreated stiffly. The atmosphere was tense, especially for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who set down his pipe and spoke gravely about the remarkable performance of the Umbu. The high-ranking officials from Konoha, including the likes of T-Ka and Mito, wore expressions of concern and remained silent. Humph. It's merely the slaying of the third Raikage and the repulsion of the IWA forces. The injuries sustained are likely significant, but not insurmountable. A figure clad in a black robe and straw hat interjected, clearly agitated. Ah, Danzo has arrived, still cloaked in secrecy, oblivious to what he fears. Hiruzen, your weakness is palpable. Everything must be done for Konoha and its future. If we cannot control it, we must eradicate it. It could explode at any moment. Have you forgotten that man? Danzo, cease your alarmist rhetoric. Uchiha Madara is long dead, and he was never truly one of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen retorted. Do not attempt to deceive me, Hiruzen. I have already dispatched individuals to implement a contingency plan to control him and enlist him into my route, Danzo declared. In a sudden outburst, the third Hokage slammed his fist on the table, rising to confront Danzo. Danzo, do not act recklessly. With that, he slumped back into his chair, exhaling deeply as he took another draw from his pipe. In the tranquil night at the residence of the Senju Clan, Yuzuki Yuheim emerged from the bathroom. Her violet hair elegantly gathered atop her head. She was wrapped in a white towel, her delicate feet bare, adorned with purple nail polish, and as she wandered about, one would scarcely perceive her as a formidable ninja. Suddenly, she sensed an anomaly. Gripping her towel with one hand and hastening towards the room where her garments and ninja tools were stored. With a swift motion, 3 figures leaped forth, obstructing her path. Just as Yuheim contemplated retreating, 7 additional individuals appeared, encircling her. Perched upon the rooftops, the walls, and the trees were another 7 or 8 AMBU ninjas. Who are you? The leader, donning a canine-faced mask, stepped forward and spoke. We are the ANBU under the orders of Lord Hokage. Please accompany us. Yuheim, her gaze sweeping cautiously over the surrounding ninjas, tugged at her towel and replied with discontent. Is this truly how you intend to invite me? The surrounding ninjas cast aggressive glances at her, their eyes glinting with greed. Such looks incited feelings of shame and indignation within Yuheim, who could only lower her tone and force a smile in response to their leering gazes, inwardly cursing the guards of the Senju clan. With many of the clan's ninjas dispatched to the battlefield, their defenses were weakened, and with Liu absent from Konohagakure, there was no one to intimidate these intruders. May I at least get dressed before meeting with Lord Hokage? Oh, you wish to dress? Haha. The leader of the ninjas laughed heartily, pointing at Yuheim, his intent to humiliate her unmistakable. Surrounded by so many individuals without any weapons at her disposal, Yuheim felt increasingly vulnerable. The flying thunder god mark on her right hand required activation with her left hand, and being this close, all her movements were laid bare before them. A wave of anxiety washed over her, and the chakra within her mark seemed to resonate with her tumultuous emotions, stirring restlessly. 50 miles away from Konohagakure, Liu, who was making his way back, sensed an intensification of the flying thunder god mark. Due to the distance, he could not perceive the mark within the village, rendering him unable to utilize the technique to return directly. The abundance of chakra was one matter, but sensing the coordinates of the flying thunder god was another. As the mark's signal surged, like a beacon in the night, Liu unhesitatingly grasped the mark in his mind and channeled his chakra. In an instant, a distortion of space occurred beside Yuheim's right hand, where a hand materialized, grasping her hand. Liu, cloaked in black robes and wearing an ambu mask, appeared slowly, one hand resting behind him, exuding an air of superiority. Upon his arrival, Liu's eyes immediately fell upon Yuheim, still wrapped in her towel, droplets of water glistening on her skin. Instantly abandoning his aloof demeanor, he swiftly removed his black robe and draped it around Yuheim, concealing her alluring figure. Liu cast a sullen glance at the surrounding shadow ninjas, nonchalantly drawing a specially crafted kunai. After spinning it a few times in his hand, he severed the outstretched finger of the leading shadow ninja. "Ah, who are you to meddle in our affairs? Humph, I don't even recognize you. You must be a mere pawn." Beside him, the anxious Yueying suddenly saw Liu's return and, in a moment of emotional turmoil, grasped his restless right hand, calming the tailed beast chakra embedded in his flying thunder god mark. "Yueying, I apologize for the distress you've endured." Upon hearing Liu's words, Yueying leapt into his embrace, weeping quietly and clinging tightly to his waist, as if attempting to expel the anguish of longing that had accumulated over the days. Unfortunately, those nearby had no intention of allowing the two to indulge in their tender reunion, eager to proceed. They each drew their ninja blades and hurled shurikens towards the embracing pair. With his head resting on Yueying's fragrant shoulder and unwilling to relinquish his hold on her soft form, Liu swiftly activated his three-tomo Sharingan. His left eye's three tomos spun continuously, transforming into a kaleidoscope Sharingan, enveloping the two in the protective embrace of a spectral yellow half-skeleton. With a series of clangs, he quickly formed hand seals with his free hand, summoning two figures from behind him, who then surged forth beyond the yellow barrier. After a brief flurry of combat, the skirmish concluded within mere moments. All the shadow ninjas lay sprawled across the ground, having been dispatched with lethal precision, without any damage inflicted upon the surroundings. Are they truly dead? Such convenience seems implausible. Closing his Sharingan, he removed his mask and signaled to his two would-release clones, who nodded in understanding. One observed the situation of the Senju Clan guards, while the other busied himself with collecting the remains of each shadow ninja. Even in death, we must extract their souls for experimentation. Fear not the eternal sealing. Liu cradled Yueying in his arms, comforting her thoroughly before leading her into a room to help her don her clothing one by one. During this time, he could not resist indulging himself, causing Yueying to transition from tears to laughter, ultimately finding herself reluctant to part from him. As Yueying noticed Liu preparing to leave, she grasped his clothing with a reluctant expression. Seeing her reluctance, Liu took her hand and stepped out of the room, ready to confront the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, just as they reached the doorstep, Liu turned abruptly, bringing them both back inside. In the midst of an intriguing conversation, Yuzuki Yueying inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "Are we not going?" "Indeed, there is little purpose in going. Either they will turn against me, accusing me of the slaughter of Konoha's Umbu ninjas and branding me a rogue, or they will deny any wrongdoing, leaving me to return empty-handed." Brushed off with a few words. "They are truly cunning," Liu mused, already calculating his next move. Though he was filled with indignation, he chose to endure. A moment's impatience could jeopardize a grander scheme, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. This is not the way. If the overt approach fails, we must resort to subtlety. Yueying, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I regret that you have been wronged. If we are to make a commotion, let it be a significant one. I shall not allow them to escape unscathed. Indeed, Yueying replied. Once inside the dwelling, Liu began to make his moves, a wicked grin adorning his face. Let us not allow our adversaries to mar the joy of our reunion. We shall not acquiesce to their desires. But, you haven't bathed yet. You are filthy. Filthy? Liu assessed himself, realizing that after days of relentless travel, His personal hygiene had indeed been neglected. Yueying, having held you so closely, you two have become dirty. Shall we not wash together? Without allowing Yueying a moment to respond, he encircled her slender waist and lifted her effortlessly. Sensing what was to unfold, Yueying blushed deeply and buried her face in Liyu's shoulder. Laughter echoed from the bathroom, causing the would-release clones outside, who were tidying the courtyard, to grumble in reluctance and engage in idle chatter. Boss. It seems he has no regard for the opposite sex. Indeed, we toil with the dirty work while he revels within. Quickly finish your tasks. Once the jutsu is dispelled, what is unseen shall not trouble the heart. The two would-release clones of Liu grumbled as they packed the bodies of the Umbu, discreetly disposing of some within the village. Little did they know, that night, the third Hokage might find it difficult to sleep. The following day, Liu gingerly extricated himself from the warmth of the bed, reluctant to part with its comforting embrace. Aware of the significant tasks awaiting him, he felt refreshed after a night of restorative sleep. Stretching, he heard his body pop and crack. Donning his mask and black cloak, Liu reported to the Umbu base as usual, soon receiving word of a disturbing development. Last night, the Konoha Umbu patrol discovered the bodies of 7 ninjas clad in Umbu attire at a location within the village. This matter was promptly reported to Lord Third Hokage, and the Umbu are currently investigating. A satisfied smile crept across Liu's face. Ah, Lord Third Hokage, consider this a delightful appetizer. The main course shall not allow you peace. After a brief exchange with Mizuki, he hurried towards the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, greeted him. Ziyu, you have returned. Indeed, Lord Hokage, here is the briefing for this mission. The third Hokage accepted the scroll from Liyu's hand and perused its contents, his expression revealing a hint of feigned surprise. Ziyu, you have accomplished a remarkable feat this time. The war between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning may have concluded prematurely due to your efforts. As a result, I hereby elevate this mission from an SS-level task to an SSS-level task, the highest rank in the history of Konoha. Casting a complex glance at Ryu, I exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, this mission has been executed excellently. You are now promoted from Deputy Minister to the Minister of the Umbu. With that, I retrieved a compact wooden box from my drawer, opened it to reveal a short sleeve of the Hokage robe, and pushed it toward Ryu. Please accept this. Ryu glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and casually received the robe, pondering to himself that this old man of the third Hokage intends to nominate him as a candidate for the fourth Hokage. Hokage-sama, I have heard that the Umbu patrol team discovered several bodies of Umbu operatives yesterday. I will lead the investigation into this matter, as I suspect it was the work of enemy ninjas. By asserting that the culprits were indeed enemies, Ryu set the tone for the investigation and insisted that it be handled personally by the Umbu minister, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen with no grounds for refusal. Very well then. After a deep gaze at Ryu, it seemed that he had words unspoken, yet he ultimately waved his hand, signaling for Ryu to depart. As Ryu exited the Hokage building, he reflected on the third Hokage's demeanor and the unsaid words. It appeared that the third Hokage was not inclined to obstruct his investigation, suggesting that this matter was indeed connected to him, albeit not directly orchestrated by him. Truly, the third Hokage has proven himself after all these years, upon my return. He not only promoted me, but also prepared the honors in advance, without my needing to advocate for them. For those with intent, no teaching is necessary, while for the indifferent, no amount of instruction will suffice. Is it not meaningless to seek what is offered? Had I been the one to request it? Would the third Hokage have dared to refuse? At the Umbu base, Ryu donned a white robe and mask before seeking out Water 7. Water 7. Investigate the identities of the Umbu who perished yesterday and their missions that night. After his encounter with the third Hokage, Ryu had a premonition that the internal investigation within the Umbu would yield little. After reviewing the records, Water 7 replied solemnly, their personal profiles are here. Their mission last night was to patrol outside the village. Why did they die within it? Ryu harbored a suspicion that it might involve the root organization. Unfortunately, he found no extraordinary information on the fallen Umbu, nor any traces of dark jutsu upon them. However, the absence of such details was itself curious. This incident was likely intertwined with the root organization. Lacking evidence against them, he was disinclined to let the matter slide so easily. With an idea forming, Ryu feigned nonchalance and remarked, it appears rather suspicious. Now the leader of the Umbu, he gestured for a dozen Umbu ninjas to accompany him as they set off for their first destination, the Uchiha clan's gathering place. Upon arriving at the Uchiha stronghold, they boldly surged forward, only to be confronted by several Uchiha ninjas blocking their path. Who are you? Do you not realize this is the domain of the Uchiha? Stepping forward, Su-Chi, clad in a black robe and wearing a fox mask, spoke assertively. The Hokage has dispatched the Umbu for a mission to apprehend rogue ninjas from enemy villages. We have received reports of suspicious individuals infiltrating this area. The leading ninja of the Uchiha clan displayed an arrogant demeanor, unwilling to yield. The Umbu cannot intrude recklessly. This is the territory of the Uchiha. We have seen no suspicious persons enter. You must be mistaken. Liu, observing the Uchiha's haughty attitude, realized they had no intention of stepping aside. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. Step aside. With that, Liu charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the leader's abdomen, who let out a cry of anguish before collapsing. Witnessing Liu's decisive action against one of their own, the remaining Uchiha could no longer contain themselves. They activated their Sharingan and surged forward to confront the Umbu. Yet, under the might of Liu's Mangeki Sharingan, their famed ocular technique proved futile. One punch after another, he dispatched them effortlessly, as if they were mere shadows. In the first wave, 35 Uchiha ninjas were rendered unconscious, primarily lower and middle-ranked, with a couple of J-nin felled by a single strike. The remaining lower-tier ninjas fell easily to the elite Umbu. In the second wave, several elders of the Uchiha clan could no longer remain passive. Activating their three-tomo Sharingan, they charged at Liu, only to be met with a few swift strikes from his hand, leaving them incapacitated. As they fell, one elder lamented, "Impossible. Why did my Genjutsu fail?" The Uchiha clan held an inexplicable confidence in their Sharingan, which proved ineffective against Liu. Others, including the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would have struggled to handle these elders with such ease. Leading the Umbu, Liu circled the Uchiha territory, dispatching the emerging Uchiha ninjas before redirecting his course towards the Hyuga clan. Upon entering the Hyuga's gathering place, they were met with resistance. After a brief exchange that failed to yield understanding, Liu took the initiative. Despite the Hyuga's formidable taijutsu, the 10 who surrounded him were no match for his overwhelming strength and speed. One by one, they were sent flying, crashing into nearby shops and stalls, causing chaos. As they gazed upon Liu, whose chakra resembled a boundless ocean with no visible signs of exhaustion, the ground was littered with fallen Hyuga ninjas. The leading member of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hayashi, observed helplessly as his clan's gentle fist, acupuncture strikes, and Bagua palm techniques proved utterly ineffective against the relentless assault. Everyone retreat. We, the Hyuga clan, concede. You may leave, Hayashi declared. Liu, clad in his white robe, halted his assault, surveying the wary Hyuga ninjas around him. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "The rogue ninjas from the Uchiha have fled into your territory. Had the Uchiha not obstructed us, we would have captured them long ago. The mission assigned to us by the Hokage requires your cooperation. If you do not step aside, I shall not hold back." In this moment, Liu cleverly invoked the authority of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he boldly sought trouble. Water 7 whispered to the leader, truly fierce, leading us to confront the members of the esteemed Uchiha clan. The nearby Umbu ninja remarked, "Indeed, I never imagined we would have the opportunity to engage with such a prominent clan. They want to seek retribution against us, will they? What is there to fear? With the leader here, we have nothing to worry about." Upon hearing Liu's resolute words, Hinata Hazashi's countenance darkened, caught in a dilemma, unable to retaliate. Around him, the members of the Hyuga clan glared fiercely, their teeth grinding audibly, each one radiating defiance. Liu noticed that the Hyuga clan, much like the Uchiha, bore an air of arrogance, their eyes glaring at him with an intensity that was quite unsettling. Despite their evident weaknesses, the atmosphere grew tense, and with no clear reason to engage in combat, Liu felt a surge of impatience. At that moment, Water 7 adeptly shouted, "Leader, I see enemy village ninjas over there." He pointed dramatically behind Hinata Hazashi, feigning shock with an exaggerated expression. Hearing this, Liu's spirits lifted, and he immediately summoned his chakra, charging toward Hinata Hazashi, mentally commending Water 7 for his cunning theatrics, recognizing the leader's predicament. "Nowhere to run, stand your ground," he bellowed. Upon seeing Liu rush towards him, Hinata Hazashi's face twisted into a sinister smile, yet he inwardly panicked, quickly spreading his hands to activate the heavenly return technique. In an instant, Liu vanished, reappearing at Hinata Hazashi's flank, delivering a powerful flying kick to his unprepared midsection. With a thunderous crash, Hinata Hazashi was propelled like a cannonball, demolishing 5 shops before crashing into a large tree. spitting blood and appearing severely weakened. To dare obstruct our Umbu's duties, the audacity of the Hyuga clan is remarkable. Attack. In a swift motion, none of the Hyuga ninjas were left standing, and Liu led the Umbu toward the other prominent clans of Konoha. Still under the pretext of pursuing enemy village ninjas, invoking the name of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as they confronted the Nara, Akimichi, Namanaka, and Inazuka clans. Visiting every notable family in Konoha, Liu continued his relentless assault, facing no opposition, perhaps because the elite ninjas of each clan had been dispatched to the front lines. After traversing Konoha, he finally set his sights on the Shimura household, discovering it still intact. With a simple earth-style jutsu, he buried Danzo's former residence beneath the ground. Having accomplished this, Liu stealthily retrieved several corpses of cloud and rock ninjas from the Kamui space to present to the Hokage Tower. When he recounted how he captured these ninjas and how various clans obstructed his duties, detailing how they ultimately subdued the enemy village ninjas after inflicting injuries on 7 to 8 Umbu members, his words flowed with grandiosity, punctuated by gestures that splattered spittle onto the contemplative face of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Overwhelmed by Liu's elaborate narrative, Hiruzen's mind whirled in confusion, leaving him to continuously puff on his cigarette, listening intently and processing the unfolding events. Lord Hokage, I implore each noble clan to compensate and provide reparations for the Umbu, as many of my subordinates have sustained injuries. This predicament proves quite challenging for a newly appointed minister such as myself. Have they truly obstructed your efforts? Indeed, more authentic than pearls. Lord Hokage, let us agree upon this. Please convey my message. By the way, I shall be in seclusion for the next few days, so kindly refrain from disturbing me with trivial matters. With that, Liu swiftly exited the Hokage's office, leaving no opportunity for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to respond. Not long after Liu departed the Hokage building, several Umbu ninjas hurriedly entered the office, kneeling on one knee. Lord Hokage, grave news. It appears the village has been attacked. The Uchiha clan's ninjas have been injured. Lord Hokage, the Hyuga clan's ninjas have also been harmed and are currently hospitalized. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression twisted in indignation as he regarded the shamelessness of Liu, who had the audacity to lodge complaints after inflicting harm. Sarutobi nearly sputtered blood from his mouth, having just employed the crystal ball to observe the situation at the village's bathhouse. The traces of blood in his nose had yet to dry, and such a significant incident had occurred without his intervention. This scoundrel is exceedingly cunning. No wonder he rushed off claiming he needed seclusion. Is he not positioning me to clean up his mess? Clenching his fists in frustration, Sarutobi suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What of the Sarutobi clan? Is there any news?" Reporting to Lord Hokage, it seems there has been no unusual activity. The third Hokage immediately utilized the crystal ball to inspect the Sarutobi clan, discovering everything to be in harmonious order. Why does he not visit his own clan? Is this not a push into the abyss for me? The Umbu ninjas present observed the third Hokage's reaction with puzzled expressions. Could it be that the Lord Hokage wished for his own clan to be attacked? How perplexing. The third Hokage rose from his seat, murmuring to himself, I cannot bear this burden alone. While these individuals remain in the hospital, I must act swiftly. He grasped the Hokage cloak from his desk and set off to find Tien Kamaru and Midogate. Danzo, you wretched man, why must you provoke him? One does not touch the rear of a tiger. Meanwhile, Liu returned to the Senju Clan gathering place, his spirits lifted upon witnessing a vast expanse of open land. This area must have been designated for future development. Very well. Would release. Pillar house technique? The ground trembled as wooden structures sprang forth, each exuding a classical charm that transported Liu back to an ancient city. In the land of fire, Konoha village, chaos reigned in recent days, with hospitals overflowing as various clans flocked to the third Hokage to lodge complaints against the Umbu under his command, alleging a breach of village harmony. Lord Hokage, the Umbu have been rampaging without the slightest regard for the dignity of our esteemed clans. Several clan leaders and elders chimed in below. Indeed, a Uchiha elder, nursing his swollen left cheek, slurred as he led the outcry, Lord Hokage, the Umbu act with such brutality, even assaulting the elderly. Look, they knocked out my teeth. You must adjudicate this matter. An elder from the Hyuga clan, sporting a panda eye and with tissue stuffed in his nostrils, couldn't resist interjecting, exactly. They demolished numerous shops and homes, frightening the children. Especially that one in the white cloak leading the Umbu. He was the most vicious, always striking at faces. A chorus of agreement rose from the crowd, echoing the sentiments of the pig, deer, and butterfly clans. as well as the Tezuka and Oil Girl clans, all of whom had supported the third Hokage from the shadows. They stood amongst the crowd, casting mournful glances at Sarutobi Hiruzen, only daring to murmur in support to bolster their numbers. The leading members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were the most vocal, with more than one of them fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Hiruzen maintained his composure, donning a grave expression, his eyes clouded with concern as he puffed on his pipe, unfazed by the comical sight of a crowd bearing bruises and bandages. After a few dry coughs to signal his intent to speak, Hiruzen set down his pipe and solemnly addressed the assembly. First and foremost, I extend my sympathy and condolences for your experiences. Secondly, I must clarify that the Umbu in the white cloak, whom you have mentioned, has just been appointed as the head of the Umbu. This promotion was awarded due to his successful completion of the first SSS-ranked mission in the history of Konoha. The details of this mission are classified, but I can share the results. The crowd leaned in, their discomfort momentarily forgotten, their attention riveted on the third Hokage as he took another puff from his pipe. Teasing their curiosity, Lord Hokage, what were the results? They urged. With their eyes fixed upon him, Sarutobi Hiruzen laid down his pipe, straightened his posture, and declared with utmost seriousness, the outcome of this SSS-ranked mission was the elimination of the third Raikage A and approximately 100 Cloud Ninjas, effectively alleviating the combat pressure along our borders and hastening the conclusion of the conflict with the Land of Lightning. The crowd reacted with synchronized astonishment, their pain momentarily alleviated as all attention coalesced on Hiruzen. Sensing the positive effect, he continued, additionally, he engaged single-handedly against 1,000-strong Awagakure ninja force, defeating a considerable number of their shinobi until they were forced to flee, with fewer than 1,000 IWA ninja returning to their village. Thus, I urge you all to return to your respective homes without delay. After absorbing Hiruzen's words, each individual wore a contemplative expression, their heads bowed in thought as they instinctively departed from the Hokage's office. Upon witnessing such a scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. This ordeal had finally passed. Alas, victories on the battlefield contrasted sharply with defeats within the village, burdening this old man's weary bones. Nevertheless, a triumphant smile graced Sarutobi's face, whether in delight at his own cunning or in pleasure at seeing the once mighty clans of Konoha brought low by another's hand. Human beings are indeed complex creatures. In the streets of Konoha, numerous villagers gathered, engaging in animated discussion. Have you heard? It seems the prominent clans were assaulted. I saw it with my own eyes. Many from these clans were carried into Konoha Hospital. Rumor has it that the Hokage's Umbu confronted ninjas from enemy villages, which led to the incursion into the territories of the clans. Indeed, they obstructed their path, resulting in the ensuing conflict. Who would have thought the Umbu were so formidable, overpowering all the clans of Konoha? Those arrogant clans of Konoha, so full of themselves, have finally been put in their place. Hush. Do not speak so carelessly. Do you not fear retribution? This clamor and gossip bore no relation to Liu. In fact, Liu had been enjoying his days, often accompanying Yuzuki Yukari, reveling in their shared moments together. With Tsunade still absent from the village and opting for anonymity, Liu resolved to unlock his right eye's Mangeki Sharingan. In his laboratory, Liu retrieved a test tube containing the Mangeki Sharingan he had acquired from Uchiha Madara through the Kamui dimension. Sitting within a meticulously drawn ritual circle, he activated the Sharingan, watching as 3 black tomo began to spin. Aligning his right eye with the Mangeki Sharingan, he swiftly formed hand seals. A refreshing sensation coursed through his right eye as the tomo's rotation accelerated. Suddenly, the 3 tomo converged into a singular form, expanding into a triangular scythe shape, while the Sharingan within the test tube reverted to an ordinary eye. Abruptly, his right eye was pierced by excruciating pain, causing a significant amount of blood to flow. It seemed something distinct from his previous experience had invaded his right eye, sending a tremor through his entire being, rendering his vision blurred and his body fatigued, inducing a drowsy state. With a loud thud, Liu collapsed within the ritual circle, succumbing to slumber as the Mangeki Sharingan in his eyes gradually faded, leaving his right eye resembling the 3 tomo Sharingan he had previously possessed. Several hours later, Liu awoke, slowly rising to his feet. What has happened to me? Why did I faint? He pondered. Is the power of Uchiha Madara's eyes truly so potent? Although the Sharingan he had seized was not the original, it had indeed been infused with Madara's ocular prowess and had evolved into a Mangeki Sharingan, tainted by a significant amount of his chakra. Feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his body, Liu realized he possessed little strength and felt exceedingly weak, a sensation he had not experienced in years. Reminiscent of the aftermath of his genetic fusion surgery on Orochimaru's operating table. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. After taking a moment to rest, Liu picked up a mirror, scrutinizing his reflection as he began to gather chakra into his eyes, striving to manifest his own Mangeki Sharingan. Never has there been a sensation so exquisite as now, feeling the formidable power of a complete pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It is incomparable to a single eye. I sense that I can unlock a higher realm of Susanoo, enduring longer than even the Uchiha clan, unafraid of blindness. It is wise to retire early at night, relieving oneself of concerns regarding myopia and loss of sight. The ocular prowess of my right eye is markedly superior to that of my left, the Kamui Sharingan, rivaling even that which was wielded by Uchiha Madara. After a distortion of space, Liu entered the realm of Kamui, intent on experimenting with the capabilities of his dual kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He first endeavored to test the unique ocular techniques of his right eye. A few meters ahead, a distorted rift resembling a spatial tunnel materialized, its size adjustable according to the intensity of my ocular power. Gazing into the abyssal tunnel, Liu drew a kunai and casually hurled it within. With a swift whoosh, the kunai shot back towards Liu, who deftly caught it between his fingers. Could it be? Without hesitation, Liu took a step back, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release. Fireball. A fireball was launched into the tunnel, and moments later, the dark tunnel erupted with a flash of crimson light as a larger fireball, imbued with intense heat, hurtled back toward him. Water release. Water barrier. A surge of mist erupted, filling Liu with exhilaration. This ocular technique of the right eye appeared unassuming, yet it could amplify an enemy's ninjutsu and return it with greater force. After multiple trials, he discovered that upon absorbing an attack, he could manipulate it to appear at any location within a 5-meter radius. This means that he could initiate an offensive by casting into the spatial tunnel and then reposition it to unleash at will. It seems this ocular technique has enriched my combat style, allowing for unexpected assaults from any direction. Even if I miss, the technique can serve as a remedy. But what to name it? Space, spatial leap, spatial passage. Yes, it shall be called spatial passage. Liu was suddenly struck with a profound sensation. Enveloped in a radiant golden light, his form became increasingly solid, transitioning from a half-armored state to a fully realized figure with legs. His stature significantly enlarged as he ascended rapidly amidst the luminescence. Yet, it was not enough. At that moment, the yellow giant, clad in armor and wielding a long spear adorned with a vividly spiraling dragon, trembled with power as magnificent wings unfurled from his back, propelling him into the sky. Was this the fourth form of Susanoo? The feeling was exhilarating. However, I couldn't comprehend why my weapon was a dragon spear. Nevertheless, it is said that length equates to strength. Having it is fortunate enough. What more could one desire? In an instant, Susanoo was dispelled. Yet Liu still felt a lingering soreness in his eyes, as if he had endured a sleepless night. The space around him distorted as he emerged from the realm of Kamui, instinctively aware that he should rest for a while, as his body still harbored a sense of discomfort. Unbeknownst to Liu, during the absorption of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan power, an unknown element had infiltrated, causing changes to his genetic makeup. On the battlefield of the Land of Lightning, Killer Bee and the future 4th Raikage A faced defeat in their battle against Konoha. They received the grim news of the 3rd Raikage A's demise from Kumogakure, compelling them to retreat with the remaining Cloud Shinobi back to the village. Meanwhile, Tsunade, leading the Konoha forces, received word of their own retreat. With a decisive wave of her hand, she urged the majority of the ninjas and the injured towards Konoha. Eager to return after such a lengthy absence, her hands itched for action. In the Land of Earth, the Iwagakure displayed a more straightforward approach, submitting a letter of surrender to Konoha, hoping to cease hostilities and offer reparations. The loss of 10,000 IWA shinobi weighed heavily on Noki, instilling both pain and fear. This was not the reconciliation of the original narrative, but rather a direct capitulation akin to that of the Wind Country. On the battlefield of the Land of Water, much like in the original tale, Might Guy opened the 8th gate to cover the retreat of his son, Might Guy's team, embodying the essence of youthful sacrifice as he decimated the 7 ninja swordsmen down to 3, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. The forces dispatched by Konoha successfully repelled the enemy in the Land of Water, where Lin perished under Kakashi's Raikiri, while Uchiha Shursui made his mark on the battlefield. And the Hyuga clan contributed significantly. Under the golden flash of Minato Namikaze, none could withstand his might. Thus, The Third Great Ninja War concluded with the Land of Fire repelling the incursions of the other four great nations, achieving a final victory. Konoha's losses were notably minimized, largely due to Li Yu's remarkable contributions. Upon learning of Konoha's triumph, the villagers welcomed back the returning shinobi from various battlefields with fervor, creating a lively scene at the village gates. At the gates of Konoha, Li Yu donned a green vest. His left arm adorned with the Hokage armband bestowed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while his right bore the emblem of the Senju Clan. He held the hand of Uzuki Yugao as they awaited at the entrance. Crowds of villagers lined the sides, eagerly clutching flowers, their faces beaming with anticipation for the return of their beloved shinobi and family members. In the distance, a green figure approached with increasing clarity, adorned with a strap carrying a scroll, complemented by golden hair and a proud demeanor, exuding an untamed spirit. Li Yu, witnessing this sight, felt his eyelids twitch. He had never encountered such a striking portrayal of Tsunade before. Anxiously, he recalled the memories of his would-release clone that had shared intimate moments with Tsunade, feeling fortunate that he had not encountered her true self at that time. "Tsunade, is that you?" Tsunade also spotted Li Yu and Uzuki weighing at the entrance of Konoha. With swift strides, she rushed to Li Yu, embracing him tightly while stifling soft sobs. Caught off guard by Tsunade's sudden affection, Li Yu, prepared for a punch, was momentarily bewildered and raised his hand gently to pat her back in a gesture of comfort. "Sister Tsunade, it has been a while. I have missed you dearly." Her small hands began to explore his back, moving from top to bottom, as if intending to reach his waist. Li Yu swiftly seized Tsunade's playful hand, expressing his displeasure. "Sister Tsunade, enough of that. We are in public, so please behave." "What's the matter with a little touch? I just wanted to confirm if it's truly you. Your clone was completely unrecognizable to my eyes." She teasingly remarked, "Brother, you've grown up so much. You're now quite the man, even with a wife." Casting a glance at Uzuki weighing beside them, she smirked at Li Yu, extending a hand while her eyes playfully darted to his. I understand, he said, accepting a small box from Uzuki Weiying's hand and respectfully placing it into Tsunade's grasp. "Here are 20 million Ryo. May I have the sealing scroll back now?" Tsunade, her face beaming with joy, took the small leather case and swiftly unfastened the scroll with one hand. "Haha, my brother knows my heart so well. I'm off." With the small case in hand, she turned without a backward glance, dashing into Konoha, weaving through the crowd, and heading straight for the casino, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a group of stunned ninjas and villagers. I knew it. If Tsunade wasn't at the Konoha gate, she must have run off to the casino. "Li Yu, you came so early to intercept Sister Tsunade, didn't you?" "Haha, indeed. Let us head back." The Senju Clan, returning from the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, trailed closely behind Li Yu, making their way to the Senju Clan residence. From the Land of Water, Uzuki Shien, Hinata, and Sarutobi Asuma returned, greeted by Li Yu and Uzuki Weiying. In the welcoming party, Li Yu spotted the red-haired Kushina Uzumaki, exchanged pleasantries, but did not see Minato Namikaze. Recently, Li Yu had been deliberately avoiding Minato, seeking to distance himself from him. He wished to avoid entanglements, and with a heavy heart, he made the difficult decision. Fully aware of Minato and Kushina's fate, in order to keep the narrative within his control. As Li Yu pondered over Tsunade and the presence of Uzuki Weiying, he contemplated the resolution of the Otsutsuki Kaguya matter in this generation. He wished to avoid a significant alteration in the plot that might jeopardize the Moon Eye plan. Should Black Zetsu fall silent, he would undoubtedly shift his objectives and continue executing his plan to save his mother, especially since Li Yu found Kaguya's Red Rinnegan particularly captivating. Upon encountering Su Yan, he noticed that Hinata had lost considerable weight, prompting him to suggest a celebration for their return. "Come now, teachers, let us indulge in hot pot." "Eat as you please." "Absolutely, I've craved it for quite some time on the battlefield." "Indeed, I'm utterly weary of rations." Uzuki Weiying and Hinata readily agreed. Who would refuse an invitation to dine out? "Chief, if there's food, count me in." Casting a glance at the striking visage of Senju Rihua, who looked at him with eager anticipation, he promptly responded, "If you wish to eat, then go ahead. It's merely another mouth to feed." It was evident that she was angling for a free meal from her future brother-in-law, yet it was acceptable. Uzuki Weiying, due to her own reasons, had refrained from joining the Umbu, sparing herself the heartbreak of potentially losing her senpai in the Chunin exams. Recently, due to the influence of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the disturbances caused by the Umbu affecting village harmony, he voluntarily stepped down from his position. The village's senior officials convened to elect the fourth Hokage. In truth, the third Hokage's retirement stemmed not only from age but also from the overwhelming pressures imposed by various clans, culminating in his exasperated sentiment of being burdened and leading him to seek retirement for a tranquil life. Within Konoha, the atmosphere was rife with tension as discussions regarding the election of the fourth Hokage unfolded, with numerous candidates emerging. Recommended by the third Hokage were Liu, the remarkable performer on the battlefield, Minato Namikaze, and Tsunade, the commander from the Land of Lightning's battlefield. Originally, according to the plot, Orochimaru was to be recommended by the third Hokage, while Danzo shamelessly nominated himself, competing with the highly esteemed Minato for the role of fourth Hokage. The villagers, aware of the third Hokage's abdication and the push for a new Hokage, whispered in the alleys, speculating on who would ascend as the fourth Hokage. Have you heard? The villagers are nominating the fourth Hokage. Indeed, I believe Tsunade, one of the legendary three, is most qualified to become the fourth Hokage. The head of the Senju Clan, Lord Hashirama, was indeed recommended by the third Hokage. He is the most likely candidate. Exactly. I concur that Lord Hashirama is destined to be the fourth Hokage, having triumphed over the Kazekage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki on the battlefield. The villagers' discussions, with all voices pointing towards the Senju Clan, led many to assert that the fourth Hokage would undoubtedly be from their lineage, all yearning for a return to the era of the first Hokage, who had led Konoha to dominate the ninja world. Such serious assertions made it seem as though the position of fourth Hokage was a foregone conclusion for the Senju Clan, unsettling some listeners who harbored complex feelings of fear and discomfort. Within the Uchiha clan, the patriarch expressed concern over the rising prominence of the Senju Clan, who are now the frontrunners for the next Hokage position. Indeed, whether it be Tsunade or Shodai, their ascension to Hokage would significantly impact our Uchiha standing within the village. Without a Hokage from our lineage, how shall we navigate our place in the village? Uchiha Fugaku gestured for silence among his kin and spoke, alas. Although the Senju Clan's numbers and capabilities have diminished, their strength will undoubtedly grow in the future. With their return to the Hokage seat, other prominent clans will surely oppose them fiercely. Once upon a time, our Uchiha clan was on par with the Senju, co-founding the village of Konoha. Why has our clan not produced such extraordinary talents? Little did Fugaku know that the tumultuous events in the ninja world are predominantly orchestrated by their very own Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan convened a family meeting to deliberate on the candidate for the fourth Hokage. The recent reorganization of the Senju clan, coupled with their battlefield reputation, eclipsed all other clans. We cannot allow this to continue. The ramifications of permitting the Senju to secure the Hokage position are unfathomable, a voice echoed in agreement. Indeed, we must not remain passive, Hyuga Hizashi remarked, directing his gaze towards his brother, Hyuga Niji. The clan heads of other families surely share our reluctance to see the Senju ascend to the Hokage position, especially with the recent assertiveness of the Umbu, Niji observed. As he scanned the expressions of the elders and clan heads, he noted their grim visages, the lively discussion now shrouded in a pall of gloom. A smirk crept across Niji's face as he thought of the once arrogant elders, now humbled by recent events. Suddenly, a Hyuga elder, his face ashen, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "We must absolutely prevent the Senju from becoming the fourth Hokage. The prowess of the Umbu in white robes cannot be entrusted to the Senju." Many within the Hyuga clan nodded in agreement, haunted by memories of the day when a single white-robed Umbu ninja had overwhelmed them, reinforcing their resolve against the Senju. In the days that followed, numerous clans within Konoha convened family meetings to discuss the impending fourth Hokage situation. In the heart of the Senju clan, following a period of development, residential and commercial areas were completed, with clan members gradually moving into their new homes. Meanwhile, Liu immersed himself in the laboratory as the Senju clan, now financially stable, began organizing research into ninjutsu and developing forbidden techniques. They concentrated on nurturing the 4 to 5-year-old children from ordinary households, preparing them for enrollment in Konoha's Ninja Academy when the time was right. Each day, Liu oscillated between his laboratory endeavors and sweet moments with Yuzuki, planning for a wedding in the near future. In the present day, Yu Xian finds herself frequently mingling with the Senju clan, often training alongside Senju Rihua, and she seldom seeks the counsel of Liu. One day, for reasons unknown, she approached him while he was tenderly engaged with Yi Wang beneath a tree. "Brother-in-law, I have heard whispers in the village that the fourth Hokage will either be Sister Tsunade or you." Xian, do not speak so recklessly. The position of the fourth Hokage is a matter of great importance to the village. I am not speaking out of turn. Many villagers have said so. Liu, well aware of the village's gossip, could only manage a wry smile. Xian, the village is not solely comprised of its denizens. Ultimately, the Hokage must earn the recognition of various clans, which is not your concern. Xian, you have been rather lax of late. It is time to devise a training regimen for the three of you. The war has only recently concluded, and Konoha will soon face numerous perilous missions. After listening to Liyu's admonitions, Xian pouted and averted her gaze, her expression betraying her displeasure, though her lips curled subtly in a hidden smile. Oh, I understand. Liu shook his head as he watched Xian swiftly retreat, musing, Yuang, you shall soon have a sister-in-law, ha. I was unaware of that. That is of little consequence. The outcome will reveal itself in due time. Meanwhile, in a base within Konoha, Danzo paced restlessly, acutely aware of the village's dynamics. He viewed the resignation of the third Hokage as a golden opportunity, yet the more he contemplated, the more his frustration mounted. Senju, you wretched fool. It is because of you that I cannot become a candidate, cannot stand in the limelight. The foolish Sarutobi Hiruzen had chosen to endorse Senju. Konoha would inevitably fall under the dominion of the Senju Clan. Only I can bring glory to Konoha. Only I can instigate transformation in the ninja world. Only I can perfect the principles governing the realm of shinobi. The Hokage that all desire is none other than I, Shimura Danzo. In a fit of rage, Danzo's three-tomo Sharingan glimmered with a frenzied light, one additional tomo emblazoned upon his forehead. His skin was pallid and heavily wrinkled, yet his visage retained a youthful appearance reminiscent of a man in his 20s, rendering him strikingly peculiar. He resembled a pale-skinned youth, as if having undergone cosmetic alterations, though his entire body bore an unhealthy, root-like pallor. Ziyu, it is due to your performance in the SSS-level mission that I have resolved to undergo this transplant, transforming into something neither human nor ghost. Senju Clan, Senju, Ziyu, await your reckoning. Once I have fully harnessed this power, you shall pay the price. In the shadows of a dark chamber, Danzo's roar echoed with a fervor akin to a solemn vow, driven further into extremity by the influence of his three Sharingan. Days slipped by in a blink, leading to the pivotal moment of the Konoha high-level meeting, where the fourth Hokage would be formally nominated. Representatives from the land of Fire-S Daimyo, the Konoha elite, and various clans gathered within the conference room. Outside, a formidable contingent of Umbu stood guard around the Konoha building and the meeting's entrance, maintaining a vigilant watch with every 5 steps a post and every 10 steps a sentry, ensuring formidable security. The conference room was filled with individuals, each sitting upright with grave expressions, the oppressive atmosphere pervading the meeting as though they were about to sign a humiliating treaty. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cleared his throat a few times, breaking the silence, and remarked, Today marks a significant day for Konohagakure, as we will elect the fourth Hokage. My resignation from this esteemed position is motivated by 2 reasons. Firstly, my advancing age compels me to seek a life of leisure, allowing the younger generation to take the reins. Secondly, the recklessness of the Umbu has prompted me to take responsibility as Hokage. I shall preside over this election meeting. The first candidate is Senju, whom I recommend, renowned for his military accomplishments. The second candidate is Namikaze Minato, recommended by Mito Kazan, celebrated as the yellow flash of the battlefield. The third candidate is Tsunade Senju, recommended by Nara Shikamaru, my apprentice and one of the legendary Sannin, whose feats in the Second Great Ninja War are well known. At this juncture, the daimyo of the Land of Fire interjected, fanning himself. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have prepared thoroughly. Who, pray tell, is this Senju? He is the brother of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and currently the leader of the Senju Clan, being the grandson of the first Hokage. Upon hearing the third Hokage's explanation, several officials beside the daimyo began to murmur amongst themselves. So he is indeed of noble lineage. Quite impressive. With Tsunade also as a candidate, the Senju Clan's reputation appears to be quite high. Compared to her brother, I prefer Tsunade to become the fourth Hokage. I agree with that sentiment, remarked the daimyo, turning to cast a disapproving glance at the official who spoke. He continued, I have heard that Tsunade left the village after the last Ninja World War. Does that not contravene the regulations for our village's shinobi? The representatives of the prominent clans in Konoha displayed expressions of surprise, as the daimyo showed a distinct lack of fondness for the Senju Clan, perhaps fearing the era of the first Hokage. Despite being a daimyo, he dared not oppose the will of the first and second Hokages. Possibly having tasted the sweetness of power devoid of the Senju clan's influence over the years. Mito Kazan and Nara Shikamaru, who had been resting with closed eyes, opened them to glance at the daimyo before resuming their meditative state, exuding an air of tranquility. Regarding the esteemed Namikaze Minato, upon inquiry from the daimyo, Sarutobi Asuma promptly elucidated. Namikaze Minato is the apprentice of Jiraiya, an exceptional young ninja who has exhibited remarkable prowess on the battlefield, earning the moniker of the Yellow Flash. Oh, he is Jiraiya's disciple. I find that rather commendable. What do the rest of you think? An official accompanying the daimyo, understanding the cue, swiftly interjected. Namikaze Minato indeed possesses both renown and strength, coupled with admirable virtues, though one might wonder if he is still a tad too youthful. Senju Tobarama appears even younger. Does he not? After all, Jiraiya is a disciple of the third Hokage. The daimyo's eyes gleamed with interest as he paused his fan's motion. That settles it then. Since there is such consensus, let us proceed to cast our votes. It will be enlightening to see how the prominent families of your village perceive this. At that moment, the attendees raised their hands in succession to cast their votes, and after 3 rounds of nominations, the results were unmistakably clear. Within the Leaf Village, the various clans had collectively determined that Namikaze Minato received the highest number of votes. After tallying the votes, the third Hokage announced the results. And he was particularly astonished to observe that Liu, clad in a white robe and mask, had not voted for himself but had instead cast his vote for Namikaze Minato. Liu discreetly observed the reactions of those around him. Having already surmised that this selection of Hokage was the result of careful deliberation among the factions, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, too, harbored ambitions for the Hokage position. Yet he was taken aback by the daimyo's evident disinclination for the Senju clan to reclaim the title. Not securing the Hokage position was, for Liu, a predictable outcome. Regardless, it was imperative that Namikaze Minato ascend to this role. Firstly, who among those who appreciate the original narrative of the Hokage does not admire the dashing fourth Hokage? Only by becoming the fourth Hokage could Namikaze Minato achieve perfection. Secondly, Liu himself was not inclined to assume the Hokage role. He believed the Senju clan required gradual acceptance by the village before it could naturally attain the position. The likes of Uzumaki Naruto, as Hokage, faced an overwhelming pile of paperwork, a burden he was reluctant to shoulder. Thus, the decision was made for Namikaze Minato to become the fourth Hokage. The daimyo declared the results, and the meeting concluded. Although the gathering appeared brief, the exchange of glances and subtle signals among the attendees was frequent. Ultimately, the prominent families of the Leaf Village exhaled a collective sigh of relief and departed the conference hall in high spirits. Subsequently, Namikaze Minato was summoned by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, solidifying his position as the fourth Hokage. While the villagers were somewhat taken aback, the backing from the influential families and the support of the Senju clan facilitated Minato's ascendance to the role. The news came as a surprise to the members of the Senju clan, who initially believed that one of their own would inevitably become Hokage. However, they did not anticipate that a ninja from a civilian family would inherit the title. For Liu, this development was of little concern, given the timeline. Minato served as Hokage for a little over a year before sacrificing himself during the Ninetales turmoil, a year following the cessation of the war, for the sake of the village. The Watergate incident may very well be the briefest tenure of a Hokage in the annals of Naruto history. Liu reclined alone in his courtyard, gazing up at the azure sky, and lamented, no, it must have been Danzo who held the record for brevity. For he ascended to the position only to perish before returning from the 5 Kage summit. Yet, that too is inaccurate. Danzo could merely be considered an acting Hokage, while Kakashi rightfully claims the title of the 6th Hokage. Liu pressed his hands to his temples, feeling a throbbing headache. After all, Danzo, the instigator of chaos, had long since met his demise. Was it too lenient a fate for him? With urgency, Liu hastened to the secret laboratory to observe the research conducted by the Senju clan. Within a clandestine base in Konoha, Danzo received intelligence from his subordinates. After a thorough reading, he exclaimed with delight, "Ha! As I suspected, none from the Senju clan has ascended to the position of Hokage. Luckily, I had already ensured precautions with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Everything is under my control, granting me ample time." Yet, leaving Konoha was not his desire. For Danzo considered himself the very root of the village. Pridefully, he discarded the report and entered the training chamber. Standing on a small circular platform at the center of the specialized training room, Danzo gestured for the operators outside to activate the mechanism. Swish, swish, swish. Shuriken and kunai rained down upon him from all directions. Clutching a kunai, Danzo struggled to fend off the onslaught of weaponry, his movements clear to the watchful gaze of 3 Sharingan eyes. However, the overwhelming force caused his brain to falter, resulting in frequent missteps. Consequently, a multitude of weapons struck his body. The rippling patterns on his weathered skin expanded as they penetrated several centimeters deep, yet they could not breach his flesh. The weapons were ultimately repelled to the ground, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Again, Danzo repeated, dodging and using his kunai to deflect the incoming projectiles. The ground littered with an array of glimmering weapons. This relentless training stemmed from his inner obsession and twisted madness. A month had swiftly passed since the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, assumed office. He had acclimated to the rigorous demands of the Hokage's daily duties, often found immersed in work atop the Hokage building, leaving early and returning late as a matter of routine. This monotony led the bored Kushina Izumaki to frequently seek out Yuzuki Yugao, who, along with Makoto Uchiha, mother of Sasuke and Itachi, formed a trio of close friends, wandering the village in search of leisure. The relationship between Kushina and the 4th Hokage remained known only to the elders of Konoha's prominent clans in the upper echelons of the village. The fact that she was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was a secret held solely by the village elite. However, Yuzuki Yugao was fully aware of the intricacies, while Makoto Uchiha only understood that Kushina shared a profound bond with Minato Namikaze. Tsunade, on the other hand, spent her days in the casinos of Konoha, enjoying the status of the highest VIP, often accompanied by Shizen, and was humorously referred to as the cash cow of the village. Seeking funds from Liu once her finances dwindled. On one particular day, Kushina once again sought out Liu, accompanied by Makoto Uchiha. After confirming their identities, the guards of the Senju clan permitted them entry into Liu's residence. Liu was contemplating the current state of the Senju clan's business ventures when he resolved to personally inspect their operations. Just as he reached the door, he saw a vibrant figure in red, accompanied by a black-haired companion, hastily approaching and coming to a stop beside him. "Ah, Shinshu, is weighing home?" Observing the impatient demeanor of Uzumaki Kushina, who seemed ready to take flight upon entering, he chuckled and replied, "Yes, Yueying is at home." Beside him, Uchiha Makoto bowed slightly, apologizing for the intrusion before being whisked away by Kushina. "That's great. Sorry for the disturbance." They continued into the courtyard without pause. Liu watched their retreating figures, shaking his head in bemusement, recognizing the complexities of women's worlds, which remained beyond his comprehension. The first establishment he chose to examine was the premier hot pot restaurant in Konoha. Despite it being well before lunch, numerous patrons were already reserving tables for midday. Among those queuing was a familiar figure, a burly man with red hair and a large character for food emblazoned on his belly. "Dingswa, you're here early to reserve a spot at the hot pot?" Upon hearing his name, Akimichi Dingswa turned, revealing a goofy grin. "Ah, it's Shinshu. Are you here for a meal as well?" "My treat." No, Dingswa. Do you frequent this hot pot place often?" "Indeed. The meat here is significantly cheaper than at barbecue restaurants, and the taste is exceptional. How does your family manage to keep the prices so low?" "Now, Dingswa, you shouldn't pry into the secrets of our Senju clan's hot pot establishment. However, since you've asked so earnestly, I shall divulge some information." Many diners perked up their ears, eager to listen. The secret is not overly complicated. Bulk purchasing, investing in aquaculture to aid in expansion, and employing clan ninja for protection, which saves on transportation costs. Upon hearing Liu's explanation, the crowd of diners nodded in understanding, murmuring their amazement. "I see, Shinshu, you've revealed all this. Aren't you worried about others imitating your success?" While it may sound simple to express, the execution is far more complex. Capital, ninjas, and scale are all indispensable. Not everyone can replicate this. Liu was judicious in what he shared. Even with all 3 elements in place, mere imitation would lead to ruin. The Senju clan had already established a significant presence, driving prices down to a competitive level. Any rivals would need to invest heavily in resources and manpower, ultimately leading to losses. The price of meat will either be higher than ours or no one will be able to consume their offerings, leaving them with no choice but to sell at a loss to our Senju hot pot. As the Land of Fire is the wealthiest in the ninja world, filled with affluent elites, Liu reminded himself repeatedly, everything is for Konoha, until he almost convinced himself of it. Next, Liu turned his attention to the newly opened clothing store of the Senju clan, where various kimonos designed with modern sensibilities were being crafted, gradually evolving towards Hanfu aesthetics. He even contemplated organizing a few fashion shows to set the trends of the era. Upon arriving at the newly opened kimono store of the Senju Clan, Liu discovered that the expansive premises were teeming with eager women. Although the adjacent men's kimono store boasted its fair share of patrons, it paled in comparison to the vibrant atmosphere of the women's section. It seemed evident that Jiraiya's future sources for inspiration would not be confined to hot springs, but would also include this establishment. Liu made a mental note to cultivate more female sensory ninjas from the Senju Clan. Standing at the entrance of the women's clothing store, he pulled out a pen and began jotting down his observations. "You, what brings you here?" called out a purple-haired girl waving from within the store. It was only then that Liu noticed the group of women gathered inside. Yuzuki Yugao, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Makoto were all present. "So you all frequent this shop?" he inquired. "Indeed. Kushina discovered this new store through flyers and brought us along to try on outfits," replied Yuzuki Yugao excitedly. "Come, look at this one. Doesn't it suit me?" She twirled around, showcasing a deep blue kimono adorned with purple starlight patterns. Her exquisite figure, complemented by her long purple hair, resembled the dazzling purple starlight of the night sky. "Absolutely stunning, like the violet light in the night sky," Liu remarked. "And what about me?" asked Uzumaki Kushina. Donning a pink kimono embellished with cherry blossom motifs, her vibrant red hair adding a touch of youthful exuberance. "Haha, Kushina, it suits you perfectly. Minato will surely adore it," Liu replied. "Really? That is what I thought too." She beamed, turning his gaze to Uchiha Makoto, who wore a white base kimono adorned with light blue porcelain patterns. He noted the harmonious blend with her clan's dark hair, exuding an air of elegance. "Makoto, the white chipa beautifully complements the Uchiha's black hair," he complimented. "How is it that the three of you are wearing the finest kimonos in this store? Each piece is crafted from the finest materials and meticulously handmade by renowned designers. There is only one of each style, and they typically do not allow trying on," Liu explained. Upon hearing his introduction, Uzumaki Kushina immediately took the lead, pulling her companions further inside. "Let us purchase them quickly. We wouldn't want someone else to snatch them up." With her fiery demeanor, she embodied the essence of a spirited red pepper. "Once more, how much are they?" she inquired. "Apologies, but these 3 kimonos are the best in the store. Each priced at 2 million, the sales clerk informed them. That exorbitant price. Upon hearing the clerk's quote, Uzumaki Kushina's smile vanished, her expression turning somber. The original series of Naruto depicted kimonos as simplistic and monochromatic, primarily in white, lacking the vibrant hues and exquisite patterns that adorn these garments. The kimonos of the Senju Clan typically started at tens of thousands of ryo, primarily serving as luxury items tailored for affluent families. Reluctantly, Kushina and Makoto made their way to the fitting rooms, their hands gently caressing the fabric of the kimonos they had tried on, observing their fondness for the garments. Yuzuki Yugao cast a wistful glance at Liu, who felt compelled to approach the store manager. Using the authority of the Senju Clan leader, he discreetly whispered a few words. "Please wait a moment, ladies. Do you ever find the prices of kimonos excessively high? Our boss has offered to gift you these kimonos for free, provided you assist in promoting our store by taking a few photographs." Upon hearing this, the 3 young women who had just entered the changing room immediately turned around. Kushina spoke first. "Is it true? All we need to do is wear the kimono and take a few promotional photos? Indeed, you will be the ambassadors of our store. If anyone inquires about where you purchased your kimono, you simply recommend our shop." The 3 women exchanged delighted glances, visibly pleased, and happily followed the female manager from the Senju Clan to proceed with the photo shoot. As Yuzuki Yukikage passed by, she threw a flirtatious glance at Liu, briefly grasping his hand before departing with the others for the photo session. Liu felt a swell of pride, thinking that this deal was quite advantageous. If Uchiha Fugaku and the 4th Hokage Minato were to learn of this arrangement, it would equate to him doing them a favor by gifting their wives exquisite kimonos. Moreover, Liu's ulterior motive was the promotion itself. The 3 women were perfectly suited to showcase these kimonos, making them exceptional models, and there was potential for future collaboration. Wow, I suddenly feel incredibly capable. If the kimono shop expands to the land of water, I shall approach the 5th Mizukage Meiteromi. In the land of earth, I would seek the 4th Tsuchika Jinoki, and in the land of wind, I would connect with the sister of the 5th Kazakage, Tamari. But who should I approach in the land of lightning? As Liu pondered this while walking, he arrived at the entrance of Konoha's largest casino, owned by the Senju Clan. The Senju ninja at the entrance recognized Liu and promptly opened the door, bowing respectfully. "Chief, please come in." Upon entering the casino, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds, reminiscent of a bustling market. After the Senju ninja responsible for maintaining order saluted Liu, he offered to guide him. I am here for an inspection. Show me around, Liu instructed. In the first floor hall, he glanced at the gambling tables and noted the presence of numerous affluent individuals from Konoha, all wagering substantial amounts, with members of prominent families mingling among them. Upon reaching the second floor, Liu could hear Tsunade's loud exclamations. Big win. 133, 7 small. Another loss. After observing Tsunade's 5 consecutive bets on high numbers, all resulting in low outcomes, he shook his head and turned to leave. Hey, Shino. I see you. Wait a moment. A figure swiftly approached Liu, rummaging through his pockets and producing 230,000 ryo, which he gleefully handed over to Shizune. Silence. Please assist me in exchanging chips downstairs. I shall return for a few more rounds. I must recoup my losses. Liu could only extricate Tsunade's delicate hand from her clothing and remarked softly, Sister Tsunade, you have taken all the money I possess. Do not be foolish. If you continue gambling like this, how will you ever marry? Who will be able to support you? Tsunade straightened her posture, adjusting her ample bosom, and disdainfully replied, as long as I have a brother to support me for life, that is sufficient. If my brother can sustain me, who needs marriage? With a flourish, she turned and sat back at the gambling table, seizing the remaining chips, continuing to wager boldly. Murmuring to herself, I refuse to believe it. It can't always be small. I shall continue betting big. Liu looked up to the heavens in exasperation, his eyelids twitching. Tsunade was indeed the archetype of a spendthrift, her money flowing like water, and few could afford to keep up with her extravagant lifestyle. Clever as I am, owning a casino is the only way to mitigate this incessant outflow of funds. Liu exchanged greetings with Shizune before departing the casino. One day, Tsunade, having exhausted her funds, sought out Liu, who was training at the martial arts arena. She extended her fair hand and, with her alluring red lips, demanded, I've run out of money. Bring me some to spend. Liu, witnessing Tsunade's impertinent demeanor akin to that of a spoiled girl demanding money from her parents, prepared to retaliate. No money, he declared resolutely. As a man, he could not indulge such a poor habit. He would not bow to coercion. Ah, brother. How dare you refuse your sister's request for money? Tsunade retorted, rolling up her sleeves and placing her hands on her hips, exuding an air of defiance. Repeat that. Seeing her fierce stance, Liu resolved to discipline Tsunade. She must learn that demanding money without justification would not be tolerated. And he needed to find her some productive activities. Recently, her gambling habits had intensified, spending recklessly, initially 400,000 to 500,000 taels a day, which had now escalated to 4 to 5 million taels, with no signs of abating, far exceeding her losses in the original narrative. With a sigh, he softly reiterated, No money. Just as he uttered those words, a punch filled with force came flying towards his face. Swish. Liu vanished from his spot, reappearing from a distance. Tsunade, witnessing her target's fist strike the ground with unyielding force, caused the earth to crack and collapse beneath her. With a swift step, she pivoted and pursued Liu. You're not getting away, Liu, she cried, charging at him with relentless speed, throwing another punch. This time, Liu did not evade. He met each of Tsunade's strikes head-on, effortlessly absorbing her relentless attacks, refusing to be outmatched. After several unsuccessful attempts, Tsunade, panting heavily, retreated a few steps. Rubbing her sore hands, breathing heavily, she yanked off her green jacket emblazoned with gambling symbols, revealing the gray combat attire beneath. Sister Tsunade, do you intend to continue fighting? Indeed. If you do not showcase your true abilities, you will be unable to handle your younger brother. With that, Tsunade swiftly formed hand seals. Invoking the Ein seal, release in the ninja art, creation rebirth. Suddenly, a myriad of black runes appeared on her forehead, and the golden strands of hair behind her began to float gracefully. The injuries on her hands and feet healed rapidly, and she gazed intently at Liu. Sister Tsunade, is it truly necessary to be this serious? It is indeed necessary. As she charged towards Liu once more, each punch carried greater force, resonating with explosive sounds in the air. However, the full force of Tsunade's punches significantly impacted her stamina. A look of astonishment crossed her eyes as she realized that Liu's recovery speed surpassed even that of her creation rebirth. He had barely withstood one of her punches when he had already returned to his original state before the next strike. How is this possible, Rope Tree? Your recovery ability exceeds mine. Breathless, Tsunade halted her attacks, feeling the futility of her immense strength against Liu, realizing that she was at a disadvantage. Stubbornly, she refused to concede. Even as the vigorous exertion caused her chest to strain, she continued to launch her assaults with both fists and feet. Seeing Tsunade struggling, her chest rising and falling heavily, and her movements becoming increasingly labored, Liu understood that she was nearing her limit. He swiftly formed hand seals, determined to conclude the battle with this jutsu. Would release. Advent of the trees. The ground erupted with numerous trees, and vines surged from all directions, sweeping towards Tsunade. This time, Tsunade was genuinely taken aback, standing frozen in place, forgetting to resist. The vines effortlessly ensnared her body, leaving her suspended in an exceedingly undignified manner. Upon witnessing Tsunade's bound position, Liu felt a rush of blood to his head, involuntarily drawn to her. Rope tree, you actually possess would release. Tsunade blushed upon seeing the change in Liu's countenance, feeling utterly humiliated to be bound in midair by her younger brother, unable to break free. I say, little brother, have you had your fill of this spectacle? Will you not release your sister? Must I concede? Oh. Liu quickly averted his gaze, calming himself, and released the binding of the trees. Tsunade fell to the ground, stumbling unsteadily before nearly toppling over. Liu rushed forward to catch her arm, steadying her, and anxiously inquired, Sister Tsunade, are you all right? How could I be fine? You laid such heavy hands on me. My arms and legs ache. Tsunade pouted, adopting a tone reminiscent of playful affection as she spoke. Liu, his expression darkened, muttered under his breath, it's not my fault. You exerted yourself so vigorously. By the way, when did you awaken this would release? How remarkable. You thought to keep such an important matter from your sister, did you? During the last battle in the Land of Lightning, you didn't even clarify your wood clone technique, which left me feeling quite sorrowful. Tsunade clasped her chest, feigning a heartbroken demeanor, her eyes occasionally glancing at Liu's expression. Liu couldn't help but chuckle at the whimsical demeanor of Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, this would release is something I awakened during my severe injury, with the assistance of Lord Orochimaru. In truth, Liu was somewhat reticent in his explanation. It was not merely an awakening, but rather a successful genetic transplant that granted him Sage Mode and the Sharingan. He draped Tsunade's arm over his neck, wrapping one arm around her waist as he guided her toward a stone bench. Tsunade, unabashed, leaned her entire body against Liu, resting her head gently against his neck, embodying the image of a wounded damsel. Shushu, you are now an adult and can protect your sister. Liu tightened his grip around her waist, drawing them closer together. Responding with a commanding tone, I can not only protect my sister now, but I can also safeguard our clan. Upon reaching the stone bench, he gently assisted Tsunade in sitting down, his hands glowing with a green light as he utilized healing techniques to mend the injuries on her hands and feet. Shushu, you actually know medical ninjutsu, Tsunade exclaimed. I possess many skills, Sister Tsunade. For the wound on your chest, just wait for your chakra to recover a bit, and treat it yourself. The wood release is particularly effective against the monstrous physical strength and abundant chakra of the Senju Clan. Its binding attacks are difficult to counter, especially as it grows stronger when faced with formidable opponents. Upon hearing Liu's suggestion, Tsunade's face flushed slightly, and her expression shifted. The green glow of her healing technique illuminated her hands, and after a moment, she let out a long sigh, grumbling, Brother, you truly lack tenderness. Using such force against your sister. Liu, momentarily taken aback by her words, felt a rush of blood to his face. Sister, you've mentioned that several times. I shall be more mindful next time. Realizing he had misspoken, Liu cleared his throat, attempting to divert the conversation. Sister Tsunade, our clan is flourishing. A prime opportunity for prosperity. There are numerous places requiring funding. We have selected a group of children, 4 to 5 years old, from ordinary Senju families to serve as fresh blood for our future endeavors. I hope you can assist in training and supervising them. Tsunade, growing impatient, replied, not interested. There are 11 children, 100,000 each. Not interested. 200,000 each. Not interested. 300,000 each. In the end, 500,000 for training one. If not, I will seek others. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade declared, no, I want 3 million each. I can only afford 2 million each, Liu countered. Deal. 11 children amount to 22 million. Liu was taken aback, astonished at the sudden increase in price. Sister Tsunade, your shrewdness in financial matters is remarkable. Tsunade, with a sense of triumph, extended her arms, sitting on the stone bench with her feet playfully kicking in the air. Indeed, it is all about the art of negotiation, demanding payment, insisting on payment. This is the essence of my craft, to extort with fervor, until the opposing party reaches the brink of collapse. They might assume I would relent after a wave of pressure, but no, I will execute one final extreme maneuver, then ease off just a fraction, allowing them to seize the opportunity, and thus the transaction is finalized. Upon hearing Tsunade's discourse on the art of negotiation, Liu was struck as if by a thunderbolt. Is this not the very strategy employed by my esteemed brother Chuan? How could Tsunade possess such knowledge? Who is brother Chuan? I have previously employed this very tactic against the venerable Hashirama. Immediately, I curtailed the conversation, fearful of revealing too much. Who in the 21st century is unfamiliar with my brother Chuan? A mere search on the web would yield his presence. Truly, she is a kindred spirit, sharing the same golden locks. Liu could only concentrate his chakra into his eyes. In the presence of Tsunade, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. As the tomos spun rapidly, they transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan before finally coming to a halt. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade's smile vanished. She leapt up, her expression grave as she gazed intently at the transformation in Liu's eyes. You can activate the Sharingan? I've never seen one in this form before. Don't be surprised. Sister Tsunade, this was implanted with the assistance of Orochimaru when I was gravely injured. You can actually deactivate it at will? Do you possess the bloodline of the Uchiha clan? Not exactly, but it's not entirely impossible. The explanation is rather complex. In terms of genetics, the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya Tsutsuki's 2 sons, Indra and Azura, inherited distinct abilities. The elder, Indra, received the Sharingan, mastering chakra and spiritual energy, while the younger, Azura, inherited the sage's physical form and vitality, boasting an immense chakra reserve. Although Indra and Azura share the same father and possess similar genes, certain segments of their genes manifest unique traits, while others remain dormant. In simpler terms, Azura inherited the sage's physicality and life force, while the genes for the Sharingan lie deep within, unexpressed. Liu did not intend to elaborate too much to Tsunade. He merely wished to convey the greatness of science, which can turn the impossible into the possible. With a sudden twist in space, Liu emerged from the Kamui dimension, counting out 22 million and placing it into Tsunade's hands before closing his Sharingan. The entire process was executed with effortless grace. Oh, no wonder I couldn't find much money in your room. There were no valuables at all. It turns out they were all here. Brother, you hit it well. Liu chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. You must not reveal these abilities to anyone else, especially the Uchiha clan. They would not accept it. As long as the higher-ups in Konoha are aware of the secret of wood release, and only you, Yuzuki Yukari, and Orochimaru know about the Sharingan and wood release. That should suffice. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Liu received a notification from the Senju Clan's guards that several Umbu wished to see him. At the entrance of the estate, for Umbu stood waiting, with the leader stepping forward. Lord 4th Hokage, we request your presence. In the Hokage building, Liu found himself before Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, seated at his desk, adorned in his ceremonial cloak, with the Hokage hat resting beside him. Shungshu, you have arrived. Hokage-sama, what brings you to seek me? Noticing that Liu seemed reluctant to engage in conversation, I speculated it was due to my usurpation of the Hokage position from the Senju Clan. I smiled and remarked, in truth, after learning of your remarkable achievements in the Umbu, it is you who truly deserves the title of the 4th Hokage. Liu immediately waved his hand, saying, Watergate, you must have misunderstood. I cast my vote in favor of your selection as Hokage, for you are far more suited for the role than I. Moreover, didn't Kushina express her desire to become the first female Hokage? Your ascension to Hokage is indeed essential. Befuddled yet somewhat convinced by Liu's words, Minato shifted the topic to Orochimaru. Shungshu, I've noticed that Orochimaru has been scarce lately. Do you have any inkling of his current endeavors? As for Orochimaru, I haven't been in contact with him for quite some time. He may be engrossed in some research, I replied. Research, you say? Minato observed my ignorance regarding Orochimaru's exact circumstances, prompting him to conclude the conversation. As I left the Hokage building, my thoughts lingered on Orochimaru. According to the original storyline, he should have been diligently pursuing his forbidden techniques, such as the reanimation jutsu and the cells of Hashirama. With the support of Danzo after failing to become the 4th Hokage, now that Danzo is deceased, is he still able to continue his research on the reanimation jutsu? Seeking immortality? Without living subjects provided by Danzo, how far can Orochimaru's research progress? It appears I must find time to investigate the extent of Orochimaru's studies. Upon returning to my clan, I felt a persistent ache in my eyes, a sensation that had lingered for several days. At times, I noticed an inexplicable trace of blood at the corners of my eyes. This perplexed me deeply. Activating the Mangekyou Sharingan no longer felt as seamless, and the strain of my eyes was increasingly burdensome. What could be wrong with me? As I gazed into the blurred vision before me, it would momentarily return to clarity, accompanied by a warm liquid trickling from the corner of my eye. I wiped it away, and the flow only intensified. Could it be that I had witnessed something I shouldn't have? Irregularities in my menstrual cycle? No, my vision has slightly diminished, and there are instances of double vision. Is the Sharingan malfunctioning? In a state of urgency, I hurried to the Senju Clan's laboratory. The atmosphere within the lab was bustling. The brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were preparing to develop new ninjutsu. Upon my entrance, they greeted me. "Chieftain, what brings you here today?" Noticing the white zetsu lying on the experimental table, I gestured for them to come closer. "You are still working on the unfinished ninjutsu left by the second Hokage, are you not?" "Indeed, it is the ninjutsu left behind by Lord Second," they confirmed. I then disclosed the abnormalities concerning my eyes to them, omitting any mention of the Sharingan, and requested their assistance in finding a solution. "What can we do? Perhaps we should conduct an examination," they suggested. I lay on the operating table, undergoing various tests, including chakra assessments, yet we were unable to determine the cause of my ocular affliction. The clan leader: "Your eyes seem to be perfectly fine. Perhaps it is merely fatigue that has taken a toll on you." Senju Kijian set aside the instrument in his hands, raising his palms in a gesture of nonchalance. Indeed, with the clan leader's formidable regenerative capabilities, there is no injury that cannot be mended. Beside him, Senju Ziquan also expressed his thoughts, noting that the clan leader's eyes appeared to undergo some peculiar transformation, albeit seemingly hindered by an unseen force. However, to Li Yu's ears, the situation was far from simple. He understood that it was not as straightforward as it seemed. Turning away from the Senju Clan's laboratory, Li Yu swiftly retreated to the confines of his secret lab within his room. This unsettling occurrence began after he acquired the ocular prowess of Uchiha Madara's Mangekyou Sharingan. What initially felt like a mere twinge of discomfort had escalated to a concerning flow of blood, increasing with alarming frequency. "This is not good. It appears to be a rejection response. These eyes do not belong to me. I am merely forcing their use. As their power intensifies, the burden grows heavier, and the negative repercussions are now manifesting." This realization sent a chill down Li Yu's spine. Fortunately, he had recognized the issue early on. Otherwise, he would risk irreversible blindness. Resolute, Li Yu exited his secret laboratory and hurried back to the Senju Clan's lab. "Clan leader, why have you returned? Is there something more?" Senju Ziquan inquired, momentarily halting his work on White Zetsu's leg as he turned to face the hastily entering Li Yu. "This matter is of utmost urgency. I need you to momentarily set aside your current ninjutsu class. I have a new project to discuss, genetic organ cultivation." Without waiting for their inquiries, Li Yu continued. "This involves a technique to extract human genes and cultivate specific organs." "Clan leader, do you mean to?" "Indeed. I intend to cultivate a pair of my own eyes for transplantation." The two exchanged incredulous glances, rendered speechless by the revelation. "Do not overthink it. You all must have heard of my grievous injuries sustained during the Second Shinobi World War. During that time, I was blinded, which led me to replace my own eyes with those of another. Now, I am experiencing a rejection response. Are you unwilling to assist your clan leader in this matter?" His tone was imbued with deep emotion, complemented by a sorrowful expression, a performance that was nothing short of impressive. Senju Ziquan and Senju Kijian exchanged a knowing look. And swayed by Li Yu's earnest appeal, they set aside their significant work on Edo Tensei, immersing themselves with fervor in the study of genetic organ cultivation. The development of this subject would also contribute to the advancement of medical ninjutsu, a sentiment that only served to motivate their efforts further. Li Yu, feeling a sense of urgency, recognized that the resolution of his ocular predicament could not be delayed without dire consequences. He resolved to minimize the use of the Mangekyou Sharingan. As night fell, Li Yu donned a black cloak and a mask, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in a secluded alley within Konoha, a temporary marker he had established on his route back from the Hokage building. After orienting himself, he skillfully evaded the patrols of the ANBU, traversing several streets until he arrived at a suitable residence. Li Yu slowly descended into the depths, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Not a single ANBU patrol was in sight, nor any suspicious creatures at the entrance, allowing him to breach the courtyard wall with a sense of ease. Indeed, this was the residence of Orochimaru. Emerging from the ground, Li Yu found himself in a corner of the tranquil courtyard, where the moonlight illuminated a small pond. accompanied only by the occasional chirping of insects and the calls of birds. Suddenly, he noticed in the corners of the house, within the dark crevices of stone, numerous small writhing figures. They were snakes, and many of them. Liu promptly activated his sensory abilities, scanning the vicinity, and realized that the snakes were not within the courtyard, but rather encircled the house, with even soft hissing sounds emanating from inside the rooms. Truly, this was Orochimaru's abode. How had he not noticed so many tiny serpents before? Perhaps his strength had been insufficient at that time. His earlier perception revealed that there were no human figures in any of the rooms, yet they were teeming with snakes, including several sizable ones coiled within. Orochimaru's residence resembled a scene from Anaconda, inducing a sense of dread. The design was quintessentially Orochimaru. The courtyard exuded tranquility, yet approaching the rooms would alert the small snakes. And entering the house could lead to an ambush from the vigilant serpents within. It was akin to a slumbering beast, feigning sleep until one believed the proximity was safe, only to spring forth for a lethal strike when the moment was right. Many might wonder why the layout was arranged this way, rather than directly in the courtyard. The reason is that Umbu ninjas possess sensory abilities as well and would not dare intrude into the homes of significant figures. Fortunately, Liu was well acquainted with Orochimaru and did not foolishly venture inside. Ultimately, he once again burrowed underground, relying on his memory to navigate to Orochimaru's subterranean lair. Directly entering the secret laboratory where he had once resided, he sought out an empty, dark chamber and leapt forth from the ground. This earth-style ninjutsu was indeed remarkably effective. Illuminating a lantern he had brought along, Liu discovered that this was one of the lounge areas of the laboratory. Activating his sensory abilities and closing his eyes to focus, he exhaled softly. To his surprise, this secret laboratory held no living creatures. Had Orochimaru departed? Or had he relocated elsewhere? With a lantern in hand, Liu opened the door to the lounge, revealing a long, dark corridor. A glance at the number on the door read 6. As he proceeded deeper, he counted the door numbers, 7, 8, 9. Upon reaching door number 15, he halted. Swallowing nervously, the oppressive darkness along the way had been quite suffocating. Opening the door, he ignited the torches mounted on the walls, only to find the original laboratory utterly barren and desolate. It seemed that everything had been relocated long ago. Just then, in the corner of the room, a black sigil inscribed on the ground began to glow, and Orochimaru's figure materialized within it. Let me see who has arrived. Liu mused as he turned his head to behold the projection of Orochimaru, the legendary snake sage. Ah, a remote projection? How did you know it was me? Master Orochimaru? Removing his mask with nonchalance, Liu faced Orochimaru unreservedly. Haha, my dear disciple, I knew it was you the moment you entered the laboratory so brazenly, though I am uncertain how you evaded my little guardians outside. Your direct approach through the 6th door to the 15th of the laboratory suggests you have indeed spent some time here, Shinshu. Orochimaru's keen observation revealed the protective seals on the doors, designed to confound those unfamiliar with the laboratory, compelling them to open each door sequentially in search of entry. My esteemed disciple, it has taken you quite a while to visit your teacher, and you have chosen to sneak in. What brings you to me? Orochimaru inquired, his voice laced with a playful yet sardonic tone, despite the smile gracing his lips. Master Orochimaru, it has been quite some time since your last transfer. What stage have you reached in your research on the rebirth technique? Upon hearing the mention of the rebirth technique, the smile vanished from Orochimaru's face, replaced by a solemn expression as he scrutinized Liu. My most exceptional disciple, the future of this research lies in your hands. Life is exceedingly fragile. You have undoubtedly witnessed considerable death during this war. No matter how powerful you are now, your strength will wane significantly in 50 years, and in a century. You will perish. Do you not long for immortality? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, which echoed humanity's dread of death and yearning for eternal life, Liu felt a stirring within. Yet, the thought of Orochimaru's grotesque rebirth technique, which demanded the continuous use of living beings for the transfer ritual, consuming their souls to inhabit their bodies, made him hesitate. Noticing the shift in Liu's demeanor, Orochimaru pressed on. Shinshu, with your prodigious talent for research, we shall soon accomplish this rebirth technique together, becoming the only two immortal beings in this world. Master Orochimaru, this is your ambition, not mine. I believe the future holds limited possibilities, Liu replied, attempting to distance himself from the dark allure. Suddenly intrigued, Orochimaru licked his lips. Do you know of any other methods to achieve immortality? The eagerness in his voice was palpable, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Seeing Orochimaru's excitement about immortality, Liu decided to divulge some information. In the village of Takigakure, there existed a phenomenon known as the dreadful grudge, capable of manipulating chakra to unleash black tendrils that could seize another's heart. By perpetually replacing one's heart, one could attain immortality. Such a thing exists? I must witness it. Liu felt a surge of satisfaction, having successfully piqued Orochimaru's interest. He hoped that this would lead Orochimaru to seek out Takigakure and the elusive Kakuzu, ultimately leaving him empty-handed. Oh, my dear apprentice. It is no surprise that you would harbor such thoughts. I have been ever watchful of you, haha. Orochimaru's shadowy smile gradually faded into the depths of the black runes. Liu, realizing he had failed to trace Orochimaru's whereabouts and had inadvertently alerted him, acknowledged that at least he was aware the rogue ninja was conducting research somewhere within Konoha. Departing from Orochimaru's clandestine laboratory, Liu promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Senju Clan. The characters in this narrative are indeed intricate. While watching Naruto, I had not perceived the complexities until I became deeply involved. Many details omitted from the anime and manga have now come to light. Alas, I had thought that my formidable strength would suffice to remain cautious, yet I was easily detected by Orochimaru. It appears one cannot assume that mere knowledge of the plot grants one the freedom to act without consequence. Had it not been for my considerable power, I might have long since been eliminated by the individuals within Naruto. Liu shook his head, dismissing such thoughts as he gazed upon the gathering of the Senju Clan. As long as my strength is sufficient and my growth rapid, I can navigate the perils of each crisis within the Naruto universe. A year has passed since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. 6 months ago, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wed Kushina Uzumaki. With a modest ceremony attended by a select few, including Liu, Tsunade, Makoto Uchiha, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Liu had invited Tsunade to the wedding, hoping to strengthen the ties between the Senju Clan and the fourth Hokage, thereby solidifying Minato's position and reassuring those who feared potential unrest from the Senju. The wedding of Minato and Kushina was exceedingly simple, consisting merely of a meal before the guests dispersed. Now, the pregnant Kushina frequently sought the company of the equally expectant Yuyue Wing and Makoto Uchiha, the three of them enjoying leisurely strolls and conversations. Witnessing Kushina's growing belly, Liu understood that the Night of the Nine Tails was drawing ever closer. In the secret laboratory of the Senju Clan, Liu soon found himself once again unaware as a considerable amount of blood streamed from the corner of his eye, transforming into the vivid crimson of a three-tomo Sharingan. This then evolved into the four-pointed kaleidoscope of the Manjiki Sharingan, accompanied by a surge of pain and blurred vision. A swirling pattern flickered momentarily before the pain subsided, and his sight returned to normal. At that moment, Liu knelt on one leg, gasping for breath, with a large pool of crimson blood staining the ground. What has befallen me? Is it becoming increasingly severe? He pressed his hands against his eyes as blood trickled through his fingers. As the Rinnegan briefly activated and deactivated, a fleeting memory surged into his mind, akin to a genetic inheritance. This is the method of mastering yin-yang release. Rubbing his temples, he closed his eyes, searching through the fragmented memories within his mind. Universal Pull, Almighty Push, Liu was able to articulate the names of these two techniques with clarity. Drawing upon the knowledge gleaned from the Naruto storyline, the awakening of the Rinnegan's memory inheritance unfolds thus. It is no wonder that Nagato was able to wield certain abilities of the Rinnegan after his emotional upheaval. Liu has now acquired the complete method for mastering the yin-yang release technique, but the remainder of his memories are but fragmented echoes. Nevertheless, this suffices. After cleansing the blood from the ground, Liu found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged, delving into the intricacies of the yin-yang release technique. With eyes closed in meditation, he attuned himself to the yin and yang attributes within. The yang energy coursed through his body like a lively stream, vibrant and flourishing, while the yin energy lay coiled within his right eye like a worm. He mused to himself, so it is, so it is. No wonder my eyes have undergone such transformation. Even the formidable regenerative abilities of the Senju Clan cannot quell it. The Sharingan possessed by Madara is not merely a vessel of ocular power, it also harbors yin attributes, perhaps even Indra's chakra resides within. Grateful for the gifts bestowed by Uchiha Madara, he understood that fortune often lies in peril. He endeavored to rekindle the feeling of entering the Rinnegan state once more, yet was met with a sudden intensification of pain in his eyes, compelling him to cease his attempts. Clearly, this was a matter that required patience. The study must accelerate, for the cultivation of yin attributes remains essential. Wiping away the fresh blood that had trickled from the corner of his eye, Liu rose from the secret laboratory. eager to check on the progress of the gene cultivation organs. In the coming days, he would immerse himself in the mastery of yin-yang release, frequently residing in the Senju Clan's laboratory alongside the Senju children, diligently researching the cultivation of organs. The Rinnegan, Liu devoted himself entirely to awakening this power, scarcely returning home, as he cast aside the matters concerning the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito returned from the land of water to the base in the land of grass, encountering the lifeless form of Uchiha Madara upon the stone pedestal. His expression devoid of emotion. Furious at Madara's demise, Black Zetsu engaged in a fierce struggle with the ground, ultimately opting to stabilize Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu, determined to investigate Madara's death in secrecy, emerged from the shadows, persuading Obito to don a mask and assume Madara's identity, thereby aiding in the fulfillment of Madara's grand design. Though Obito did not witness Madara's final moments, he adhered to the original narrative, taking a period of rest before stealthily infiltrating Konoha. In a secluded area of Konoha, a massive plume of white smoke erupted, accompanied by the resounding roar of a beast that reverberated throughout the village, rousing many slumbering villagers from their rest. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal, orange nine-tails fox materialized within Konoha. With a thunderous crash, its immense form obliterated nearby structures. Raising its forepaw, it swept through the air, sending debris soaring amidst a powerful gust. The startled villagers of Konoha, realizing the gravity of the situation, fled in terror from the towering nine-tails. Before long, the third Hokage organized a contingent of ninjas to confront the beast, striving to mitigate the destruction wrought upon Konoha. Flames soared skyward as thousands of Konoha ninjas unleashed fire release techniques, illuminating the night and casting light over vast stretches of the village. Meanwhile, our protagonist Liu remained ensconced within the Senju Clan's laboratory, his experiment reaching a critical juncture. In the chamber, the addition of this element felt right. Success was imminent. Liu, sensing he was one step closer to the reincarnation eye, fixed his gaze intently on the glass jar filled with verdant liquid. A rumbling tremor shook the laboratory, the lights flickering ominously. After several seconds of quaking, a nearby member of the Senju Clan anxiously exclaimed, "Chief, it's bad. The instrument has been rendered inoperative due to the recent tremor. The experiment is likely a failure." Liu could not suppress his frustration, feeling the heat of anger rise within him. Suddenly, a panicked Senju clansman burst into the room, his face etched with worry. "Chief, it's terrible. Konoha village, take your time. Don't rush. The sky may fall, but I will bear it," Liu interjected, attempting to maintain calm. Upon hearing the mention of the Nine Tails, his expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned on him. This is dire. With that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location in a flash. The scene shifted, and Liu found himself atop Hokage Rock, where he encountered the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, clad in a distinctive red and white ceremonial robe, wielding a specially designed kunai as he prepared to guide the lightning. "Shinju, your arrival brings me peace," Minato greeted him with a gentle smile. "Minato, be cautious," Liu warned, but before he could fully respond, he witnessed a distortion in space behind Minato, a hand reaching out towards his back. Swiftly, Minato retaliated, thrusting his kunai into the head of the cloaked figure, but it passed through as if nothing were there. The shadowy figure seized Minato's wrist, tauntingly declaring, "Your opponent is me, and this is where it ends." In a fleeting moment, as Minato attempted to speak further, a flash of golden light occurred, and he broke free, vanishing from sight. Amidst the spatial distortion, a Sharingan eye behind the mask glanced at Liu before it too disappeared from Hokage Rock. Obito Uchiha. Minato should manage alone, Liu thought, gazing upon the rampaging nine tails that wreaked havoc in the village, alongside the distant explosion of tailed beasts triggered by Minato's teleportation. "So it was you. That nine-tails fox who sabotaged my experiment. Just wait." With a swift motion, Liu returned home, relieved to find that the battle had not encroached upon the Senju Clan stronghold. Upon seeing that his family, particularly Yuzuki Yuing, was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He donned his mask and the white robe symbolizing the leader of the Umbu. "I will be back shortly," he assured Yuzuki Yuing with a smile, fastening his mask. In an instant, Liu reappeared atop Hokage Rock, leaping down towards the nine tails in the village. Surrounding the beast, numerous Konoha ninjas relentlessly hurled weapons and unleashed jutsu, yet their efforts proved futile. Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, striking the nine tails with several blows, attempting to drive it out of the village. The nine tails, with its formidable chakra, swatted away many ninjas with its powerful claws. Witnessing the beast's audacity, Liu finally arrived. delivering a punch to the creature's jaw. The impact lifted its chin, causing its front paws to lose their grip on the ground, inflicting pain upon the beast. With a growl, the Ninetales raised its mouth and lifted its forepaws from the ground, preparing to strike Liu from the air. As the dual claws were about to make contact with the air, Liu swiftly materialized atop the Ninetales' back. Utilizing wood release, woodman technique, a colossal wooden figure emerged. Standing back to back with the Ninetales, Liu, skillfully manipulating the wooden giant, extended his hands behind him and grasped the neck of the Ninetales, which was rearing up. With a powerful thrust of the wooden figure's back, he executed a beautiful reverse shoulder throw, propelling the Ninetales, with its forepaws clasped together, away. The combination of Liu's tremendous strength and the reverse shoulder throw sent the Ninetales soaring from atop the wooden giant. Nearby, the Leaf Village ninjas stared in astonishment at Liu's instantaneous maneuvers, fluid and seamless. Many Umbu ninjas recognized the identity behind the white robe mask. There was only one Umbu in Konoha who donned a white robe. Is that Lord Ziyu from the Umbu? His taijutsu is astonishing. Such immense power. He just hurled the Ninetales out of the village. Is this would release? In midair, the Ninetales twisted its body, seemingly adjusting its form. Liu, upon the wooden giant, smirked. It's not over yet. With a sudden movement, the massive wooden figure vanished from its previous position and reappeared directly above the descending Ninetales. With a thunderous crash, the Ninetales, unsteady from its fall, collapsed onto the ground. The 100-meter-tall wooden giant perched upon the Ninetales' head, unleashing a flurry of punches upon its skull. Let me show you the consequences of your arrogance. You thought you could disrupt my experiment? I'll leave you with a swollen head. The enraged Ninetales, subjected to a relentless barrage, grew dizzy and, in a moment of desperation, opened its mouth to condense a tailed beast ball. The wooden giant, mercilessly, continued to strike, intent on disrupting the formation of the tailed beast ball. The Ninetales, seemingly stubborn, persisted in its endeavor to unleash the attack, embodying a sense of defiance akin to facing death. Once the tailed beast ball was formed, the Ninetales aimed it toward Konoha, preparing to unleash it. However, Liu, fully prepared, leaped off the Ninetales' back, commanding the wooden giant to interpose itself between the Ninetales and the village. With one hand, he grasped the tailed beast ball, while the other clutched the Ninetales' neck, forcefully shoving the attack back into its mouth. I'll make you choke on your own tailed beast ball. Utilizing wood release, ranking technique, a blinding orb of light erupted, illuminating the sky. A massive wooden shield adorned with a fearsome, fanged visage unfolded from the wooden giant. And Liu leapt forth from within. The defensive capabilities of the ranking technique are truly formidable. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, does not deceive me. The Ninetales, struck by its own tailed beast ball, suffered severe injuries, its mouth mangled and its body battered, presenting a pitiable sight. As it rapidly began to recover, it let out a furious roar at the wooden giant, its eyes spinning with the patterns of the Sharingan. Liu scoffed disdainfully. I can hardly be bothered to explain. Whether you can control it or not, I will continue to strike. Within the Senju clan's estate in Konoha, a shadow clone dissipated into a puff of white smoke. Beneath the mask, green eyeshadow flickered into view as Liu activated Sage Mode. Seizing the opportunity while the villagers had yet to arrive, he resolved to claim some interest. With swift hand seals, he prepared to strike just as the Ninetales had just begun to recover, brimming with confidence. The celestial art known as the Bright Divine Gate descended from the heavens, manifesting as a grand structure composed of 12 red arches, each formed by a horizontal and 2 vertical columns. It pinned down the 9 tails of the Ninetales beast firmly to the ground, with its claws and head also secured by the Divine Gate. The Ninetales let out a furious roar, struggling against the restraints that held it immobile. Liu laughed heartily as he commanded a wooden figure to stomp upon the creature's head, while he himself leapt onto its back. From the divine space, he retrieved a sealing scroll, unfurling it upon the creature's soft fur. With hands forming seals, he pressed upon the seal inscribed within the scroll. Suddenly, an abundance of chains erupted, ensnaring the 9 fox tails and pulling forth a significant amount of the Ninetales chakra into the scroll. The Ninetales emitted a wretched cry, its kaleidoscopic eyes fading to reveal beastly pupils. Its entire form seemed to deflate, weakened, as it spoke. Human, release me at once, or face dire consequences for stealing my chakra. As the massive creature, once towering at 100 meters, began to shrink significantly, its chakra was siphoned away, diminishing its size substantially. Ungrateful fox, I am merely assisting you in shedding some weight, Liu remarked, securing the scroll upon his back and dusting off his hands. He commanded the wooden figure to stomp twice, forcefully pushing the Ninetales' unfinished words back into silence. The Ninetales, now covered in dust, glared at Liu, rendered powerless. At that moment, the illustrious Minato Namikaze, one arm embracing the weakened Kushina Izumaki, appeared beside Liu, cradling a bundle wrapped in white cloth with the other. Inside was the newly born child, unmistakably the prince, Naruto Uzumaki. "Minato, you've arrived. Is everything all right?" asked Liu. "Shushu, I knew you could subdue the Ninetales so swiftly," replied Minato, his complexion pale as he gently set down Kushina. "Kushina, we must hasten to open the barrier." "I can hold on for a while longer," Kushina replied. As 5 chains shot forth from her back, embedding themselves into the ground, entangling the Ninetales, which was still suppressed by the divine gate and trampled by the wooden figure. The pitiful Ninetales found itself ensnared once more, its eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. "Is that you, Shangshu? Your suppression has made controlling the Ninetales considerably easier," it murmured, followed by a series of coughs that startled little Naruto, who burst into tears, sensing the imminent departure of his beloved mother. At that moment, the divine gates pinning the Ninetales transformed into white smoke and dissipated, leaving behind the wooden figure standing upon the beast's head, alongside the sealing chains. "By restraining the Ninetales, I will face my demise," it lamented. "This will only extend the period of the Ninetales' revival. I can offer the last of my chakra to assist you. It is the sole path available to me. Thank you for everything you have done for me," Kushina said, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she forced a smile. "Kushina, you have made me the 4th Hokage," Minato said solemnly. "You have made me your husband. And you have made me the father of this child." Liu, unable to endure the romantic exchange any longer, turned away. Fully aware of the impending choices and fates of the Namikaze couple, would release the arrival of the tree realm outside the barrier. Several ninjas had already taken their positions. Liu utilized the dense woods to obscure the view from the outside, effectively blocking the sight of the Leaf Village ninjas. "This is all I can do for you," he remarked, before distancing himself and settling upon a stone. Wolfing Watergate appeared resolute, standing upright with hands clasped in a seal. The corpse demon seal, shrouded by the thick foliage, rendered the outside ninjas unable to discern any happenings. A figure with a ghastly visage, white hair cascading loosely, and garbed in a flowing white robe hovered in control, a dagger clenched between his teeth. As Wolfing Watergate's garment tore, revealing his abdomen, a Bagua seal emerged at his navel. Utilizing the blood at his lips, he summoned an altar upon which little Naruto was placed. Kushina, frail and weary, coughed weakly, prompting Wolfing Watergate to rush towards her in concern. In that moment, the Ninetales, having lost half of its shadow attribute chakra, diminished significantly in size, causing its chains to slacken and suddenly launch an attack. With a thud, Liu remained unfazed, commanding the wooden figure to pin down the Ninetales' outstretched claw, while delivering several heavy slaps to it. "You think of me as heir, don't you?" The infuriated Ninetales glared at the meddlesome Liu, flames of rage flickering in its eyes. The commotion roused the Watergate couple from their moment of passionate confession, momentarily forgetting Liu's presence. "Thank you, Shuji," Kushina uttered. And Liu felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had previously possessed the opportunity to avert this calamity, yet had recently succumbed to an inexplicable obsession with the Rinnegan. Bowing his head, he could not meet the gaze of the Watergate couple. "Shuji, I entrust you with the key to the sealing technique. Please pass it on to Jiraiya-sensei," he stated. "You intend to make this child a Jinchuriki to save the village, right?" He leapt down from the stone and approached to take the scroll. "That puts my mind at ease." Kushina, looking pained, remarked, "We may not last much longer. It is almost time to activate the Bagua seal. If you have anything to say to Naruto, now is the moment." Wolfing Watergate urged in a tone laced with urgency. "Naruto, do not be picky with your food. Eat well each day and grow strong. Remember to take warm baths daily, and avoid staying up late to ensure you get enough sleep. Additionally, make friends. It matters not if you have few, as long as they are trustworthy companions." With tears streaming down her face, Kushina struggled to maintain her composure as she spoke fervently. Liu, tears brimming in his eyes, felt increasingly tormented by the depth of a mother-esque love expressed by Kushina for Naruto. Could he truly bear to witness the demise of the Watergate couple before him? There was still so much he wished to convey, so many moments he longed to share with them. "Naruto, what I want to say is akin to what your nagging mother would." Wolfing Watergate, with great difficulty, turned his gaze towards Liu, his eyes dimmed. "Shuji, please look after Naruto for me." With those final words of the Bagua seal, the Watergate couple embraced tightly, closing their eyes together for the last time. Liu gazed into the eyes of Minato Namikaze, filled with hope, until they finally closed, devoid of life. The intimate encounter with the parting of life and death flooded Liu's mind, causing his eyes to rapidly shift from the crimson three-tomo to a four-pointed shuriken, ultimately transforming into spiraling purple orbs. A trickle of blood streamed from the corners of his eyes as he sensed something ominous, aware that his time was fleeting. He formed hand seals to dispel the wooden puppet technique, swiftly grasped one of the figures and tucked an enchanted key scroll under his arm, while summoning a shadow clone to carry Naruto and activate the flying thunder god technique to depart from the scene. In an instant, he vanished with Minato and Kushina, leaving behind an empty altar. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, witnessed the barrier dissipate and immediately led the wooden ninjas into the forest, only to find a candlelit altar. Where has the fourth Hokage gone? He pondered, recalling seeing a red-haired woman moments before. Minato, where could he possibly be? Could it be that he was taken by Liu? Hiruzen furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. This matter was a top secret of Konoha and must not be disclosed. After instructing the gathered ninjas, the third Hokage returned to Konoha, where numerous responsibilities awaited him. Meanwhile, Liu arrived at the gathering place of the Senju Clan and entered a secret chamber adorned with death god masks. These masks had been collected by Liu from the Konoha shrine, prepared for unforeseen circumstances, and he had not anticipated their swift necessity. "I found it," he declared, as he used his would-release clone to cast an illusion, summoning a white Zetsu adorned with a mask, which danced strangely to invoke the death god. Under the power of the Rinnegan, the visage of the death god became vividly clear as it used a dagger from its mouth to pierce its abdomen, releasing Minato's soul. Enduring the excruciating pain in his eyes, Liu formed hand seals for the outer path samsara technique. Suddenly, a burst of white smoke filled the chamber, and King Enma materialized, opening its maw to expel a soul that entered Kushina's body, while Minato's soul, suspended in the air, also merged into his own. As the ninjutsu concluded, Liu's Rinnegan rapidly faded, returning to his dark pupils, while blood flowed profusely from his eyes, his vision blurring amid the dizzying pain coursing through his body. Yet, under the strength of his formidable healing abilities, all discomfort dissipated, leaving behind a lingering haze in his sight. Seeing the Namikaze couple awaken instantly brought relief to Liu's heart. Initially, he had intended to adhere to the storyline, allowing Minato and Kushina to fade away, but witnessing everything unfold stirred his compassion. Seizing the moment while his Rinnegan was active, he bore the agonizing pain and employed the samsara technique to resurrect the two. Though he sensed impending blindness, he harbored no regrets. Eager to witness how Naruto's life would transform with the presence of his parents, Minato opened his eyes, surveying the dimly lit surroundings, and instinctively reached out, only to find Kushina absent, prompting him to rise abruptly. "Where am I? Is this hell?" A few coughs interrupted Minato's thoughts, and he turned to see Kushina rising, immediately rushing over to her side. "Kushina, what has happened to you?" "Minato, where are we?" As Naruto spoke, he threw himself into Minato's embrace and wept bitterly. Upon witnessing this, Liu could no longer contain himself. He cradled the sleeping Naruto and emerged from the shadows. "Minato, Kushina, greetings," he said. "Shungshu, have you also perished?" The two gazed at Liu in astonishment, exclaiming in unison. Liu removed his mask, approached with a smile, and handed Naruto to Kushina, saying, "Look at Naruto. He was quite adorable in his youth." Kushina took Naruto into her arms, scrutinizing him for a long while, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Meanwhile, Minato cast a questioning glance at Liu, seeking an explanation. "I have employed a certain method to resurrect you. You may watch Naruto grow. Any words you wish to impart can be shared with him in due time. As for the method, I shall keep it a secret. Just promise to maintain confidentiality. You should keep the sealing key scroll yourself." Upon concluding, he entrusted the sealing key scroll to Minato and returned the kunai exchanged between Minato and Liu. "Shushu. Regardless of the circumstances, thank you." Minato glanced at the death mask on the wall, regarded Liu with a profound look, and activated the flying thunder god technique, vanishing alongside Kushina from the hidden chamber. As Liu observed the departure of the Namikaze family, he retrieved the specially crafted kunai exchanged with Minato, glancing at it with a faint smile. Upon returning home from the concealed chamber, he found the scenery along the way blurred, reminiscent of the disorientation experienced by those with severe myopia. It was a grave situation. He had nearly lost his sight. The research was uncertain in its completion timeline. Having only just concluded the initial phase of experimentation, Liu commanded the members of the Senju clan to embark on a mission to rescue the villagers, while a medical team was dispatched as well. That night would be one of unrest for Konoha, as the village faced significant losses. Upon encountering Liu again, Yuzuki, weighing heavily pregnant, rushed into his embrace. Are you all right, you? She inquired. I'm fine. The Ninetales won't stir up much trouble now that it has been resealed. He reassured her. That's a relief. The Senju clan resided on the outskirts of Konoha, and the village's shinobi had not come to notify them of the need for refuge. Whether this was due to oversight or intent mattered little to Liu. The foremost concern lay with his eyes. When would they evolve into the Rinnegan? The urgency of the experiment intensified. After a night of perilous rescue efforts, Konoha's shinobi and villagers toiled until dawn. Upon returning home, the fourth Hokage comforted Kushina before stepping out to continue fulfilling his duties, coordinating the villagers of Konoha. The following day, Liu had rested his eyes throughout the night, and in the morning, he donned a mask and a white robe. At the Umbu base, he was perusing information regarding the patrolling activities of the village's Umbu shinobi. Several bodyguards of the Hokage entered the office, stating, Hokage-sama, Lord Ziyu requests an audience. Oh, understood, Liu replied. Minato had refrained from sending anyone to disturb the Senju clan the previous night, so now, there must be a pressing matter at hand. In the Hokage office, Liu found Minato seated, appearing fatigued yet trying to maintain a semblance of composure. Liu shook his head in resignation. Such was the life of a Hokage. Minato, what brings you here? He inquired. You've arrived. Minato greeted warmly, his expression brightening. I wanted to thank you for reuniting our family. He stood and bowed deeply to Liu, a gesture filled with genuine joy. Minato, we are good friends and partners. Kushina and Wei Ying share a close bond. Minato cast a lingering glance at Liu before turning to gaze out the window, addressing Liu over his shoulder. Although the Ninetales incident has subsided, this matter will undoubtedly reach other ninja villages, and there may yet be conflict at the borders. Oh, regarding that war, Minato. You need not worry. The great ninja countries learned of Konoha's might during the last Shinobi World War and would think twice before initiating conflict with us. The Umbu will also bolster patrols to ensure they are afforded no opportunity, Liu confidently articulated, taking a breath after his lengthy statement. Your words bring me considerable relief. Minato responded. As Liu departed the Hokage building, he did not linger, swiftly returning to the Senju Clan laboratory to continue his research. A month later, with the unwavering efforts of the villagers, Konoha had nearly completed its reconstruction, and the people were gradually emerging from their sorrows to resume their normal lives. Meanwhile, within the compound of the Senju Clan, anxious figures paced restlessly, frequently glancing skyward and murmuring quiet prayers for the protection of the Buddha and Bodhisattva, beseeching for the safety of mother and child. Brother-in-law, it's rare to see you so anxious, teased Uzumaki Shien, stifling a laugh. Shien, that's your sister who is about to give birth. How can you find humor in this? Liu replied, his expression darkening with discontent. Don't worry. Sister will be fine. Your worry won't change anything. I'll go in and check, she declared, tossing her long purple hair as she stepped through the door. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind her, leaving Liu to wait helplessly outside, enduring the passage of time from daylight to dusk. At last, the sound of a baby's cries pierced the air. The door swung open, and Uzumaki Shien burst out, her voice jubilant. Brother-in-law, congratulations. It's a boy and a girl. Without waiting for clarity, Liu rushed inside, finding Uzumaki weighing pale and resting on the bed. He gently took her hand, his other hand brushing her forehead. You've worked hard. You've worked hard. Seeing that Uzumaki weighing was well, he turned his gaze to the two infants swaddled in white cloth beside her, one with red hair and the other with black. Remarkably, a red-haired sister and a black-haired brother. Is this a case of recessive genes? Liu chuckled, a warm sense of familiarity washing over him. He, with his yellow hair, marveled at the unexpected hair colors of his children. Who would have thought hair color could span generations? How fascinating, indeed. I wonder how much they LL inherit. You should name them, Uzumaki weighing said, her face alight with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, the daughter shall be named Senju Yuhong, and the son Senju Yuching. Those names are quite lovely. I like them, she smiled faintly, her pale face brightening. Upon learning of the birth, Kushina visited with little Naruto, who was instantly enamored with Yuhong's vibrant red hair, feeling as though the Naruto in her arms paled in comparison. She proposed a betrothal between the two families. Liu, however, remained steadfast in his research on genetic organ cultivation, his vision growing increasingly blurred with each passing day, the severity of his myopia deepening. 3 fleeting years passed. Senju Yuching and Senju Yuhong were soon enrolled in training classes to hone their skills. Under Tsunade's guidance, the clan's special training program for children showcased her unique methods, a privilege reserved for the children of prominent clans, one that ordinary villagers could hardly afford. One day, My father, Tsunade, struck me again, leaving me with dark circles under my eyes. With a sorrowful demeanor, Senju Yukitsu approached Liu to lodge a complaint. Why did she hit you? Liu replied with a sense of resignation. This was not the first occurrence. It seemed Tsunade held a peculiar fondness for this ebony-haired Yukitsu, often resorting to her fists at the slightest provocation. I wonder, Aunt Tsunade, why don't you get married? Chimed in Senju Yuhong, who had accompanied Yukitsu, with a hint of disdain. Isn't it because you speak too freely? Aunt Tsunade adores me and frequently teaches me how to play cards. She quickly covered her mouth, as if having let slip a secret. What? Tsunade teaches you to play cards? Liu thought of the prospect of Senju Yuhong growing to enjoy drinking and gambling like Tsunade, which filled him with dread. Just then, a child's voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Yukitsu, Yuhong, are you home? Senju Yuhong, quick-witted, grasped Yukitsu's hand and dashed out, exclaiming, Naruto has come to play with us. Yukitsu, let's go. In an instant, the two vanished from the courtyard, leaving Liu to shake his head in resignation. The identity of Uzumaki Naruto had always been shrouded in secrecy, primarily to protect him as the son of the fourth Hokage and safeguard his status as the host of the Nine Tails. Only the upper echelons of Konoha were privy to the full details. The heads of various clans were aware only that Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son, all eager for their own children to befriend him. However, upon seeing the fox-like whiskers on his face, they were often reluctant to engage. Meanwhile, in a clandestine laboratory within Konoha, Orochimaru was engrossed in his experiments, his eyes brimming with madness. With each human experiment, he felt himself drawing closer to his ultimate goal, intensifying the demand for materials. Numerous individuals had gone missing from both Konoha and neighboring villages, finally capturing the attention of the Hokage, who dispatched the Umbu to investigate the matter. Ultimately, the responsibility fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, as the former third Hokage and an Umbu advisor, had long suspected that his disciple, Orochimaru, was behind it all. He proactively sought to thoroughly investigate the situation with the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Upon receiving intel from the Umbu regarding the frequent disappearances, Liu was already aware of Orochimaru's activities and decided to visit Minato at the Hokage building. Within the Hokage's office, Minato stated, "This series of disappearances is the result of Orochimaru's experiments. Do you think I should take decisive action? There's no need for you to intervene. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has already consulted me regarding this matter, and he will handle it. The third Hokage will not let personal feelings cloud his judgment. I worry he might inadvertently allow Orochimaru to escape. This time, the third Hokage has assured me he will do everything in his power to resolve the situation," Minato said, resting his chin in his hand, his demeanor serious. Seeing this, Liu chose not to press further. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was confident enough to make such a promise, he would simply wait to observe the unfolding events. As night fell, Liu stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing into the indistinct darkness. His severe myopia rendered night vision nearly impossible, rendering him nearly blind. He produced a small vial and dripped several drops into his eyes. Blinking a few times, his vision immediately sharpened, perhaps even surpassing his usual clarity. The hero's water is indeed a remarkable substance, and I am among the few who can wield it so proficiently. Within the village of Konoha, a harmonious atmosphere prevails, as the Umbu ninjas deftly navigate the rooftops of every street. Where could Orochimaru be? He gazes about, his curiosity piqued. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupts from a grove outside the village walls, indicating a fierce battle is underway. Is that the site of the conflict? In an instant, he vanishes from the Hokage rock, reappearing in the vicinity of the incident, and promptly heads towards the source of the disturbance. As he approaches, the booming sounds of combat grow clearer, a relentless series of explosions hinting at the intensity of the struggle. In Orochimaru's secret laboratory, a colossal purple serpent emerges from the earth, causing a significant collapse and a thunderous noise, sending dust swirling around. With a series of hissing sounds, it swiftly carries two individuals away from the village limits. The Umbu ninja stationed at the laboratory's exit are caught off guard by this sudden spectacle, one of whom is the masked Kakashi. Observing the serpent slithering away, the stoic Kakashi wastes no time activating his Sharingan and seizing his blade to pursue. From a distance, Liu recognizes the purple figure as Orochimaru's summoning beast. This scenario deviates from the script. Originally, Orochimaru was meant to emerge alone from the underground lab, only to encounter Kakashi at the entrance, where an explosive tag left by the third Hokage would injure him as he calmly passed by. Kakashi, small of stature, would activate his Sharingan, wielding his short blade, paralyzed with fear at the sight of one of the legendary Sannin. allowing Orochimaru to depart unchallenged. But now, Kakashi is audaciously pursuing with his weapon drawn. Noticing another figure atop the serpent, Liu realizes he must catch up to discern the unfolding drama. He quickens his pace, hastening after Kakashi while retrieving a small vial, adding a few more drops to his eyes. This will be his lifeline for the night. He intends to confront Orochimaru with unyielding resolve. As he passes the side of the laboratory's collapse, Liu shakes his head. The third Hokage must still be beneath. This situation has escalated beyond expectation. If someone perishes, it would indeed be unfortunate. Without glancing back, he continues his pursuit of the purple serpent. Orochimaru, with his sinister serpentine gaze, notices Kakashi's relentless chase and scoffs in disdain. His attention shifts to a figure in white robes in the distance, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he swiftly forms hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Water release, water dragon bullet. A torrent of water, propelled by a fierce wind, surges forth, with the water dragon bullet trailing behind, aimed directly at the masked Liu, seeking to thwart his advance. Kakashi, recognizing the overwhelming force of the attack, pivots and dashes sideways, unable to withstand such ferocity. Liu, however, greets Orochimaru's warm welcome with a contemptuous smile. Is this all he has to offer? His eyes transform into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, activating the technique of his right eye. Void passage. A black vortex materializes before Liu, engulfing the oncoming torrents of water and wind, allowing the excess to sweep past him unimpeded, ensuring his progress remains uninterrupted. In the distance, Orochimaru was taken aback, his expression shifting as he urged the myriad snakes to hasten their pace. To his astonishment, this disciple proved to be quite troublesome. The intelligence reports had not indicated he possessed such a ninjutsu, a form of space ninjutsu, perhaps. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's intellect was unparalleled. Even while fleeing, he analyzed his opponent's techniques. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having lost the opportunity to give chase due to evading the ninjutsu, could only pause in contemplation. Is this the prowess of the Umbu leader? Facing a wide-ranging ninjutsu assault while maintaining his speed without a hint of reduction. Only Liu, in the midst of his flight, was acutely aware of his own condition. His vision, already severely myopic, was further strained by the use of ocular techniques. Immediately, as he ran, he retrieved a small vial and administered a few drops of hero's water from Takigakure to alleviate his fatigue, quickening his pace. Wood release, wood golem technique. A towering wooden figure sprang forth, and Liu, commanding it, made strides of several meters with each step. After a brief sprint, he leaped mightily, obstructing the path of the myriad snakes. Orochimaru-sensei, long time no see. There's no need to rush away so hastily, let us converse. With a resounding thud, the ground was upheaved as the massive body of the snakes came to an abrupt halt. Oh, Lord of the Serpent Trees. Are you intending to make a move against your teacher? Orochimaru's piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Liu standing atop the wooden golem. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted beside Liu, who unceremoniously hurled a shuriken imbued with the wind release, Rasengan. As he watched the spiraling projectile hurtle towards Orochimaru, he pondered how his adversary might respond, while simultaneously beginning to form hand seals for his next ninjutsu. At that moment, a surprising scene unfolded. Lord of the Serpent Trees. We shall meet again, haha. Orochimaru, with his serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Liu, wore a sinister smile. In unison with the child beside him, he transformed into a plume of white smoke, the myriad snakes relinquishing their summoning technique, which soon dissipated into a vast cloud of white smoke. Boom. The explosion of the Rasengan shuriken illuminated Liu's disheartened figure. The fool is none other than myself. My chakra can be replenished. Yet I wasted so much medicinal eye drops. Reverse summoning technique? Orochimaru had evidently been prepared, anticipating Liu's pursuit. With no hope of chasing Orochimaru any longer, Liu decided to abandon the endeavor and return home to embrace his wife and find solace and rest. Reclining on a lounge chair, Liu continued to ponder over Orochimaru's actions. Who was that child taken away? In the original narrative, Orochimaru wouldn't have been able to depart from Konoha so easily on his own. To his astonishment, Orochimaru was so cunning. Years ago, when he left Orochimaru's laboratory, he had used a wood clone to deceive him, only to find himself outmaneuvered years later. Was that child Kabuto? Or perhaps Akatsuki? Rubbing his temples in frustration, Liu thought, it matters not. I must complete my research and awaken the Rinnegan as soon as possible. Regardless of how formidable Orochimaru may be, I shall be able to subdue him. Liu immersed himself daily in the confines of the laboratory, diligently honing his skills in the art of Yin-Yang ninjutsu. Frequently, he relied on the hero water obtained from the hidden waterfall village, applying it to his eyes to preserve his dwindling vision. According to the original narrative, the Land of Lightning's hidden cloud village was supposed to engage in battle with the hidden leaf village during the Ninetales incident, while the Land of Fire was embroiled in conflict, exhibiting remnants of the Third Shinobi World War for several years. Yet, like the flutter of a butterfly's wings, the other four major ninja nations chose to turn a blind eye, lacking any inclination towards warfare. Instead, nursing their wounds and fearing the covert operations of Konoha's Umbu, Ziyu. In the Hokage building, top floor office, Minato, with a pained expression, addressed the Hokage. This time, I have come to tender my resignation. Ziyu, taking the initiative to approach Minato, stood before him with a troubled countenance. What? You wish to resign from your position as Umbu leader? Minato exclaimed, startled, as he removed his Hokage hat and stepped closer to Liu. Minato, you can see it? Can't you? My eyesight is failing, and I can no longer fulfill the responsibilities of the Umbu leader, Liu replied. His vision blurred and unfocused after removing his mask. You, Suzuki, are the strongest force within Konoha's Umbu. Would you consider staying to assist me? Even if you merely hold an honorary position within the Umbu, it would be of great help, Minato implored, his warm hands grasping Liu's with sincerity and affection, stirring something within his heart. Liu felt a pang of emotion as he lowered his head and softly uttered, Upon hearing this response, Minato joyfully embraced Liu and returned to his seat. Thus, Liu exited the Hokage office, a perplexed expression adorning his face. As he departed the Hokage building, a chill coursed through him, sending shivers down his spine. What was that? Was I caught in an illusion? How could my resistance to illusions diminish along with my eyesight? Never mind, it's a paid leave. I can return home and focus on my research. Upon arriving home, he found Naruto engaged in playful antics with his children, Yuki and Yuhong, alongside several young members of the Senju Clan. Father, you're back, exclaimed Senju Yuki and Senju Yuhong, rushing to greet Liu with respect. He affectionately ruffled their hair before turning to the smaller Naruto. Hello, Uncle Suzuki, I am Naruto. My mother tells me that you and my father share a close friendship. I look forward to your guidance, he said, bowing with a serious expression, his few strands of whisker-like facial hair drooping. Indeed, your father and I are good friends. I hope to become even more formidable than him, Liu replied, stroking Naruto's soft, golden hair. Yes, Naruto exclaimed, clenching his tiny fist for encouragement, his eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to prove himself. Witnessing this spirited Naruto evoked memories of the character from the original storyline. Initially, Liu believed that Minato was concealing the child's identity, intending to reveal Naruto as the fourth Hokage's son only after he became a true ninja, a method he deemed unfair to Naruto. Upon witnessing Naruto's reaction, I feel a sense of relief that things did not take a turn towards Boruto. On one hand, this may be attributed to the influence of the Ninetales, and on the other, it is perhaps due to some disdain from the villagers, but none of this truly matters. With Kushina and Minato present, Naruto's growth is a source of happiness. If one wishes to indulge, there are plenty from the Senju clan to play with. Uncle Shju, having heard Yuching speak of how the Senju family is unperturbed by the curious nine-tailed fox named Naruto, began to inquire once more. If that nine-tailed fox dares to show its face, I shall bring it down. A loud roar echoed from a distance. You little rascals, why aren't you training? Are you slacking off? Is your bottom itching? Oh my, and Tsunade is fierce. Indeed, how can someone so fierce expect to get married? Hiding behind Liu, Yuching and Yuhong whispered softly, peeking out. Brother, so you are here. With one hand on her hip and the other extended towards Liu, she unabashedly displayed her greedy demeanor. Helpless, Liu could only shake his head and reluctantly retrieve a bundle of scrolls, spreading them on the ground and forming hand seals. Release, he said, producing a large suitcase from within. This is for 15 people. Take it. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she snatched the suitcase, leaving behind a remark as she dashed away from the Senju gathering. Today's self-study. The nearby children of the Senju clan gazed at Liu with admiration, having effortlessly sent away the formidable Tsunade. Father, what kind of ability is this? I want to learn it too. I want to be afraid of getting beaten anymore. The Senju siblings, Yuching and Yuhong, tugged at Liu's sleeve, earnestly wishing to inquire about this matter. Liu, with a proud and mysterious smile, replied, It's the ability of wealth. You will understand when you grow up. With that, he strode away, leaving a group of curious children behind. Liu continued his genetic research, spending most of his time in the laboratory alongside the children and Yuzuki Yukihira. A rumor began circulating within Konoha, initially in a small circle, but it soon ignited fervent discussions among the villagers. Have you heard? Lord Ziyu, the head of the Umbu, has returned home to retire due to an injury to his eyes sustained during the Third Shinobi World War. Nonsense. I heard he was too busy peeping at women bathing and ended up with a sty, a disgruntled female villager remarked. Indeed, there is a voyeur lurking around the women's bathhouse, and several have caught him in the act. The Konoha guards can't seem to catch him. Another female villager added. Are you out of your minds? Lord Ziyu is the one who defeated the Third Reikage and dealt a heavy blow to the IWA Shinobi forces. He wouldn't be interested in someone like you. A disdainful male villager scoffed at the two middle-aged women. I heard Lord Ziyu lost his sight because of that fox. Various versions of Ziyu's tale circulated among the villagers, ultimately converging on the notion that Ziyu had gone blind, retiring from the shinobi stage to live a life of leisure at home. Fortunately, Liu had not ventured out recently. He was absorbed in his work regarding the eyes, and his vision had been steadily declining. To conserve the hero's tears, he had taken to wearing thick protective eyewear. Otherwise, knowing that one has been so vilified. Would the spiral Shuriken, a technique of the soul, annihilate Konoha? Deep beneath Konoha, in the root base, 3 blood-red eyes of Danzo glimmered with a sinister glee. Indeed. These rumors were orchestrated by Danzo, who commanded the root ninjas to employ transformation jutsu to disseminate slander against Ziyu among the villagers. Meanwhile, spies were incessantly sent to investigate the truth behind whether Ziyu was indeed blind, a testament to Danzo's cunning and guile, a true master of deception. Unyielding in his old age, adorned in a black robe and bandaged at the forehead, Danzo emerged nonchalantly from the training chamber. At that moment, a child approached reverently, bowing and saying, Lord Danzo, I thank you for rescuing me. I vow to serve you faithfully. Gently stroking the child's head, Danzo smiled knowingly and replied, You shall learn the wood release from me. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a valuable asset. The child immediately knelt, respectfully bowing again. Yes, Lord Danzo. I will strive to be your worthy tool and live up to your great expectations. Laughter echoed in the underground chamber, lingering long after. A delegation from the Land of Lightning's Cloud Village arrived in Konoha to discuss peace negotiations, marking a significant event for the village. In the Hokage Tower, top-floor office, Liu, masked and dressed in the white garb of the Umbu captain, entered the Hokage's office without hindrance. Minato, what do you need from me? I've been resting for quite some time and know nothing of Konoha's situation. Is it truly time for me to intervene? Having just arrived, Liu began to decline, exuding an aura of indifference, believing firmly that Minato would manage the village effectively. Until Naruto matured, he felt there was little danger of destruction. Sigh. I called you here for an important matter, Minato replied, feeling exasperated at Liu's apparent desire to retreat from the world. This is not a crisis for Konoha, but rather a peace negotiation between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Due to the chaos caused by the Nine Tails, the village has suffered immensely. To gain an advantage in these talks, I hope you will attend and oversee the negotiations. What? Peace talks with the Land of Lightning? So soon? ISNT it's supposed to be. Liu realized he was about to let slip critical information and quickly halted his speech. Since it's a negotiation, I suppose my role will be to intimidate the people of the Land of Lightning, correct? No problem. It's a trivial task. Seeing Liu's agreement, Minato refrained from probing further into his earlier remarks. After leaving the Hokage Tower and returning to the Senju Clan's gathering place, Liu pondered deeply, finally organizing his thoughts. This is all because of me. If we were to battle the Land of Lightning for another 2 years, it would be futile. A premature negotiation. And I am to play the role of the intimidator? TCH, I could just send a shadow clone. My research is far more important. Meanwhile, the delegation from the Land of Lightning was deliberating the upcoming peace talks with Konoha. Their visit to Konoha involved several tasks assigned by the Reikage, requiring them to remain adaptable. You, go out and gather intelligence. You stay behind. Tasks were distributed, and the leading ninja transformed into the appearance of the remaining ninja, setting out with a group. The leading ninja stealthily sought the infiltrators within the hidden leaf village to gather intelligence. A few cloud shinobi departed from their temporary lodgings under the pretense of taking a leisurely stroll, claiming they wished to witness the prosperity of Konoha. The Konoha Umbu, who were monitoring the cloud shinobi, followed suit and reported the dispersal of the cloud ninjas to Hokage Minato Namikaze. Alas, It was undoubtedly an effort to procure more intelligence to gain leverage in negotiations. We must keep a watchful eye. Should we obstruct them, we would be accused of harboring secrets, as if we were fearful of their land of lightning. Let them be. All this information is publicly accessible. With an air of undeniable authority, Minato concluded, gesturing for the Umbu to disperse. On the day of the negotiations, Liu donned a mask and a white robe, leading Konoha's delegation to meet with the envoy from the hidden cloud village. Within the conference room, both parties took their seats. Liu remained silent in the foremost position, languidly reclining with his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, exuding an air of superiority. A youthful cloud ninja across the table, unable to tolerate Liu's aloofness, indignantly spoke up. You must be the esteemed representative from Konoha, the one in charge of these negotiations. Why do you still wear a mask? Who are you? Are you truly sent by the Hokage? Only then did Liu withdraw his gaze from the ceiling, directing it towards the irate cloud ninjas, who returned his gaze with equal intensity. The Konoha negotiators beside him cast looks of inquiry at each other, clearing his throat a couple of times. He replied in a measured tone, Indeed, I am dispatched by the Hokage. I am the current head of the Umbu, Ziyu. The mask is a necessity for my duties. I am indeed the presiding officer for these negotiations. The Hokage himself instructed me to come and intimidate your defeated land of lightning. Speak cautiously, one word at a time. He scanned the opposing cloud ninjas with a piercing gaze. Intimidated by Liu's imposing presence, none dared to meet his eyes and instinctively lowered their heads. Observing the desired effect, Liu waved a hand towards the Konoha negotiators, signaling them to commence the discussions. He then resumed his languid pose, fixating on the ceiling as his thoughts wandered, his hand rhythmically tapping the table in an uncoordinated manner. The rhythmic tapping resonated within the hearts of the cloud ninjas, making them uneasy, eager to escape the situation. Thus, within a single day, the negotiations concluded swiftly, yielding significant advantages for Konoha, as well as reparations from the land of lightning. This compensation alleviated many economic burdens for the Hidden Leaf Village, significantly mitigating the losses incurred from the Ninetales incident. Upon learning the results of the negotiations, Minato was elated, as this marked his first major diplomatic achievement during his tenure as Hokage. He had not anticipated that Senshu would prove so adept at negotiations, successfully intimidating the Cloud Envoy in mere moments to secure maximum benefits for the village, alongside a substantial compensation of 180 million ryo. On the other hand, the Cloud Ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village were far from pleased, their faces etched with despair as they congregated in a room, lamenting their predicament. Is that the enigmatic Ziyu who single-handedly vanquished the Third Raikage? Indeed, a trembling Cloud Ninja, who had yet to emerge from negotiations, replied. I have heard that he also single-handedly shattered a 1,000-strong IWA ninja battalion. Is he truly that formidable? The leader of the Cloud Ninjas, blustering yet cowardly, slammed his fist on the table and bellowed, Why should we fear discussing terms with such cowards? I believe that Ziyu's victory was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, one ninja murmured softly, Aren't you also afraid? A swift strike on the head from the leader elicited an angry retort. How could he possibly stand against the Third Raikage? It's inconceivable, in my opinion. The Third Raikage battled the IWA forces, and in the end, that scoundrel from Konoha shamelessly claimed the glory for himself. Precisely. The leader of the ninjas reassured himself and his subordinates, repeatedly convincing himself of this narrative until he almost believed it to be true. If these words were to reach Liu, one could only imagine his sentiments, for reality is indeed peculiar. It inadvertently veers toward the original plotline. Listen well. Tonight's operation must succeed without fail. Konoha will not relinquish the substantial benefits of the negotiations, nor will we allow that to happen. As night fell, the Cloud Ninjas, having acquired detailed intelligence, evaded patrols, scaled the courtyard walls, and stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga clan, easily capturing the slumbering Hinata. However, their rapid ascent over the walls disturbed the vigilant Hyuga clan, specifically Hinata Hisashi. Hisashi swiftly pursued, leveraging the exceptional insight bestowed by his Byakugan to quickly catch up with the Cloud Ninja. Who goes there? Hisashi, employing the Hyuga family's gentle fist, swiftly incapacitated two Cloud Ninjas, casting a glance at their forehead protectors. So, they are indeed from the Cloud Village. Recognizing them as members of the Cloud's envoy, he spared their lives, seizing the sleeping Hinata and departing the scene, leaving two injured Cloud envoy members behind. One of the fallen ninjas, rising with malevolence, glared at Hisashi's retreating figure and said to his companion, Our mission has failed. There is no face left to return to Kumogakure and explain to the Fourth Raikage. You must die, loyal to the Raikage. Without hesitation, the other ninja drew a kunai and took his own life. The following day, the Cloud Village envoy in the Land of Lightning, missing a companion, escalated the matter to the fourth Hokage, alleging that the Hyuga clan had murdered their envoy members without provocation, thus declaring war against the Land of Lightning. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, received covert intelligence and promptly arrived at the Hyuga clan to ascertain the situation. Lord Hokage, it was the Cloud Ninja who stealthily infiltrated our Hyuga clan to abduct Hinata of the main family. I acted to recover her, Hisashi indignantly stated. Indeed, Lord Hokage, you must stand up for our Hyuga clan, voiced a group of Hyuga members nearby. While recovering our kin is essential, we cannot afford to kill Cloud Ninjas at such a critical juncture, Minato lamented. Lord Hokage, I utilized gentle fist techniques and did not kill the two. Hisashi stepped forward to assert. This predicament left Minato at an impasse, torn between the villagers' sentiments and the looming threat of war. Let me offer myself in exchange for a life. This not only preserves the family but also safeguards the village from the ravages of war. As Hinata stepped forward from the crowd to voice his opinion, the room fell into a profound silence, with most individuals bowing their heads in contemplation. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed from outside, causing many members of the Hinata clan to tremble. Minato, what business do you have with me? Hasn't the peace treaty with the brats from the Land of Lightning concluded? A figure clad in an umbu mask and a flowing white robe entered the Hinata clan's meeting room. Upon hearing that Liu had arrived, Minato had already made up his mind. This time, I still trust the words of the Hinata clan. It is the Cloud Hidden Village that seeks to frame my Leaf Village. With that, he turned and grasped Liu's arm, leading him out. Haha. Your earlier words have reminded me. With your unwavering stance, why should I, the Hokage of Konoha, fear? If it comes to it, we shall go to war. Should the Cloud Hidden Village dare to approach, we shall not hesitate to strike. Liu gazed at Minato's boldness, pondering that perhaps the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not share the same sentiments. Minato, it seems you are certain that the third Raikage would not dare to bring his people to Konoha. Minato replied with a confident smile, with your assistance, I shall certainly not diminish the authority of the Hokage. He resolutely returned the bodies of the Cloud Ninja to their envoy, delivering a stern warning as he expelled the delegation from the village. The reason for this is clear to both of us. It was a suicide. Should the third Raikage dare to invade, I shall make him pay dearly. Every penny counts. Or I will send my men into your Cloud Hidden Village. Under Minato's firm stance, the matter was resolved with ease. Liu, standing in the background like an enforcer, watched the envoy depart. Minato, it's the first time I've seen you so uncharacteristically emotional, ensuring every penny is indeed the crux of the matter, isn't it? Haha. It's not like I have a choice as Hokage. One must be ruthless. The two exchanged knowing smiles. A year had passed since the incident with the Raikage delegation, and peace had been maintained. The fourth Raikage ultimately conceded, offering reparations and putting an end to hostilities. Years of tranquility led to the rapid development of Konoha, resulting in abundant resources, with the Ninja Academy supplying fresh talent. Many from the Senju Clan enrolled in the academy, and during this time, Senju Yuqing and Senju Yuhong displayed remarkable abilities in their training, outshining their peers in both chakra capacity and physical prowess. One day, as Liu passed by the Senju training grounds, he noticed Yuqing and Yuhong practicing Shuriken throwing at a target. Curious to assess their training progress, he approached them. Yuqing, Yuhong, let me see the fruits of your training. The two exchanged glances and charged toward Liu, unleashing a flurry of Shuriken. Father, watch out. Liu smiled gently, his hands moving swiftly to catch all the Shuriken midair, discarding them onto the ground. Simultaneously, two small fists struck his palms, producing a dull thud. Following this, two side kicks aimed at Liu's waist came swiftly. As Liu released the small fist he had been grasping, he deftly swayed it to the sides, effectively neutralizing the combined assaults from the two opponents. Realizing their efforts were in vain, Yuqing and Yuhong swiftly retreated to create some distance. Your progress is remarkably swift, and your strength is commendable. Continue to strive, Liu acknowledged, bringing joy to the two youngsters, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, just as Liu was about to turn and depart, he was halted by Yuqing and Yuhong. Father, when will you take us to the Ninja Academy? Naruto has scarcely visited us lately, Yuhong spoke first. Yes, we heard that Naruto has been admitted to the Ninja Academy and he will become a ninja before us. Yuqing eagerly chimed in. Oh, has he entered the Ninja Academy so soon? You both still need to train at home. For what you learn at the academy pales in comparison to the teachings of the Yu family, Liu replied, turning away without granting them an opportunity to respond. This left Yuqing and Yuhong exchanging glances, their expressions tinged with bittersweet smiles. I hear you wish to attend the Ninja Academy, but you are not old enough yet. And you still have to run laps for me, Tsunade's voice rang out, halting Yuqing and Yuhong, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. Your father may be beyond my reach, but you two are still under my tutelage. Hurry now, today's lessons are far from complete. Tsunade took great pleasure in training the two youngsters, her motivations shrouded in mystery. Due to the recent chaos instigated by the Nine Tails, the Uchiha clan had been forced to relocate to the outskirts of the village, where they were increasingly marginalized. The villagers seemed to bear a collective awareness that the Nine Tails had been manipulated by the Uchiha, leading them to shun the clan. Occasional disturbances erupted in the village, challenging the judgments of the Konoha Guard. It appeared that the major families had tacitly agreed to distance themselves from the Uchiha, further isolating them. Although the Uchiha felt this shift, their pride as a noble clan made them reluctant to yield. It felt as though an invisible hand was orchestrating this entire situation. In a clandestine underground base within Konoha, Danzo was instructing a child in the art of would-release ninjutsu, diligently explaining and nurturing the young learner. At that moment, a root ninja entered, reporting, Lord Danzo, the tasks you entrusted have been completed. Shall we proceed to the next phase? After providing a few instructions, Danzo departed, inquiring, Oh, how did it go? His blood-red eyes slowly rotated, revealing the three Tomo within. Lord Danzo, the information has been disseminated as planned. As you predicted, the effects are becoming apparent. The Uchiha clan is gradually becoming estranged from the villagers, and the major families are diminishing their interactions with them, fostering increasing exclusion. Danzo clapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, Haha, it seems we must wait for a while for this to ferment. Then it shall be harvest season. That scoundrel Orochimaru wants to barter for what he desires with that ninjutsu. For such an extended period of support, this is the outcome I receive. However, the child he has left me possesses boundless potential, though there are still some elements lacking. Danzo reclined comfortably in his rocking chair, his eyes half closed, exuding an air of strategic contemplation. That boy from the Uchiha clan truly knows how to indulge. He has even created such a contraption. Intelligence reports indicate that Itachi Uchiha has indeed entered the Umbu, recruited by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a mere root ninja. Careful surveillance will be conducted. Oh, this matter again. Uchiha seems quite adept at making arrangements, believing that entering the Umbu will grant him some advantage. That old man Sarutobi dares to accept him, succumbing once more to his benevolent tendencies. Regardless, there are those within the Umbu who will monitor him. We shall continue with our plans. With years of insight, Danzo discerned Sarutobi's intentions immediately, disdain flickering in his heart. You wish to play the virtuous one, huh? The items I seek shall be mine, and no one can impede my path. Fueled by his burgeoning hatred for Liu, Danzo swiftly activated his three-tomo Sharingan, spinning it rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Shinju, once I possess the Manjiki, it will be the end of your clan, and I shall ascend as the next Hokage. An unhealthy grin unfurled across his pale, twisted visage. The incessant sneezing sent a chill through the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is that old coot talking about me? Perhaps he is just an aging relic, no longer as spry as he once was. Wiping his nose, he resumed his meticulous gaze upon the crystal ball, revealing a rather lecherous expression as he sighed repeatedly. Youth truly has its charm. It emanates a delightful fragrance. Heh. The third Hokage fixated intently on the scenes within the crystal ball, hoping to bask in a bit of youthful essence. Now that he is no longer the Hokage, he finds himself with ample time to utilize the crystal ball. As an Umbu advisor, Sarutobi's life has become considerably more leisurely. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, prompting Sarutobi to hastily form hand seals, sitting up straight, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Come in, he instructed. Two Umbu ninjas, adorned with cat-faced masks, entered and reported to Sarutobi. Advisor, we have detected no anomalies while monitoring the Uchiha clan today. Please advise. Unfazed, Sarutobi replied. Oh, splendid. If the Uchiha can peacefully integrate into the village, it will provide me with a satisfactory report for the Hokage. The village's tranquility is paramount. I trust you understand the significance of this task. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. On the way back, the silver-haired ninja, still wearing the cat mask, remarked, Itachi, this task of monitoring your own comrades and family is rather undignified. I could arrange for a different assignment for you, if you wish. The Uchiha clan also sensed the village's suspicions, particularly after witnessing Sasuke in the surveillance footage today. A hint of a smile appeared beneath Itachi's mask. I think that would be for the best. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation as they departed. Time drifted by over 2 years. And tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village escalated. Within the Konoha police force, the Uchiha members found their frustrations increasingly difficult to express, becoming ever more stringent in their enforcement of the village's daily order. Conflicts between the Konoha guard and the villagers have become increasingly frequent, prompting numerous villagers to lodge complaints with the Hokage. This tense atmosphere has led the Uchiha clan to convene their ninjas to discuss a coup, aiming to elevate their leader, Uchiha Fugaku, to the position of Hokage. At this moment, they have gained the approval of Hokage Minato Namikaze and advisor Hiruzen Sarutobi, preparing to employ the power of the Kodo Amitsukami to quell the insurrectionist sentiments among their kin. In the forest, Uchiha Shursui stands atop a tree, speaking to himself with resolute determination. My mind is made up. I shall employ my Sharingan to conjure an illusion that will thwart the coup. This task is not insurmountable and will soon reach its conclusion. However, I fear that taking such unilateral action will surely anger Itachi, bolstered by his resolve. Uchiha Shursui prepares to set forth once more when he suddenly senses an impending threat. Shuriken and kunai, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, hurtle towards his back. With remarkable agility, Uchiha Shursui seems to possess eyes on the back of his head, deftly evading the onslaught. The sound of shuriken and kunai striking the tree trunk echoes in rapid succession. From the shadows emerge several masked ninjas wielding kunai, lunging at Shursui with intent to strike. Clang! Clang! Uchiha Shursui parries their attacks one by one, leaping from the dense forest into a clearing. Turning back, he beholds a dozen ninjas adorned with ANBU animal masks and cloaked in black emerging from the woods. Such swift prowess. No wonder they call you the Shunshin Shursui, remarks Danzo, stepping forth from the darkness. The root ninjas create a path for him as he approaches Shursui. Withdraw, Danzo commands with a wave of his hand, instructing the root ninjas to stand back and await further orders. Danzo, what are your intentions? Why do you obstruct me? Shursui questions, bewildered. To wield such a precious power as Kodo Amitsukami merely to thwart a trivial coup. How Navi you are. As long as the Uchiha clan exists, the village's suspicions regarding their insurrection will never dissipate. Even if we do not stage a coup now, what of the future? Danzo, is this not for the peace of Konoha? Shursui retorts. Rest assured, I shall utilize your Sharingan effectively. As he speaks, Danzo launches an attack against Uchiha Shursui. Enhanced by Orochimaru's body modifications, Danzo's physical prowess has significantly increased. Clang! Clang! In their exchange, Uchiha Shursui finds himself unable to inflict any harm upon Danzo. How is this possible? Time and again, my kunai strike you, yet it feels as though I am piercing through soft flesh without breaking skin. Haha. Shursui, surrender. Hand over your Sharingan willingly, Danzo taunts, growing bolder with each clash. Just as Uchiha Shursui believes he has successfully ensnared Danzo in an illusion, Danzo suddenly reaches forth and extracts Shursui's right Sharingan. How can this be? The illusion has no effect on you, Uchiha Shursui exclaims, clutching his bleeding right eye in disbelief as he gazes into Danzo's eyes. You possess a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Shursui watches in astonishment, but years of combat experience quickly steadies his nerves. He discards a smoke bomb and swiftly retreats into the depths of the forest. Tawanzo bellowed, noting that with such grave injuries, the target could not have fled far. 12 root ninjas pursued Shursui Uchiha, declaring that escape was impossible. A volley of shurikens and kunai were launched towards him. At that moment, Shursui Uchiha shouted, and his left eye, bearing the three-tomo Sharingan, transformed into the shape of a shuriken. With a resounding boom, a cloud of dust erupted as a green, half-armored Susanoo materialized to shield Shursui from within the haze. Numerous green kunai erupted, catching the root ninjas off guard. Several were struck down. What is this? One exclaimed as a red tomo gleamed ominously. What jutsu is this? Another barrage of dense green projectiles followed, and Shursui, now slightly weakened, sank into a half-crouch as his Susanoo began to dissipate. It's over for him. Eliminate him, commanded the remaining 3 ninjas as they charged towards Shursui. Suddenly, 3 flames shot forth from a distance, accurately striking and incapacitating the trio of root ninjas. Itachi, having come to Shursui's aid, helped him away from the scene. Arriving at a tranquil stream nestled in the mountains, the two began discussing matters concerning the Uchiha clan. I apologize for the trouble I've caused, Shursui murmured weakly. It is root that is meddled. Regrettably, we cannot avert the Uchiha clan's coup d'etat. A civil war will erupt within Konoha, and foreign powers will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Toanzo has taken my right eye. He likely covets my left eye as well. With great pain, he pressed down on his left eye, extending his hand to Itachi. I entrust this to you. It is my Mangeki Sharingan. The sorrow in Itachi's eyes was palpable as he remained expressionless. After placing his fate in Itachi's hands, Shursui leaped from the cliff's edge. Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan swiftly transformed into a pinwheel shape. Meanwhile, Toanzo reveled in his acquisition of Shursui's eye, returning to the root base to secure it. Several dirt-streaked, battle-worn root ninjas entered. How did it go, Lord Toanzo? Shursui Uchiha utilized some unknown jutsu and escaped, one reported. What? You worthless fools. You couldn't even capture an injured Shursui and dare return? Toanzo bellowed, slamming his hands on the table. Go find him. Alive or dead? I want results. In a frenzy, Toanzo dispatched numerous root ninjas disguised as Umbu patrols to seek out Shursui's whereabouts, leading to a sudden multiplication of Konoha's patrol teams. Days passed with no results. Shursui had vanished from the village, seemingly evaporated, and the fate of his Sharingan remained unknown. Shursui's disappearance delayed the Uchiha clan's coup and deepened the mistrust between the Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups. Given Shursui's esteemed reputation within the clan, the Uchiha Guard intensified their investigations. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze found himself powerless in the face of these events. Circumstances overwhelmed him. He reached a consensus with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Expressing a desire to prevent the Uchiha clan from reaching such a perilous juncture and to restore their standing before it was too late. However, these matters bore no relation to our protagonist, Liu. Confined to his home due to illness, Liu often left the Minister of the Dark Department idle. The prominent clans that had suffered losses at Liu's hands were reluctant to see him return to the Dark Department, covertly pressuring the third generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to prevent Liu from participating in the higher echelons of Konoha, gradually marginalizing him. Liu was intensifying his research, which had reached its final stages. He was disinclined to divert his focus, as his eyesight was nearing blindness. Years of study had yielded numerous experimental subjects, yet they still fell short of his stringent standards. For Liu, advancing further would unveil a new realm. Uchiha Itachi faced suspicion within his clan regarding the death of Shursui at the hands of the Konoha Guard. Itachi seemed to have resolved himself to a course of action, seeking out the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the third, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, he stated, the coup within the Uchiha clan is now irreversible. I have decided to undertake the plan myself. Upon hearing these words, Minato rose abruptly, exclaiming, I oppose this. Konoha cannot afford such darkness. How shall we explain it to the children of our future? After a moment's contemplation, the third replied, having set down his half-smoked pipe. I believe peace in Konoha is paramount. You are aware of the Uchiha clan's strength. At that juncture, Itachi interjected, I wish to execute this mission myself. I shall bear the village's darkness, with the sole condition that Sasuke remains unharmed and is protected. The fourth Hokage, his face wrought with concern, reiterated. This matter requires further discussion. We cannot arrive at a decision so hastily. There must be a better solution. You may leave for now. The impending annihilation of the Uchiha clan seemed to reach a pivotal moment. Itachi, halted by Minato, cast one last glance at the Hokage, his thoughts swirling tumultuously. He pondered, I am not alone in this village. The Hokage shares my concerns for the Uchiha. He wishes to shield the village from such darkness, resolutely suppressing this matter. Suddenly, Itachi recalled a figure from the Third Great Ninja War, a renowned strength from Konoha's Dark Department, who had led a support team on the battlefield of the Land of Lightning, defeating the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and the Fourth Raikage. It was said that he maintained a close relationship with the Fourth Hokage, and Itachi, speculating about his identity, made his way toward the Senju Clan. Indeed, the Uchiha clan still harbored a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could indeed quell their tumult and dissuade his kin from their ill-fated intentions. Growing increasingly excited, Itachi hastened toward the Senju clan's gathering place. At the entrance, he was halted by a guard from the Senju clan. Who goes there? I am Uchiha Itachi, son of Uchiha Mikoto. I urgently wish to meet with your clan leader. An urgent matter, is it? Very well, we shall report your arrival. Whether you may meet at this hour is beyond our jurisdiction. One loquacious Senju ninja remained, scrutinizing Itachi's face with keen interest. You are Itachi, the son of Mikoto. And it seems this is your first visit here. You and your brother, Sasuke, bear a striking resemblance to one another. Your brother often accompanied Mikoto to our Senju clan to play with the young masters and mistresses, though he appears to have been absent of late. Itachi wore a forced smile, responding politely while feeling a sense of urgency within. Please, follow me inside. The clan leader wishes to see you. A ninja who had just reported inside said as he swiftly exited. Oh, leaving in such haste? He lamented, losing a conversational partner. Itachi quickly followed the guard to a pavilion in the courtyard, where he found Liu waiting, illuminated by lanterns. Itachi, you have arrived. I hear you have urgent matters to discuss. Upon seeing Master Liu, Itachi knelt on one knee respectfully. Hearing these words, Liu paused in pouring tea, the sound of flowing water continuing in the cup. Oh, Itachi, rise. Have you discerned my identity? Since you have, please sit and share the matter that brings you here. Itachi took his seat opposite Liu, observing the latter's eyes, clouded and nearly blind. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly recounted the events from Shursui to the present day. Upon hearing Itachi's account, Liu immediately rose, exclaiming, Damn it, Danzo is still alive, and he possesses a pair of Sharingan, even acquiring Shursui's Koto Amitsukami. Suddenly correlating this matter with the events surrounding the Hokage, his expression shifted. This is grave. Your Uchiha clan is in peril tonight. Take me to your clan at once. Itachi was taken aback by Liu's words. Danzo was alive, and the Uchiha faced danger this night. Liu dashed into the room, donned a mask, slipped into a black cloak, equipped himself with ninja tools, and urged the still-dazed Itachi, Hurry, we must not delay. We can discuss it on the way. With a final glance back at the Senju clan's gathering place, Liu grasped Itachi's hand, propelling them towards the Uchiha clan. Along the way, Itachi inquired, Ziyu, what urgency lies behind this? What danger threatens the Uchiha? Liu, having applied several drops of eye medication, quickly regained significant clarity of vision and replied, Danzo will not spare your Uchiha clan. If you refrain from acting, he will seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Danzo, upon learning that Itachi's final plan had been rejected by Hokage Minato Namikaze, cursed, Minato is still too naive. I should be the fourth Hokage. Summon someone. We are heading to the Uchiha clan. If Itachi cannot succeed, I shall assist him. I must obtain the eyes of the Uchiha. A blood red, four-legged pinwheel Sharingan slowly rotated atop Danzo's head, complemented by a pair of three-tomo Sharingan below, creating an unsettling appearance. Adorning a specially crafted demon mask, his three exposed eyes bore a terrifying menace. Danzo, accompanied by his rude operatives, descended upon the secluded Uchiha clan, engaging in a frenzied slaughter, swiftly claiming the eyes of his victims. What manner of person is this? Why has my Sharingan failed to yield results? I clearly struck, yet it did not penetrate. The anguished cries echoed among the Uchiha clan as Danzo, wielding three Sharingan, effortlessly dispatched the Uchiha ninjas, leveraging his physical superiority and a life-for-a-life strategy. The Uchiha scum. Beneath the gaze of my three Sharingan, your illusions are utterly ineffective. The Sharingan is the bane of the Sharingan. Eliminate the Uchiha filth. Nonsense that one-on-one must escape. They rely too heavily on their eyes, while their other abilities remain woefully inadequate. With a barrage of insults, Danzo fervently wielded his ninja blade, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Uchiha clan, sparing neither the young nor the old. Elsewhere among the Uchiha, a masked figure, wielding a chain and possessing a single Manjiki Sharingan, was also engaged in a frenzy of slaughter, casually collecting the crimson eyes. How effortlessly this unfolds. The masked man mused. Itachi is truly anxious. He hasn't even bothered to inform me, which has hindered my progress. Danzo's pace was swift, and he beheld a sack brimming with blood-red eyes. 1 hook, 2 hooks, 3 hooks. His bounty was indeed bountiful. You few, secure these eyes and return them safely to the base. Store them with care. I shall deal with the Uchiha clan leader. Yes, replied the root members, swiftly departing with their burdens. Danzo strode alone toward a grand edifice, his body drenched in blood, a frenzied grin upon his face, complemented by the crimson spots on his demon mask, rendering him a veritable bloodthirsty fiend. Meanwhile, the masked man, masquerading as Uchiha Obito, extracted an eye from a fallen Uchiha ninja when suddenly a flurry of shurikens were hurled at his back. Clang, clang. Uchiha Obito deftly deflected the kunai, turning to confront a female Uchiha ninja, marked by a beauty spot, who stood poised for battle with her kunai. Oh, splendid eyes you possess. Uchiha Izumi's three-hooked Sharingan swirled in her gaze as she thrust another kunai. Clang, clang. How could this be? The once infallible Sharingan proved ineffective before this adversary, and as she turned to flee, Uchiha Izumi found herself ensnared by a chain, with terror filling her eyes. Uchiha Izumi cried out for help. Itachi, ensnared by an illusion, she was easily subdued. Obito approached her, a smile gracing his features as he raised his blade slowly. Such beautiful eyes shall belong to me. Tears welled in Uchiha Izumi's eyes as she desperately implored, "Help me, Itachi." At that moment, 3 kunai were hurled toward Obito, who was raising his hand. Clang! Clang! Obito swiftly redirected his blade, deflecting the powerful kunai, his hand buzzing with the impact. Uchiha Itachi surged forward, rescuing the bound Uchiha Izumi, retreating a few steps to distance himself from Obito. "Itachi, you have come to save me. So many of our clan members have perished, and I am utterly terrified." Izumi Uchiha suddenly collapsed into Itachi's embrace, weeping profusely, oblivious to everything else in her moment of survival. Itachi Uchiha, witnessing this, could only gently pat Izumi's back while casting a piercing gaze at the masked figure, Toby. "Ah, it's you, Itachi. Aren't you supposed to be reluctant to harm your little lover? You wouldn't let me take action, would you? Wasn't it you who summoned me here?" Liu stepped out from the shadows to interject. "Itachi, I have changed my mind. The recent barrage of Shuriken was indeed your doing, wasn't it? Such remarkable strength." The kaleidoscopic Sharingan beneath the mask began to whirl slowly, fixating on Liu as if he were an imminent threat. "It is you. You are the Umbu member, you." In a sudden twist of space, the masked Toby vanished, leaving behind a cryptic remark, "I will return." Toby, being cunning, was aware of Liu's considerable intelligence. Sensing the lack of combat desire from Liu, he decided to withdraw before encountering Minato Namikaze, for that would complicate matters. Itachi seemed to recall something, abruptly pushing Izumi away and rendering her unconscious with a swift chop to the neck. Turning to Liu, he said, "Please look after Izumi. I must check on my home." Before Liu could respond, Itachi sped off in a particular direction. "What an impudent child. I came here to assist him." Itachi hurried towards his home, anxiety coursing through him for Sasuke's safety. Upon entering, he was greeted by the clashing of metal and the sickening sounds of weapons embedding in flesh. "Ah, Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami is truly effective, subtly influencing others' thoughts," Danzo declared, holding a 3-tomo Sharingan that Uchiha Fugaku had willingly submitted to him, laughing boisterously. Under control, Uchiha Fugaku prepared to extract his other eye. But the left eye's 3-tomo swiftly shifted, breaking free from Kodo Amatsukami's hold, and he crushed his other eye with his bare hands. "You too possess a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. How careless, Fugaku. You are courting death." With a swift motion, Danzo swung his ninja blade, a fountain of blood erupting onto him. "Mikoto, run." Danzo's gaze shifted toward the distant Uchiha Mikoto, who had been sent flying, trembling as she clutched a kunai, tears welling in her eyes as she pressed her bleeding shoulder. After a cacophony of clattering sounds, Itachi positioned himself protectively in front of Mikoto, glaring at Danzo with an expression akin to a malevolent spirit. Danzo faltered, recognizing the activated kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Itachi's eyes. Without hesitation, he dropped several smoke bombs and retreated. Thud, thud. As Itachi arrived, Mikoto, unable to endure any longer, succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Meanwhile, a small figure, Sasuke, was returning home from school. Deeply unsettled by the sights he had witnessed along the way, he sprinted towards his home, filled with trepidation. Upon reaching home, he found nothing amiss. However, with a trembling heart, he cautiously pushed open his parents' door, only to be met with the horrific sight of Uchiha Mikoto lying on the ground and Uchiha Fugaku brutally slain. "Brother, is that you?" "Oh, it's Sasuke." In that moment, Itachi suddenly unleashed Tsukuyami, forcing Sasuke to witness the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Sasuke collapsed onto the ground, drooling, incessantly questioning why. "Why? Foolish little brother, if I am to measure my own worth, you shall be the one who awakens the same eyes as mine. Your life is spared because you are not yet worthy of my blade." Discarding Sasuke like a discarded puppet, he fled, crying out, "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." Sasuke trembled as Itachi, blocking his path, declared, "You hold no value in death, my foolish brother. Should you wish to kill me, then hate me, loathe me, and live on in your wretchedness. Run with all your strength, cling to life desperately." After hearing those words, Sasuke awakened his Sharingan, only to collapse into unconsciousness. Itachi successfully embodied the role of the slayer of his own clan, coldly reiterating the cruel words from the original storyline to Sasuke. Liu emerged from the shadows, bearing Uchiha Izumi on his shoulder, exclaiming, Itachi, there was no need for such cruelty, especially casting Jinjutsu on Sasuke, bearing these sins for Danzo. Alas, it has come to this. To protect Sasuke, I must shoulder this darkness, so the village may safeguard him. Moreover, this was my intent all along. Albeit Danzo took the initiative. Deep down, I still harbor gratitude for him. Liu rolled his eyes, bewildered by the Uchiha's unconventional thought process. Is this truly the Uchiha clan? Such drama, and in the end, it is you who rescues Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Izumi. Truly, the tides of fate are unpredictable. Lord Ziyu, could you do me one last favor? Itachi implored Liu. Are you hoping I will also look after Izumi and Mikoto to clarify your decision to them? If necessary, we can seal their memories with Jinjutsu. Itachi nodded and added, also, please take care of Sasuke, and do not reveal the truth to him. Liu rubbed his temples, reflecting, truly, a brotherly devotion. I will grant your request. It is but a small matter to me. Employing healing techniques. Liu stabilized Mikoto's injuries, carrying both her and Izumi, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Senju Clan, entrusting them to Tsunade. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, he accompanied Itachi to report to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. After hearing the news, Minato was enraged. Especially upon learning of the masked man's involvement, his demeanor turning grave. Itachi boldly presented his thoughts, proposing to take responsibility for the incident and to infiltrate an organization known as Akatsuki to gather intelligence, while the village would ensure the protection of Sasuke, Mikoto, and Izumi. Is this truly necessary? Liu sighed, noting Itachi's resolute stance. As Hokage, he had to consider the village's welfare. Go ahead. When the time is ripe, I shall clear your name. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Itachi, remaining behind to deliberate with Liu about Danzo and the future of Konoha. On the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's demise, only 3 survivors remained. For Sasuke, the true perpetrator was not Itachi, but rather a sense of fortunate resignation. Liu concurred with Minato Namikaze's reluctant decision regarding Itachi Uchiha. On one hand, he speculated that Itachi wished to leave a sliver of hope for Sasuke. And on the other, he sought to preserve the original narrative of the story. Upon returning home, Liu gazed at the now awakened Izumi Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha, massaging his temples in preparation to elucidate the situation to them. Itachi, how troublesome it is to weave this web of lies, Liu remarked, composing himself as he entered the room. Upon seeing a masked figure approach, Izumi and Mikoto's expressions turned tense, tinged with a hint of fear. Do not be alarmed. I am Senju Roktree. Itachi has an important mission and has entrusted your care to our Senju clan. He then proceeded to clarify the sequence of events, revealing that Itachi had voluntarily assumed the role of the clan's executioner, accepting a covert mission to defect from Konohagakure. Ultimately, these revelations were not to be disclosed to Sasuke, as it was Itachi's final request, an undeniably cruel decision, yet one that was necessary for Sasuke's rapid growth and quest for vengeance against their family. This was all that Itachi had entrusted to him, and in due time, the truth would be revealed to the world. After Liu concluded his explanation, Izumi and Mikoto appeared somewhat bewildered. Tsunade, taken aback, could hardly fathom how the once mighty Uchiha clan had been annihilated so easily. Itachi, come forth. You were deliberately waiting until I finished speaking, weren't you? Please, clarify the situation further. Itachi Uchiha then stepped through the doorway. Liu, sensing the moment was ripe, guided the still-dazed Tsunade out of the room, granting them a final moment of respite. Alas, I never anticipated events would unfold in such a manner. That rat, Danzo, has likely scurried away to some hidden corner, he mused, reflecting on the unfriendly nature of the night that awaited him, knowing he would soon be blind. The following day, Sasuke awakened in the hospital bed of Konoha, leaping out in a frenzy and racing back to the Uchiha compound. To his dismay, he found nothing. The blood and signs of struggle had been meticulously cleared away. Eventually, he settled by a pond, resolutely reaffirming his vow for revenge. As Sasuke wandered out of the Uchiha compound in solitude, he unknowingly arrived at the Ninja Academy, being the most outstanding student in his grade. He quickly caught the attention of his peers, including Senju Yuhong, Senju Yuqing, and the recently overconfident Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, I heard about your family. Wait a moment. Sasuke, with a haughty demeanor, prepared to bypass the trio, striding directly toward the classroom. Hey, Sasuke, did you not hear? Naruto said, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. My mother went early to see Aunt Mikoto. Sasuke turned abruptly to face Naruto, grabbing him by the collar. His eyes filled with urgency. What did you say? Beside them, Yuching and Yuhong hurriedly pulled Sasuke back. Indeed, Aunt Mikoto and Sister Izumi are at our home. Confirmed by this revelation, Sasuke dashed out of the school, racing towards the Senju Clan's gathering place. Meanwhile, Danzo, having acquired a multitude of Sharingan, was elated as he gazed upon a row of glass vials containing the green liquid, each holding a Sharingan. Itachi actually took the fall for this and defected from the village. A smug smile graced his face as he stroked the vials, admiring the glimmering red eyes within. Truly a work of art. With these eyes, my power will soar. The Senju clan had better brace themselves. Once I exchange for that jutsu with Orochimaru, I shall become even more perfect. Exiting the secret chamber, Danzo carefully pressed a mechanism, and with a creaking sound, the door to the chamber sealed shut. He made his way towards the Root training grounds, with the Root ninjas waiting at the entrance following closely behind. Send someone to the rendezvous point and establish contact with Orochimaru as soon as possible. I have acquired what he desires. He must prepare what I want in return. A Root member promptly departed upon receiving the order. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo continued, "Look into that masked man who appeared last night. He was also present within the Uchiha clan. In truth, he had detected the masked individual from afar last night and had even exchanged glances. As both had been there to eliminate members of the Uchiha clan, leading to an unspoken agreement to part ways. Report, Lord Danzo. Besides Uchiha Sasuke, 2 others have survived. Oh, it appears there are indeed some who slipped through the cracks. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Izumi share an ambiguous relationship with Uchiha Itachi. They are fortunate. Since Itachi has taken the blame, we shall bide our time. Instruct our people to act discreetly. The 4th Hokage longs for me now." Sasuke swiftly entered the Senju clan's gathering place, attracting the attention of several Senju clan members due to the Uchiha emblem on his attire. As he sprinted towards the clan leader's residence, the Senju ninjas made no effort to impede him, as if they had been informed in advance. However, Sasuke remained oblivious to these peculiarities as he eagerly sought to meet Uchiha Mikoto. Bursting into the residence, he collided with something at the corner. "You little brat." As he stumbled, Tsunade admonished him, "You need to be more careful, kid," lightly tapping his forehead. This entire scene was witnessed by Liu, who wore a mischievous grin. "Is Uchiha Mikoto here?" Sasuke, still regaining his composure, inquired. "You must be Mikoto's son, Sasuke." "She is in that room," Tsunade replied, pointing towards a door. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke rushed to the door, gently pushing it open with trembling hands, and slowly entered the room. Soon, the sound of weeping echoed from within. Liu and Tsunade, upon hearing the cries, distanced themselves while engaging in conversation. "Shushu, you must have suspected that this little rascal would return here." As the guards let him in without delay. "Humph, I suffered a minor loss because of it. You shall compensate me," Tsunade lamented to Liu. Initially, he thought she was merely venting, only to realize that her intentions were more mercenary than he had anticipated, linking everything back to money. Liu found himself inwardly criticizing Tsunade, suspecting she was deliberately seeking reasons to extract funds from him. "Let us settle this. I demand a flat rate of 20 million RY. No way, you want to get a single more than 10 million. Fine, it's a deal. Just add the 10 million directly to my next paycheck," Tsunade remarked, covering her ears. "No, you're not getting that. Your son Yuching practices combat at home daily. So handle it as you see fit." Tsunade left Liu with her back turned, standing on tiptoe. "Yakaina, let us go, unleash havoc." Yakaina then dashed out from behind, cradling a stuffed animal. Upon passing Liu, she paused to bow and greet him before scampering off to catch up with Tsunade, leaving Liu alone to grapple with his thoughts in the wind. Money is merely a material possession. Tsunade will ultimately squander it at the gambling tables. 10 million is just 10 million. I'll consider it as moving it from one pocket to the other. This was how Liu consoled his aching heart in ordinary times. The time was rapidly approaching for the tale of Naruto Uzumaki to unfold. As in the original narrative, Naruto yearned for the villagers' acceptance and the recognition of Minato Namikaze, often resorting to mischief, perusing adult magazines, intruding upon women's baths, and dabbling in dubious ninjutsu. The Nine Tails, still in its early adjustment phase, created chaos while Naruto remained the embodiment of mediocrity. Fortunately, his lineage as the 4th Hokage's son remained undisclosed. Otherwise, Minato would be embarrassed by Naruto's recent antics. Liu was fervently engrossed in the study and practice of yin-yang release techniques. The brief awakening of the Rinnegan had left Liu with an addictive sensation. His relentless day and night training was all aimed at attaining the Rinnegan. He realized he bore a resemblance to Orochimaru, who had spent years researching body-switching techniques, while he himself was engrossed in cultivating genetic organs, both fixated on the pursuit of immortality. Liu, clad in a white lab coat and wearing thick glasses due to severe myopia, had seen his strength diminish by over half, with only a few milliliters of Hero's water remaining. Gazing at the various organs suspended in colorful glass apparatuses within the laboratory, bubbling in green liquids, he approached the final stages of animal experimentation, which had nearly reached perfection, paving the way for human trials. In the name of the clan leader, Liu secretly summoned a group of volunteers from the Senju Clan, many of whom had suffered grievous injuries in the aftermath of war, missing limbs, or even losing an eye. He aimed to cultivate artificial organs for them and proceed with surgical transplantation. He assigned identification numbers to these 5 volunteers, designating them as subjects 1 through 5. Extract the genes numbered 1 to 5, identify the gene fragments, and cultivate them in a culture tank. Tank 1, normal. Tank 2, normal. As Liu waited through the passage of time, he finally received the 5 experimental subjects, their organs now suspended within the verdant liquid. The transplantation commenced. And at this juncture, Liu extracted Tsunade from the casino, promising her a monetary reward. Shengshu, how cunning of you to clandestinely pursue this research. You truly are remarkable. Tsunade was acutely aware of the stakes. Should this research succeed, it would greatly benefit the ninja community and elevate medical ninjutsu to unprecedented heights. With Tsunade's proficiency in medical ninjutsu, the artificial organs could be seamlessly implanted. The subsequent phase involved observing the experimental subject's rejection responses and the adaptability of the organs. Subject 1. Missing a left arm, exhibited no rejection response. Blood flow to the arm was normal, and the skin retained elasticity, but movement was impossible, likely due to the brain's current inability to adapt. Subject 2. Missing a right leg, similarly showed no rejection response, normal blood flow, and elastic skin, yet remained immobile, presumably for the same reason. Subject 3's kidney was necrotic, but there was no rejection response, and everything else appeared normal. Subject 4 received a new eye, experiencing no rejection response. Though rotation was somewhat difficult, vision remained intact. Subject 5, with a missing right pinky, also showed no rejection response, and all was well. After reviewing the experimental data and several days of observations, Liu exclaimed in delight that Subject 5, who had only recently suffered a finger amputation, was recovering remarkably swiftly. Subjects 1, 2, and 4 had engaged in extensive rehabilitation training, making it unlikely that their brains would struggle to regain control. Subject 3 required no brain control, as its internal processes were autonomously functioning. Based on the experimental outcomes, Liu felt that the power of the Rinnegan was now within his grasp. Following the experimental protocol, Liu extracted his own genes, selecting ocular gene fragments for cultivation. 1 week later, in the secret laboratory, a pair of blood-red Sharingan, adorned with 3 black tomo, appeared within the glass jar. Upon closer inspection, there was no malevolent aura emanating from them. With a modest success in yin-yang release, Liu discerned that the eyes lacked the requisite ocular power, devoid of the yin attribute. Essentially, they were bereft of energy. For Liu, endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities, the eye replacement process was straightforward and direct. He retrieved the cultivated eyes from the tank, carelessly placing the thick eye on the experimental table. First, he would attempt the left eye. The world before him became a blur as he took a deep breath, channeling chakra through his fingertips. He relied on instinct to reach into the eye socket, swiftly completing the exchange. A sharp pain surged momentarily, but after a single breath, normalcy returned. Gradually, he opened his left eye, astonished by the clarity of vision. One eye was crystal clear, while the other remained murky, creating an odd sensation. Aha, it worked. Without delay, Liu replicated the procedure, enduring the pain to replace his right eye. Clarity flooded his vision, and the sensation of regained light was exquisite. All those years of research, all the substantial investments, had not been in vain. Aha, I have returned, the true god of ninjas. Liu immediately stepped back into the magic circle inscribed with black runes, transferring all the ocular power from his replaced eyes into the new pair. A refreshing sensation coursed through his eyes as blood flowed once more. The 3 tomo spun rapidly, merging to form the shape of a 4-cornered windmill. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan summoned the power of yin and yang release within his body, and once again, his eyes underwent transformation. The spinning windmill morphed into a circle of black vortex, with red gradually shifting to purple. With this, Liu activated his Rinnegan, elevating his capabilities to new heights. His entire being, having endured genetic damage to his eyes, began to undergo rapid healing, rejuvenating his spirit and essence, significantly restoring his youth. The awakening of the Rinnegan allowed his mind to swiftly assimilate the legacy of memories, Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, Chibaku Tensei, the Six Paths techniques, summoning, Outer Path Golem, Outer Path, Rinne Rebirth, and the space-time transfer. To his astonishment, he acquired a unique skill, an upgraded version of Void Transit, capable of opening two spatial vortices, one to absorb attacks and another to unleash them from any chosen location. This newly acquired skill enhanced his combat repertoire, igniting excitement within Liu as he reverted to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, activating his left eye. Following a distortion of space, Liu entered the Kamui dimension. He retrieved a sealed white Zetsu, breaking the seal and lifting it by the neck, soaring into a larger domain. Casually, he discarded the struggling white Zetsu onto the ground. Sitting down as the creature, still dazed, attempted to comprehend the situation. The white Zetsu, perceiving him as a demon, fled in terror. With a swift motion, Liu unleashed Shinra Tensei, sending the white Zetsu hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Upon landing, the creature again perceived him as a demon and took flight. Bansho Tenin was employed as white Zetsu was drawn back toward Liu, who seized it by the neck once more, eliciting desperate cries. Liu then released the white Zetsu, allowing it to escape a short distance before performing space-time transfer. He opened a black vortex to his side, while simultaneously, a vortex appeared near the fleeing white Zetsu. Liu extended his hand into the vortex, once again grasping the creature by the neck. White Zetsu was unceremoniously pulled into the black vortex, re-emerging in Liu's grasp. Intriguingly, while the effective range was limited to 100 meters, achieving such precision was remarkable. Beyond this distance, challenges arose. Within this 100-meter radius, Liu could effortlessly wield his kunai to eliminate adversaries from a stationary position. Unwilling to concede, the white Zetsu observed Liu, momentarily lost in thought, before making another desperate dash, now beyond the 100-meter range. Liu smiled faintly, forming hand seals. Tengai Shinsei, a colossal meteor appeared from nowhere, hurtling toward the fleeing white Zetsu. Another identical meteor materialized above, accelerating its descent. Paralyzed by despair, the white Zetsu stood frozen in fear, gazing at the impending meteor's fall. With a thunderous crash, Liu deactivated his Rinnegan, marveling at the power it bestowed upon him. Every strike is of S-class caliber or higher. Alas, I can only indulge myself within the confines of the Kamui space. When will there be someone who can compel me to utilize the Rinnegan? Time flows swiftly. And Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Izumi reside in the gathering place of the Senju Clan, ensuring protection from the Senju, with Sasuke also taking up residence there. Due to Liu's butterfly effect, both Naruto and Sasuke have experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities, while Sakura from Team 7 continues to lag behind, merely observing the battles while cheering on Naruto and Sasuke. Before long, the CH9 exams arrive, and the 12 young strong are poised to participate, with the final team soon to make their entrance. After years of peace in the ninja world, Liu, who had been long forgotten by most, remains a mere whisper in the depths of memory. In the Hokage building, top floor office, with his hands propped under his chin, Watergate gazes at the somewhat listless Liu and remarks, "Ju, I summoned you to discuss that Danzo. My Anbu have been searching for years to uncover his whereabouts." "Oh, Danzo is quite adept at hiding," Liu replies. "Indeed, the root base is entirely devoid of personnel, and where there are people, Danzo is absent. Currently, these matters are being handled by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen." Liu is aware that the narrative is of little consequence. Danzo will likely emerge when he feels capable, he muses, as long as he refrains from endangering Konoha. Liu squints, carefully considering Watergate's words. "Watergate, who did you hear this from? The third?" "Yes, I entrust all matters concerning Danzo to him." As the Hokage is perpetually swamped with responsibilities, Watergate replies, then begins to vent his frustrations to Liu. "You have it easy, lazing about at home conducting research. The recent gene organ transplants have provided a boon to many war-injured shinobi in Konoha. Your Senju clan truly benefits so many." Receiving Watergate's commendation, Liu can only quietly reflect that the original intention behind these techniques was not to benefit humanity. By the way, the village is hosting the CH9 exams soon, inviting the lower ninjas from the 5 great nations to participate, thus enhancing Konoha's prestige. Ju, I hope you can return to Umbu. As Watergate pulls a white cloak from a box, embroidered with the same red patterns as the ceremonial robes, symbolizing the might of Umbu, he states, "This is for you." Noticing Watergate's eager gaze, Liu does not decline and accepts it without hesitation. Watergate, it is not yet the right time for me to return to Umbu. Perhaps after the CHNIN exams. Very well, as you wish. As Liu departs the Hokage building and walks home, he turns a corner and witnesses a dramatic scene unfolding. From the alley, the shouts of children pierce the air. Freak! Freak! Following this, he hears the sounds of screams and the dull thuds of fists striking flesh, and suddenly, an eerie silence descends. That grotesque, plump figure. Can such a sight even be considered a woman? Then, figures burst forth from the alley, wailing in distress. Oh, a figure clad in orange attire accompanied by golden hair, flanked by 3 individuals adorned with green goggles. Like a gust of wind, they rushed past Liu, heading towards another alley, followed closely by a girl with pink hair, her fist raised. Upon entering the alley, a dull thud resonated, and Naruto and Konohamaru cried out, "Ouch! You little brat." Intrigued, Liu approached the alley's entrance, observing the commotion caused by a group of lower-ranked ninjas. "My apologies, it was all my folly," Sakura Haruno expressed, her voice laced with trepidation towards the unknown ninjas. "Hey, let them go," Naruto bellowed defiantly. "Humph, these fellows are merely the lower ninjas of Konoha," Kanjiro remarked disdainfully. "Before the annoying ones arrive, let us have some fun with you." Konohamaru, caught in Kanjiro's grip, struggled and shouted, "Let go. You're quite feisty, aren't you?" Kanjiro tightened his hold. At that moment, Naruto, unable to contain himself, charged forward, only to lose his balance and tumble backward onto the ground. Liu, witnessing this, could not help but rub his forehead, lamenting, "Naruto, your reckless foolishness remains unchanged." "What was that just now?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "What? The lower ninjas of Konoha are weak," Kanjiro scoffed again. Konohamaru. Their friends called out, anxious for his well-being. Liu contemplated intervening but sensed the surroundings and decided against it, remaining a mere observer. "Hey, if you don't let go, I swear you will regret it." "You fool!" Naruto exclaimed, summoning his spirit, leaping up to point at Kanjiro with a loud taunt. "You're infuriating. I truly despise you, little brat. How dare you be so arrogant when you're clearly younger than me?" Kanjiro's face twisted into a menacing snarl, causing their companions to tremble in fear. "First, I'll deal with this little brat, then I'll take care of the other one," he declared, raising his fist to resolve the situation with Konohamaru. Just then, a stone flew through the air, striking Kanjiro's hand with precision. "What are you doing in someone else's village?" Sasuke, perched on a tree, calmly tossed stones, his demeanor unflappable. Below, Sakura, enamored, called out Sasuke, heralding his arrival. Kanjiro, clutching his right hand, glared intently at Sasuke in frustration. "Another infuriating brat has come," he muttered. Sasuke caught the stone he had thrown, applying pressure until it crumbled into dust. "Now scram." This display left the onlookers, particularly the female members, utterly captivated. "Sasuke, your act is truly impressive, yet it still pales in comparison to mine." At the alley's entrance, Liu nodded in approval. "Naruto, you're so pathetic," he remarked. "Even a fool like you is someone I could easily dispose of." Naruto, feeling the weight of the accusation as Konohamaru pointed a finger at him, hastily defended himself. "Humph." Konohamaru scoffed, turning his head disdainfully. "Hey, get down here, you brat. I absolutely detest mouthy little punks like you." With that, he yanked the puppet crow off his back. "Hey, do you really need the crow?" Temari exclaimed in surprise. "Kankuro, stop." Gaara, who was hanging upside down from a tree branch beside Sasuke, interjected. "You're nothing but a disgrace to our village," Gaara bluntly admonished Kankuro. "Do you think we traveled all the way to Konoha for nothing?" "Listen to me, Gaara." Kankuro trembled as he attempted to respond. "It was these guys who started the trouble." "Silence," Gaara coldly interrupted Kankuro's explanation. "I understand. I'm truly sorry," Kankuro quickly apologized. "I sincerely apologize to you all." Gaara, with an indifferent demeanor, turned to face Naruto and the others. "I have transformed into sand and fallen to the ground," he stated. "We are not here to play." At that moment, it was unclear where Sakura had mustered her courage from. Perhaps it was Sasuke's influence. "Wait a moment. Judging by your forehead protectors, you are ninjas from the Sand Village, correct?" "Indeed, the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are allies. But the treaty should prohibit ninjas from entering each other's territories at will. State your intentions. We will assess the situation accordingly." Liu felt it was time to step forward and bring closure to these youngsters, while also preparing to meet Gaara. Special circumstances allowed ninjas visiting Konohagakure to possess permits. It was likely that they had come to participate in the Nin selection exam. Slowly emerging from behind Naruto, Liu spoke. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto turned around and asked, "Who is he?" In an instant, Konohamaru interjected, feeling emboldened. "He is the leader of the Senju Clan, one of the most formidable ninjas in Konohagakure." Gaara and his companions scrutinized Liu closely, their gaze fixating on the red and white shoulder cloth draped over his left shoulder. "Naruto, what is that he is wearing?" "I have never seen a ninja from Konoha like this," Sakura observed keenly, whispering to Naruto. "I know that pattern is the same as the Hokage's ceremonial robe. It signifies the strongest ninja in the village aside from the Hokage," Konohamaru exclaimed loudly, having overheard Sakura's inquiry. A wave of astonishment washed over the group as they regarded Liu. Liu closely observed the reactions of the sand ninjas, and after a brief moment of surprise, he composed his expression. It appeared that their elders had not informed them about the events of the Third Shinobi World War. This plan was, indeed, a likely scenario. Based on their performance, Liu confirmed that the plot had not deviated significantly, and this encounter was not without its merits. "You all should exercise caution while in Konohagakure. Do not wander aimlessly," Liu warned Gaara and his companions. "I sincerely apologize. We will be careful," Gaara replied with a change in expression, reiterating his apology. "Hey, you over there. What is your name?" Sasuke called out, jumping down from a tree to halt the trio as they were about to leave. "What?" Temari turned, a bit shyly, to respond. "No, I mean the one next to you with the gourd," Sasuke said, pointing. "I am Gaara of the Sand, and I have a slight interest in you. What is your name?" Gaara turned to Sasuke and inquired. "I am Uchiha Sasuke," Sasuke replied with a touch of arrogance. What about me?" Naruto asked, confidently gesturing to himself. Not interested, Gaara and his companions said in unison as they turned to leave. "Konohamaru, do I seem weak to you?" Naruto squatted on the ground and remarked to Konohamaru. "Weaker than Sasuke, for sure. The Nin exams are coming up, and your team must participate." Liu gently patted Naruto on the shoulder. "Are Yuching and Yuhong participating as well?" Naruto inquired eagerly. "They were recommended by Yuzuki Yugao to join the Nin exams and are currently undergoing intense training at home," Liu replied with a smile, narrowing his eyes at Naruto. "What intense training?" Sasuke's expression shifted to one of concern as he felt the pressure. Having visited the Senju Clan, Sasuke was aware that Senju Yuching and Senju Yuhong were formidable opponents, excelling in both physical and ninjutsu control. Senju Yuhong specialized in medical ninjutsu, while Senju Yuching was adept in earth and water transformation techniques, with a strong possibility of awakening would release in the future. "If you perform well in the Chunin exam, I might consider mentoring you," Liu remarked before swiftly departing towards the Hokage building. "Naruto, did you hear that? He could guide you," exclaimed Konohamaru, brimming with excitement. "He teaches Sakura," inquired an intrigued Naruto. "Haha, you're unaware, aren't you? Uncle Asuma, Sister Kurenai, and Sister Yuhi are all his former students, now esteemed jonin of Konoha," Konohamaru proudly proclaimed. "How do you know so much?" asked Moegi, tugging at Konohamaru's sleeve. "These are tales shared by my grandfather," Konohamaru replied, puffing out his chest with pride. "That's wonderful. My family has a close relationship with Uncle Shinaru, yet I had no idea," Naruto responded, visibly excited. "By the way, Naruto, who is your father?" "I've never seen him," Sakura suddenly posed a question. He is nothing remarkable. "I will surpass him," Naruto retorted. Recalling the vivid image of Kushina's fierce demeanor and Minato's frequent absence due to work, swiftly changing the subject. Atop the Hokage building in the office, Liu returned, cradling a box, and knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Shinaru, why have you returned? Is there something further to discuss?" Minato inquired, astonished to see Liu back so soon. Liu exchanged a knowing glance, prompting Minato to discreetly dismiss the Hokage guards. "Minato, I suddenly remembered something of great importance to convey," Liu mentioned, recalling a critical matter upon encountering a Sand Village ninja earlier. Although Minato would not meet the same fate as the third Hokage, it was still vital to address. "Oh, what is the significant matter?" Minato asked, sensing the gravity in Liu's demeanor as he straightened his posture. "On my way out, I encountered Naruto, and there was a conflict with the Sand's lower-ranking ninjas. Among them, there was a boy carrying a gourd who was quite extraordinary. Based on my experience battling the Jinchuriki of One Tail in the Land of Birds, I believe he is the new generation's Jinchuriki of One Tail." "What? The Sand Village has actually dispatched a Jinchuriki to participate in the Chunin exam? Minato exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. The Sand Village is not particularly adept at sealing techniques, and I have heard that the One-Tail often goes on rampages, Liu elaborated, his reasoning solid and credible, prompting a furrow in Minato's brow. As I traversed the path, I chanced upon several ninjas from the Sound Village concealed in the shadows. Observing the clash between Naruto and the Sand Ninjas below, I discreetly dispatched a shadow clone to investigate, noting that they bore the unmistakable scent of Orochimaru's experiments. The ever-composed Minato Namikaze could no longer remain seated. He abruptly rose, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Ryu. Minato. This Chunin exam is of paramount importance for Konoha, I remarked, sharing my conjecture. The rest is up to you. Inform the third Hokage to deploy the Umbu for vigilant surveillance and prepare for the worst-case scenario. Konoha is already immensely powerful with both you and me. We should be able to manage. With that, I turned to leave the Hokage's office, leaving Minato in a state of stunned silence. I exited the office with ease, contemplating how I had preemptively alerted Minato. Thanks to the Umbu's tracking and investigation, we should be able to navigate through Orochimaru's plans to destabilize Konoha effortlessly. Konoha now stood stronger than ever, bolstered by the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, as well as the formidable Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage, Minato, and the vibrant Senju Clan. Enriched by war reparations from the Land of Lightning, how could we possibly falter against the mere ripples stirred by Orochimaru? It seemed to Ryu that the situation was merely a triviality. Unbeknownst to even Ryu himself, his butterfly effect had inadvertently propelled Konoha into a state of heightened alert. Orochimaru was far from an ordinary adversary. Did he truly underestimate the village's situation? To assault Konoha with the same tactics as in the original narrative would be to disregard his own capabilities, as if he believed he could diminish their intellect and merely offer them experience. Konoha intensified its Umbu patrols, and the Chunin exam proceeded as scheduled. The first round, a written test, saw Naruto, the underachiever, write not a single word. Yet, through a fervent speech befitting a protagonist, he managed to pass the first examination unscathed. Do not underestimate me. I will not flee at the last moment. Even if I must remain a genin for life, I will strive to become Hokage. I am utterly unafraid. Disguised as a proctor, Ryu found amusement in Naruto's fervor, reminiscent of the trials of becoming Hokage. The second round, held in the Forest of Death, commenced as participants signed the agreements and retrieved their task scrolls, following the leader to the entrance marked with the number 12. Ah, Naruto is indeed brimming with fighting spirit, Ryu noted as he followed Team 7 into the perilous forest, remaining undetected by the trio ahead. However, it was not long before Team 7 came to a collective halt. Turning to listen intently. That was a scream, wasn't it? Sakura remarked, her fists clenched in apprehension. I feel rather uneasy. It's nothing, Sakura, Naruto replied, masking his own nerves while attempting to reassure her. Ryu observed Naruto's anxious demeanor, anticipating his imminent need for a restroom break, and resignedly withdrew his head back into the foliage. How refreshing, the imposter, Naruto mused. Yet, before he could finish his thought in front of the young lady, Sakura, Sasuke swiftly intervened, delivering a punch that sent the imposter flying. Regardless of the circumstances, Sasuke should not resort to violence, Haruno Sakura anxiously remarked as she observed him. Without a hint of courtesy, Sasuke advanced, delivering a kick towards the face of the imposter Naruto. The imposter narrowly evaded, leaping onto a tree branch, but Sasuke swiftly followed, landing a forceful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. What on earth are you doing? Exclaimed the imposter, rising amidst the dissipating dust, still unwilling to concede. What do you think I'm doing? That's what I want to say, Sasuke retorted disdainfully. Ignoring Sakura's pleas for restraint, he drew a kunai and charged at the imposter. Cornered and determined to persist, the imposter also produced a kunai and rushed towards Sasuke. After several exchanges, the imposter found himself outmatched and retreated, resolved to continue feigning the role of Naruto. Sasuke, please, Sakura implored desperately from the sidelines. Liu, who was observing the skirmish, shook his head, bemused by the imposter's poor transformation technique and his audacity to withstand ninjutsu after being struck. Perhaps he draws his courage from Yongjingru, he mused, with words failing him. Sasuke, unscathed, utilized the ninja tools strapped to his left leg to pierce through the imposter, successfully rousing Sakura from her stupor. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the smoke. A rookie shinobi from Takigakure, brandishing an oxygen valve in his mouth and shouting wildly as he charged at Sasuke. What are you doing? relying solely on your strength," Liu remarked, unimpressed, wishing to avert his gaze from the rookie's antics. Sasuke leaped into the air, forming hand seals with impressive speed. "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique," he exclaimed. As he inhaled deeply, he released a barrage of fireballs that forced the Takigakure shinobi to retreat. During a mid-air clash with a kunai, Sasuke spotted Naruto, bound like a twisted puppet, leaping joyfully and shouting, "Hey, Sasuke." "What a complete fool," Sasuke muttered in disdain, casting a kunai to sever the ropes binding Naruto. Now at a disadvantage, Sasuke saw the Takigakure shinobi launch a flurry of shurikens and kunai, compelling him to take cover beneath a tree branch. A massive cloud of black smoke enveloped the area, and from within, Sasuke emerged, bracing himself against the impact of landing. "You're lucky. One more move, and I would have killed you." "Hand over the scroll," the Takigakure shinobi threatened, brandishing a kunai at Sasuke's back. "Watch out, Sasuke." Sakura, who was idly observing from a distance, shouted in alarm as she noticed the imminent danger. The Takigakure shinobi's eyes sharpened as he leapt to evade the kunai aimed at his back, which had been thrown by Naruto, thus providing Sasuke with a reprieve. "I won't let you escape," Naruto declared as he leaped down from the tree, shouting fervently. "Sasuke, you're always too slow," Sasuke exclaimed suddenly, his eyes widening as he activated his single Tomo Sharingan. With his left foot, he utilized Chakra to adhere to the incoming kunai, executing a swift spinning kick to hurl the kunai back. Seizing the moment of the Takigakure shinobi's evasion, Sasuke leaped into the air, kunai in hand, charging into the fray. The sound of the weapon piercing flesh echoed as Sasuke's voice reached the distant Sakura, who was momentarily lost in thought. "Don't dawdle, Sakura. This guy might not be alone," he warned, his voice stern. "Stay alert, or you might truly find yourself in peril." The unfortunate situation dawned on the lower-ranked ninja from Takigakure, who grimaced in pain as he spoke. "It seems my attempt to conceal my presence and come alone was a miscalculation." He gritted his teeth and, despite the pain, leapt away, vanishing into the shadows of the forest. Liu observed Sasuke's performance with keen interest. Indeed, Sasuke's meticulous observation, calm demeanor, and decisive actions were remarkable. The use of kunai was a rarity in the battles of the Hokage. How commendable of Sasuke to manage two bronze-level companions, one of whom was utterly unqualified in both awareness and combat skills, while also dealing with a player who was idle. The 7th squad relocated, settling down to discuss their code signals. Not far from them, an odd bamboo tube jutted out from the flat ground, truly an eyesore. Is Orochimaru underestimating Sasuke? Or is he simply that inept? Lee mused, exasperated, as he witnessed the dramatic scene unfold. The sight of Orochimaru tracking and eavesdropping was indeed theatrical. As the trio finalized their code, a sudden gust of wind surged towards them, sending them sprawling. With a resounding boom, a massive storm swept through, laden with dust. Wind release, great breakthrough, a C-rank ninjutsu wielded by Orochimaru, showcased the prowess befitting a shadow-level warrior. Liu, remaining concealed nearby, watched as the tempest surged past. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged their signals, noting Naruto's arrival. At that moment, a fake Naruto stumbled into view, exclaiming, "Ouch. Hey, is everyone all right?" The imposter approached with a casual air. "Naruto, wait. The code," Sakura called out, halting the faux Naruto's advance. With squinted eyes, he recited an elaborate code with smug satisfaction. Upon hearing it, Sakura sighed in relief while Sasuke swiftly hurled a kunai at the imposter. The fake Naruto barely dodged, annoyance evident on his face. "What are you doing?" he retorted. "Do you really think you can evade my strike?" Sasuke replied gravely. "What are you talking about, Sasuke? Naruto just recited the code perfectly." The idle Sakura interjected. "That's precisely the issue," Sasuke countered. "Don't you find it peculiar that he could memorize such a lengthy code? What would he normally say if questioned about it?" Drawing upon his knowledge of his partner, Sasuke made a rapid assessment. "Apologies, I forgot," Sakura said, her gaze fixed on the imposter without a moment's hesitation. "Moreover, his actions while avoiding my attack are distinctly different from Naruto's. Isn't it time for you to reveal your true identity, you imposter?" Sasuke declared loudly. In the distance, Liu stifled a laugh. Orochimaru must be feeling quite embarrassed, having been outsmarted by a lower-ranked ninja and wasting a C-rank ninjutsu only to be easily exposed so quickly. The slap of reality comes swiftly, akin to a tornado. "Soon, I shall use this to mock teacher Orochimaru. Ha." The counterfeit Naruto extended his long tongue, licking his lips in realization. Boom. A colossal cloud of white smoke erupted, heralding the flamboyant entrance of Orochimaru. "Since you are aware he will forget, why not choose a shorter code?" Orochimaru remarked, his voice androgynous as he tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Sasuke and Sakura. Because I know you are lurking below, eavesdropping on our conversation, Sasuke, the ninja, explained. I see, Orochimaru replied. You neither grow weary nor let your guard down. This is turning out to be more entertaining than I anticipated. Removing his hat to shield his side profile, a dark glimmer ignited in his eyes, filled with ire. Orochimaru produced the Earth Scroll, holding it aloft. You desire my Earth Book, do you not? After all, you possess the Heaven Book, he said with a sly smile. With that, Orochimaru stuffed the Earth Scroll into his mouth, showcasing his talent for swallowing a sword, much to the disgust of the onlookers, including Liu. Let the contest for the scroll begin, Orochimaru declared, lowering his head to digest the moment, signaling the end of one performance and the commencement of another. To fight for one's life, he uttered, lifting his eyelid to reveal his serpentine gaze, reclaiming the dignity he had momentarily lost. A menacing aura radiated from Orochimaru, causing Sasuke and Sakura to pale in fear, their legs quaking beneath them as they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Are you already paralyzed? Orochimaru chuckled, having regained much of his lost ground. Sasuke, his body shaking, urged himself to move, retrieving a kunai from his ninja pouch, struggling to rise and face the advancing Orochimaru. What are you prepared to do? Orochimaru approached step by step, each stride intensifying Sasuke's terror. I had hoped for a longer playtime with you. How regrettable, he lamented, producing two kunai, which he deftly tossed. In a desperate bid, Sasuke swiftly drove a kunai into his thigh, using the pain to dispel his fear. Instantly, he activated his Sharingan, scooping up Sakura and leaping into the cover of the forest. A massive serpent slithered closer to their hiding place, prompting Liu to stealthily follow suit. Suddenly, Sasuke leaped into the air, witnessing the serpent's gaping maw. In a state of panic, he drew multiple shuriken, shouting, "Stay back," as he hurled them into the serpent's mouth. Thud! The serpent was struck by the shuriken, collapsing against a large tree, and from its side, a gaping wound appeared as Orochimaru slowly emerged. Not a moment could be wasted. The prey must remain perpetually alert, fleeing at all costs, especially in the presence of a predator. With an expression marred by an unknown liquid, Orochimaru spoke in a sinister tone. His body slithered like a serpent around the tree trunk, advancing toward Sasuke, who screamed and recoiled in terror. Suddenly, several shuriken and kunai flew towards Orochimaru's path, halting his advance. Apologies, a familiar BGM resonated as Naruto crossed his arms, flamboyantly requesting to join the fray. I have forgotten the password, Naruto declared, devoid of any sense of remorse. Well done, Naruto. You did splendidly, Sakura joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Naruto was unharmed. Naruto, I don't care if you came to save me just to show off. Don't draw unnecessary attention and let's escape. This guy is far too weak compared to us. Sasuke shouted at Naruto. Oh dear, you truly seem to be bullying the weak. Since I, the great Naruto Uzumaki, have arrived, I shall teach you a proper lesson, Naruto proclaimed boldly, pointing at Orochimaru without a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Liu pondered whether he should intervene at this moment, deciding to wait a little longer. At the very least, he thought, he should allow Sasuke to regain his fighting spirit, as this too would contribute to their growth. Sasuke appeared to be deep in thought, arriving at some decision. Wait a moment. Here, take this scroll. Please, just take it and go, he said, pulling the Book of Heaven from his ninja tool pouch and negotiating with Orochimaru. Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing? Why are you giving the scroll to the enemy? What are you thinking? Naruto objected from a distance, pointing an accusatory finger at Sasuke. Shut up, Sasuke yelled back at Naruto. Liu observed the unfolding scene with eager anticipation, thinking to himself, here it comes. He dares to shout at his wife. He is surely going to get punished later. Sasuke, you're quite the strategist. The prey has expectations of the predator, he mused, dismissing Orochimaru's lengthy monologue. Sasuke, just take it, he urged as Sasuke tossed the scroll toward Orochimaru. In a swift motion, Naruto lunged forward, seizing the Book of Heaven midair and leaping to position himself between Sasuke and Orochimaru. Stop with the unnecessary theatrics. Do you even understand the situation we are in? Sasuke continued to shout at Naruto. Naruto turned, delivering a heavy punch to Sasuke's face, a consequence for daring to shout at his wife. What the hell was that for? Sasuke questioned, indignant. I simply forgot the password and couldn't confirm your identity. You must be an imposter, Sasuke. Naruto huffed, breathless. What are you talking about? You're being ridiculous. Sakura interjected, unable to bear the absurdity. You colossal fool. I am indeed Sasuke. he retorted, seething with anger. You're lying. A cowardly fool like you is certainly not the Sasuke I know. Naruto exclaimed, his breath heavy with indignation. I have no idea how strong this guy is. But you think surrendering the scroll will spare us? Where's the guarantee in that? He added, still panting. Clearly, it's you who is lost in this situation. Naruto shouted, pointing at Sasuke. Sasuke's expression darkened as Naruto's words struck home. At that moment, Orochimaru interjected, Naruto, your answer is correct. As for the scroll, I can simply kill you and take it. With that, he bit his finger, using the bloodied thumb to inscribe dark runes across his left arm. What a jest! Naruto, brandishing his kunai, charged forward. Stop, Naruto. Run! Sasuke shouted. Orochimaru, unfazed by Naruto's leap, swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. A colossal serpent materialized beneath Orochimaru, barreling toward Naruto. Haha, how delightful. Such a charming prey. Orochimaru remarked, perched atop the serpent's head, gazing down at Naruto. The serpent's tail swept violently towards Naruto, snapping branches as it struck again, forcing Naruto to leap upward. He collided with several tree trunks, blood spilling from his mouth. Naruto! Sasuke and Sakura yelled in unison. In free fall, Naruto's expression shifted suddenly. The nine tails had emerged to collect its due. Damn it! Witness my strike! He shouted, landing a heavy blow upon the serpent's snout. Pushing it back, Naruto leapt again, unleashing a flurry of punches, each echoing with a resounding thud. Naruto has gone berserk. But why is he so powerful? Sakura gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she watched the furious Naruto. As Naruto charged at Orochimaru once more, a blast of flames sent him crashing down again, returning him to free fall. Naruto can really take a beating. His resilience is remarkable, remarked Liu, observing from the sidelines, nodding in approval. Is that really Naruto? Sasuke asked, taken aback by Naruto's display of strength. This has become far more interesting. Now, Sasuke, it's your turn. What will you do? Orochimaru taunted, directing the serpent towards the trembling Sasuke. Out of nowhere, Naruto appeared, wielding two kunai, pressing his back against the serpent to shield Sasuke. You're not hurt, are you, coward? Naruto panted, locking his beastly gaze onto Sasuke. This statement seemed to evoke memories for Sasuke, reminiscent of words spoken during their mission in the Land of Waves. The serpent's tongue ensnared the battered Naruto, dragging him closer. Damn it! Let me go? He struggled, cursing Orochimaru. That nine-tails brat, I never expected you to survive, Orochimaru mused, as he channeled purple flames through his fingers. Wood, water, fire, earth, and metal. How amusing to see you grow this way. Even the seal is manifesting, he said, lifting Naruto's shirt to reveal his navel. Orochimaru pressed his fingers against Naruto's abdomen, and a new 5-element seal emerged atop the existing 8-trigram seal. Sasuke, save Naruto! Sakura cried out desperately to the helpless Sasuke. Naruto's eyes returned to their normal state as Orochimaru retrieved the Book of Heaven from Naruto's ninja tool pouch, casually tossing him aside. Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's inaction, was compelled to intervene, hurling a kunai to pin Naruto against a tree trunk. What's wrong, Sasuke? Why are you just standing there? Sakura urged him anxiously. Indeed, Naruto was different from Sasuke. Though clumsy and troublesome, he was not a coward. Sakura sought to rouse the dazed Sasuke. Suddenly, Sasuke recalled his brother, Itachi Uchiha, and thoughts of his foolish younger sibling and their mother waiting for him at home flooded back, prompting a transformation in his gaze. Orochimaru astutely perceived the subtle shift in Sasuke's demeanor, and with a decisive stamp of his foot, the white smoke erupted, dispelling the summoning technique. It seemed he was preparing to engage with Sasuke in a playful manner. The concealed Liu could not help but heighten his vigilance, for indeed, the Uchiha clan's blood began to stir. Orochimaru mused to himself as he observed Sasuke. With a kunai clenched between his teeth, Sasuke charged at Orochimaru, hurling several kunai, all of which Orochimaru deftly evaded. Sasuke unleashed a flurry of kicks aimed at Orochimaru's face, who effortlessly deflected each attack. After several exchanges of taijutsu, Orochimaru moved with remarkable speed, performing hand seals under the scrutiny of Sasuke's Sharingan, unleashing a fire release technique. As the flames struck Orochimaru, he utilized his chakra to dissipate the fire, sending a serpentine blaze towards Sasuke, who retaliated by sweeping his leg. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke executed a reversal maneuver, crashing down towards the ground. With a resounding thud, he realized he had struck a mud clone. Orochimaru seized the moment to launch a barrage of kunai, but Sasuke evaded with wire, only to be met with a flurry of punches that sent him sprawling to the ground. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind Orochimaru, allowing Sasuke to seize the chance to launch a multitude of shuriken, entwined with wire, which swiftly ensnared Orochimaru to a tree, manipulating the windmill with his Sharingan. Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals for the fire release, dragon fire technique, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that penetrated the tree trunk. Exhausted from expending considerable chakra, Sasuke bent over, gasping for breath. Sakura hastily rushed to his side. Orochimaru, breaking free from the wire's restraint, began forming hand seals. To be so adept at wielding the Sharingan at such a young age, you truly embody the Uchiha legacy. I am indeed determined to possess you, Orochimaru declared candidly. His facade stripped away. You are undoubtedly brothers. The power within your eyes surpasses even Itachi's, he remarked nonchalantly. Who are you? Sasuke demanded, his voice rising at the mention of Itachi. I am Orochimaru. If you wish to see me again, make a name for yourself in this exam and defeat the Sound Ninja Trio, he continued, as the technique in his hand dissipated in green flames. What nonsensical words are you uttering? We have no desire to see you again, Sakura retorted angrily. This cannot be allowed, Orochimaru replied, forming hand seals as his neck elongated rapidly, launching a spinning attack towards the immobilized Sasuke. Just as Sasuke braced for Orochimaru's terrifying flying head technique, Liu interposed himself between them, delivering a powerful punch to Orochimaru's face. With a resounding crash, Orochimaru was sent reeling backward, smashing through several sturdy branches before colliding with the trunk of a tree, producing a series of explosive sounds. As Orochimaru's neck rapidly contracted, he clutched his pained, sunken face, his expression one of dismay. Indeed, it is I, Orochimaru-sensei. After observing your performance for such a long time, I could not resist the urge to strike upon seeing such a ghastly visage, Liu remarked, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Sasuke and Sakura could only observe Liu's broad silhouette, the Senju Clan emblem emblazoned on his right shoulder, while on his left, a shoulder cloth reminiscent of the ceremonial garb of the gods draped elegantly. You are Sakura, she queried, her brow furrowing. This attire, is it from Uncle Shju? Sasuke exclaimed, astonished. Ah, Sasuke and Sakura, I have just witnessed your commendable performance from the sidelines. You did exceptionally well, Liu stated, as a green light flickered from his palm, dispelling their suppressed state while assisting them. Orochimaru has already surpassed your capabilities. You should take Naruto and leave, Liu commanded before charging towards the scene. So it is you, Shju-kun. What brings you here? Orochimaru's countenance darkened as he spoke. Orochimaru-sensei, one of the legendary Sannin, resorting to such underhanded tactics, leaving you in this wretched state, is quite unseemly, Liu taunted. Watching the unfolding battle was far more exhilarating than any portrayal in the anime. As the moment approached, he intercepted Orochimaru's attempt to implant a curse mark. Sakura and Sasuke swiftly descended from the tree, retrieving Naruto, and with a nod towards Liu, they made their way into the distance. Uncle Shju can surely contend with Orochimaru, right? Sakura turned to Sasuke, seeking reassurance. It should be fine, shouldn't it? Perhaps we should observe from afar, Sasuke suggested, eager to witness a confrontation between such formidable opponents. Thus, Sasuke placed Naruto aside to rest while they watched the battle unfold in the distance. The 5 Lies encircled Orochimaru, engaging in a flurry of punches and kicks, forcing him to evade left and right, enduring several blows and kicks, a truly disheveled sight. The original Liu maintained a distance, assessing Orochimaru's strength to determine whether intervention was necessary for the collapse of Konoha. It appeared that Orochimaru's abilities were rather mediocre, showing no extraordinary prowess. At this rate, the combined might of the 4th and 3rd Hokage could effortlessly resolve the crisis in Konoha. Orochimaru managed to block a heavy punch from one of Liu's clones, escaping the encirclement, and once more bit his thumb, the black runes on his left arm gliding over. With a loud bang, a massive serpent emerged from the smoke that had enveloped the battlefield. The serpent lunged at Liu's 5 shadow clones, its gaping maw gleaming with sharp teeth. Wind release, vacuum wave. Liu swiftly formed the necessary hand signs, executing the flying thunder god technique to shield his clones, inhaling deeply. With cheeks puffed, Liu directed his breath towards the charging serpent, unleashing a series of whips of slicing wind blades. The serpent and Orochimaru above were cleaved into numerous pieces by the irregular wind blades, blood splattering as the dismembered chunks flew through the air, utterly unrecognizable from their former shapes. Countless severed trees and trunks crashed down, reverberating through the clearing. The scene was nothing short of horrific, clearing a vast area, as sunlight streamed down, illuminating Orochimaru, who had narrowly evaded the attack using a substitution technique. Without affording him a moment's respite, the 5 clones once again launched themselves at Orochimaru, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. In the distance, both Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback by the unfolding scene. With a single, powerful ninjutsu, the area was utterly cleared, as if swept clean by an invisible force. "Uncle Shju, how formidable you are!" Sakura exclaimed, reflecting on how he had effortlessly severed everything before him. "He is altering the terrain, diminishing the shadows." Leaving Orochimaru nowhere to hide, Sasuke noted, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Orochimaru was being mercilessly pummeled by several shadow clones. Unable to escape the battlefield or employ his formidable techniques, as Sakura astutely observed. Indeed, every time Orochimaru attempted to form seals, his original body was swiftly interrupted by the body flicker technique. Such mastery of the technique is enviable, Sasuke admitted, feeling a pang of admiration. Liu, noticing Orochimaru's intention to summon a snake, denied him any opportunity by launching the Flying Thunder God technique once more. The Rasengan struck fiercely against Orochimaru's back, sending him spiraling away like a projectile. A thunderous roar erupted, causing nearby wildlife to scatter in terror as trees fell one after another, crashing through several massive trunks before finally coming to a halt. Clutching his wounded back, Orochimaru leaped from the dust, retreating into the distance while uttering a menacing remark. "Shju, you have thwarted my desires. Konoha shall face its doom," he proclaimed, a trace of smug satisfaction gracing his features as he vanished into the shadows of the forest. Sighing, Liu lamented, "I too wish to capture him. But his myriad of tactics make that a daunting task. Now that he has revealed the power of the Rinnegan, it is uncertain whether I could vanquish the cunning Orochimaru." Observing Orochimaru retreating into the mist, Liu felt no inclination to pursue him. This probing engagement had sufficiently unveiled Orochimaru's capabilities, and there was no need to expend excessive energy worrying about future encounters. I must also advance my own research. I cannot afford to lag behind Orochimaru, Liu declared, crossing his arms as he gazed at the receding figure of his adversary. In the distance, Orochimaru glanced back at Liu, a fleeting glimmer of crimson and ebony flashing in his eyes, accompanied by a sly smile that suggested his schemes had borne fruit. "Shju, you are still quite young. Fortunately, I have held back a little," he chuckled, his injuries healing swiftly, leaving no trace of the recent battle. Such was the cunning nature of Orochimaru that even the astute Liu had fallen victim to his deceptions, leading to a painful price for Konoha. The characters of the original narrative were not to be trifled with. "Uncle Shju, could you please check on Naruto?" Sakura inquired. Sasuke cast a worried glance at Naruto but remained silent, choosing instead to observe with a haughty demeanor. "Naruto just needs some rest. He will be fine." "Sasuke, Sakura, carry on with your examination. I must inform the Hokage about Orochimaru's activities," Liu instructed before turning to depart. Activating the Flying Thunder God, Liu exited the Forest of Death and reappeared within the Senju Clan compound, subsequently making his way to the Hokage's office. Upon meeting the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Liu recounted the events within the Forest of Death and emphasized the potential threat Orochimaru posed for future disturbances. In the midst of their conversation, Ropetree expressed his doubts to Minato, suggesting that Orochimaru was likely to cause trouble. Liu voiced his thoughts, questioning whether the exceptional ninjas of Konoha could not handle Orochimaru. After all, the Renegade Eye was a surprise that should be reserved for Uchiha Madara. The Nin exams proceeded as scheduled, with Senju Yuki and Senju Yuhong's team demonstrating remarkable individual prowess, successfully advancing to the 3rd round of the exams. Ultimately, 11 participants progressed to the final round, and in contrast to the original storyline, Sasuke advanced with greater ease. Orochimaru, having refrained from planting a curse mark out of fear of exposure, attended the 3rd exam, allowing both Senju Yuki and Senju Yuhong to qualify. To Liu, this advancement seemed inconsequential. The 4th round of the Nin exams was halted, and only Shikamaru achieved the rank of Nin. Liu awaited the formal competition, where dignitaries and ninja leaders were invited to witness the Nin exams a month later. These are matters for Minato and the 3rd Hokage to concern themselves with. What does it have to do with a mere bystander like me? Liu mused comfortably, stretching in his rocking chair. At that moment, the sounds of commotion at the door announced the return of Senju Yuki and Senju Yuhong, who were animatedly discussing their advancement in the 3rd exam. "Father, we're back," they greeted as they spotted Liu in the yard. "So, how did the Nin exams go?" Liu asked, feigning ignorance. "Of course, we made it through. I fought Senior T, and though it was a lengthy battle, I ultimately defeated him," Senju Yuki proclaimed proudly. Liu pondered silently. recalling that T had been a forfeiting participant in the original storyline. It was highly probable that he had stayed behind to assess the strength of the Senju Clan. Indeed, T is an outstanding ninja, Liu remarked, though he had other thoughts in mind. I believe Senior T might have gone easy on you. Winning wasn't exactly a walk in the park for you, was it? Senju Yuhong chimed in. In the CH9 exams, one can fail 6 times. It's no wonder he lost to me, Yuki responded with pride. Liu found this exchange quite entertaining, contemplating that while T may have eased up, gathering intelligence was indeed his true objective. How did you ultimately defeat him? Liu inquired with curiosity. I used the taijutsu that Ann Tsunade taught me. I caused quite a bit of damage to the ground, Yuki explained, scratching his head. The strong fist technique. I can do that too, Yuhong added. It's a pity that Senju Sanada from our group lost and didn't T qualify, Yuki lamented. Still, my advancement was effortless, haha. Yuhong boasted, stroking her long red hair proudly. Come now. It's not like Aunt Kushina didn't T have a particular fondness for you, secretly teaching you the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Yuki retorted, rolling her eyes at her sister. Senju Yuhong held her head high, resembling a proud little rooster with her striking red hair, indeed reminiscent of the Uzumaki clan. Esteemed father. During this occasion, I have encountered numerous formidable ninjas, including Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara of the Sand, who bore a gourd upon his back. When I mentioned Gaara, Senju Yuhong's expression shifted dramatically. By the way, father, in the battle against Gaara, Lee Rock sustained the most grievous injuries, suffering from shattering fractures in his left hand and foot. It is likely that Senju Yuhong, upon hearing this, sighed, lamenting that Lee could not escape the fate of being labeled a cheat, reminiscent of early potential being drained, followed by a later decline. Oh, what a pity it is. Initially, Kishimoto proclaimed that hard work could surpass genius, and with Lee's efforts alongside Naruto's, we later discovered that Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, the reincarnation of Ashura, and the host of the Nine Tails. Thus, effort seems trivial, lineage, bloodline, and parental influence reign supreme. You two should train diligently this month, striving to present yourselves admirably before the lords of various nations. Yes, father, they exclaimed joyfully as they dashed into the inner chambers. At this moment, the participants who advanced through the preliminary round of the 3rd exam were utilizing this month for intensive training, a privilege exclusive to the village of Konoha. While ninjas from other nations were confined and unable to venture outside, at Konoha Hospital, Lee, leaning on a crutch, stealthily exited his ward and made his way to the garden below. He attempted to perform 200 one-handed push-ups. Should he fail, he resolved to complete one-legged squats 100 times. 1, 2, 3, 160, 179. Lee struggled, using his uninjured right hand and foot to push himself up laboriously. Sakura and Ino, having come to visit, spotted him from the window above and hurried downstairs. 91. 92. Lee, stop. Lee, please stop. A nurse shouted urgently as she rushed over. Unmoved, Lee exclaimed. Please do not touch me. Do not hinder my training. Sakura and Ino exchanged complex glances, the familiar yet sorrowful melody of the Naruto soundtrack echoing in their ears. 97. 98. 99. Sweat dripped onto the ground, saturating a large area as Lee's determined roar accompanied his final one-handed push-up. With a final cry of defiance, Lee collapsed, unconscious on the ground, motionless. Days later, Might Guy approached the Senju Clan, donned in his signature green spandex, over which he wore a Konoha Jainin vest, his prominent eyebrows and watermelon-shaped hairstyle making him stand out. May I inquire if Tsunade is home? He asked earnestly of the guards at the entrance. Ah, you must be Might Guy. Lady Tsunade is at the training ground. One of the guards recognized him and replied, before leading Guy to the training area. On the training field, a group of young children energetically engaged in their ninja training, with several Senju Clan members providing guidance. Among the crowd, the most striking figure was a woman clad in a green coat, with the character forbid emblazoned on her back, standing with her arms crossed. Do not be complacent. You young lads, if you wish to receive the nurturing of our clan, you must diligently showcase your talents. Tsunade exclaimed with fervor. Might Guy observed the fervent training atmosphere, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ah, this is youth, passionate, vibrant youth. He clenched his fists, eager to perform 5,000 push-ups to express his elation. Tsunade noticed Might Guy's presence the moment he entered, instantly recognizing him as a jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Hey, you over there. Do you wish to join us for training? Just pay the fee, she called out, extending her hand for payment. Might Guy dashed to Tsunade's side, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees. Lady Tsunade, please, I implore you to examine my disciple Lee. The Leaf Hospital could not heal him, and I am in desperate need of your assistance. His words tumbled out in a rush. What is wrong with your disciple? Tsunade inquired casually. My disciple, Lee, sustained severe injuries during the preliminary round of the Chunin exams. He has a comminuted fracture in his left arm and leg. I beg of you. Might Guy bowed deeply once more. Very well, I shall accompany you to assess the situation, Tsunade replied, compelled by Might Guy's earnestness. She followed him to the hospital, with Shizen trailing closely behind. Upon arriving at the hospital ward, they found Lee lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lee, I have brought Lady Tsunade, Might Guy announced, his face alight with excitement as he pointed towards her. Is this your disciple? Tsunade asked, her expression turning serious as she scrutinized the bedridden Lee. Indeed, my most cherished and esteemed disciple, Might Guy affirmed, his fists clenched resolutely. Very well, Lee, remove your shirt and prepare yourself, Tsunade instructed, placing her painted red nails gently against Lee's back to examine his condition. I will not harm you. You must cease being a ninja. Her words struck Lee like a death sentence, leaving him in a state of shock and despair. Might Guy, overhearing this, felt a wave of distress wash over him. Unwilling to accept such a disheartening prognosis. Tsunade-sama, please do not jest in such a manner. Might Guy protested, clinging to hope. There are numerous bone fragments surrounding the vital nerve system, and they lie deep within. Your body is simply incapable of performing ninja tasks, Tsunade elaborated. Please, Tsunade-sama, do not jest. Might Guy reiterated, his voice laced with desperation. Even surgery would not yield results, Tsunade said softly. Do not be deceived, Lee. This woman is an impostor, disguised with a transformation jutsu. Who are you truly? Might Guy insisted, unwilling to let Lee's spirit wane. Is there truly no possibility? Lee asked, bewildered. Only I possess the capability to perform such a surgery, which would demand an extensive amount of time and carry significant risks, Tsunade stated confidently. Risks? Might Guy murmured. The probability of a successful surgery is at most 50%. If it fails, you will die. Tsunade's words hung heavily in the air, solidifying the harsh reality for both Might Guy and Lee. It would be best if you ceased being a ninja and sought an alternative path, Tsunade concluded. Upon hearing her final words, Lee donned his clothing, grasped his cane, and walked out of the ward in solitude. Might Guy, with a heavy heart, remarked as he watched little Lee gradually lean on his cane, departing. Unable to restrain his grievances, he lamented, had I known this would happen, I would not have allowed you to treat him. I fully empathize with your feelings. Nonetheless, it is best to be forthright. Sooner or later, he will come to know the truth. The longer we delay, the more his suffering will intensify. Tsunade turned and exited the ward, her thoughts consumed by little Lee's predicament. Suddenly, she halted, as behind her, Taunton collided into her back, caught off guard by the abrupt stop, exclaiming, ouch. Little Lee, this injury seems eerily familiar, Tsunade mused, recalling the left hand and left foot suffering from shattering fractures. A sudden realization struck her, and she clapped her hands together. Might Guy, with his keen sense of hearing, felt a flicker of hope amidst his gloomy disposition. He swiftly approached Tsunade, blocking her path, and inquired, Tsunade, have you encountered anyone who has sustained injuries akin to Little Lee S? Indeed. It seems reminiscent of an incident during World War II when Senju Hashirama triggered an enemy explosive trap, sustaining burns across his body, with his left hand and foot shattered, and his internal organs severely damaged, rendering him incapable of gathering chakra, Tsunade recalled. Might Guy, as if he had received promising news, exclaimed, Hashirama Senju, the current leader of the Senju Clan, is he not an esteemed ninja of Konohagakure? Surely he is unscathed. With a brief exchange of farewells, Tsunade departed the Konohagakure hospital, accompanied by Shizen, heading towards the Senju Clan's residence. Within the confines of the Senju Clan estate, Tsunade searched thoroughly yet found no sign of Liu. She then encountered Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Mikoto, and Uchiha Izumi, who emerged from a room, preparing to venture outside. Are you two planning to step out? Tsunade inquired, intercepting their path. Lady Tsunade, we heard that a beauty spa in the village is opening today. Would you care to join us? Kushina invited. Perhaps another time. I have urgent matters to attend to concerning my brother. Yueying, do you know where Hashirama has gone? The guards mentioned they haven't seen him leave home. Oh, he has been immersed in the Senju Research Institute, diligently working on a project, Yueying replied, biting her lip. Alas, Minato is equally busy and has no time. Kushina remarked with a sigh. Very well, you may enjoy yourselves. I have pressing matters to discuss with him, Tsunade stated before turning to leave. Observing Tsunade's hasty departure, The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Breaking the silence, Kushina commented, "Their sibling bond is truly remarkable." Indeed, they all agreed. Tsunade arrived at the Senju Research Institute, where numerous clan members donned white lab coats, busily engaged in their tasks. Lady Tsunade, greeted researchers clad in white as they acknowledged her presence. Oh. The Senju Research Institute has grown increasingly bustling. It has been many years since my last visit, Tsunade remarked, curiously surveying the flurry of white figures around her. She casually approached one of the researchers in a white coat and inquired, "Where might your clan leader be?" "Lady Tsunade, the leader is in the room beyond." Permission is required to enter, the researcher indicated towards a massive steel door. As the large door opened, Liu emerged, clad in a white coat. "Sister Tsunade, what wind has blown you to my side?" Liu said with a hint of playful sarcasm. Given Tsunade's character, she was either gambling, drinking, or on her way to do so. It was rare for her to spend time in such a monotonous research institute. Apart from occasionally mentoring the children of the Senju Clan, you, on the other hand, have been immersed in this research facility day in and day out. Tsunade, intrigued by what lay behind the steel doors, inquired further. "Nothing much, sister. You must have come to see me for something." Liu deftly redirected the conversation. Tsunade seemed to recall something and said, "I wanted you to check on the condition of Might Guy's beloved subordinate and see if you might be able to help." "Oh, you mean Li?" Liu recollected that Yu Qing and Yu Hong had mentioned him during the preliminary rounds, but the pursuit of ninjutsu had caused him to forget. "Do you know him?" Tsunade asked curiously. "Where did you hear about him from Yu Qing and Yu Hong? Is there an injury you cannot heal?" "I only have a 50 chance of healing him. If I fail, he will perish," Tsunade replied gravely. "Oh, Li, the hardworking genius," Liu murmured. If he could heal Li before the Chunin exams, allowing him to gain the same experience as his fellow protagonists through training and battles, would he still be relegated to a mere supporting role in the Fourth Great Ninja War? It would be imperative for Li to embody his own ninja way, rather than merely vocalizing it, ultimately relying on Guy's assistance to achieve his goals. Intrigued, Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following Tsunade, he pondered the advantages and disadvantages of subtly altering the narrative. A slight modification wouldn't have any repercussions, would it? Indeed, it wouldn't, he reassured himself, taking it slowly. Who bestowed such courage upon Liu? It was the power of the Rinnegan that emboldened him. At Konoha Hospital, Li sat at his bedside, his left hand resting on a cane, while a mountain of dark, unappetizing pills lay before him, across from Might Guy. "Teacher Guy, I will not give up because of this minor injury," Li declared passionately. "I have prepared these special youth-enhancing pills. If you consume 100 of them, your injuries will surely heal." Might Guy confidently pointed to the plate of dreadful-looking pills. "Is that so? If I eat 100 of these bitter pills, I will recover, right?" Li responded, grasping a handful of the dark pills and shoving them into his mouth. With tears in his eyes, Li fervently consumed the bitter and astringent pills, stuffing them into his mouth one after another. Tsunade, standing at the doorway, was about to intervene but was restrained by Liu. He shook his head at her, signaling her to continue watching. "Hey, you can't finish them all in one day." Upon noticing that Li had devoured all the dark pills on his plate, Might Guy finally realized the situation. Liu couldn't help but marvel at the amusing duo of master and disciple. Approaching the bedside, he observed Li's expression, contorted in bitterness, as he continuously swallowed saliva, looking bewilderedly at Liu as he entered. "Are you Shaoli?" Shaoli gazed at Liu in confusion. Beside them, Might Guy promptly interjected, explaining that Liu was the esteemed leader of the Senju Clan, Lord Hashirama. Noticing Shaoli's continued bewilderment, he urged, "Shaoli, I have heard about your situation, and it bears a striking resemblance to my own from years past. Allow me to assist you." Might Guy, brimming with enthusiasm, encouraged Shaoli to cooperate with the examination. Shaoli, obedient to Might Guy's words, lifted his shirt and turned his back to Liu. Liu wasted no time, probing Shaoli's body with his hands, and couldn't help but murmur, "The condition aligns with what Tsunade described." As Liu's hands glowed, he conducted a second examination, uncovering some discrepancies. "Ah, this child, Shaoli," he sighed, having observed Shaoli's silent acceptance as he donned his green bodysuit, seemingly resigned to the outcome. Might Guy, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Lord Hashirama, what is the verdict for Shaoli?" Sensing the atmosphere shift, Liu quickly interjected, "Shaoli, this injury can be healed. It is indeed treatable." "Really?" Might Guy exclaimed, rushing to Liu's side and clutching his leg, tears glistening in his eyes as he looked up, voice choked with emotion. "While the injury can be treated, Shaoli has excessively drained his potential, which will significantly diminish his future accomplishments, Liu remarked, rolling his eyes. His personal examination revealed that Xiao Li's body had already suffered greatly from intense training and the overuse of the 8 gates, leading to a severe depletion of his potential and limiting his future prospects. What? How did you discern this about Xiao Li? Tsunade inquired curiously. Oh, I have acquired some other powers that enable me to perceive such things, Liu replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had harnessed the power of the Rinnegan to master the more advanced application of yin-yang release. Since Naruto had successfully used yang release to revive Guy after he had exhausted the 8 gates, as well as to grant Kakashi a new eye, the applications of yin-yang release were indeed plentiful. Xiao Li is my most cherished subordinate. Lord Hashirama, I am willing to sacrifice my youth to save him, Might Guy declared, tearfully clinging to Liu's leg. Liu, repulsed, forcefully pushed Might Guy away, apprehensive that the snot and tears might stain his garments. Xiao Li, I offer you 2 choices. First, I have a 70 to 80% chance of healing your injury. Second, I can provide a 50% chance of not only healing you, but also restoring your potential, with a slight possibility of enhancing it. One path leads to mediocrity, while the other to greatness. Which will you choose? Liu extended 2 fingers towards the still-dazed Xiao Li, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Do not rush your decision. Take your time to contemplate. When you have made up your mind, come find me among the Senju Clan, but come alone. Having said this, while Might Guy remained in a stupor, Liu bent his knees, twisted his waist, and executed a powerful spinning kick, sending Might Guy soaring out of the only window in the ward. The sound of his departure faded into the distance as he landed. Liu patted the hem of his trousers and turned to leave the hospital, leaving behind Xiao Li, who sat on the hospital bed, still in a daze. Within the Senju Clan Research Institute, Liu was diligently studying the forbidden techniques left behind by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, casting glances at the few remaining white zetsu sealed within the array behind him. I must seize the opportunity to acquire more white zetsu, Liu mused to himself. He lifted one white zetsu, placing it within the meticulously inscribed black circle on the ground, and swiftly formed hand seals. Edo Tensei. The white zetsu within the black circle was enveloped in shadows, writhing before emitting a series of anguished cries. With a resounding explosion, a shower of white substance erupted forth, reminiscent of splattered brain matter, accompanied by a foul stench. 21st failure, the recording assistant, Senju Kijian, remarked. The duration of the host's existence was longer than last time. Will the second Hokage's forbidden technique ever be perfected? Senju Zian questioned. Such a forbidden technique is not easily deciphered. However, I have gathered considerable insights, Liu replied after a moment of contemplation. Ding dong. Clan leader. A child dressed in a green bodysuit is looking for you, crackled the intercom. Oh, understood. I shall step out now, Liu responded, shutting off the intercom and instructing the 2 to continue their research before exiting the laboratory. At the entrance of the institute, he encountered Xiao Li, who leaned heavily on a cane, his pallid face marred with bruises, yet he stood resolutely, gazing steadfastly at Liu. Xiao Li, have you made your decision? Please tell me your choice, Liu said, genuinely pleased with the boy's determination. The distance from Konoha Hospital to the Senju Clan's gathering place was not far, and despite his left leg and arm being incapacitated, Xiao Li persevered, relying solely on his cane, demonstrating remarkable willpower. Master Guy once said that those who do not believe in themselves lack the value of effort. Strong individuals can be categorized into geniuses and diligent workers. While I may not be a strong individual, I belong to the diligent category. I have always aspired to prove that hard work can surpass talent. I shall embody my own ninja way. At that moment, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with fervor, and Liu watched with great satisfaction. A diligent talent should not remain silent. Since I possess the ability to effect change, let it begin with you, Xiao Li. Very well. Excellent choice, Xiao Li. I understand your decision. Follow me, Liu said, turning to lead Xiao Li back into the research institute, occasionally slowing his pace to accommodate Xiao Li's labored steps. Upon entering the laboratory, Xiao Li gritted his teeth, following closely behind until he reached the operating table. Xiao Li, lie down, Liu instructed. Xiao Li, drenched in sweat, appeared as though he had just undergone an intense training session on the way from Konoha Hospital to the operating table. Seeing Xiao Li recline, Liu smiled and said, Xiao Li, I see your determination to pursue your ninja way. Now, let us proceed. After a brief wait and administering the anesthetic, the surgery commenced. 3 days later, upon awakening, Xiao Li remained within the Senju Clan for rehabilitation training, with a progressively demanding recovery plan set for him. Little Lee has undergone a remarkable transformation. His punches and kicks feel more powerful and coordinated than ever before, and each strike brings a sense of exhilaration. Little Lee, how have you been feeling lately? Liu inquired, observing the current state of Little Lee, who was now like a vibrant tree. I feel fantastic. I have an abundance of energy. And my stamina recovers faster than before, he replied, excitedly performing squats. Take it slow. Adapt to the changes gradually. In just 7 days, you will understand your training limits. Liu advised. By the way, Mike Guy has been incessantly stationed at the Senju Clan, which is rather bothersome. Could you have a word with him to send him back? Your training will conclude in a few days, Liu said, somewhat exasperated. Initially, he had been preoccupied with researching ninjutsu, intending to check on Little Lee's recovery and data results at least once a day, but was compelled by Mike Guy to send him away. Liu felt that the surgery had been quite successful, having successfully infused Little Lee with the genes of Hashirama Senju. Observing Little Lee's performance over the past 3 days, it appeared he had inherited approximately 30 to 40% of Hashirama's regenerative abilities and brute strength. The fusion of Hashirama's cells would not be as incomplete as Orochimaru's experiments. I wonder how far Orochimaru has progressed in his research. He can't be more capable than me, Liu mused softly as he walked. A month of preparation for the upcoming exam had passed, and the daimyo and ninja leaders from various nations had gathered in Konoha, resulting in increased patrols within the village. Reflecting on the inertia of the plot, Liu noted that the battle roster for Yu Hong and Yu Qing had not changed significantly. Naruto was set to face Neji, Shikamaru against Temari, Sasuke versus Gaara, Shino against Kankuro, and Senju Yu Qing against Senju Yu Hong. The Sound Ninja TS attempted to ambush Gaara in the dead of night, only to be effortlessly dispatched by him, thus failing to participate in the final match. Early in the morning, Liu found his designated spot at the venue, seated beside Tsunade on his left and Yuzuki Yukari on his right. Nearby were Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Izumi. Surrounding him were 20 elite members of the Senju Clan, 5 in plain sight and 15 concealed among the crowd. I say, little brother, why have you brought so many powerful clan ninjas with you? Tsunade whispered conspiratorially. Oh, it's just a few clan ninjas, Liu feigned ignorance. Humph. You think you can deceive me? Tsunade retorted, pointing discreetly at a figure in red attire and the 2 blue-clad samurai beside him. Hey. Liu quickly pressed Tsunade's finger down, whispering, Sister, just know it's fine. You're impressive. Quickly tell me what you're up to, Tsunade said, her breath warm against Liu's ear, creating an involuntary sense of intimacy. Sister, look, that rascal Naruto is flying in. Liu swiftly changed the subject, pointing at the vibrant orange figure gliding into the center of the arena. Naruto, is the child all right? Questioned Yuzuki Yuga with concern. That rascal Naruto nearly missed the match. Kushina, who had left the house alongside me, shouted in exasperation. At least he arrived on time, that's what matters. Yuzuki Yugao and Uchiha Makoto consoled the irate Kushina. Regrettably, time has elapsed, and Sasuke is still absent, Uchiha Makoto lamented. Indeed. Where could that child Sasuke have wandered off to? Yuzuki Yugao fretted. Sigh, he has been training under a teacher for a month prior to the exam. I hope he has overdone it, Uchiha Makoto sighed. Liu glanced towards the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was seated on a stool behind him, alongside the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Oh, with such an arrangement, would Orochimaru dare to intervene? The lower-ranked shinobi retreated from the arena, leaving Naruto and Hyuga Neji as the first match was about to commence. Kushina anxiously watched Naruto in the arena, and sensing her gaze, Naruto offered a victorious gesture towards the audience. That mischievous boy, still showing off at such a moment, Kushina remarked. Naruto, you must give it your all. As a gust of wind swept through the arena, swirling dust around the 2 combatants, the spectators felt the powerful breeze. The first round begins. Naruto recklessly charged forward, eager to engage in a taijutsu contest with Hyuga Neji. Naruto, you fool! Kushina exclaimed in frustration. After several exchanges, Naruto was struck by the 8 trigrams empty palm, followed by a precise chakra point strike, yet he narrowly evaded the latter. Liu observed, reflecting on Naruto's undeniable protagonist aura. Neji, despite his experience, was caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity presented by Naruto, Neji attempted to restrain him, preventing the use of ninjutsu. The intent was so transparent. It appeared Neji aimed to showcase the strength of the Hyuga clan before the nations, subtly belittling Naruto's prowess. However, with too many words, Neji ultimately faced his downfall. Liu pondered. Naruto, nearly struck, learned from his minor setback and opted to employ shadow clones in combat. despite numerous shadow clones failing to best Niji. He managed to evade peril, seizing the moment to unleash a series of 8 trigram 64 palms, sealing Naruto's chakra. Naruto, defeat him. I cannot bear the shame of losing like this. Kushina shouted, rising fervently, while Mikoto and Yugao offered her comfort and persuasion. Possessing a tailed beast is advantageous. It seems Naruto has an innate advantage against the Hyuga clan's chakra points, Liu mused. Little did they know. Naruto was about to turn the tide against Niji through a verbal assault, prompting the Nine Tails to lend a bit of strength, ultimately leading to Niji's defeat. Soon enough, Liu's assumptions were validated. Naruto's crimson chakra flared as he launched a punch towards Niji's defense. Amidst the swirling dust, he used a clone to block the entrance, bursting forth from beneath Niji's feet with a rising dragon punch, concluding the match. Splendid. Naruto, Kushina exclaimed in exhilaration, completely shedding her demure image. From the highest viewing platform, Minato Namikaze stood and proclaimed, Naruto Uzumaki is my son, and I am thrilled to witness his growth. The audience erupted in astonishment, each companion incredulously gazing at Naruto in the arena. To my surprise, Minato Namikaze is exerting considerable effort to elevate his son's reputation, which suggests he harbors great expectations. It would be beneficial for the villagers of Konohagakure to learn that Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, thus validating my decision to rescue the Namikaze couple. Liu revealed a knowing smile. In the next match, Shikamaru faced Temari. As anticipated, Temari was ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, prompting him to forfeit. Indeed, he lost the competition but gained a wife, having devised over 200 strategies. Ultimately, surrender was the only means to win Temari's heart. The third round featured a highly anticipated showdown, Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha. After a 10-minute delay, Sasuke made a grand entrance alongside Kakashi, and as he announced his name, the crowd erupted with fervor. The Uchiha clan remains as captivating as ever. I wonder how the Senju Clan is faring, Tsunade remarked with a hint of envy. The previous match merely served as a warm-up. After such a vigorous contest, Sasuke's arrival left Shikamaru pitiful. Liu mused as he glanced at Mikoto Uchiha. The onlookers turned their gaze toward Mikoto, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Upon seeing Sasuke and Kakashi's arrival, Liu felt a renewed sense of anticipation. Aware that the moment he awaited was drawing near. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive, Liu murmured, eyeing the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, alongside the 4th Kazekage. What is it that is destined to arrive? Tsunade inquired curiously. Oh, it's nothing. The revelation will soon unfold, Liu replied, redirecting his attention to Sasuke and the others below. At that moment, Lee and Might Guy approached, greeting, Lord Shigeru, what a surprise to find you here. Lady Tsunade is also present. Might Guy promptly stepped forward to Liu and bowed, expressing, I have yet to find the opportunity to thank you for saving my beloved subordinate. I hold great admiration for Lee. There is no need for such formality. Liu waved off graciously. Just then, Kakashi appeared beside them. Everyone. Hello, he greeted, raising his hand. Both Lord Shigeru and Lady Tsunade are here. After acknowledging them, Kakashi nodded to Kushina. Hey, Guy, has Lee fully recovered? Kakashi asked. From a distance, Sakura gazed at Kakashi with a complex expression. My apologies. I realize you've been concerned for us, Kakashi said, raising his hand in a gesture of regret. Kakashi, you have finally arrived. Might Guy exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed. Lee's injuries have healed, and his strength has increased. This is the essence of youth. Might Guy declared, giving a thumbs up, his white teeth sparkling with an effect. Yes. Teacher Guy. Lee responded fervently. Unlike his original story arc, Lee did not watch the match with a downcast demeanor, but instead observed Sasuke and Naruto, brimming with fighting spirit and eager to engage. In the distance, drawn by the lively atmosphere, 3 figures approached. Teacher, you still look so youthful. Indeed. Teacher. It has been a long time. Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Yuhi Kurenai arrived together. Lady Tsunade, Ino was astonished to see a young man being addressed as a teacher, particularly since one of them was her own team leader, Asuma Sarutobi. With a hint of curiosity, she whispered, Who are they? You don't know? Lord Shikaka was once the instructor of these 3 jonin. The one beside him is Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary 3, and they are siblings. Both from the Senju Clan, Sakura quietly explained. How do you know so much? Ino inquired once more. You're unaware? It's because Naruto discreetly informed me about Yuching and Yuhonga's father, Sakura replied mysteriously. No wonder they share the same emblem, Ino exclaimed, slapping her thigh in realization. 8 members in such a large venue? With only 2 teams of Umbu? That's rather scarce, Kakashi murmured to Might Guy. What are Lord Hokage's intentions? Kakashi wondered aloud. Until we ascertain the enemy's precise movements, we must disperse the Umbu across the village's primary areas, he continued, though we must remain vigilant. Let us focus on the competition for now. Kakashi, how have you been training, Sasuke? I shall thoroughly assess your results, for you are my eternal rival, Guy said incessantly, his teeth glinting with effect. What did you say? Kakashi seemed lost in thought, failing to catch the last part. No way, Kakashi. Why are you always so callous? This statement made Guy feel a profound discomfort. Liu also took note of their exchange, particularly Kakashi's scrutiny of the venue and his count of the Umbu, as well as his lingering gaze on the guards of the Senju Clan. Kakashi's eyes flitted among several ninjas from the Senju Clan, cleverly disguised as spectators. The Senju are deliberately making themselves conspicuous to draw attention, Liu remarked to those seated too closely nearby, prompting them to distance themselves from the gathering of Konoha ninjas. There are indeed quite a few ninjas from other villages masquerading as onlookers. It seems Orochimaru still intends to make a move, Liu pondered, weighing the necessity of intervening. Round 3, commence. The gourd on Gaara's back unleashed a torrent of yellow sand, yet he suddenly clutched his head in agony, muttering to himself as the sand coalesced and fell to the ground. Sasuke had already retreated to observe Gaara's condition from a distance. He hurled 2 shurikens, which were caught by a sand clone created by Gaara's sand shield, and subsequently, Gaara expelled a vast amount of sand towards Sasuke. Sasuke leapt into the air, shattering the sand clone with a flurry of punches and kicks, then aimed to strike directly at Gaara's face. With a twist of his waist and a swift pivot, he appeared behind Gaara, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying 8 meters away. This display elicited discomfort among several onlookers, including Guy and Lee. The speed matches that of Lee's standard, and his taijutsu movements are identical to Lee's. Liu articulated the thoughts swirling in their minds. Might Guy and Lee turned in astonishment to gaze at Liu, who was nestled among a cluster of women, before returning their attention to the unfolding match below. On the battlefield, Sasuke mockingly imitated Lee's opening stance to taunt Gaara, before launching another taijutsu assault, evading the relentless pursuit of the yellow sand. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Gaara sprawling 8 lengths away. As Sasuke circled Gaara with astonishing speed, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving Gaara unable to defend himself and ultimately propelling him back once more. Gaara, with his skin peeling off, crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed intently on the panting Sasuke. Observing Lee's astonished expression, one could only imagine the turmoil within him. After years of training, he found himself outpaced by Sasuke, who had caught up within a mere month. One couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lee. On the battlefield, Gaara summoned a vast quantity of yellow sand to encase himself within a spherical barrier, thwarting Sasuke's numerous attempts to exploit his physical prowess. The sand ball, akin to a hedgehog, retaliated automatically. Suddenly, Sasuke made a resolute decision, retreating to the edge of the arena against the wall, swiftly forming hand seals, gripping his left elbow with his right hand. Was he about to employ the Chidori? It seemed an exhilarating spectacle was imminent, as Liu remarked. Electricity crackled at Sasuke's left hand, and with his Sharingan activated, he propelled himself down the wall towards Gaara's yellow sand sphere. Sparks flew, and a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds echoed as he unleashed his formidable technique. With a resounding crash, the sand sphere extended its sharp spikes, which Sasuke deftly evaded. His electrified hand made contact with the sand, causing it to splatter. "Ah, my blood!" Gaara shrieked from within the sand ball, disbelief lacing his voice. Sasuke, sensing something amiss, struggled to withdraw his left hand, despite the electric surge coursing through it. Suddenly, a bizarre hand emerged from the gaping hole in the sand ball, attempting to grasp Sasuke, but it retracted swiftly, failing in its endeavor. "Is that Shikaku's hand?" Liu seemed to grasp the situation with sudden clarity. Having watched Naruto previously, he had been unaware of Gaara's role in the plan to crumble Konoha. Witnessing the events unfold firsthand, Liu speculated that Gaara intended to receive orders to transform into the One Tail and wreak havoc within the village. However, Sasuke's unexpected injury to Gaara had disrupted this plan. Orochimaru had indeed orchestrated a brilliant strategy. Even if the One Tail were subdued, it would require time to do so. And during that transformation, calamity would befall the arena, as any attack could inflict substantial damage upon Konoha, unless one resorted to the powers of the Meijiki Sharingan or Rinnegan. The whirlwind and mist generated by the transformation would be more than sufficient to overwhelm those present. Liu, observing Gaara on the battlefield, found his mind racing. Konoha could not afford to lose face over this. For the sake of the village, he was utterly distressed, quietly preparing to harness his ocular powers to swiftly resolve the tailed beast crisis. As the sandball shattered, yellow sand scattered across the ground around Gaara, who clutched his bleeding shoulder, gasping heavily. At that moment, a flurry of feathers drifted down from the sky, inducing a sense of drowsiness in the onlookers, causing many to collapse one after another. Such a lowly genjutsu, and they dared to present such a spectacle. Liu maintained his languid posture, with one hand hidden in his sleeve as he expertly formed seals, summoning Tsunade, Yuzuki Yukike's, Kushina, Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Yuka, Kakashi, and Gai, who each dispelled the illusion. Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Izumi's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, the three Tomo swirling slowly as they surveyed their surroundings. You Uchiha clan members can resist illusions without even forming seals? What is going on here? Exclaimed Naruto and Kushina, who rushed to the unconscious Naruto. A circle of elite leaf shinobi surrounding Liu stood up, scanning the area. The stage was enveloped in smoke, acting as a signal, prompting many to shed their disguises. Spectators and Umbu alike surged towards those still conscious. The entirety of the Senju clan's elite guards also removed their disguises, gathering around Liu, causing a stir among Kakashi, Gai, and the others. Fear not, these are the ninjas of the Senju clan, Liu declared, straightening his posture. Surrounded by 10 elite shinobi and an additional 20 from the Senju clan, the vicinity was filled with ninja bearing the leaf forehead protector. Many of the enemy village ninjas who had shed their disguises hesitated upon witnessing the formidable lineup and retreated towards other shinobi instead. A hand, slick with perspiration, grasped Liu's, filled with concern as it surveyed the surroundings. Do not worry, Yu, Hong, and Qin. I have already arranged for Rihua and Qi Jian to escort 4 elite clan members to protect them. Liu seemed to discern Yuzuki Yukike's apprehensions. You 4. Go fetch the young master and young lady, he commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting 10 elite Senju shinobi to make their way towards the contestants' waiting area. Meanwhile, combat had erupted among the ninjas in the other spectator seats, yet Liu's section remained eerily quiet, with no reckless enemy ninjas daring to approach. Sounds of clashing metal echoed from the densely packed stands. From the smoke on the stage, 3 figures emerged. Orochimaru held a kunai poised at Sarutobi Horizen's neck, while Minato Namikaze, adorned in the ceremonial Hokage robes, stepped out of the mist to confront the two. How intriguing, Orochimaru mused. Applying pressure with the kunai against the third Hokage, deliberately excluding Minato from his threat, aware of the latter's swift reflexes and eager to provoke the elder. You always pick the softest fruit to squeeze. Liu scoffed. We need not worry too much about Lord Hokage. Orochimaru can handle 2 Hokages alone. Let us deal with the enemies before us, he stated, as several ninjas around him dispersed, leaving only Kakashi and Gai standing firm. Naruto, drooling, was hoisted by Kushina, who also grasped Shikamaru with her other hand. Sakura, during the survival exercise for the lower-ranked ninjas, I have noticed that despite my teachings, you have a natural talent for illusion techniques. Quickly gather with Naruto. He will surely be pleased, as it has been quite some time since he last undertook a mission. Exercise caution, for this is an A-rank task since the Land of Waves, Kakashi said solemnly to Sakura. Kakashi-sensei, why are we executing an A-rank mission at this time? Sakura inquired, perplexed. At that moment, Naruto, groggy from his sleep, chimed in, Yes, Kakashi-sensei, what A-rank mission? Naruto has awakened. Assist Sasuke in pursuing Gaara, Kakashi replied, directing them. The members of the Senju clan who had come to support gathered in the viewing area, including 2 ninjas clad in red and black. What A-rank mission? We want to go too. Senju Yuki interjected, her face alight with anticipation. Indeed, none of us have ever participated in an A-rank mission. Senju Yui added with enthusiasm. Yuki, Yuhi, and Yuzuki walked forward to check if the 2 children were injured. We're fine, mother. We just took down a few ninjas, Senju Yuki remarked dismissively. These kids sure know how to boast, Tsunade said, lounging like Liu in a relaxed manner. Since you all wish to join, gather any companions available here. Liu instructed the Jonin of the Senju clan with a wave of his hand. Nearby, Ino, CHG, and Lee, who had been entranced by the illusion, were awakened, while the dazed Inazuka Kiba was pulled over to be revived as well. What happened? They murmured, gradually regaining consciousness and glancing around, bewildered by the situation. What is this? Kakashi questioned, puzzled. If you are worried, rely on Inazuka Kiba for tracking sense, and let Shikamaru direct the team. Yuki possesses sealing techniques, and the others are combatants. We must capture Gaara and his companions alive and return them to Konohagakure. Since the sand ninjas have arrived in our village, we cannot allow them to leave unscathed. Without support, we need to elevate this mission to an S-rank team task. Additionally, I must mention that Shino has already set off ahead. You 9 must not let me down. Liyu's gaze swept across the 9 youthful faces before him. Kakashi remained uncertain, while Sakura and Naruto summoned the ninja dog pack and using the summoning technique. Liu, unwilling to waste time, urged them to break through the wall and depart swiftly. Hurry. Yuki and Yui glanced back at Liu before resolutely choosing to leave. As the lower-ranked ninjas departed, Liu issued another command. Yuki, Kushina, Makoto. You are undoubtedly concerned for the children. Take 10 of the Senju Clan's guards to deal with any enemy ninjas you encounter along the way. What about you? Yuzuki Yuki asked, her voice tinged with urgency and concern. Do not worry about me. You all should go, Liu quickly reassured, watching the 4 women leave, followed by 10 Senju guards. After delivering these words, his gaze shifted to another direction, where 2 oddly dressed individuals were slowly approaching the viewing area. Are you concerned about these 2 individuals? Tsunade inquired of Liu. Indeed, I fear that when the battle ensues, I may be unable to attend to them, Liu remarked gravely, observing the 2 approaching figures. From my perception, one possesses a formidable chakra, exuding a sensation reminiscent of my own, while the other is fair-skinned and moves with grace, Liu analyzed. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances with Saratobi Suma, and together they charged towards the other stands to join the fray. Liu too gestured behind him, summoning Senju Rihua and Senju Chijin, along with the remaining members of the Senju clan to join the battle. Tsunade leaped off the stand alongside Liu, entering the spacious arena, directly confronting the 2 oddly attired youths. The arena echoed with the clashing of weapons between Nara Shikaku and Maki, sparks flying with each engagement. The fierce skirmish on one side did not in the slightest disturb the standoff nearby. The metallic clangs resonated as a backdrop to the confrontation. Who are you? Tsunade asked, effortlessly deflecting a shuriken that had inexplicably flown towards her. Higi, you must be the leader of the Senju clan, Tsunade, and the legendary Sani. One of the masked individuals replied. Oh, you seem quite informed. You must be the child that Orochimaru intended to take when he defected, and the other must be Kimimaro. Liu ventured cautiously. Impressive, you've discerned our identity so swiftly. In that case, I shall not hold back, Kimimaro declared, white bone spikes erupting from his palms. The other masked figure swiftly formed hand signs, water release, water burst. A torrent of water surged towards Tsunade and Liu, anticipating the attack. Liu had already formed his seals, striking the ground with one hand. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen barrier effortlessly thwarted the water jutsu. With Liu and Tsunade standing atop it, surveying the arena now transformed into a flooded expanse. This person's chakra is astonishing, Tsunade marveled. Indeed. He can conjure such vast quantities of water even in a dry area, Liu frowned, scrutinizing the masked man, muttering to himself that the mask resembled an animal rather than something resembling a Beidou's spiral design. In an instant, Kimimaro lunged forward, his sharp spikes gleaming ominously like polished metal. Clang! Clang! Tsunade parried with her kunai, engaging in a fierce melee with Kimimaro. I will handle this one. You take care of the masked figure. Tsunade decisively assigned roles without giving Liu a chance to respond. Liu drew a shuriken, launching it forcefully towards the masked man while rapidly forming hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Several shuriken multiplied into a dense barrage, hurtling toward the masked adversary. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Following swiftly, Liu executed another fire technique. Both jutsu completed with a single hand. Would release, would pillar wall, from the ground beside the masked figure. A series of wooden pillars twisted and arched into a semicircular formation, effectively blocking the incoming assault. The shuriken struck the wooden surface, producing a series of muffled thuds. Suddenly, flames erupted, revealing a humanoid figure transforming into a fiery apparition. With a bang, it morphed into a wooden effigy. The wooden clone, capable of various techniques, made Liu ponder. Grasping a specially crafted kunai, Liu scanned the surroundings with the corner of his eye. Wood release, advent of the tree realm, he exclaimed, startled. Countless trees surged from beneath the water, sprawling outward, while tendrils reached towards Liu and his companions, relentlessly pursuing them in an attempt to bind them and siphon their chakra, drawing in nutrients for further growth. Unknown to them, Nohibuki and Maki had long fled from the masked man's water release, keeping a safe distance from the intense battle, aware of the extensive area of effect of such ninjutsu. I cannot allow this to spread further. The spectators at the sidelines are still asleep. Liu thought to himself as he dodged and simultaneously formed hand seals with one hand. Shadow clone technique. A blue Rasengan coalesced in his palm. The clones deftly maneuvered, infusing the sphere with wind chakra, showcasing a dazzling display of skill. You dare employ the tree realm against me? Taste my Rasengan Shuriken, Liu declared fiercely. Once, he was the one using this technique to trouble others. Now he found himself on the receiving end. With a resounding crash, the newly sprouted trees were swiftly severed, ultimately enveloped in a blinding light, reduced to mere fragments. Alas, in this village, I cannot fully unleash my strength. I must temper my power, Liu sighed. A tempest arose in the arena, lifting water and branches into the sky. Nearby Yinbu operatives gasped at the spectacle of the battle. Is this the essence of high-level ninjutsu combat? The extensive range and formidable power are indeed remarkable. Indeed, a single strike had cleared the rampant trees. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi faced off against Orochimaru. Orochimaru summoned 2 clones to ensnare the duo and initiated the summoning technique, conjuring 3 coffins. With a sinister laughter, he exclaimed, "Haha." Each coffin bore inscriptions indicating the first, second, and fourth, and with the assistance of his 2 clones, all 3 coffins were summoned. Minato executed a dazzling flying thunder god technique followed by a Rasengan, effortlessly dispatching one of Orochimaru's clones. Hiruzen employed a series of ninjutsu combos, culminating in the Shuriken shadow clone technique, an A-rank ninjutsu that obliterated another of Orochimaru's clones. With a pair of puffs of white smoke, they vanished. Orochimaru, you truly go to great lengths, even at the cost of chakra, to draw us out, Hiruzen remarked gravely, eyeing the 3 rising coffins. As the lids began to descend, revealing figures clad in red and blue armor, along with a ninja dressed in black attire, the tension escalated. What will you do now, Teacher Sarutobi? Minato, Orochimaru taunted with a sinister grin, as the 3 figures emerged from the coffins, fixating their gaze upon Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze. It has been quite a while, remarked the relaxed Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. Ah, it is you. You have aged, responded Sarutobi Tobirama, the second Hokage, with an expressionless demeanor. The child beside you is clad in the Hokage cloak. Is he the 4th Hokage? Hashirama inquired with sudden astonishment. TCH, must you involve me in the affairs of your Konoha? How detestable, Orochimaru, growled Raza, the 4th Kazekage, in anger. I never imagined that I would reunite with you 2 brothers over such matters. I find it quite regrettable. Prepare yourself, 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi cautioned. What? Minato Namikaze? Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. Is it true that we have been summoned through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei by this young man? An impressive fellow, Tobirama remarked, turning to Orochimaru. In that case, Sarutobi, young Hokage, we are left with no choice but to engage in battle, Hashirama stated indifferently. Let the idle chatter of the elderly cease. It is time to commence, Orochimaru interjected, cutting off the dialogue between the 2 parties. Is it necessary to fight in every era? You seem to relish it, don't you? Orochimaru taunted Hashirama, drawing 3 kunai inscribed with crimson seals. Orochimaru positioned them behind the 3 shadows. Then, let us begin. No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures swiftly charged towards Minato Namikaze and Hizashi, initiating a fierce taijutsu confrontation. Drawing upon his extensive battlefield experience, Minato engaged adeptly with the 1st Hokage, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Orochimaru and Raza in the distance. With a specially crafted kunai, he inadvertently hurled it in Orochimaru's direction. Clang! The kunai soared through the air, only to be deflected to the ground by a mixture of golden sand. Watergate. I have long since discerned the details of your flying thunder god technique, relying on the markings on your kunai or direct contact for spatial positioning and transfer. As long as we do not make physical contact, and I remain aware of the kunai you throw, your flying thunder god will be curtailed, Orochimaru chuckled derisively. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sarutobi Hizashi seized an opportunity, unleashing a barrage of fireballs towards the trio, all of which were intercepted by Raza's sand wall. Water style, water wave. A torrent of water began to swirl and coalesce around Tobirama, ready to cascade towards the opposition. Hizashi stepped protectively in front of Minato, expelling a yellowish liquid from his mouth as he struck the ground. Earth style, earth wall. The vast flow of water collided with the earthen wall, diverting to either side, instantly inundating the ground. As the storm subsided in the Nin exam arena, the disheveled figures of Kimimaro and the masked man came into view. What kind of ninjutsu is this? With a single move, he has obliterated the tree realm's emergence, the masked man exclaimed in astonishment. You are the sole survivor of Orochimaru's experiment with Hashirama's cells, aren't you? Yamato, is that correct? Liu refrained from answering the question, opting instead to pose a direct inquiry. Oh, you recognized me without my animal mask, Yamato said, his chestnut hair flowing in the breeze. It appears you have inherited only a fraction of Hashirama's power. Allow me to see just how capable you truly are, Liu remarked, testing the extent of Orochimaru's experiment. With a confident smile, Yamato acknowledged that while he had not inherited much of the first Hokage's power, he was sufficiently formidable. Having uttered these words, he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 4 wooden clones that charged at Liu, hurling shurikens and kunai with fervor. In response, Liu executed a one-handed hand seal, wielding a kunai to deflect the incoming projectiles, while simultaneously summoning 4 wooden clones of his own to confront the assault. The clash of fists and feet ensued, revealing that Yamato, not being at his peak, was no match for Liu, who steadily gained the upper hand. Observing the intense skirmish, Tsunade felt a surge of excitement and quickly formed her own hand seals for the In seal, release. Knowing that Kimimaro's body would grow bones for defense, she decisively unleashed her formidable technique, employing her immense regenerative abilities as she engaged in direct combat. Under the pressure of her tremendous strength, Kimimaro found himself outmatched, reeling from successive blows that left him spitting blood. As Kimimaro's body sprouted numerous bone spikes from his chest and back, he initiated his technique, the Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Camellia. Tsunade, being one of the legendary Sannin, responded swiftly. With each punch and kick, she shattered the ground beneath her, sending Kimimaro flying back several yards. In the original tale, Lee spun in midair, enduring continuous hits from this technique, while Kimimaro, adorned with bone spikes, twirled, leaving Lee battered. Rising to his feet, Kimimaro's chest erupted with cursed seals that rapidly spread across his body, transforming him into a state cloaked in dark markings. Tsunade, astonished by this newfound power, shook her hand, which had just healed from wounds, in disbelief at Kimimaro's transformation. You'll find out soon enough, he declared. Launching himself at Tsunade. Undeterred, Tsunade retaliated with her martial prowess, despite her enhanced strength allowing her to create fractures in Kimimaro's defenses. She was unable to shatter the tough layer of bone armor beneath his skin. Kimimaro resembled a porcupine, clad in a suit of defensive spikes, ensuring that any physical assault would result in injury from the bone protrusions. Relying on her regenerative capabilities, Tsunade engaged in a war of attrition against Kimimaro. As the battle progressed, Kimimaro realized he could not swiftly defeat Tsunade and, in a fit of rage, his body darkened, sprouting a tentacle-like tail from his back. Entering his second cursed state, he swiftly extracted his spine, wielding it like a whip as he launched another assault against Tsunade. The sight of him pulling out his own spine left Tsunade genuinely astonished. As Tsunade adeptly evaded, Kimimaro's spine launched a twisting attack. Just as she prepared to deliver a powerful punch to send him flying, Kimimaro's left hand erupted with a mass of bones that coiled and twisted around his arm, resembling a small drill aimed at Tsunade's arm. Realizing she had been ensnared, Tsunade cursed under her breath, realizing it was too late to withdraw her punch. Die! Kimimaro exclaimed with a hint of excitement, convinced he had finally bested her. Just then, a sudden presence emerged beside him, Liu, executing a Rasengan that sent Kimimaro crashing to the ground. Tsunade, quick to react, redirected her punch downward with ferocity. A resounding roar reverberated as the ground trembled violently, fracturing into large chunks that collapsed, sending dust soaring into the air. After their fierce exchange, Liu and Tsunade propelled themselves upward, their screams drowned by the sound of falling rocks, while the pit engulfed the figure of Kimimaro in a cloud of debris. Ah, brother, your timing is impeccable. I nearly got skewered, Tsunade exclaimed, patting her chest as if she had narrowly escaped death. You were clearly impaled in the hand, yet you choose to thump your chest, which may lead others to misconstrue, Liu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Humph, Liu muttered inwardly, aware of Tsunade's hidden prowess, concerned she might squander her vitality. From below, Kimimaro unleashed his final technique, the Dance of the Early Fern. Numerous ghastly bone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through Tsunade's foot as she relaxed, while others lunged towards her. Be careful. Liu swiftly grasped Tsunade's waist, exerting force beneath them, propelling them into the air, where he deftly hurled a specially crafted kunai towards the spectator platform. With a swish, they appeared at the edge of the stands. Sister, are you all right? Liu inquired with concern. I'm fine, Tsunade replied, as smoke rapidly ascended from her foot, healing the wound at an astonishing pace. Liu's eyes glimmered with fierce determination, green markings appearing at the corners of his eyes and forehead as he seamlessly transitioned into sage mode. With his free right hand, he formed a single hand seal, creating a shadow clone. At that moment, Kimimaro, using a bone spike as leverage, appeared behind Liu. His left hand poised to strike at the back of Liu's head. I've been waiting for this, Liu thought. Anticipating Kimimaro's ambush after the dance of the early fern, he bent backward, wrapping his left arm around Tsunade's waist, both of them evading the bone drill's assault. With a sudden surge of power, he executed a mighty side kick, connecting with Kimimaro's midsection. Crack! The lower half of Kimimaro detached from the bone spikes, shooting away into the air. This isn't over yet, Liu declared, as a blue spiraling sphere coalesced in his right hand, transforming into a vibrant green under the guidance of his shadow clone. Sage Art would release spiraling Shuriken. The verdant Shuriken, radiating with a halo of energy, raced toward the airborne Kimimaro. Boom! Vines spun rapidly, ensnaring Kimimaro's form, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking bones. Explode! With a firm grip of his right hand, Kimimaro erupted mid-air, splattering the arena's white bone spikes with crimson droplets, as severed heads cascaded down, eyes wide open, blood streaming from their orifices, landing precisely upon a sharp bone spike. This gruesome spectacle was witnessed by all of Konoha's Umbu and enemy ninjas alike, sending a chill racing up their spines. Brother, even you, Tsunade, were taken aback by this sight. Though accustomed to the battlefield, you have never beheld such a brutal execution of foes. It's nothing. I merely lost control of my emotions for a moment, Liu responded with a smile.